Chapter 1361 Golden Side Mission. The Golden Side mission that Doya shared with Song Jian at the end was not well-intentioned. Not to mention that the Inhumans had already discovered the ruins. The words Golden Side mission alone represented both opportunities and dangers. Song Jian estimated that in order to complete the Golden Side mission, all the assessors who entered the assessment world must work together to complete it. But thinking about it, he only knew that this was impossible. Moreover, more than half of the assessors in the human camp have been driven out of the assessment world. It is simply impossible to snatch the Golden Side mission reward from the assessors in the Inhuman camp. Song Jian only glanced at the content of the Gold Side quest, closed the taskbar, and continued to walk deeper into the underground base. Unfortunately, the reward for this Gold Side quest is very generous. In addition to improving the first level pass evaluation, it also rewards gold skill points, which are good things that can improve talent skills. Song Jian thought to himself. The tree spirit Nova who can transform into a human form in the broken kingdom of God said that he could use the seeds of life to configure a potion to improve talent skills. But Song Jian didn't know why. From the bottom of his heart, he was somewhat resistant to this tree spirit Nova. Although he couldn't find any faults with her, Song Jian just didn't trust her very much. This feeling was very illusory, and there was no evidence. But Song Jian always resisted this tree spirit. While thinking about it, he continued to go deeper into the underground base. There were broken human skeletons everywhere along the way, as if the employees here had experienced an irresistible massacre. There were bite marks everywhere on the skeletons. The strange thing was that along the way, Song Jian did not find any skeletons of strange beasts, or traces of strange beasts. After a while, Song Jian stood at the end of the underground passage. In front of him, a huge gully like a natural moat blocked Song Jian from continuing to explore deeper into the underground base. Song Jian looked up and looked forward. Although it was pitch black all around, he could still clearly see that there was a deeper and wider cave more than 30 meters away with his dark vision. There should be the laboratory of the underground base, and the place where strange beasts were imprisoned and meteorite fragments were studied. With a thought, Song Jian's wings slowly spread out, and he flew slowly to the other side. The ravine below him was bottomless. Although it was very quiet, Song Jian always felt a little uneasy when he flew over the ravine, as if there were many powerful enemies hidden under this bottomless ravine. When Song Jian was 2 or 3 meters away from the other side of the ravine, he suddenly stopped and floated quietly in the air. Song Jian felt that there was a very strong breath in the cave opposite, which was slowly awakening. At first, Song Jian didn't notice it, but as time went on, this breath became stronger and stronger, and now it has reached the level of a dominant boss. Just as Song Jian was hesitating whether to continue exploring, on the other side, at the edge of a stone forest, a group of aliens were hunting the alien beasts that kept pouring out of the stone forest. These alien beasts were average in strength, and killing them would not improve the pass rating, but they would occasionally drop inner elixirs, and in large quantities. So the dozen aliens were very busy. An alien holding a spear, and with a dark golden vertical eye between his eyebrows took the spear back from a beast, then kicked it in the heart, kicking the more than 2-meter-long beast hard and sending it flying, crashing into a stone pillar 3 meters behind him. A shrill scream sounded, and the beast struggled for a long time, but failed to get up. Finally, its body fell down limply, and it died. A green inner pill emerged from its body. These beasts are very weak, only equivalent to level 80 elite boss. In the eyes of this group of aliens, who are already level 100, and have reached the peak of the second level combat power, unless thousands of them come down and surround them. Otherwise, there is no threat at all. For every 30 of these beasts killed, an inner pill will explode. The probability of explosion is not high, but the inner pill is a good thing for the alien beasts. It can not only purify the blood in their bodies, but also speed up their cultivation. In other words, it improves the proficiency of skills. The alien race next to the beast only took a look at the inner elixir dropped by the beast, but did not step forward to snatch it. The alien race holding a spear and having 3 eyes slowly stepped forward, picked up the emerald inner elixir, took a look at its properties, smiled, and carefully put it away. Emoshi. This is the 3rd inner elixir you have dropped. It's really enviable. A alien race with 2 horns on his head laughed loudly, waving a nearly 2-meter-long sword in his hand, and fiercely chopped at a beast covered with scales. It's just good luck. Emoshi glanced at the other party and smiled. By the way, Shilin, You took advantage of the group of human examiners before. And your pass rating has been raised by at least 1 level. Right? No way. Just that bunch of weaklings. I killed 5 of them. But my pass rating only increased by 78%. I guess I need to kill 2 or 3 more. Shilin shook his head. And the sword in his hand suddenly burst out with a red energy, directly splitting the defensive beast in half. After searching the corpse of the beast and finding that no inner elixir had dropped, Shilin cursed in a low voice, stood up, and looked up into the depths of the stone forest. Emoshi, do you really want to give up the main task and explore this ruins to complete this golden side task? Shilin stared at the stone forest for a long time, turned his head and looked at Emoshi, and asked, "Of course." Emoshi's eyes showed a fiery look, and he said to Shilin, "If the main task cannot be completed, it is just a failure in the assessment. You can try again in 3 months. But the gold side task is something you can only encounter by chance. You can't encounter it every time. Since you encounter it, you must seize it firmly. It's a pity. If you complete the gold side task and then complete the main task, the Guguan evaluation can be improved by at least 2 levels." Shilin showed a regretful look in his eyes. Since you have decided to complete the gold side task, don't be greedy. There are only more than 20 people left. It's already very difficult to complete the gold side task. If you still think about the main task, you may end up in a bad situation. Emoshi laughed. Humph. With those weak humans, maybe we have completed the golden side quest, but they haven't completed their main quest yet. Shilin snorted. If that's the case, then we'll go and cut off their retreat. At that time, we won't even leave them the main quest. Emoshi laughed, waving his spear, and continued to rush towards the monsters that kept pouring out of the stone forest. On the other side, Duoya led several examiners from the human camp and hid behind a huge rock in a panic. 1, 2, 3. Duoya looked around and saw that there were only 5 examiners from the human camp left. Recalling the high spirits of hunting down the alien examiners before, and thinking of Tyr's willingness to sacrifice himself to protect her, Duoya was filled with grief and indignation for a while, and tears fell involuntarily. Chapter 1362 Decision. Duoya looked at her companions in despair. The remaining 5 people were all injured, and their supplies were almost used up. 2 examiners from the human camp had one hand cut off and lost most of their combat power. Another 2 had just been pulled back from the dying state and were now in a weak state. It would take 6 hours. It can be said that in their current state, 2 or 3 examiners from the Inhumans would be able to wipe them out. The attention of the Inhumans was attracted by the gold side quest. Otherwise, we would not be able to get it out. A human examiner took out a potion, hesitated for a moment, and put it back. This was his last blood-replenishing potion, and he had to use it at a more critical time. Duoya, have you contacted Song Jian? What did he say? Asked another human examiner who was missing a hand. I shared the golden side quest with him, but he didn't say anything. Duoya shook her head and said, Humph. With his strength, he is fully capable of completing the main quest alone. If you hadn't gone too far, how could he abandon us? Said another human examiner resentfully. Noah, you were there at the time. Why didn't you raise your opinion at the time? A weak examiner next to him sneered. Don't make yourself so noble. When you find that Song Jian is so powerful, the main quest is almost certain for us. Who doesn't want to have a higher pass rating? At that time, we drove him away and let him complete the main quest alone. Wasn't it just to save money, kill more Inhumans, and improve the pass rating? You are the same as us. Who are you showing such a face to now? Noah's face suddenly turned livid, staring at the man who was trapped, and snorted, Why? Even if I had this idea at the time, I didn't do it directly. Kutawa, do you want to put all the responsibility on me now? Okay. Stop talking. What should we do now? Let's discuss it. Duoya wiped her tears and asked with a strong face. The situation at that time. Even the people who followed behind quickly understood it. And no one said anything. After all, Song Jian was just a God-favored person. In their opinion, he was fundamentally different from the natives like them. What else can we do? Go find Song Jian and complete the main task together. In our current state, if we don't hug his thigh, do we have to wait another 3 months? Kutawa said loudly. He can complete the main task by himself. Why don't we find a place to recover? The 4 of us have lost our combat ability. What's the point of going there now? Noah sneered. And the others all agreed. After all, they just squeezed Song Jian away. And now they are licking their faces to hug thighs, which makes them feel embarrassed. Are you stupid? Kutawa looked like he was disappointed with his son, and said angrily, complete the main task with him. Even if you are just playing soy sauce all the way, and do nothing and wait here, can the contribution value of completing the main task be the same? And can the pass evaluation be the same? If we follow him to complete the main task and go through everything, the basic pass evaluation will not be much lower than his. But we are here, and we haven't even entered the area of the main task. At that time, the pass evaluation may only be the most basic D level. In that case, it is better to wait another 3 months. A D-level pass evaluation can increase the attribute points by 3 or 5 points at most. Such a reward is slightly better than nothing. Moreover, for the original inhabitants of the game, getting a D-level evaluation in the combat power assessment means that they will never be able to reach the legendary realm in this life. Let's go and find Song Jian. Duoya stood up and said with a firm face, Duoya, have you really decided? Do you really want to put all your hopes on a god-favorite person? An examiner next to her said softly, whether it is shame or being ridiculed. This is the punishment for our arrogance before. Duoya said, if we hadn't squeezed him out before, then not only the main task, but also this rare golden side task, we might have a great chance of completing it. By then, our pass evaluation will be at least A level, or even S level. Duoya looked around at the other 4 people and continued, unfortunately, pride and prejudice made us miss such a pass evaluation. Now, I just hope to complete this assessment with an acceptable pass evaluation. After all, I have failed 6 times in a row. Duoya's voice became lower and lower, and the other people also lowered their heads. The number of times they participated in the 3rd level combat power assessment was not much less than Duoya, and some even participated in more than Duoya. The combat power assessment once every 3 months has become a torment for them. Now they just pray that they can complete the assessment with a pass evaluation of around B level. And thank God. The other 4 people fell silent. Finally, everyone stood up and followed Duoya silently in the direction where Song Jian had left. At this time, Song Jian had come to the other side of the ravine. In the deep cave, only a few emergency lights were shining, emitting dim light. But it was better than the previous no light. Even players without dark vision can rely on these emergency lights to slowly explore forward. Song Jian not only has dark vision, but his spiritual attribute has broken through to more than 200 points. Perception has become his most commonly used means of exploration besides his eyes. Sometimes, perception is even more reliable than what he sees with his eyes. The aura that was constantly increasing had reached the peak of the domination level, but it had been maintained for a long time and still had not broken through to the legendary level. As if something was suppressing its strength, preventing it from breaking through. Song Jian stood there and waited for a while. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he thought to himself, just the peak of the domination level. At this moment, Song Jian, who was originally preparing to continue exploring forward, suddenly stopped moving, and the faint disdainful expression on his face froze instantly. He felt that another aura of the monster began to slowly appear and slowly became stronger. How many beasts are there that haven't died yet? Song Jian's mind raced. The 2 thoughts of keep going forward and retreat flashed through his mind for less than a second before he made a decision. With a stomp of his feet, Song Jian rushed forward like lightning. Since the 2nd beast began to awaken, it meant that there would be a 3rd, a 4th, or even more. If he retreated like this, he might never get the meteorite fragment. If he continued to move forward, he would have to kill the awakened beasts in a short time to ensure the subsequent exploration. When 2 beasts meet in a narrow road, the bravest will win. If there are only 2 or 3 beasts of the command level, it is nothing for Song Jian. But if the number of beasts exceeds 5, then even Song Jian can only guarantee a safe retreat. The possibility of killing them is very small. More importantly, among a group of command-level beasts, there must be a king-level beast. That is, a legendary beast. If this is true, then the difficulty of the main task will increase exponentially. A king-level boss appears with a group of command-level peak bosses. Then even Song Jian will have to retreat and dare not confront them head-on. Chapter 1363 Life Support Pod. What Song Jian can do now is to rush to the 2 beasts as quickly as possible and kill them to prevent more revived beasts from appearing. Song Jian rushed forward for more than 100 meters, and a giant metal door of 5 or 6 meters appeared in front of him. This door was very similar to the door he had just entered here, except that the previous door slid left and right, while the metal door in front of him slid up and down to open. At this time, the door seemed to have a problem, and it was stuck when it was only raised to about half the height. If you want to enter, you have to bend down. After Song Jian entered, he found that there was a well-equipped experimental research room behind him, which was about the size of 2 or 3 football fields. On both sides of the room, there were rows of life support pods filled with light green thick liquid, each of which was more than 2 meters high. In these life support pods, there were some strange biological organs and body tissues, and these organs looked very different from ordinary biological organs. Among the rows of life support capsules, some of them have been destroyed for unknown reasons. There is a big hole in the shell, and the life support liquid inside has long disappeared, covered with a thin layer of dust. Song Jian continued to walk forward. He could feel that the breath of the 2 strange beasts was getting closer and closer to him. Soon, Song Jian saw that there were several monsters in the last few rows of life support capsules in the laboratory. The reason why they are called monsters instead of strange beasts is that these monsters are all humanoid creatures. From their floating state in the life support capsule, it can be seen that they all walk upright, but their body appearance is very different from that of humans. Song Jian also sensed the specific location of the creature whose aura had reached the peak of the command level. It was coming from one of the life support capsules. At this time, in this life support capsule, there was a monster nearly 2 meters tall with sharp claws and a wolf head. It was covered with thick black hair and kept floating in the life support liquid. Werewolf. Song Jian frowned slightly. He didn't expect that there would be werewolves in this assessment world. You know, Song Jian had come into contact with this kind of monster more than once in the game world. He knew that they were not only powerful, but also had wisdom and civilization that were not inferior to humans. They once established a powerful empire with werewolves as the main body. Impossible. In this assessment world, whether it is myths or legends, there has never been a similar existence. Song Jian shook his head and thought to himself, even these strange beasts are caused by the radiation of meteorite fragments in recent years. There has never been a similar record before. Song Jian opened his eyes wide and directly checked the properties of the werewolf-like creature in the life support cabin in front of him. Mutated Dire Wolf Beast Special. Level 90 Command Level Boss. HP value 6.97 million/8 million. Song Jian took 2 steps back. The werewolf-like existence in front of him was still a strange beast, but its mutation seemed to be a little different from other strange beasts. It was very special. Otherwise it would not appear here. Turning his head to look at the several life support capsules nearby, Song Jian discovered that the creatures in the other life support capsules were similar to the mutated dire wolf beast in front of him. Although they had different appearances, they were all humanoid creatures that could walk upright. At this moment, the body of the originally quiet mutated dire wolf beast suddenly shook violently, and the liquid in the life support capsule became more turbid. It can be clearly seen that the dire wolf beast's back spine slowly protruded with metallic bone spurs. These bone spurs looked like sharp blades, and there were even thin blades on both sides, which did not look like normal biological body tissues at all. Crack, crack. The slowly protruding bone spurs soon touched the life support capsule. Soon, white spots appeared on the transparent glass surface of the life support capsule, and cracks slowly extended from these white spots. After a while, a crack sound was heard, and the life support capsule was completely shattered. The life support liquid flowed all over the ground. The mutant wolf beast that was originally floating in the life support liquid also collapsed to the ground, just when the body of the mutant wolf beast was about to touch the ground. Its body was like a spring and resumed its standing posture. At the same time, its eyes that were originally closed began to slowly open. A pair of ghostly green lights like will-o'-the-wisp shone from the eyes of the mutant wolf beast, revealing a ferocious and bloodthirsty look. Seeing Song Jian, the mutant wolf beast's face showed a ferocious look, and the corners of its mouth slowly curled up, revealing its sharp fangs. At the same time, a low roar came out of its throat, and its whole body was tensed like a bow. Song Jian couldn't help but tighten the sky-breaking sword in his hand, but this tiny movement of his seemed to have activated a light. The mutant wolf beast, which was already in a hunting state, suddenly pounced towards Song Jian. Its figure actually left a residual shadow in the air, and its sharp claws bounced out from its palm. and a sharp sound of breaking through the air burst out in the air. Ding! The sharp claws and the sky-breaking sword collided fiercely, and the mutant wolf beast flew backwards. And Song Jian also took a few steps back before he could stand firm. Its strength is not weaker than mine. Song Jian showed a surprised look on his face. You know, he is 10 levels higher than the mutant wolf beast in front of him. Although the upgrade does not increase the attribute value, the opponent's strength attribute is obviously much higher than that of an ordinary command-level boss. This thought flashed quickly in Song Jian's mind, and the body of the mutant wolf beast opposite made a strange movement in the air. Its hind legs suddenly stepped into the void behind it, and its figure suddenly rushed towards Song Jian like an arrow again, and the two of them immediately fought in a group. Two figures were fighting in this vast experimental research room like lightning. The whole room seemed to be blown by a gust of wind. Some test benches and equipment were swept by the wanton energy and sword energy and suddenly broke into pieces. Sparks flashed in the cut lines, and the whole laboratory became a mess again. Just as Song Jian was fighting with the mutant wolf beast, a humanoid creature that looked like a crocodile next to him slowly opened a pair of dark golden eyes in the life support cabin. These eyes revealed endless coldness and murderous intent. It looked at the mutant wolf beast and Song Jian fighting. Involuntarily, a touch of blood appeared in its originally calm eyes. It seemed to be infected by the battle. The blue-black scales covering the surface of its body also opened and closed like breathing, and it looked eager to try and want to participate in the battle. Chapter 1364. Instant Kill. The strength of the mutant dire wolf exceeded Song Jian's expectations. On the other side, a mutant beast that was not weaker than the mutant dire wolf was also slowly waking up. There were 4 or 5 life support capsules next to it. The humanoid beasts inside seemed to have been awakened by the fighting and were slowly reviving. The space here is too narrow. Once the 10,000 swords technique is used, it may damage the surrounding equipment. If it affects the meteorite fragments, the main task may also be affected, Song Jian thought to himself. At this time, he realized that his attack methods were a bit too simple. Usually, he only relied on the 10,000 swords technique to fight. No matter how powerful the boss was, he could deal with it, and even kill it above his level. However, once the environment was restricted, the sequelae of the powerful destructive power of the 10,000 swords technique were revealed. In addition to the possibility of damaging surrounding equipment and possibly affecting meteorite fragments, this is an underground base buried deep underground. Once the noise is too loud and causes a collapse, Song Jian will suffocate here no matter how much blood he has, and exit the assessment world directly. Bang! A shattering sound was heard, and Song Jian turned his head to see that the humanoid beast with a crocodile head next to him had punched a big hole in the life support cabin and was pulling the nutrition tube that maintained his survival. It seemed that he would come out soon. Another peak-level existence, Song Jian thought to himself. For some reason, these beasts at the peak of the domination level are almost as powerful as the boss at the early stage of the legendary realm. It is really not easy to kill them without using the 10,000 swords technique. Thinking of this, a trace of gray sword energy slowly emerged from Song Jian's dantian. As soon as this gray sword energy appeared in his mind, the other pale golden invisible sword energy was immediately repelled. Just like oil and water, which are incompatible at all, Song Jian showed a trace of pain on his face, and tried his best to mobilize this trace of gray chaotic sword energy. Chaos Sword Classic. Open the sky, Song Jian shouted, and the sky-breaking sword in his hand burst into a dazzling gray light, and the blade kept trembling, as if it would break apart in the next moment. The mutant wolf beast, which had already pounced into the air, showed a trace of fear in its eyes. It seemed to have sensed something. Its beast-like intuition made it smell the scent of death. Roar. With a roar, a scarlet light appeared in the eyes of the mutant wolf beast. On its ferocious face, black auras kept flowing, and under the skin of its cheeks, they condensed into strange runes. A simple stone axe full of vicissitudes of life appeared in front of Song Jian. Song Jian tried his best to swing the sky-breaking sword, trying to send out the sword energy of the stone axe. But the stone axe seemed to be solidified in the air, motionless. Usually, the sword energy stone axe that Song Jian used was driven by the power of the sword array of the 10,000 swords art. Now, he directly mobilized the chaotic sword energy to perform the Tian style, which seemed to be a small horse pulling a big cart, and he felt powerless. At this time, the mutant wolf beast was less than 3 meters away from him. Its sharp claws like metal exuded a sharp energy, as if it wanted to tear Song Jian into pieces with one claw. In a hurry, Song Jian could only mobilize the invisible sword energy and perform the 10,000 swords art. In an instant, countless spirit swords appeared around his body. And the moment these spirit swords appeared, they rushed towards the motionless stone axe energy in the air like a flock of birds returning to their nests. Hundreds of spiritual swords merged into the stone axe, and the aura of the stone axe became deeper and more dignified. And Song Jian also felt a slight looseness in the stone axe. Kill! Song Jian was delighted, and after a loud shout, he swung the sky-breaking sword in his hand fiercely and chopped at the mutant wolf beast. The stone axe in the air made a low whistling sound, and the oppressive feeling caused cracks to appear on the stone slabs on the ground. A gully more than a foot deep continued to extend forward as the stone axe chopped towards the mutant wolf beast. Any object in front of it, no matter what it was crushed into powder like fine sand. Bang! The speed of the stone axe sword energy was extremely fast. The mutant wolf beast in midair had been locked. It could only retract its claws to block its chest. After a roar, the claws shining with metallic luster actually exploded like a pile of fine sand. The stone axe sword energy hit the mutant wolf beast's chest fiercely and chopped it away. Song Jian watched the stone axe sword energy pass through the mutant wolf beast's chest and disappear. And then he heard the prompt sound from the system that the kill was successful. System, you killed the mutant wolf beast special. And the pass evaluation is further improved. In the assessment world, killing monsters cannot gain combat experience. But killing specific monsters, like alien beasts, can improve the pass evaluation. If you get some special mutant organs or body tissues from alien beasts, you can further improve the pass evaluation. Killed instantly. Song Jian was a little surprised. You know, no matter what, the mutant wolf beast is a command level boss that is not weaker than the primary level of the legendary realm. Even if it evolves into the 10,000 swords technique, it needs to evolve to the level of the Swordchi Stone Tower to kill the command level boss. As a result, it killed the boss with millions of health points with one move. This made Song Jian feel unreal. From a distance, the body of the mutant wolf beast hit a damaged life support cabin hard, and a huge wound appeared on its chest. At the same time, the wound also broke. A burst of blood kept pouring out, and its body began to break like fine sand. After a while, it was scattered everywhere around. In a pile of fine sand, an object emitting dark golden light shone brightly. Song Jian did not walk towards the body of the mutant wolf beast, but turned his eyes to another mutant beast that had already come out of the life support capsule. This mutant beast, covered with thick scales, looked like a huge humanoid crocodile. After its dark golden vertical pupils switched back and forth between the body of the mutant wolf beast and Song Jian several times, the blood-red light in its eyes gradually disappeared, replaced by a look of fear. With a low roar, the strange beast actually rushed madly to the other side of the laboratory. After a while, it disappeared at the corner of a passage, as if it knew that there was an escape passage there. It was actually scared away. Song Jian was a little speechless. You know, this strange beast that just came out of the life support cabin is not inferior to the mutant dire wolf in strength, and it is also at the peak of the command level. Unexpectedly, it was scared away by Song Jian's open the sky. However, Song Jian at this time was also strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Not only did he consume most of his invisible sword energy, but that trace of chaotic sword energy, after being activated, also damaged his body. The meridian from Dantian to the arm was like broken glass, with cracks all over the surface. If he forced to perform open the sky again, I'm afraid Song Jian's body would collapse first. It's a pity. Otherwise the pass evaluation can be improved a little more. Song Jian thought while walking towards the body of the mutant dire wolf beast that had turned into fine sand. Let's see what this strange beast exploded. It's dark gold quality. It should be a good item. Chapter 1365 Inlay. The boss of the command level has a chance to drop epic items, but the probability of the epic items being top quality is very low. However, if gold quality items are dropped, the chance of top quality items, that is, dark gold quality, will be much higher. Song Jian walked up to the mutant dire wolf beast, but did not pick up the trophy immediately. Instead, he carefully observed the body of the mutant dire wolf beast. At this time, the flesh and bones of the mutant dire wolf beast had all turned into fine sand like needle tips. The fine sand was a strange gray color, and was very hard. Song Jian could not even crush it with his fingers. This is no longer a flesh and blood body, but has turned into another substance. Song Jian thought to himself. After studying for a long time, Song Jian still didn't know why this happened. Moreover, after turning into a fine sand-like substance, there was no transparent flame burning them. This surprised Song Jian. Could it be that the power of chaos can actually change the rules of the game? With no clue, Song Jian had to focus on the exploding spoils. Eye of the Dire Wolf. Quality dark gold. Inlay item. Attributes, can be inlaid in any groove. After inlay, strength plus 10, constitution plus 12, agility plus 15, dark vision plus 10, farsightedness plus 50. Can trigger the skill Bloodthirst. Skill effect. After activation, the user will gain 30% attack speed, movement speed bonus, and at the same time, 12% of the damage caused to the enemy will be converted into the user's chi and health value. This state lasts for 30 seconds, and the cooldown time is 30 minutes. Item description. This item is a mutated organ in the body of the mutated dire wolf beast. When leaving this world, hand it in to improve the pass rating of the assessment world. It is not only an inlay, but also a mutant organ that can improve the pass rating? Song Jian smiled. Ordinary mutant organs do not have the attributes of items, but only the attributes of improving the pass rating. This eyeball is much more valuable than ordinary mutants. Maybe it can improve the pass rating by 1 level. Song Jian thought about it. The attributes improved by this eyeball are ordinary, but the bloodthirsty skill it comes with is very powerful. If he had this skill when fighting the mutant wolf beast, he would not risk using the opening the sky sword move that he could not fully master. At this time, he was still missing 3 talismans on the 6-pointed star array of the Night Slayer on him, so he could just inlay this eyeball in the position of the 4th talisman. Thinking of this, Song Jian slowly moved his eyeballs closer to the hexagram array on his chest. The hexagram array that had been hidden under the skin began to emerge, and at the same time, it burst into dazzling light. 3 of the 6 corners were already inlaid with talismans, and the remaining 3 corners were dim grooves. The wolf eye in his hand quickly turned into a red breath and embraced the hexagram array. A series of strange breaths kept flowing in the hexagram array. A red multifaceted crystal appeared on the 4th corner of the hexagram array. A hot breath suddenly came from the chest and surged through Song Jian's body. Every pore on his body seemed to be emitting heat. This breath came quickly and disappeared quickly. After a while, it disappeared without a trace. Looking at its own attributes, it was indeed a new eye of the alien beast talisman, and the above attributes were the inlay attributes of the wolf eye. At this moment, Song Jian discovered that the humanoid beasts in the remaining intact life support capsules also began to slowly wake up. But their recovery speed was not fast, and now their bodies were just twitching unconsciously. Song Jian smiled. Although he had not fully recovered, there was no need to fight against these humanoid beasts that were not even as strong as Elite Boss. The sky-breaking sword in his hand stabbed into the life support capsule fiercely, and the life support fluid inside became turbid. The beasts inside did not even open their eyes, but their bodies twitched violently. After a while, Song Jian received a kill prompt from the system. Because of the huge difference in strength, these beasts did not drop any spoils, but all the pass rating upgrades were given. After killing these beasts, Song Jian's pass rating was finally upgraded by 1 level again. However, this time the upgrade was only a small level, and unlike the previous upgrade, this time it was only equivalent to upgrading from B level to B plus level. Song Jian smiled slightly. As long as he could ensure that the meteorite fragments were found, and the main task of the assessment was successfully completed, his pass rating this time would at least be a level. It's a pity that this golden side task may not be completed. Otherwise, this pass rating could at least reach S level, or even SS level. Song Jian thought with some regret. The golden side mission is a rare opportunity. Once you find it, you should try your best to complete it even if you give up the main mission. You know, if you can't complete the main mission, the worst case scenario is to wait for another 3 months. But the golden side mission is not something you can encounter every time you go to the assessment world. Based on Song Jian's understanding of the golden side mission, the group of aliens might directly give up the main mission and try their best to complete this golden side mission. If it were him, he would probably make the same choice. Exploring the ruins is obviously just the first round of the mission. I don't know what is hidden in the ruins. I really want to take a look. Song Jian sighed. After searching the experimental site carefully, There was no other gain. Song Jian continued to explore forward. At this time, he could already feel a faint radiation force coming from the depths of the base. This radiation force had no effect on his strong body. But if ordinary creatures were in the range of radiation for a long time, the cells of their bodies would undergo some uncontrollable and weird changes. These changes may cause the bodies of ordinary creatures to mutate in a bad way, such as tumors, cancer, and other diseases. Or they may mutate in a good way, improve intelligence, enhance physical fitness, or undergo various other changes. Just then, Song Jian suddenly heard the voice of the Thunder Eagle Beast in his mind. Song Jian, a group of assessors from the human camp are exploring this side. They will find this base in more than 10 kilometers. At this time, the Thunder Eagle Beast did not hold on to the periphery of the base as Song Jian thought. After discovering that it could not shake the ropes of the supply boxes with its strength, the mutant Thunder Eagle Beast patch-off flew to a high altitude and scouted the surrounding environment from a high position. With its strong eyesight, it naturally discovered the group of human camp assessors on the ground, who looked quite embarrassed. So many people are still alive? Seeing the picture transmitted by Pat Shaw, Song Jian was quite surprised. You know, according to his estimation, even Tyr, such a strong defensive warrior, died, and the remaining human camp assessors should have been driven out. Maybe only Doya, who is good at transformation, is left. Unexpectedly, there are still 5 assessors left. It seems that the Inhumans have also focused all their attention on the Golden Side mission. Otherwise, they would not let so many people survive. Song Jian shook his head and thought to himself, don't worry about them. If they find this place, let them find it themselves. After Song Jian sent a message to the Thunder Eagle Beast, he left this group of assessors behind and continued to walk towards the depths of the base. Chapter 1366 Bloodthirstiness. After entering the range of the main task items, although the specific location of the task items is not clearly marked on the task map, the game system can affect the subconscious of the assessors and make them consciously move towards the location of the task target. However, this subtle influence can only affect the NPC assessors in the game. For players like Song Jian, the impact is minimal. For players, this influence has both advantages and disadvantages, depending on how they think. At this time, Song Jian followed the direction of the escape of the mutant humanoid crocodile beast before and explored all the way. It was not that he wanted to chase the beast, but that there was only one passage leading to the depths of the base in the entire underground base. Soon, a twisted metal door appeared in front of Song Jian. The metal door seemed to have been violently dismantled, twisted and deformed like a twist, and thrown aside. Song Jian stood in front of the metal door and observed it carefully. He stretched out his hand to try the hardness of the metal door. As a result, he found that the door was not as fragile as he imagined. If the strength attribute did not reach 250 points, there was no way to leave a trace on it, let alone completely destroy the door like now. The strength attribute is at least 320 points. Could it be that the mutant humanoid crocodile beast before made it? Song Jian guessed in his heart. If that was the case, then the strength attribute of this crocodile beast was greater than the previous mutant dire wolf. Even if Song Jian used the bloodthirsty skill he had just acquired, he might not be able to confront its power head-on. Fortunately, it was scared away before. Otherwise, it would be another fierce battle. Song Jian was secretly thankful in his heart. He had used the Kaikion style before, which caused him to be backfired by the skill and damaged his meridians. Within a certain period of time, the recovery speed of the sword energy value was only 30% of the previous one. At the same time, the Chaos Sword energy also fell into a state similar to cooling and could not be used. If the crocodile beast attacked Song Jian at that time, Song Jian could only retreat temporarily and continue to fight it after it recovered. Beyond this gate, there is a straight passage behind. The floor of the passage is made of metal. There is a straight blue fluorescent line in the middle. At the same time, there is the same blue fluorescence on the top of the head and on the walls on both sides. Although the passage cannot be as bright as daylight, even ordinary people who do not have dark vision will not be affected by these blue fluorescence. On the walls on both sides, every few meters, there is a metal door with a round glass window on it, which looks like a KTV box in the real world. Song Jian walked to the first door and looked inside. There was an operating table in the middle of the room behind the door, and some testing equipment next to it. It looked like an operating room in a hospital. While observing, Song Jian walked along the corridor. There was nothing in the first two operating rooms. But on the operating table in the middle of the third operating room, there was a bloody corpse. It looked like a person had his skin peeled off. It was extremely cruel. Song Jian frowned and continued to walk towards the next operating room. As a result, there were corpses in several operating rooms. Some looked like humans. Some were monsters. And some even had only an arm or a thigh on the operating table. This should be the place where the underground base studies the body structure of mutant beasts. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, there was a sound of collision in the distance, as if someone was holding a hammer and hitting steel. Song Jian's heart moved, and he ran towards the place where the sound came from. In fact, there is only one passage here. When Song Jian walked to the end of the passage, he found that it was a storage room with its door open. Inside were various specimens of exotic beasts. They had all been dried and had no value except for viewing. In the middle of these exotic beast specimens, there was a small table. The entire table was only 1 meter high and looked like a simple stone pillar. On the surface of the stone pillar, there were 3 test tubes. Each test tube contained a scarlet liquid. These liquids emitted a clear light like rubies, and you could tell at a glance that they were not ordinary items. The mutant humanoid crocodile beast that escaped before was frantically attacking the stone platform, seemingly wanting to obtain the liquid in the 3 test tubes. But a foot away from the stone platform, there was a layer of light blue light curtain that looked very thick, blocking the mutant crocodile beast from approaching. The mutant crocodile beast used its powerful body to hit the light curtain on the surface of the stone platform again and again. The impact sound that Song Jian heard before came from here. Seeing the stone platform and the light curtain on its surface, Song Jian's eyes lit up. But when he saw the items placed on the stone platform clearly, he became disappointed again. Originally, Song Jian thought that this was the place where meteorite fragments were stored. You know, meteorite fragments are the origin of all the strange beasts. For the strange beasts, they are definitely treasures that can continue to promote their own evolution and enhance their strength. It is understandable that the mutant crocodile beast wants to obtain it in order to improve its own strength. But Song Jian did not expect that it was so interested in the liquid in these 3 test tubes. It seems that the researchers here should have studied the evolutionary liquid to improve the strength of the beasts, not the meteorite fragments. Song Jian sighed and thought to himself. At this time, the mutant crocodile beast also discovered Song Jian's presence, turned around suddenly, and roared at Song Jian, as if trying to stop him from approaching the stone platform. However, Song Jian saw a trace of fear in the mutant crocodile beast's eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. The more fiercely a dog barks, the less likely it is to bite. When hunting, powerful beasts are silent and dare not make a sound. Song Jian drew out the sky-breaking sword and slowly approached the mutant crocodile beast. Now his body has almost recovered, and he can barely perform the heaven-opening style. However, the monsters killed by the heaven-opening style will be directly annihilated from body to soul. The mutant crocodile beast in front of him is powerful. Devouring its soul may also improve the proficiency of the 10,000 swords technique. Thinking of this, Song Jian directly activated the bloodthirsty skill. And suddenly, a red light appeared on the surface of his entire body. Shua! A slight sound of breaking through the air was heard, and Song Jian's figure flashed, wielding the sky-breaking sword, slashing fiercely at the mutant crocodile beast. An extremely dazzling sword light bloomed in the air, and a hint of ferocity also appeared in the eyes of the mutant crocodile beast. The mutant crocodile beast, which was forced to have no way to escape, finally burst out with the instinct of a wild beast, growled, kicked its legs, and pounced towards Song Jian. Chapter 1367 Sequelae. The trapped beast still fought hard. The mutant crocodile beast, which had no way to retreat, became crazy. Its body expanded again. It jumped high in the air and rushed towards Song Jian with the momentum of a mountain. At this time, Song Jian was in a bloodthirsty state. Both his attack speed and movement speed increased a lot. Seeing that the mutant crocodile beast began to fight desperately, he knew that the mutant crocodile beast had strong power attributes and was unwilling to fight it head-on. He took a wrong step and moved more than 3 meters to the side. The sky-breaking sword in his hand stabbed at the mutant crocodile beast's ribs at a strange angle. Boom! The mutant crocodile beast held its hands together and hammered hard on the place where Song Jian had stood before, immediately knocking a big pit on the metal ground. The edge of the pit showed radial cracks, spreading towards the surroundings. Seeing this scene, Song Jian was not surprised but happy. The mutant crocodile beast's strength was indeed terrifying, but its agility attribute seemed average. And as its body expanded, its strength further increased, and its agility attribute further decreased. At this time, it was weaker than the general command level boss in terms of attack speed and movement speed, sacrificing agility attributes to increase strength. This is the stupidest way I have ever seen. Song Jian showed a mocking smile on his face, and the sky-breaking sword in his hand stabbed fiercely into the ribs of the mutant crocodile beast. Song Jian could clearly feel that after the sky-breaking sword was slightly obstructed, it successfully penetrated into the body of the mutant crocodile beast. It seemed that after the opponent's body expanded, even its defensive attributes seemed to have dropped significantly. In fact, this change of the mutant crocodile beast was not determined by itself, but a mutation that occurred in repeated experiments. Such mutations once made those researchers very excited. This is also one of the reasons why the mutant crocodile beast can survive among so many research beasts, because it is a proud work in the eyes of the researchers of the underground base. However, those researchers did not know that such a change was a new discovery in terms of cell structure. But in terms of combat effectiveness, it was not increased but decreased. Sacrificing speed and defense in exchange for an increase in strength would only turn the mutant crocodile beast into a sandbag in Song Jian's eyes. And this sandbag seemed a little less durable. Song Jian's speed was originally higher than that of the mutant crocodile beast. After using bloodthirstiness, he crushed the opponent in terms of speed. The mutant crocodile beast was like a strong man who could never find a target. He could only wave his fists randomly in the air, while Song Jian stabbed the sky-breaking sword into its body again and again. Minus 10,000. Minus 12,000. Minus 18,000. With every attack, Song Jian could take away tens of thousands of points of its blood value. But his own blood value did not change at all. On the contrary, because of the bloodthirstiness, every attack would draw a trace of blood power from the mutant crocodile beast. This blood power was originally used to restore his lost blood. But now, without losing his blood value, the absorbed blood power could not be consumed, and it accumulated more and more in Song Jian's body. Finally, this blood power that could not be vented began to impact Song Jian's sea of consciousness, making him fall into a very excited state. As more and more qi and blood were absorbed, the excitement that made people feel happy gradually became crazy. Heal you! Heal you! Song Jian began to laugh, waving the sky-breaking sword randomly, no longer with the exquisite swordsmanship before, but like a reckless man who knew nothing and only knew to swing the sword by instinct and physical strength. Bang! The mutant crocodile beast seemed to have noticed Song Jian's abnormality and punched him in the head. If it was at the beginning of the battle, Song Jian could easily dodge this punch. But now, Song Jian was in a state of excitement, and his mind had begun to lose control of his body. He wanted to dodge, but his body was a little slower. The punch was originally going to hit Song Jian's head, but because he dodged it a little, the mutant crocodile beast's fist finally hit Song Jian's shoulder hard. Crack, crack. A series of fracture sounds came from Song Jian's shoulder. The severe pain made Song Jian couldn't help but groan. His whole body was smashed away like a ball. All the blood and energy accumulated in his body rushed to the injured shoulder. A burning sensation rose from the wound, and it felt hotter and hotter. In the end, it was like a red-hot iron branding the wound. Song Jian took off his clothes and saw that the wound was red. The broken bone seemed to be connected roughly by a pair of invisible hands. Waves of pain, no less than the broken bones, came from the wound, making Song Jian sweat coldly. After a while, the blood and qi in Song Jian's body were exhausted, and the injury on his shoulder was mostly healed. Thinking back to the experience of the blood and qi backlashing the sea of consciousness, Song Jian suddenly felt a chill. However, after the blood and qi flowed into the sea of consciousness, the extreme excitement and pleasure in the spirit made Song Jian want to experience it again. Damn it! This skill is poisonous. Song Jian's face suddenly turned ugly, and now he had the urge to immediately take out the eye of the dire wolf that had turned into a talisman. I was careless. Song Jian sighed, feeling the blood power gradually dissipating in his body, and took out a bottle of healing potion from the package column and poured it into his mouth. At this time, 30 seconds had passed, and the bloodthirsty state disappeared. But the blood value of the mutant crocodile beast was still about half. From this aspect, It can be seen that the bloodthirsty skill is powerful. In just 30 seconds, the blood value of the mutant crocodile beast of nearly 10 million was knocked down by half. But on the other hand, the previous experience of the blood power backlashing the brain, making him crazy, made him very scared. I won't use this skill unless it's absolutely necessary, Song Jian sighed. With a thought, more than 50 spirit swords appeared around his body. Although it was a bit dangerous to use the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation in such a small environment, it was still no problem to summon dozens of controllable spirit swords to assist in the attack. Seeing dozens of spirit swords burning with dark red flames floating around Song Jian, a solemn look suddenly appeared on the face of the mutant crocodile beast. It could also feel the threat emanating from these spirit swords. Die! Song Jian shouted, and his figure rushed towards the mutant crocodile beast like lightning. And the spirit swords floating around his body also made a sharp sound of breaking through the air in an instant, and flew towards the mutant crocodile beast. Chapter 1368 Serum. For a moment, dozens of spiritual swords pierced through the mutant crocodile beast's body like thousands of blades piercing its heart, and then flew out from behind. Song Jian, who was originally rushing towards it, stopped in time, making the mutant crocodile beast, who was originally ready to fight him, show a look of surprise on his face. Just as the mutant crocodile beast was stunned, dozens of spiritual swords, under Song Jian's control, drew arcs in the air and continued to fly towards the mutant crocodile beast from behind. Just one attack made the mutant crocodile beast's blood value drop rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the one hand, it was related to the damage of the spiritual swords, and on the other hand, it was also related to the mutant crocodile beast's defense. Originally, the damage of each spiritual sword was only over 3,000 points, and with the flame damage of the hellfire, it was only over 5,000 points. But on the mutant crocodile beast, each spiritual sword could actually deal 7,000 to 8,000 points of damage. With more than 50 spiritual swords, one attack would deal more than 400,000 points of damage. Song Jian's damage was simply incomparable to it. I can control the spiritual sword to attack. Why do I have to get close to you? Song Jian sneered. The control range of the spiritual sword exceeded 1,000 meters, which was more than enough to kill the crocodile beast in front of him, if it weren't for his lack of control and inability to release all the spiritual swords at once. Otherwise, the mutant crocodile beast in front of him would not be enough for him to chop at once. The most important reason why only more than 50 spiritual swords were summoned was that Song Jian could control more than 50 spiritual swords at will. Like using his arms and fingers, he could attack however he wanted, and from whatever direction he wanted. He could even control some of the spiritual swords to form a sword formation, which caused great trouble to the mutant crocodile beast. For a while, the mutant crocodile beast was completely suppressed. The whole room only heard its constant roars and screams. Countless spiritual swords were like Ling Qi, causing blood arrows to shoot out of the mutant crocodile beast's body. For Song Jian, this battle was much easier than before. Standing more than 10 meters away from the mutant crocodile beast, he could freely control the spiritual swords to attack the mutant crocodile beast. But the mutant crocodile beast could not touch him at all. Even if he wanted to rush over several times, he was forced back by Song Jian's sword formation. The mutant crocodile beast, which originally had insufficient blood and energy, moved slower and slower in its powerless struggles. When it had only 1/5 of blood and energy left, its entire body began to emit a fiery light, and waves of heat burst out from its body, and its muscles began to expand rapidly. Is it going to self-destruct? Song Jian was shocked and quickly accelerated his attack. However, this time the attack of the spirit sword encountered obstacles, and could no longer easily pierce the body of the mutant crocodile beast like before. It was as if in an instant, the body structure of the mutant crocodile beast changed again, and even its flesh and blood became as hard as steel. Ding ding ding. A series of metal collision sounds and sparks flying around made Song Jian give up the attack and retreat. The power of self-detonation in such a small room is much greater than that in an open space. Song Jian is even a little worried that it will collapse the entire underground base. You know, whether it is the 3 potions placed in this room, or the meteorite fragments that may be obtained. Once they are damaged, Song Jian cannot accept it. Song Jian wanted to stop the mutant crocodile beast from self-detonating, but he had no way. Its self-detonation was a set mechanism, and was not controlled by the mutant crocodile beast. From its astonished and desperate eyes, It can be seen that even the mutant crocodile beast may not know that it actually has the skill of self-detonation. Boom! A huge roar sounded in the room. Song Jian had already hidden away, and was standing about 40 to 50 meters away from the room. After a violent shaking, the surroundings became quiet again. Song Jian waited for a while, and walked towards the room where the mutant crocodile beast exploded. Standing at the door, Song Jian smelled a strong smell of blood. When he walked in, he found that the walls of the whole room were all splashed with pieces of black and brown blood. The mutant crocodile beast did not even leave a corpse. No, not to mention the corpse. Even the larger pieces of meat or bones were not left. It seemed that its body, at the moment of self-explosion, was all turned into blood, sprayed to a radius of dozens of meters. Not even a single piece of loot was dropped? After a careful search, Song Jian was disappointed to find that this top-level boss did not leave any loot after death. As for the mutant organs that could improve the pass rating, it was impossible for them to exist. However, perhaps because the mutant crocodile beast exploded, the defense device on the stone platform in the room was destroyed. The thick light curtain that originally covered the surface of the stone platform disappeared, and the 3 potions stored inside were within reach. Maybe this is the loot? Song Jian guessed in his heart, walked forward, picked up the 3 test tubes, and observed them carefully. The liquid in these 3 sealed test tubes showed a clear and transparent light like a ruby. At first glance, it looked like blood, but upon closer inspection, this liquid was 100 times clearer and purer than blood. Controllable biological mutation serum. Song Jian carefully checked the properties of the 3 test tubes. The property is to enhance the potential of organisms and produce mutations that are beneficial to the biological body. Each organism is limited to 1 tube. Excessive use will cause the biological gene to collapse. This should be the research result of the researchers in the underground base. Unfortunately, I don't know what happened in this underground base. So that even if they left, they didn't take it away, Song Jian thought to himself. But he thought of the large number of skeletons in the underground base. I'm afraid that none of the staff of this underground base escaped, and all died here. All items in the assessment world cannot be taken out. They can only be used to improve the pass rating after the assessment. However, if they can be used in the assessment world, the effect cannot be stripped away. Just like if Song Jian does not use these serums now, then after leaving the assessment world, these items will improve the pass rating. If they are used now, the enhanced strength will not be taken away when leaving. Generally speaking, in this situation, the assessors will use the items directly. No one knows whether their assessment will be successful once the main task cannot be completed. Even if you have more precious items, you cannot improve the pass rating, because you have not passed the level at all. All items will disappear. Song Jian thought for a while, opened the Battle Pet interface, and looked at the Black Dragon. At this time, in the Battle Pet interface, a girl in a black gothic dress was lying on the ground and sleeping soundly. Song Jian tried to summon her, but was prompted that the Battle Pet was in advanced sleep and could not be summoned. It has obviously been successfully promoted to the command level. Why is it still sleeping? Song Jian frowned after checking the Black Dragon's attributes. Chapter 1369 Blood Cocoon. Song Jian took out a serum and chose use on the Black Dragon in the Battle Pet space. Soon, the serum in his hand disappeared, and instead, a test tube emitting ruby light appeared in front of the Black Dragon in the Battle Pet space. It was as if an invisible hand pulled out the cork of the sealed test tube. Suddenly, a long and refreshing fragrance floated out of the test tube. The Black Dragon Kamada, who was originally sleeping soundly, suddenly twitched his nose twice, and began to drool in his sleep. After a while, the Black Dragon Kamada opened his dark golden vertical pupils, climbed up from the ground, stretched his waist, wiped the saliva from the corners of his mouth, and looked around in confusion. Soon, she found the red test tube in front of her. The fragrance in her dream came from this test tube. Kamada showed a look of surprise on her face. She grabbed the test tube and poured it into her mouth. This unhesitating action made Song Jian feel a little toothache. If someone tempts her with delicious food, it will be easy to lead her into a trap, or poison her to death directly, Song Jian thought to himself. However, Song Jian also understood that with the strong physique of the Black Dragon, there are probably only a few toxins in the world that will have an effect on her, so she naturally won't worry about being poisoned. Gulp. Kamada drank the whole test tube of serum. and an abnormal blush suddenly appeared on his fair cheeks, as if he was drunk. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly received another system message. System, your battle pet Black Dragon Kamata asks you to fight. Song Jian was stunned. It was the first time he encountered such a situation. The battle pet actually asked to fight. After subconsciously choosing to confirm, a little girl in a black dress appeared in front of Song Jian. Song Jian, give me another bottle of that delicious thing just now. Black Dragon Kamata pulled Song Jian's arm and shook it continuously. This thing. One person can only drink one. Song Jian shook his head and refused. Kamata rolled his eyes and said to Song Jian, Big Stone is not interested in this, and will definitely not drink it. Give me its one. Big Stone? Song Jian was stunned, but soon realized that Kamata should be talking about Stone Man Golem, as Song Jian's other battle pet. Song Jian would naturally prepare a copy for it if there was something good. Can this serum be used by Stone Man? Song Jian hesitated in his heart, but still summoned Stone Man Golem. At this time, Stone Man Golem, like the Black Dragon Kamata, is also a dominant boss strength, and his level is more than 10 levels higher than Kamata. But when the two stand together, it can be clearly felt that Kamata's IQ is several levels higher than Stone Man Golem. Now, Gula can only understand some simple commands, and his intelligence is probably only that of a 3 or 4-year-old child, while Kamata is simply a human spirit. Sometimes, Song Jian feels that he can't keep up with her pace. Gulu, do you want this thing? Kamata patted Gula's body, raised the empty test tube in his hand, and stared at Gula with dark golden vertical pupils. Gula looked at the empty test tube with a puzzled expression. The serum in the test tube had long been drunk by Kamata, and it was as clean as if it had been washed with water more than a dozen times. Gula didn't know what this test tube was used for. With its simple wisdom, it couldn't think of what this test tube might have contained before. Gula shook his head, and Kamata smiled with satisfaction, saying to Song Jian, See, it doesn't like this thing. Give me its share. Just when Song Jian wanted to tell Kamata that one person could only drink one bottle of this serum, and drinking more might kill him, Kamata suddenly showed a painful look on his face, holding his stomach and groaning softly. My stomach hurts so much. Kamata fell to the ground, holding his stomach and rolling on the ground. Song Jian was suddenly a little flustered, and he didn't know what to do. Could it be that the serum had some adverse reaction? At this moment, a red mist began to spread over Kamata's body. Soon, the mist became more and more dense. After a while, it completely wrapped Kamata up, forming an oval red cocoon that looked like an egg. Gula stared at the egg with a curious look in his eyes. He didn't know why Kamata suddenly became like this. He even poked the red cocoon with his fingers as thick as a carrot. Song Jian immediately stopped Gula's behavior. After hesitating for a moment, he took out another test tube, unplugged the sealed bottle stopper, and shook it at Gulu. Gulu, do you want a drink? Song Jian asked. In his opinion, as an earth element creature, Gula should not be interested in biological serum. Gula sniffed hard and seemed to be interested in the serum. He nodded to Song Jian. Song Jian was stunned. Just as he was about to pour the serum in the test tube into Gula's mouth, he suddenly received a system prompt. System, the effect of controllable biological mutation serum on elemental creatures is unknown. It may cause unknown changes. Please use it with caution. Song Jian was stunned and put away the test tube with some regret. It seems that elemental creatures really cannot use serum. Seeing Song Jian put the test tube back, Gula showed a look of grievance on his face. Song Jian patted Gula's body, took out a purple crystal from the parcel column, and threw it into Gula's mouth. Purple crystal is a high-level ore, which is very attractive to the earth element Gulu. After biting the purple crystal into pieces and swallowing it into his stomach, Gulu immediately threw away his previous dissatisfaction and made a flattering sound to Song Jian. Gula's level has been raised to level 120. Unless the grade breaks through again and reaches the legendary level, the level cannot be raised. The purple crystal only adds a few attributes to Gulu. After taking Gulu back to the battle pet space, Song Jian focused his attention on the blood-colored cocoon that the Black Dragon Kamata had transformed into. He didn't know how long this blood-colored cocoon would last. After all, he still needed to search for meteorite fragments. Just as he was hesitating whether to put the blood-colored cocoon into the battle pet space, he heard a squeak sound, and a hole was torn from the inside of the blood-colored cocoon. A jade arm like a white lotus root poked out from the gap of the blood-colored cocoon. Staring at this arm that looked like an adult woman, Song Jian showed a look of surprise on his face. You know, although Kamada has passed through blood inheritance and has broken through to the command level, she is considered an adult in the Dragon Clan. But her body shape has always been that of a 13 or 14-year-old girl. Now this arm is clearly the arm of an adult human woman. How is this possible? Could it be that the mutant serum has accelerated her growth? Song Jian thought to himself, but looking at her, she seems to be naked. Chapter 1370 Meteorite Fragments. Sizzle. With a cracking sound, a woman in a black tights emerged from the blood cocoon, which disappointed Song Jian, who was originally looking forward to it. Looking at the woman's appearance, she seemed familiar. Song Jian stared at her face carefully, and finally found that this seemed to be the appearance of Kamada when she was 18 or 19 years old. Although she became more beautiful, traces of 13 or 14 years old could still be seen between her eyebrows. Kamada? Song Jian tried to call. Kamada came out of the blood cocoon and seemed very excited. She kept looking at her body and arms. When she heard Song Jian calling her, she rolled her eyes at Song Jian, as if she didn't want to pay attention to him. But soon, Kamada seemed to think of something, and quickly showed Song Jian a sweet smile and said to Song Jian, "What do you think of me now?" At this time, Kamada had a tall figure, and she was wearing a close-fitting one-piece suit similar to a bikini swimsuit, with the upper body covering her chest and the lower body reaching her thighs, showing off her beautiful figure. Although she was still a little immature, Song Jian rarely saw such a beautiful woman with such an outstanding figure and appearance, even in TV and movies in the real world. After looking up and down for a while, Song Jian felt his throat was a little dry, and nodded quickly, "Very good. Then can you give me another bottle of the serum just now?" Black Dragon Kamada approached Song Jian, hugged his arm, and stuck to him. And Song Jian suddenly became nervous, and was a little at a loss for a while. In a daze, Song Jian was about to agree to Kamada, but suddenly thought that if Kamada took another potion, his genes might collapse, and he would die immediately. So he suddenly woke up. "Kamada, this serum can only be drunk by one person. If you drink more, it will cause genetic collapse and death," Song Jian said seriously. "I am a dragon, and my physical fitness is dozens or even hundreds of times that of ordinary people." Kamada said unconvinced, "Ordinary people can only drink one. I can drink 100. Everyone is equal in front of genes." Song Jian shook his head and said, "This kind of optimization at the genetic level will not care whether you are an ordinary human or a dragon. It is very dangerous. Kamada, I am not reluctant, but you really can't drink it. And I don't want to lose a fighting partner like you." A glimmer flashed in Kamada's eyes, but soon a very dissatisfied look appeared on her face. She shook Song Jian's arm and snorted coldly, "What's the big deal? If you don't want to drink it, then don't drink it." After that, Kamada began to look around, looking at the walls of the room, which were full of splattered blood, and frowned immediately. "What is this place? It's disgusting. The animals and plants here have mutated because of a meteorite fragment and become stronger. My task is to find this meteorite fragment." Song Jian briefly explained the main task to Kamada. Now that Kamada has woken up, and it seems that her strength has greatly increased, it is natural to use her power to complete the main task. "I feel a strange fluctuation there, which may be the radiation you mentioned. It is very weak, and seems to be wrapped up by something. The fluctuation it emits makes me feel very comfortable," Kamada said, pointing to the front. Song Jian's eyes lit up. Kamada could actually feel the radiation fluctuation of meteorite fragments. This is very helpful for finding meteorite fragments. It is simply a human-shaped radar detector. "Kamada, take me to the source of the radiation fluctuation. That should be the place where the meteorite fragments are stored," Song Jian said with a happy face. Kamada closed her eyes slightly, as if she was sensing something. After a while, she opened her eyes and said to Song Jian, "We are now 30 meters underground. The space here is narrow. I can't use the dragon state. My combat power is only half of that in the dragon state. I feel that there are many powerful creatures at the source of the radiation fluctuation. At that time, if a battle occurs, you will have to rely on yourself." Song Jian was stunned, nodded, and showed a cautious look on his face. The radiation of meteorite fragments is not acceptable to all creatures. If weak creatures are exposed to radiation for a long time, they will become stronger in the beginning. But as time goes by, if their potential is exhausted, the meteorite radiation will change their genes, causing these creatures with exhausted potential to collapse and die. Only those creatures that are originally extremely powerful can accept the radiation of meteorite fragments for a long time. And the longer the exposure time, the stronger their strength will be. Those creatures sensed by Kamada are probably the latter. Maybe they are already king level. That is, legendary mutant creatures. Kamada walked in front, and Song Jian followed closely behind her. After the two walked about 800 to 900 meters, the space in front suddenly became larger. It can be seen that the surrounding area is no longer a man-made underground base, but a huge underground cave. At this time, the top of the head is at least 60 to 70 meters above the ground. Song Jian even heard the sound of an underground river flowing in the distance. It's just in front. Almost there, Kamada said, pointing to the front. Looking forward, there is a simple fence gate in front, surrounded by steel bars, forming a simple wall. But at this time, both the fence gate and the steel wall are twisted and deformed, and damaged beyond recognition, as if they were constantly attacked and trampled by a herd of beasts. Roar, roar, on, on, on. The sound of wild beasts roaring came faintly from afar. It sounded like there were at least 10 of them. If all these beasts were bosses with king-level strength, Song Jian would have to return empty-handed. It's just a world of third-level combat power assessment. The mission items have to be snatched from more than a dozen king-level bosses. The difficulty of this mission is too great, Song Jian thought to himself. If this is true, I'm afraid no one can complete it, unless the assessors of the two camps who enter the assessment world work together. There is a slight possibility. After all, the main task is to obtain items, not to fight and kill more than a dozen legendary king-level bosses. The two crossed the damaged fence and continued to move forward. Soon, an underground lake appeared in front of them. The area of this lake is not large. It looks like only 10 acres. The figures of some huge creatures in the lake are looming. Most of their bodies are hidden in the lake. Only a small part is exposed on the lake surface. But even this small part is already frightening. There is a small island in the middle of the lake. It is called an island, but it is actually just a huge rock. Only a few square meters are exposed on the lake surface. On this huge rock, a fist-sized crystal quietly floats in the void more than a foot high from the rock. The light emitted by this crystal is constantly swallowing and spitting, flashing like a star in the night sky. Quest item: meteorite fragment? Song Jian stared at the crystal in the distance. Even without checking its properties, Song Jian was sure that this was the meteorite fragment in the main quest. So beautiful. Song Jian, I want that thing. Kamada's eyes were full of the reflection of the blue meteorite fragment, and he pointed at it and whispered. Chapter 1371 Kindred. There is an obsessive possessiveness for shiny things, which may be a common problem of the Dragon Clan. When Kamada saw the crystal shining with blue light on the huge rock in the lake, he immediately focused all his attention on it, not realizing how many terrifying monsters were hidden in this underground lake. Song Jian just glanced at the crystal on the rock in the lake, and then focused all his attention on the monsters hidden in the lake. These monsters had no intention of concealing their breath, and they released their terrifying breath unscrupulously. Such a terrifying pressure made Song Jian, who was standing far away, feel a chilling fear. There are at least 3 legendary bosses. Song Jian gritted his teeth and said secretly, Song Jian, I want that. Seeing Song Jian's restless look, his attention seemed to be focused on the lake. Kamada was suddenly a little unhappy, tugged at his sleeves, and repeated his request. Little ant, don't you see that there are so many terrifying monsters in the lake guarding the fragment? Song Jian said helplessly. With his strength, let alone snatching it, even if he gets a little closer, he will probably be attacked by these monsters. After all, judging from their appearance, they seem to be guarding the meteorite fragment together. Humph. These ugly bastards. Do you want to compete with me for treasures? Kamada snorted arrogantly, with a dangerous look in his eyes. In the eyes of the Dragon Clan, they are high-ranking predators, and other creatures are their food. This is the pride of their own bloodline, which has nothing to do with strength. Song Jian was speechless. You know, even after taking the serum, Kamada is still at the peak of the command level and has not taken that critical step. For the Dragon Clan, it takes at least thousands of years to become a legend, and the serum has greatly shortened this time after optimizing Kamada's bloodline genes. At this time, Kamada has already touched the threshold of legend with 1 foot. Perhaps it only takes one epiphany or another opportunity to enter the legendary realm thousands of years earlier than other dragons of the same age. But no matter what, Kamada doesn't have the strength of a legendary realm now. Even if he can fight against 1 or 2 monsters in the early legendary realm in the lake, he can't face the siege of 3 legendary realm bosses at the same time. What's more, there are not only 3 legendary realm bosses in the lake, but also more than 10 bosses at the peak of the command level, with such a strong strength. Let alone Kamada. Even the dragon priests in the dragon god temple would feel difficult to face so many powerful enemies. Kamada, how about you lead them all out, and I'll take the fragment away? Song Jian asked tentatively. Then you got the fragment. Can you give it to me? Kamada's dark golden vertical pupils flickered, and she looked at Song Jian innocently. Yes. Can you? Song Jian wiped the cold sweat and said, You know, if it is really a meteorite fragment, it is a task item, and it must be handed in at that time. But before handing it in, you can give Kamada a while to play with it. As for the disappearance of the meteorite fragment after leaving this assessment world, it has nothing to do with him. Song Jian looked at Kamada's happy face, and suddenly felt guilty for deceiving the little girl. Kamada walked towards the lake step by step, while Song Jian performed the abyss concealment technique, hid aside, and quietly waited for Kamada to lead all the monsters in the lake away. About 30 meters away from the lake, a roar sounded from the lake, and a head, as big as a house, slowly emerged from the lake. This boss had a long neck and looked a bit like the legendary plesiosaur. This monster was one of the 3 legendary bosses sensed by Song Jian. After it sensed the existence of Kamada, it roared at her in protest. The other bosses also immediately sensed Kamada approaching, and roared in her direction. Some violent monsters even rushed out of the lake and pounced on Kamada. Kamada snorted coldly, and a pair of dark golden vertical pupils shone with dazzling light. The pride of the dragon clan made her feel angry and humiliated when facing the attacks of these strange beasts. Since when did these ordinary creatures dare to show their fangs and claws in front of the dragon clan? Kamada continued to take 2 steps forward, and soon, a terrifying black dragon figure appeared in front of all the monsters. At this time, Kamada was more than 10 meters tall, and his body was about 17 or 18 meters long. The edges of the originally black scales actually showed a faint golden light, which made the originally ferocious black dragon suddenly feel a bit sacred. Feeling the unobstructed peak-level aura released from the black dragon Kamada, several bosses that were originally rushing towards her suddenly stopped, looking at Kamada with doubts, and became a little hesitant for a while. Kamada let out a crisp dragon roar, took the initiative to attack these bosses, spewed a breath of dragon towards them, and then, like a train, rushed towards them with a strong body, facing creatures that dared to hand over their claws to the dragon. The reaction of the dragon clan was like this: to completely destroy them. Even facing 3 bosses with the same peak level strength of the dominance level, Kamada was not afraid and fought with them. Facing Kamada in the state of a dragon, these bosses seemed a little timid. After enduring some attacks from Kamada, they all made a sad cry like begging for mercy. However, Kamada didn't care and looked like he was going to tear them apart. Kamada's ferocious appearance seemed to make the 3 legendary bosses feel a little dissatisfied. In addition to the legendary boss that looked like a plesiosaur, the other 2 legendary bosses also slowly floated up from the lake. One of them was a giant python with a single horn on its head, and the other was a huge blue-black lizard. Their bodies were dozens of times larger than ordinary creatures of the same kind. The 3 of them alone occupied nearly half of the area of the entire lake. The 3 legendary bosses roared at the black dragon Kamada together. But what surprised Song Jian was that after seeing the black dragon Kamada reveal its giant dragon form, these 3 bosses did not take the initiative to attack her, and did not even have a trace of killing intention. The reason why they were dissatisfied with her now seemed to be because Kamada wanted to kill the monsters that took the initiative to attack her. After crushing a monster's head, biting a monster's throat, and throwing the last monster's body full of scars into the lake, Kamada roared proudly to all the monsters in the lake, as if making some kind of declaration to them. Originally, Song Jian thought that after Kamada took the initiative to attack, the monsters in the lake would be angered. Unexpectedly, when she killed 3 monsters and even began to provoke other monsters, the 3 legendary bosses that should have been angered slowly retreated back to the lake, and the other monsters hid far away, looking at the black dragon Kamada with fearful eyes. The plesiosaur-like boss called out to Kamata a few times, as if to convey some information to her, and then slowly sank to the bottom of the lake. Kamata stood at the edge of the lake, looked at the bosses in the lake with some doubts, and then turned his head to look at where Song Jian was. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Do they regard Kamata as their own kind? Song Jian suddenly felt a toothache. Looking at the meteorite fragments on the rocks in the middle of the lake, he was speechless. Chapter 1372 Taking Serum. Kamata felt a little strange. She didn't feel any hostility from these strange beasts. After hesitating for a moment, she tried to walk towards the lake and found that no strange beast attacked her, and some of them even gave her a large space in the lake. Song Jian watched Kamata's body disappear into the lake. The lake didn't look big, but it was very deep, and it directly submerged Kamata's body to the top. Because it was Song Jian's battle pet, Song Jian could also use Kamata's senses to perceive her environment. Song Jian could vaguely feel that the lake was bottomless and much deeper than he imagined. After entering the lake, Kamata slowly swam towards the rock in the middle of the lake. In her opinion, this crystal that was shining with blue light should be kept by her alone. When she was about 10 meters away from the center of the lake, 3 legendary bosses suddenly poked their heads out and growled at her, as if to stop her from getting closer. In this underground lake, the more powerful the beast, the closer it is to the meteorite fragment. There are only these 3 legendary bosses within 10 meters of the meteorite fragment. And the reason why Kamata can get close to the 10-meter range is because these 3 legendary bosses recognized her strength. Although she is only at the peak of the command level now, she possesses the purest dragon blood. The other 3 legendary bosses also have some thin dragon blood flowing in their bodies. For Kamata, they feel the natural suppression from their blood. In a real battle, Kamata is not much weaker than them. Therefore, the 3 beasts tacitly acknowledge that Kamata has the same right to get close to the 10-meter range of the meteorite fragment as them. However, this does not mean that they are willing to let Kamata take the meteorite fragment alone. The 3 beasts actually also have the idea of taking it alone. But after a fierce fight, the 3 beasts have not overwhelmed the strength of the other 2 beasts. So the current situation of 3 parties confronting and sharing at the same time has been formed. They are willing to let Kamata share the meteorite fragments, but they will never let Kamata take the meteorite fragments alone. Seeing that Kamata continues to approach the meteorite fragments, they have already touched their bottom line. So the 3 beasts emerge together to prevent Kamata from getting closer. Roar. Kamata let out an angry dragon roar at the 3 beasts. In her opinion, these 3 beasts are not qualified to compete with her for the meteorite fragments. But when the 3 beasts unite and release the pressure, they directly imprison Kamata and prevent her from moving forward. No matter how Kamata struggled, he could not compete with the 3 legendary beasts. In desperation, Kamata could only stop and look at the meteorite fragments 10 meters away, with unwillingness in his eyes. At this time, Song Jian was shocked that these beasts could accept the existence of the black dragon Kamata. Maybe it was because of Kamata's own strong strength. Or maybe it was because she took a mutant serum and was stained with the same breath as these beasts, so that these beasts recognized that Kamata was one of them. Thinking of this, Song Jian's eyes lit up, and he took out a test tube shining with ruby light from the parcel column. Thinking to himself, if I also take a serum, will they also think I am the same kind? If this is really possible, as long as Song Jian is within 10 meters, he will be able to rush to the center of the lake within 2 seconds, take away the meteorite fragments, and then hide in the broken kingdom of God. Song Jian believes that as long as the meteorite fragments are gone, these strange beasts will naturally disperse in a short time. Thinking of this, Song Jian opened the stopper of the test tube and poured the serum into his mouth. After entering his mouth, Song Jian found that this serum did not have the fishy smell of blood, but instead had a light grassy fragrance. When poured into his mouth, it was like a cool liquid that went down the esophagus into the stomach. It's still quite delicious. Song Jian smacked his lips and said to himself. At this moment, a hot breath suddenly surged out of his stomach. This breath spread to all parts of Song Jian's body at a very fast speed. Under his skin, a spiderweb-like red mark slowly emerged, making Song Jian feel a pain that touched his soul. Caught off guard, Song Jian couldn't help but let out a low roar. With this roar, a hot flame spewed out of his mouth. After a while, all the hair on his body began to curl and dry slowly, and then all turned to ashes. A trace of blood and energy seeped out from his pores, floating in the air, looking like countless tiny tentacles. Soon, The threads of these red auras became more and more numerous, condensing and entangled with each other, and finally formed a bloody cocoon, which looked almost exactly the same as the cocoon formed by the Black Dragon Kamata before. At this time, Song Jian had already lost his self-consciousness due to the pain, and the whole person was in a daze, as if he was dead. After an unknown amount of time, Song Jian suddenly felt a little suffocated, and the space around him was a little narrow, as if he was wrapped in a tough membrane. Is it possible that I have traveled through time and space, and am now in my mother's belly? Such a thought suddenly occurred to Song Jian. At this moment, Song Jian vaguely heard a few roars of strange beasts, and finally came to his senses, realizing that he was still in the cave of the underground base. I took the mutant serum. Song Jian recalled everything and realized that he should be wrapped in a blood cocoon like the Black Dragon Kamata before. Reaching out and grabbing the tough membrane that wrapped him, he tore it hard. With a sizzle, Song Jian suddenly felt that his breathing was much smoother. He crawled out from the torn gap, and the blood cocoon that originally wrapped him began to slowly dissolve and seep into the ground, leaving only a pool of dark brown marks on the spot. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly found that he was naked, and all his equipment was automatically put into the parcel column, without even a piece of underwear. Before, Black Dragon Kamata had at least a layer of close-fitting clothes. How come I am naked? Song Jian felt a little cold, and hurriedly put on all his clothes from the parcel column. At this time, Song Jian found that his body seemed to have become lighter. When he opened his personal attributes, Song Jian showed a look of surprise on his face. Ha! This serum is so powerful! Song Jian couldn't help shouting. At this time, all his attributes increased by 20 to 30 points, which is equivalent to a serum that increased his attribute points by hundreds of points. Although these attribute points are randomly allocated, these attribute points alone are equivalent to him completing an A+ level or above combat power assessment. In other words, even if he fails this assessment, it is still a huge profit. However, the meteorite fragments are already in sight. Even if he wants to fail this assessment, it will probably be difficult. Song Jian smiled and walked towards the lake with full confidence. At this time, the 5 assessors from the human camp have discovered the peripheral facilities of the underground base, and are approaching slowly, with a vigilant look on their faces. Their every move is monitored by the alien beast Thunder Eagle flying high in the sky, and they can report the situation of these people to Song Jian at any time. Chapter 1373 Opening the Supply Box. Here, is this the underground base of the Koblon Company? A human camp examiner, with a broken hand said in surprise. Outside the base, there is a clear Koblon Company logo. The meteorite fragments should be here. But where did Song Jian go? Duoya looked around in confusion. Their strength has been greatly reduced now, and they dare not provoke the huge forces in the assessment world again. Duoya, the meteorite fragments should be in this underground base of the Koblon Company. Maybe Song Jian has already entered. Should we go in and take a look? A examiner next to him whispered. This is not a place we can force our way in. Duoya smiled bitterly. If the examiners in the human camp were in their peak condition, she would dare to give it a try. But now? Duoya, I can feel that there seems to be no one guarding the periphery of this base. A examiner in the human camp said suddenly with his eyes slightly closed. Coleman, are you sure? Duoya frowned and asked in a low voice. Coleman has a special reconnaissance ability, which allows him to detect the vitality emanating from the enemy's body from a long distance. The vitality is different from the breath and cannot be hidden. The more powerful the creature, the more surging the vitality. With this ability, Coleman, a scout in the human camp team, led them to avoid many powerful beasts. No one. There is no life on the ground of the entire base. Coleman checked it carefully again and said affirmatively, Let's go and take a look. Duoya made a decision immediately, and the group walked quickly towards the periphery of the base. After entering the base, the few people immediately found the unopened supply boxes, and each of them showed a look of surprise in their eyes. Open it and take a look. There may be good things inside, Duoya said, and the other people immediately stepped forward and began to dismantle the supply boxes on the base. The mutant Thunder Eagle Patchaw looked at the group of people dismantling the supply boxes, and anger suddenly appeared in his eyes. He was the first to discover these supply boxes, and they dared to rob him. However, Patchaw didn't dare to compete with these people now. With his current strength, he couldn't be the opponent of these 5 people, especially the only woman in the team. who exuded a terrifying aura. Her strength was far from simple. Patshaw watched the 5 people open the ropes on the supply boxes one by one, and then used an electronic card to open the password lock on the supply box after a simple operation, which made Patshaw jealous. After the password lock was opened, the 4 corners of the supply box suddenly made a sound, and white gas rose from the 4 corners. And at the same time, a sound of pressure relief was heard. The supply box was slowly opened and laid on the ground, exposing the supplies inside. It was full of military supplies, firearms, bulletproof vests, high-explosive grenades, bullets, and even 3 single-person surface-to-air missile equipment. Kuehl, you did a good job. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have these supplies. Doya smiled and praised her companion, who had just used an electronic card to unlock the password lock. Kuehl was originally in a weak state due to his injury. Hearing Doya's praise, a smug smile appeared on his face. However, at this time, he seemed very humble. He waved his hand and said, I have encountered this situation before, so I prepared a universal password card. As long as it is this kind of electronic lock, there is no problem. But if it is a mechanical lock, this electronic card is useless. These weapons can at least double our strength. When we meet the aliens, we can give them a hard time. Haha. Not only that, these things can improve the pass rating. With so many, at least we can all upgrade a small level. There are 5 more supply boxes. Let's open them together. We're really rich this time. The examiners of the human camp laughed loudly. Their laughter made the Thunder Eagle Patshaw in the sky even more angry. He even wanted to summon lightning to kill all these examiners of the human camp. Sir, they have opened all the supply boxes and found a lot of good stuff. Patshaw passed the scene he saw to Song Jian through the power of the pet contract. Suddenly, Song Jian found the scene that Patshaw saw in his eyes and his mind. Song Jian smiled slightly. It seems that these guys really found a lot of good things in those supply boxes. In addition to guns, there are also a lot of daily supplies, food, clean water, and even medicine. 2 human camp examiners with broken palms found several injections in the supply box. After using them, the broken palms actually grew back, which surprised Song Jian. However, considering that this Kabbalan company was able to develop a serum that can control mutations, it is not so surprising that they developed a drug that can regenerate severed limbs. What a lucky group of people. Song Jian smiled, and after giving Patshaw an order to continue investigating, he began to slowly adapt to his stronger body. The increase of hundreds of attribute points has increased Song Jian's strength by at least 1/3. Now he is simply a humanoid beast. More importantly, Song Jian feels that the effect of this serum has not been fully exerted, and the improved physical fitness is probably only the most superficial thing. Song Jian has not yet noticed the deeper genetic mutations, but he believes that as time goes by, when the effect of this serum is fully released, he may also have some unexpected superpowers. It's really exciting. Song Jian was full of strength at this time. He swung his fist vigorously, and an air explosion sounded in the air. Song Jian had adapted to the sudden increase in strength, and walked towards the lake. He didn't know whether he could get the recognition of these beasts after taking the serum. If not, he would kill a few beasts, attract the attention of the 3 legendary beasts, lead them away, and let the Black Dragon Kamata take the meteorite fragment. With 3 legendary strongmen guarding, even if the assessors of the human camp or the assessors of the beast camp came together, it would be impossible to attack from the front. Kill them, and obtain the meteorite fragments. They must be led away. Sensing Song Jian's approach, some of the strange beasts on the edge of the lake began to become uneasy, and they surfaced and made threatening growls. Song Jian's eyes lit up. These strange beasts did not take the initiative to attack him after discovering him. This was an excellent phenomenon. Obviously, the serum he took began to work. Chapter 1374 Killing. Song Jian slowly came to the lakeside, and could clearly see that the eyes of the strange beasts at the edge of the underground lake showed a puzzled look. Although Song Jian had a familiar smell on his body, as a human, he was still very different from the strange beasts. Roar! The legendary beast that looked like a plesiosaur suddenly floated up from the bottom of the lake, roared angrily at Song Jian, and swam towards him quickly. In just a few seconds, the legendary beast rushed to the shore. As it approached, Song Jian suddenly felt his skin tighten, and the air suddenly became a little more humid. Ding! Song Jian heard a strange sound, and a drop of water suddenly appeared out of thin air, like a bullet, shooting towards Song Jian, scratching a bloody mark on his cheek, and then disappeared. Song Jian was surprised. This kind of attack was hard to defend against. The drop of water seemed to appear out of thin air in front of him, not giving him any chance to dodge. With a thought in his mind, Song Jian involuntarily opened the delusion-breaking divine eye between his eyebrows. Suddenly, a large number of densely packed water drops with pointed fronts and round backs suddenly appeared in the empty void. The tails of these water drops were connected by a thread as thin as a hair. Looking along the thread, these threads were all emitted from the body of this plesiosaur beast. What kind of power is this? Song Jian was surprised. At this moment, one of the silk threads suddenly trembled violently, and with a ding sound, the silk thread broke apart, and the water drop bound at the front flew towards Song Jian again. This time, the water drop aimed at Song Jian's forehead. Hum! With a cold snort, Song Jian's face sank, and the delusion-breaking divine eye at the center of his eyebrows burst into a brilliant light, directly hitting the water drop, evaporating it completely. At the same time, this beam of light shot towards the plesiosaur beast, like a sharp blade, cutting a 3-foot-long wound on its long neck. For a moment, blood splashed, and the plesiosaur beast was immediately furious. Ding, ding, ding. A series of explosions sounded in Song Jian's ears, and countless silk threads trembled violently. For a moment, hundreds of water drops were ready to go, covering a large area in front of Song Jian. These looked like water drops, but in fact they were extremely hard. With Song Jian's defense, they could easily penetrate his body. If he hadn't seen their appearance before, Song Jian would definitely be seriously injured by this move. But now, Song Jian didn't have too much time to dodge. With a thought, thousands of spiritual swords appeared on the surface of Song Jian's body, and began to rotate around Song Jian. A dazzling dark red flame lotus slowly bloomed in front of Song Jian. This time, Song Jian used the red lotus sword formation without locking onto any target. So the sword formation was only deployed in the normal form, and the range barely protected Song Jian alone. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Almost all the water droplets shot towards Song Jian at the same time. Song Jian saw that these water droplets flew in the void for a while before slowly appearing. The previous part of the flight that broke away from the silk thread was just like the first 3 seconds of his soul walk, and it seemed to be in a different plane of trajectory. After these water droplets broke away from the different plane, they were less than 1 meter away from Song Jian. With such a short distance, even if Song Jian's physical fitness was further improved due to the serum, it was impossible for him to dodge them all. This ability is close to divine power. How can this beast be so powerful? Song Jian was surprised, also. Why is it the only one that attacked me directly when it saw me? The other 2 legendary beasts seemed to be not interested in me at all. Song Jian realized through the Black Dragon Kamata that the other 2 legendary beasts were still deep in the underground lake, constantly absorbing the radiation energy emitted by the meteorite fragments, and were not moved by his appearance at all. Seeing the anger in the eyes of the plesiosaur beast in front of him, Song Jian seemed to understand a little. It seemed that this beast had been transformed, and those researchers should have caused great harm to it, which also made it full of anger towards humans. Seeing Song Jian, it ignored the familiar smell emanating from him and attacked directly. Clang, 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 boom, boom. Countless water drops hit the rotating dark red flame lotus sword formation, splashing sparks. Song Jian saw that lotus leaves were constantly broken into pieces by water drops, turning into broken spiritual swords that fell down, slowly turning into light spots and disappearing. There were fewer and fewer lotus leaves, and fewer water drops hitting them. In the end, only a few lotus leaves were left in the lotus sword formation, which still barely existed, while all the water drops disappeared. At this moment, the lotus sword formation suddenly collapsed. Just when the plesiosaur beast was surprised, a sharp long sword suddenly appeared above its head and chopped it down fiercely. Just when the plesiosaur beast had no time to dodge and could only use its huge body to block it, Song Jian suddenly rushed towards it with the sky-breaking sword in his hand. A trace of chaotic sword energy in his body flowed quickly. This time, it seemed that because of the improvement of his physical fitness, the burning feeling brought by this chaotic sword energy to him was much lessened. At the same time, his control was also improved, and it became easier to perform the sky-breaking style. Snap! The red lotus sword fell by the neck of the plesiosaur. If it had not dodged in time, this blow would have directly cut off its head. Although it only rubbed it, it also caused great pain to the plesiosaur beast. Just as it let out an angry roar, a long-handled battle axe suddenly appeared in the air and chopped it fiercely. The aura of annihilation filled the air. The plesiosaur beast seemed to have missed something. A look of despair appeared in its eyes, and it quickly retreated towards the underground lake. Just as it was about to approach the lake shore, the sword energy of the battle axe chopped fiercely at its body. In an instant, the plesiosaur beast's body suddenly stiffened, and there was not a trace of blood gushing out of the wound. The battle axe, after cutting into its body, disappeared without any sound. However, at this moment, a large amount of gray fine sand suddenly gushed out from the wound of the plesiosaur beast. In an instant, its entire body collapsed like a sculpture made of sand, and with a crash, it scattered on the shore of the lake. Song Jian took a few deep breaths, feeling a little stuffy in his chest. The aftereffects of using open heaven with all his strength this time were much lighter than before. If it weren't for the insufficient sword energy, Song Jian felt that he could bear it even if he used it twice in a row. System, you killed a king-level boss beast. You are very brave. And your pass rating has been improved. Congratulations. Your pass rating can be increased by 1 level cumulatively. Sure enough, it is easier to get an improvement in the assessment rating by killing a legendary boss, Song Jian said in his heart. For a moment, he was full of confidence and felt that the remaining 2 legendary boss beasts would no longer hinder him from completing the task. Just as Song Jian was about to continue walking towards the lake, he suddenly saw a golden bead appear next to the plesiosaur that had been shattered into fine sand. A faint fragrance emanated from the bead, which immediately made people want to swallow it in one gulp. Chapter 1375 Inner Elixir. Hualala. The lake water suddenly boiled, and countless beasts rushed towards the direction where Song Jian was. Song Jian couldn't help but take 2 steps back. After a moment, he realized that the target of these beasts was the golden bead that the plesiosaur beast exploded. At this moment, a roar sounded from the lake, and the giant python with a single horn suddenly poked out of the water, with its upper body raised high, and its cold eyes were also locked on the golden bead. On the other side, the giant lizard beast was like a crocodile, with only a pair of eyes exposed above the water. Most of its body was hidden in the lake, and its eyes were also staring at the golden bead. What is this? Could it be that this is the inner elixir of the plesiosaur beast? Song Jian was surprised. At this time, those beasts at the top of the command level surrounded the bead, but they were all 3 or 4 meters away from the bead. No one dared to get closer. They all looked at the other beasts with a covetous look. At this time, Song Jian saw that the number of beasts that kept crawling out of the lake had exceeded 30. These huge beasts surrounded the golden bead layer by layer, and even squeezed Song Jian out. There are so many beasts hidden in this lake? Song Jian was surprised. He originally thought that there were only a dozen beasts at the top of the command level and 3 legendary beasts in the lake. But now there were more than 30 beasts coming out, and there were still a steady stream of beasts floating out of the lake. How deep is this lake? There are so many strange beasts hidden. Song Jian suddenly felt his hands and feet sweating. The violent auras emanating from these strange beasts were entangled with each other. The pressure had caused a vortex of air mass to appear above the cave. The terrifying aura was like a huge rock, pressing on every creature present. But no strange beast wanted to retreat. An inner pill of a legendary beast was enough to allow these beasts at the peak of the command level to break through and reach a new realm. This was a treasure that these beasts dreamed of, and they would fight for it even if they died. On the other side, the one-horned giant python also swam over slowly. All the strange beasts that blocked its way were swallowed into its stomach one by one. Its originally sturdy body almost grew twice as big. The terrifying power made the strange beasts surrounding the golden inner pill tremble in fear and make way. Soon, the one-horned giant python swam to the inner pill, lowered its head, and sniffed it slightly, then opened its mouth and showed its sharp fangs, trying to swallow the inner pill. Its action caused the surrounding beasts at the peak of the domination realm to become agitated, but no beast dared to stop it. At this moment, the giant lizard beast behind it suddenly roared, and 2 bright green lights burst out from its eyes, like rays, shooting towards the one-horned giant python beast. The one-horned giant python beast seemed to have anticipated this attack long ago, and its long tail directly rolled up the beast closest to it and threw it towards the 2 green rays. Roar! The innocent beast let out a desperate roar, lost control of its body, and crashed into the two green rays. Suddenly, the two green rays disappeared in its body. After a while, the beast turned into a crystal as clear as glass. It drew an arc in the air and fell to the ground, instantly breaking into pieces. Song Jian's heart trembled, and he thought to himself, Is this a petrifying ray? No, it's not petrification, but crystallization. This ability is the same as the water drop released by the plesiosaur before, and they are both very terrifying. Being able to crystallize a top-level beast effortlessly is equivalent to killing it instantly. With such power, even Song Jian felt terrified. The upper half of the unicorn python slowly turned around and stared at the giant lizard in the lake. Killing intent emerged from its eyes. And on the other side, the giant lizard slowly emerged from the water. Song Jian discovered that the giant lizard that had been hidden in the lake was even bigger than he had imagined. The whole body, including the long tail, was more than 8 meters long, and it looked like a heavy tank. Hiss. The unicorn python made a snake-like hissing sound, as if protesting to the giant lizard. But the giant lizard did not make any sound. Even when it stepped onto the lakeshore, it only left clear footprints on the sand on the lakeshore, without any footsteps. Such a huge body seemed to have no weight at all. This abnormal conflict of vision and hearing made Song Jian feel a little uncomfortable. Could it be that this is also a modified beast? Song Jian narrowed his eyes and stared at the giant lizard beast's every move. He felt that the strength of this giant lizard beast seemed to be stronger than the one-horned python. From the confrontation between the two beasts, Song Jian could also find that the one-horned python seemed to be very afraid of the giant lizard beast. Seeing it come ashore, the one-horned python also looked cautious and could not help but slowly move to the side. Seeing the giant lizard beast approaching the golden inner pill without any scruples, the murderous intent in the eyes of the one-horned python became stronger and stronger. When the giant lizard beast was 3 meters away from the inner pill, the one-horned python suddenly launched an attack, and with its body raised high, it pounced on the giant lizard beast like lightning. Suddenly, the two huge beasts wrestled together. The giant lizard bit the unicorn python fiercely, and blood splattered everywhere. The unicorn python also entangled the giant lizard beast's body tightly, constantly squeezing it inward, as if it was trying its best to strangle it. The two beasts fought fiercely, and the aftermath of the battle immediately crushed several beasts around them that could not dodge into a pool of blood and flesh. Song Jian felt it was a pity to see that killing these beasts could improve the pass assessment evaluation. If he let the two beasts kill him, he would not get any benefit at all. Although the strength of the two beasts was slightly different, it was also limited. The battle could not be decided for a while, but their fighting range was always around the golden inner pill, which also eliminated the possibility of other beasts taking the opportunity to swallow it. Song Jian had already hidden far away at this time. Seeing the two beasts fighting for an inner pill, he was extremely happy. After the battle between the two beasts, no matter who won or lost, they would no longer be Song Jian's opponent. At that time, it would be easy for Song Jian to get the meteorite fragment. Thinking of this, Song Jian couldn't help but look at the huge rock in the middle of the lake, and suddenly found that a figure was slowly approaching the meteorite fragment. Kamata? Song Jian was stunned, watching Kamata swallow the meteorite fragment into his stomach. Chapter 1376 Exit. Just as Kamata swallowed the meteorite fragments, all the examinees in the assessment world received a system message. System, the meteorite fragments of the main task item have been damaged, and the subsequent main tasks have been forced to be terminated. Everyone's main task has failed. The assessment pass rating has been reduced by 3 levels. Everyone's stay in the assessment world will be extended to 3 days, and the assessment will end after 3 days. At the moment of receiving the system message, nearly 20 people from the Inhumans were constantly fighting in the ruins that had just been discovered. There was actually a huge tribe living in this ruins. Every step forward required killing a large number of monsters, and only those bosses above the elite level would increase the pass rating of these monsters slightly, and ordinary monsters could not increase the pass rating. However, because of the existence of the Golden Side quest, the Inhuman assessors did not have many complaints and kept fighting hard. What? The main quest items were destroyed? One of the Inhuman assessors shouted in surprise. The quest items were also destroyed? Those assessors from the human camp are simply trash. I thought they would get a bargain in this assessment, but they couldn't pass it even if they were given it. Ha ha ha. After failing the main quest, They didn't kick us out immediately. This is the first time I've encountered this. I'm so lucky. It's probably because we accepted the gold side mission. And we were given 3 days to complete the mission. In the end, the human camp assessor was still lucky enough to be kicked out immediately. If they were demoted 3 levels, they couldn't even complete the main mission. If they were demoted 3 levels, they would definitely fail the assessment. It's better to fail and leave now. Don't laugh at them. If they can't complete this gold side mission, we can't stand being demoted 3 levels. What are you afraid of? We originally planned to give up the main mission and were prepared to fail the assessment. But now we have a chance to complete the assessment. It's a big profit. Yes, as long as you complete this golden side mission, the pass evaluation will be very high. At that time, you can pass the assessment by killing a few alien beasts. That's right. But there are too many ghosts. What treasures are hidden here? The content of the mission is not clear. Who cares? Kill them all. The target of the golden side mission will naturally appear. This group of ghosts is not strong except for their large numbers. We can completely kill them all. Just when the assessors of the alien camp were in high spirits, the 5 assessors of the human camp were all stunned and collapsed on the periphery of the base. How? How could it be destroyed? What on earth is Song Jian doing? He can't even protect the mission items. A human assessor roared in despair. Originally, they placed all their hopes on Song Jian, but they didn't expect that the mission items would be destroyed in the end. And they were demoted 3 levels in a row. It's not a 3-level demolition. It's a punishment from B level to E level, which is not something they can bear, although they obtained a large amount of supplies. These supplies can only increase their evaluation by 1 or 2 levels at most during the pass evaluation. Not even 1 level. In addition, the main task failed, so it was impossible for them to pass this combat power assessment in just 3 days. Even if we complete the main mission, the pass rating can only reach C level at most. With these supplies and the monsters we killed before, we can only barely reach B level. Now that the main mission has failed, and we have been demoted 3 levels, we can't even reach the lowest C level rating. There is no point in continuing this assessment. A human camp assessor who had just recovered from his injuries calmly analyzed, even if we use these 3 days to work hard to kill those monsters and improve the pass rating, I'm afraid we can only barely reach C level. Such an evaluation is meaningless. After saying that, he glanced at the other 4 companions, put the supplies he had just obtained on the ground one by one, and then said calmly, I will withdraw from this assessment and prepare to reapply in 3 months. Goodbye, everyone. After saying that, his figure slowly disappeared. Obviously, he had given up this assessment and left the assessment world. The other 4 people became silent. The excitement of finding a large amount of supplies disappeared. They were downgraded 3 levels. This was a situation they had never encountered before. It was like a heavy hammer that directly smashed their confidence that had just been restored. Doya, let's come back in 3 months. This time, there is no chance. Another assessor sighed, shook his head, put all the supplies he had found on the ground, waved to the remaining people, and also exited the assessment world. After a while, one person exited the assessment world, looking at the supplies on the ground. Doya looked at the other person and saw that he had not exited yet. She said indifferently, Noah, everyone has left and surrendered. Why don't you exit? There are still 3 days left. Why are you in such a hurry? Noah shrugged his shoulders and began to pick up the supplies thrown away by the other 3 people one by one and put them into the parcel column. Although these supplies are not small, the quality is average. Even if they can improve the pass rating, they can only be improved by 1 or 2 levels at most, which is not enough for the 3rd level of punishment. Noah glanced at Doya, pursed his lips at her and said, the rest is for you. If you don't quit. Humph. Even if you all quit. I won't. Doya snorted. Why? You are so confident in that God's blessed one. Do you think he can turn the tables? Noah laughed and said, before, Tyr had the same idea as you. But what was the result? Tyr was the first to be kicked out of the assessment. Do you still dare to believe in that God's blessed one? Doya suddenly fell silent, sighed and said, if we were not so selfish, we would have completed the main task by now. With these supplies, we can at least pass the assessment with an A or even A+ rating. As she said that, Doya silently picked up the remaining supplies and continued to walk towards the empty base. Noah also became silent. His face was livid. And after a long time, he snorted coldly, tightened his weapon in his hand, and followed behind Doya. Soon, the figures of the two were shrouded by the huge shadow of the base and disappeared. And all of this was transmitted to Song Jian through the eyes of the Thunder Eagle Beast Pat Shaw. At this time, Song Jian did not care to check the picture transmitted to him by Pat Shaw, but looked at the black dragon in the distance with horror. The black dragon Kamata, who swallowed the meteorite fragments, seemed to be crazy at this time, rolling in the lake, and his body kept hitting the huge rock in the middle of the lake. After a while, the rock was smashed to pieces, and Kamata's body also had wounds. At this time, the two legendary beasts that were fighting together relaxed at the same time after Kamata swallowed the meteorite fragments, and even ignored the golden inner elixir on the ground. Looking towards the lake together, they stared at the black dragon rolling in pain in the lake, and their eyes showed angry flames, and they pounced on the black dragon Kamata together. Chapter 1377 Going Crazy. After swallowing the meteorite fragment, the black dragon Kamata suddenly felt a sharp pain all over her body, and as time went on, the pain became stronger and stronger, as if a sharp blade was cutting her skin piece by piece, and the pain was almost like slow slicing, making Kamata wish she could faint right now. But for some reason, no matter how severe the pain was, she couldn't faint, as if this protective mechanism of her body had completely failed. She could only continue to endure the increasing pain and wanted to vent it with a roar. At this moment, two legendary beasts pounced on her at the same time. Kamata's eyes were full of bloodshot due to the pain, and her mind was about to be drowned by the pain. The two beasts pounced on her and kept biting her body. Their biting caused Kamata to counterattack instinctively. Kamata was originally good at fighting with hot dragon breath and dragon magic, but now, she was like a wild beast, fighting with the two beasts with only fangs and claws. The two beasts wanted to tear open the black dragon's body and take out the meteorite fragments again, while the black dragon, who had been tortured by pain and went crazy, wanted to use this battle to vent his pain. Although he was weaker and outnumbered, Kamata did not retreat at all, and had almost no defense. When the two beasts bit her, she also bit the other party fiercely. Injury for injury, life for life. This was the most dangerous battle Song Jian had ever seen. He wanted to step forward to help, but just after taking 2 steps forward, he received a strange system prompt. System: your battle pet Black Dragon Kamata is in a special evolutionary state. Your intimacy with her has been temporarily closed. Once you get close to her, or give her any instructions, you may be attacked indiscriminately by her. Fuck. What's going on? Song Jian was immediately frightened. After swallowing a meteorite fragment, he became so cold-blooded that he didn't recognize his relatives. What on earth is going on? Song Jian hesitated and stopped. He could only watch Black Dragon Kamata and 2 legendary beasts fighting each other. At the beginning, the 2 legendary beasts joined forces to beat Kamata very badly. Even without using their supernatural powers, they completely suppressed Kamata with their strong bodies. You hit my pet in front of me. How can I bear it? Song Jian snorted coldly, and directly drew out the sky-breaking sword, ready to use the Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords technique. You know, the distance of this skill is more than 1,000 meters. Song Jian can stand still and cause damage to the 2 legendary beasts. If he can attract one to attack him, he will definitely use the sky-splitting style again to kill the opponent directly. As a result, just as he was about to use the 10,000 Swords technique, a shocking dragon roar resounded throughout the underground cave, and almost all the top beasts of the domination level were scared and fled everywhere. Some of them even ran 2 steps before their bodies stiffened and blood slowly flowed from the corners of their mouths. They were actually scared to death. Song Jian looked up with a surprised expression on his face. The Black Dragon Kamata, who was already seriously injured, had dazzling golden flames burning on her body. Her injuries were recovering rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and her entire body began to grow rapidly. The body that was already over 10 meters long began to grow to 12 meters, 13 meters. After a while, the Black Dragon Kamata's body was taller than the giant dragon priest he had seen before. The overwhelming aura emanating from her body made Song Jian, who was standing far away, feel a pressure coming towards him and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Ding, ding, ding. Song Jian suddenly heard several system prompts. But now, he couldn't take care of checking the system information. All his attention was on the mutating Black Dragon Kamata. Soon, Kamada's original black dragon scales began to slowly turn golden. And the whole dragon looked like a dragon wearing a layer of golden armor. And this body of dragon scales seemed to have undergone earth-shaking changes. Compared with the previous black dragon scales, it became tougher. No matter how the two legendary beasts bit and scratched, it could not be damaged at all. The black dragon Kamada tilted its head back slightly, and then suddenly spewed out a hot dragon breath with golden light. This dragon breath sprayed the giant lizard beast in front of her. The flames burned fiercely on the giant lizard beast. The flames were like gasoline. No matter how the giant lizard beast rolled and struggled in the lake, or even dived directly into the deep lake water, it could not be extinguished. Finally, the giant lizard beast was burned to ashes by the dragon's breath flames and disappeared into the dark lake. The one-horned giant python beast that had been tightly wrapped around Kamada's body also began to leave Kamada's body unconsciously and slowly retreated. Kamada, who had turned into a golden dragon at this time, had a fierce look in his red eyes. He turned his head and stared at the one-horned giant python beast. He suddenly pounced forward, bit the one-horned giant python beast's neck, and bit it hard and threw it left and right. The one-horned giant python beast let out a series of heart-wrenching screams, struggling desperately with all its strength to get out of Kamada's huge mouth. But no matter how it struggled, it could not break free, and blood gushed out from the wound on its neck. Song Jian heard a crisp crack sound from afar. The head of the unicorn python was bitten off by Kamada and fell into the lake, splashing a lot of water. After killing two legendary beasts, the golden dragon Kamada locked his eyes on the surrounding top-level beasts. The top-level beasts that had been fleeing were now all limp, lying on their bellies, and making miserable cries, as if begging for mercy from Kamada. Kamada let out a painful dragon roar, and the golden flames that were originally burning on her body became more and more intense. She pounced on the alien beast closest to her, opened her big mouth and bit it fiercely, and then used her two dragon claws to tear the body of the alien beast into pieces. Even though it had turned into a corpse, she still did not let the alien beast go, and kept tearing it apart until the body of the alien beast was torn into pieces that even her claws could not hold onto. She stopped and continued to pounce on the next alien beast. All the beasts could only watch the golden dragon Kamada pounce on them, without even dodging, let alone running away. In fact, with Kamada's current state, if all the beasts fled, at most 2 or 3 of them would be killed by Kamada, and the rest would all escape. But for some reason, although the beasts were trembling with fear, none of them dared to move at all, and watched Kamada pounce on them, and then tear them all into pieces. Kamada seemed to be suffering endless pain. Every time she killed a beast, she became more crazy. And every time she killed a beast, Song Jian would hear a ding system prompt sound in his ears, until all the beasts were killed by the golden dragon Kamada. The whole underground cave was filled with a strong smell of blood. At this time, a crack suddenly appeared on Kamada's forehead, and a crystal stone emitting light blue light slowly emerged from the crack on Kamada's forehead. From a distance, it looked as if Kamada had a light blue eye on his forehead, which looked very strange. Chapter 1378 Golden Dragon. Just after the strange blue eyes appeared, Kamada let out a painful whine, and her huge body fell to the ground with a bang. The blazing golden flames that were originally burning on the surface of her body began to slowly extinguish, as if they had all shrunk back into her body, even though she seemed to have fallen into a coma. The few remaining beasts did not dare to approach Kamada. Instead, they let out a low whine, did not dare to look at Kamada, and fled out of the cave. The meteorite fragments had disappeared, and there was no place to attract them here, so it was more important to escape. Song Jian looked at these beasts running away, and a look of hesitation appeared on his face. These beasts were all at the peak of the command level, and they were extremely powerful to ordinary people. Killing them could improve the pass rating. As long as they were assessors, they would try every means to kill them when they encountered them. However, at this time, Kamada's life and death were unknown, and Song Jian was very worried. Moreover, all the beasts killed by Kamada before were counted on his head, including the 2 legendary beasts. At this time, if you open the system information bar, you can see a waterfall of prompt information, all of which are information about killing beasts and improving pass ratings. With so many strange beasts, his pass rating has been raised by 2 levels, which is equivalent to his pass rating being raised by 2 levels since he entered the assessment world. if it weren't for Kamada swallowing the meteorite fragments into his stomach and completing the main task. Song Jian's combat power assessment this time would be at least S level or even higher. Song Jian slowly walked towards the giant dragon Kamada, which was emitting a faint golden light. At this time, Kamada's body was like a small mountain, lying on the edge of the underground lake. A series of golden lights kept flowing on the surface of her body. From a distance, her whole body was like a fine work of art. At this moment, Kamada's body suddenly changed. The originally huge body was shining with golden light, dazzling the eyes. Song Jian couldn't help but cover his eyes with his hands. After a while, the huge dragon body disappeared, replaced by a woman in a luxurious dress lying on the shore. Song Jian sighed, walked forward and carefully observed Kamada. At this time, Kamada, who had transformed into a human form, closed his eyes, twitched slightly from time to time, and a painful look appeared on his face, as if he was having a nightmare and could not wake up. The light blue crystal, like an eyeball, was embedded in Kamada's forehead, sparkling. Song Jian knew that this was because the energy contained in the meteorite fragments was too powerful. Although Kamada was a giant dragon, her body still could not fully withstand such a huge amount of energy. After swallowing the meteorite fragments, her body absorbed part of the energy and mutated, evolving from an ordinary black dragon into the legendary golden dragon. Afterwards, the energy from the meteorite fragments that could not be absorbed was all condensed again to form the strange blue crystal between her eyebrows. What Song Jian didn't know was that the mutant serum that the black dragon Kamada had swallowed before sorted out the blood impurities in her body, developed her physical potential, and laid the foundation for her evolution into a golden dragon. Otherwise, with the chaotic mutant radiation power contained in the meteorite fragments, it would be impossible for her to advance to a golden dragon so smoothly. This is equivalent to the mutant serum laying the direction for Kamada's advancement, and the meteorite fragments accelerated the advancement process. In addition, in the process of accelerating the advancement, the energy of the meteorite fragments was swallowed and fused by Kamada, and the remaining energy that was not swallowed was fused with Kamada's blood. Otherwise, if other beasts rashly swallowed the meteorite fragments like Kamada, they would only be blown up by the huge energy contained in the meteorite fragments. This is why the three legendary beasts looked at it before, and only dared to absorb the radiation power emitted by it within the coverage of the meteorite fragments, instead of choosing to swallow it. Song Jian sighed, knowing that an advanced mutation like Kamada was something that could only be encountered by chance. In the history of the Dragon Clan, the Golden Dragon Clan only appeared as the Emperor of the Dragon Clan in the tens of thousands of years after the Dragon Clan appeared. 10,000 years later, the Golden Dragon completely became a legend of the Dragon Clan, and no one had ever seen the existence of the Golden Dragon. However, in the legend of the Dragon Clan, every dragon with pure bloodline has the blood of the Golden Dragon in its body, which means that any dragon has the possibility of advancing to become a Golden Dragon and becoming the Emperor of the Dragon Clan. However, similar legends can be found in the historical legends of various races, and many people do not take it seriously. Even the Dragon Clan only listens to it as a myth, and many dragons do not take it seriously. Song Jian sighed and tried to put Kamada into the battle pet space. Unexpectedly, it actually succeeded. It seems that Kamada has left the special evolution space before and returned to normal. Looking at Kamada sleeping soundly in the battle pet space, Song Jian was speechless. Since Kamada had undergone the bloodline ritual and became a dominant powerhouse, he seemed to have been sleeping all the time. The number of times he assisted in battle was very few, but his strength was inexplicably improving. Although Kamada has not yet reached the legendary realm, after advancing to the Golden Dragon, her actual combat power is stronger than most dragon priests. It can be said that she has the strength to crush those king-level bosses in the early legendary realm, and can even fight against the legendary bosses in the middle stage. As long as she can break through the legendary realm, she can immediately compete with the bosses at the peak of the legendary realm. Then she can go to the hot canyon and have a good fight with the Flame King in the lava sea under the volcano. Song Jian thought to himself. Song Jian walked around the lake and collected some of the spoils scattered on the ground into the parcel column. The inner pill that the plesiosaur beast exploded was also collected by Song Jian. This is the inner pill that the legendary boss exploded. In addition to improving the pass evaluation, it can also be absorbed by the examinee. However, in Song Jian's opinion, such an inner pill is too low level and far less effective than the mutant serum. We can let the mutant Thunder Eagle Beast Patshaw try to absorb it. Anyway, he has already absorbed an alien beast's inner core. If he absorbs one more, maybe his strength will be enhanced. Song Jian thought to himself. Although Patshaw is an alien, he is now Song Jian's pet, and naturally belongs to the human camp. Its strength has also improved Song Jian's strength in disguise. Moreover, he has always obeyed Song Jian's orders, and did not make any small moves. He deserves some rewards. Just as Song Jian was about to leave the underground lake, Due and another human camp assessor Noah entered here, looking at the messy alien beast corpses on the ground, and the violent energy in the air. It is obvious that there has been a war here. Song Jian, did you kill all these alien beasts? Due asked in amazement, looking at dozens of broken alien beast corpses. Chapter 1379 Golden Blood. Song Jian is very powerful, and Due and other human examiners all know it. But the scene in front of them really scared Due and Noah. The broken bodies of these beasts still have their auras. Judging from these auras, these beasts are all at the top of the command level. Such an existence, even if there is only one, requires all the human examiners to work together to hunt it down. But now, Song Jian alone has killed so many beasts at the top of the command level. Such a terrifying strength is beyond Due's imagination. Then, there is the breath of a king-level beast. Noah trembled all over, and quietly signaled with his eyes to Due the bodies of the plesiosaur beast, giant lizard beast, and unicorn python beast in the distance. At this time, the bodies of these three beasts could no longer be seen in their original appearance, but only by the broken half of their bodies. Their former strength could be seen. How? How is it possible? There are still 3 king-level bosses. Due was speechless. When a person's strength is higher, Due still has the confidence to catch up. But if it is too much higher, she can only look up to him. Why are you here? Song Jian put away the sky-breaking sword and asked the two with a smile. In fact, every move of the examiners from the human camp was under the surveillance of the Thunder Eagle Beast, including the withdrawal of the 3 examiners, which Song Jian also saw. We want to come to you. Due showed a trace of embarrassment on her face. She had excluded Song Jian before, and now she came to hug his thighs. Even Due felt a little ashamed of such shameless behavior. But in order to complete the assessment, Due still came without hesitation, and she was ready to be humiliated by Song Jian. The main task has failed, and I have been demoted 3 levels. This punishment is too heavy. I don't know if I can complete the past assessment. If not, I can only come again in 3 months. Song Jian shook his head and said. The 3-level drop almost destroyed the possibility of all the examinees completing the combat power assessment. The examinees of the inhuman race did not quit because of the Golden Side quest, and Due and the others did so because of Song Jian. Seeing that Song Jian was so powerful, Due and the others' confidence increased a little. Hearing Song Jian say this, Due hurriedly said, we still have 3 days. If we can complete the Golden Side quest, it is still possible to close the gap of 3 levels. Song Jian smiled slightly. Due's attention coincided with his. Song Jian thought that it was probably because some of the examinees triggered the Golden Side quest, so they did not directly kick everyone out of the assessment world, but used the 3-level drop as a punishment. The hidden possibility of completing the task was this Golden Side quest. If no one triggers the Gold Side quest, the system will probably kick everyone out of the assessment world directly. Therefore, Song Jian really has to thank the assessors of the Inhuman camp who triggered the Gold Side quest. Let's go and take a look at the ruins first. The assessors of the Inhuman race have explored the ruins half a day ahead of us. We don't have much time left. Song Jian nodded and said. Seeing that Song Jian accepted them, Due and Noah looked at each other and nodded excitedly. On the other side, the assessors of the Inhuman camp, after repelling waves of attacks and killing a large number of ghost monsters, finally came to the center of the ruins. These monsters are so annoying. They are immune to physical attacks. They are so abnormal. A warrior wiped the blood on his cheek and said. Otherwise they are called ghosts. This ability to transform ghosts is similar to the void skill of the arcane master. However, we have many magic professions, and don't care about their ability. Another alien archer laughed. What is that in front? It looks like a palace. An alien examiner pointed to the front and shouted. Everyone looked forward and saw a large number of ghost monsters gathered in front of a strange building, as if they were guarding something. Why do I feel like it's a mausoleum? It feels gloomy, said an alien examiner with a frown. Whatever it is. Looking at the appearance of those guys. It must be a very important place. Let's go over and see. Maybe we can find some clues. Let's go. Kill them. These guys don't even run away. Strange. The alien examiners looked at each other, and saw mockery on each other's faces. These so-called ghosts, except for the innate skills similar to nothingness, have very ordinary combat skills. They are not the opponents of these alien examiners, with the peak strength of the second-level combat power. They have been suppressed from the periphery of the ruins to here. Several alien examiners rushed towards the ghosts first. Just after they rushed more than 10 meters, several spears suddenly protruded from the originally hard floor, and a large number of arrows were shot out from the stone pillars on both sides. Puff, puff, puff. One of the spears stabbed into the abdomen of an alien examiner fiercely. Before he could react, the arrows on both sides shot him into a hedgehog, and his blood value dropped to 0 in an instant. The original defense means and life-saving trump card did not have the opportunity to be used at all. The alien examiner showed a deep look of horror and regret in his eyes, and his body turned into white light and disappeared. Several other examinees were also seriously injured and retreated one by one. The alien examinees behind were about to rescue them, but they found that the ghosts, who had been guarding the building in the center of the ruins, were rushing towards them frantically. These alien examinees, who were ambushed by the trap, were soon submerged in the crowd of ghosts and disappeared in white light. Boom! The alien examinees collided fiercely with hundreds of ghost teams. The fierce fighting reached its peak at the moment of contact. After an unknown period of time, the square in the center of the ruins gradually became quiet. The ground was full of ghost corpses, and blood flowed all over the square. 13 inhuman assessors, like being fished out of blood, holding weapons, panting and hunched over, walked towards the magnificent building in the center of the square step by step. The moment these people stepped onto the stone steps, they felt the content of the gold side quest changed at the same time. After they finished reading the content of the gold side quest, they all showed surprised smiles on their faces. Golden blood. It's actually golden blood. Haha. The last quest item is actually golden blood. Inhuman assessor Shilin suddenly raised his head and laughed. If you can really get golden blood, who cares about the combat power assessment? And even the golden side quest can be given up. Chapter 1382. Golden blood is just a legend. It is different from the golden dragon in the dragon clan. In the current game world, there has been no golden clan for thousands of years. But in the history of each race, there are legends of the golden clan. Unlike the golden dragon, which is the royal family of the dragon clan, the golden clan is a race created by the blood of the gods. They are all legendary descendants of gods, with a small number and extraordinary talents. However, many people do not believe in this legend. It was not until hundreds of years ago that someone obtained golden blood in the combat power assessment world and became a golden clan after drinking it that this legend became popular. Golden blood. We are looking for golden blood in the mausoleum. Oh my god. This is a treasure more precious than the reward of the golden side quest. And we actually encountered it. Blood of the gods. The legendary existence. We actually encountered it. I can't believe it. The only 13 remaining inhuman assessors were already exhausted. But now they suddenly seemed to be injected with a surge of vitality. And their bodies were reborn. They were all excited. And some even shouted excitedly. Okay. Calm down. Shilin suddenly shouted, saying, do you think that such a powerful treasure as golden blood will be placed in front of us for us to take it will? Don't be too naive. Shilin's words were like a basin of cold water, calming everyone down immediately. Yes, the more precious the treasure, the more difficult it will be to obtain. There may be powerful monsters guarding the golden blood. We must be more careful and vigilant now. Otherwise, people like Emoshi have come here, but they are kicked out of the assessment. That would be a big loss. Another alien assessor nodded and said, seeing that his companions had calmed down. Shilin also smiled. From the moment he saw the content of the golden side quest changed, he knew that this was not a task he could complete alone, and he had to rely on the help of his companions. However, once the treasure is obtained, whether they will be needed is another matter. There must be many people who share the same idea as Shilin. After all, another reason why the golden blood is precious is that it is very rare. Every time it appears, there is only one drop at most, which is only enough for one person to become a member of the golden clan. And it is not enough for 13 people. The golden blood must be in the building in front. Let's go in and take a look first. Yes, this group of ghosts are guarding here, and they will not escape even if they die. There must be good things inside. This group of alien examiners slowly walked towards the building in the center of the ruins. When they got closer, they found that half of the building in front of them was buried in the soil. Just like a mausoleum. It is indeed a mausoleum. This kind of architectural style is only qualified to be built by those great figures in the legend after their death. An inhuman with owl blood and a slightly dull expression walked forward and carefully observed the patterns on the wall. After a long time, he nodded and said, "Here, there is a tombstone. Let me see what is written on it." The inhuman with owl blood stared at a stone slab and read it carefully. It records the life story of the owner of this mausoleum. This should be the mausoleum of a king named Smorkin, who was buried here after his death. However, after knowing who the owner of the tomb was, he no longer spoke to translate the text on it, but frowned, with an embarrassed expression. "Sir Amo, why are you silent? What is written on it?" "Keep talking," an inhuman urged impatiently. "The text on it seems to be Chief hieroglyphics from 13,000 years ago. I have only come across it in some historical documents. The content on it is too profound for me. I can only understand the first few lines." Suram, an inhuman with owl blood, frowned and said with an embarrassed look, although Suramo's fighting ability was average, he was the most knowledgeable among the group. Even he couldn't recognize the words on the inscription, let alone the others. "It doesn't matter. Just open the mausoleum. Enter it, and then look for the golden blood. As for who is lying inside, we don't need to care," Shilin said lightly. The others nodded and started digging with all their strength. After a while, a 3-meter wide, inclined passage was dug out. At the end of this slope was the entrance to the entire mausoleum. But at this time, the entrance had been completely blocked by a huge stone. No one found this scene strange. Every mausoleum has a similar dragon-breaking stone to seal the entrance of the mausoleum to prevent others from entering the mausoleum and disturbing the dead's sleep. For ordinary people, even with machinery, it would take several days to dig out this huge stone. But for a group of strong men with the peak of the second-level combat power, this stone could not stop them at all. One of the burly alien examiners, holding a heavy hammer, walked out of the crowd. He roared, and a strong energy swayed all over his body. He raised the hammer in his hand, which was almost as high as himself, and smashed it hard at the dragon-breaking stone. Boom, boom, boom. A dull crashing sound was heard. And soon, a big hole was smashed out of the dragon-breaking stone weighing more than 10 tons. After the messy rubble was moved away, a cold air blew out from the hole, and everyone heard a cry that sounded like crying or howling. Everyone waited for more than an hour, until the dust settled and fresh air entered the mausoleum. And then they began to step through the big hole and enter the mausoleum. Behind the dragon-breaking stone was a world that had been sealed for tens of thousands of years. It was pitch black inside. Standing in front of the broken hole, one could only see a wide stone staircase extending from the entrance down to the darkness. "I'll go down first. You guys follow behind." Shilin took out a torch from his arms and waved it twice in the air. The top of the torch suddenly burned violently. Shilin held the torch and entered the mausoleum first. Others also took out lighting props or cast spells and followed closely behind Shilin. Seeing that everyone had entered the mausoleum, Saramo showed a strange smile on his face. He turned his head and looked at the stone tablet in front of the mausoleum again. When he turned his head, his face returned to the slightly dull expression before. "There is more than just golden blood in this mausoleum. It is very dangerous to break into a king's mausoleum casually," Saramo said in his heart. After everyone entered, he slowly followed behind. Chapter 1381 Mural. All 13 inhuman examiners entered the mausoleum and walked slowly down the stone steps under the dim light. Several inhumans with dark vision looked around and observed everything around them, trying to find some useful clues, but they found nothing after looking for a long time. As soon as Sulimer stepped onto the stone steps, he checked his condition. Sure enough, he found that his body began to heat up slightly, about 2 or 3 degrees higher than usual. Such abnormalities would not be noticed by companions whose minds were full of golden blood, and their strength at the peak of the second-level combat power would not make them notice these small details. The power of the curse. As expected, as long as you step into this mausoleum, You will be affected by the power of the curse. Suram's face became solemn, and he took out a medicine bottle from his arms, and secretly poured it into his mouth while no one was paying attention. In addition to having a lot of knowledge, Suram is also a master of medicine. Although there are not many of these medicines that resist abnormal conditions, they cannot be provided for 3 people. But it is still no problem to meet his needs alone. After drinking the medicine, Suram immediately felt a cool feeling spreading from his stomach to his whole body. After a while, he felt a sense of relaxation all over his body. With a smile on his face, Suramo continued to follow the crowd in silence. Walking down the stairs, Shilin, who was walking in the front, was very careful along the way. He naturally understood that it was not easy to obtain the golden blood, and the traps in the ruins before also reminded him that there were traps outside, and it was impossible to be safe all the way in the mausoleum. As Shilin continued to walk forward, he stepped on a stone step and suddenly felt his feet sink slightly, as if the stone step he stepped on was a buckle, and immediately heard a bang 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 sound of bowstrings. "Be careful of traps," Shilin shouted, and quickly leaned down, pulled out a blue quality shield, and blocked it in front of him. Ding ding ding. A series of collision sounds rang out, and Shilin found that the durability of the blue quality shield in his hand was decreasing at an alarming rate. He was immediately shocked and realized that the crossbow arrows shot out were definitely not ordinary crossbow arrows. Otherwise, these ordinary crossbow arrows would have decayed into ashes in tens of thousands of years. How could they still have such great power? Ah! A scream came from behind. An examiner was shot in the shoulder by a crossbow arrow. It was originally only a minor injury, but he seemed to have been fatally injured. With a scream, his body fell to the side and leaned softly against the wall. After enduring the torrential crossbow arrows, when the durability of the shield at his hand was only 11 points, the surroundings finally quieted down, and Shilin breathed a sigh of relief. The danger was temporarily over, and the others hurriedly walked towards the injured companion and checked carefully. "It's Zarita. He was hit by a crossbow arrow. His body was stiff, as if the crossbow arrow was poisonous." Shilin walked forward and took a look. The body of this alien companion was like a stone, leaning against the wall next to the stone steps, except for a pair of eyes that could move slightly. No part of the body could move. "Suramo, come and see. Do you have any potions to remove abnormal status?" Shilin shouted. Suramo walked forward, carefully observed Zarita's condition, and said solemnly, "I still have 3 bottles of potions to remove abnormal status, but they are only intermediate potions. Looking at his condition, there is not much hope of saving him." Shilin frowned, hesitated for a while, and nodded to Suram. "Give him a bottle. If it doesn't work, forget it. The number of potions is limited, and it is impossible to use all 3 bottles of potions on him alone." Suram looked at Shilin in surprise. He originally thought that Shilin would give up Zarita directly, but he didn't expect that he was still willing to try to save him. Suram did not speak, but directly took out a bottle of light green potion and poured it into the slightly open mouth of Zarita. "It is impossible to recover," Suram thought to himself. "This state is much more serious than petrification. It is the result of the combined effect of toxins and curses. A bottle of intermediate anti-abnormal state potion is impossible to have any effect." Sure enough, after pouring a bottle of intermediate anti-abnormal state potion, Zarita's face only slightly recovered some blood color, and then turned iron blue at a faster speed. Others looked at Zarita with ugly faces, with a feeling of grief for the death of the rabbit. But no one was willing to give up. "Keep going." Shilin sighed, and stood up after seeing that Zarita showed no signs of improvement. The group continued to walk down the stone steps, and Zarita lay beside the stone steps like a sculpture. Suramo took 2 steps and suddenly had an idea. He took out a piece of deerskin, picked up a crossbow arrow through the deerskin, carefully put it into the package, and then hurried up. Many traps were triggered along the way, but this time everyone had preventive measures, and some people even used all the means of registration, although the traps behind were more vicious. No one was caught again. Finally, the group came to the end of the stone steps, and a wider passage appeared in front of everyone. "Look! There is something on the wall." Someone suddenly pointed at the walls on both sides of the passage and shouted. Everyone moved the lighting equipment towards the wall, and soon, a wide mural appeared in front of everyone. The contents of these murals are all scenes of people and events. When connected together, it is like an epic, telling a history that has been unknown to the public. Saramo, come and see what is recorded on it. Shilin held a torch, looked at it carefully, and quickly called Saram over, pointed to one of the murals, and said excitedly, "Quick, look at this one. Is it recorded? Is it?" Saramo narrowed his eyes, and stared at the mural pointed by Shilin. His slightly dull face finally showed a hint of excitement. This is the holy blood bestowed by God. The scene of the Golden Clan being given the blood of God by God. All the aliens gathered around and stared at the mural carefully. The content of the mural was a vast wilderness, as if it had just experienced a war. There were corpses everywhere, all of which were broken weapons and flags. It was vaguely seen that there were still many corpses of monsters. In the distance, there was even a corpse of a giant dragon lying on the battlefield. A young man wearing simple leather armor, holding a long sword, knelt on one knee on the bloody ground. In front of him, a god with 6 pairs of 12 wings floated in the air, holding a trident in one hand and a bottle shining with golden light in the other hand. It can be clearly seen that in this bottle, a drop of golden liquid in the shape of a water drop floated in the bottle. At this moment, the god with 12 wings had a kind and benevolent smile on his face, and handed the 2 items in his hand to the boy kneeling in front of him. And the boy also had a look of reverence on his face. Both the god and the boy were shining. But this scene appeared on the battlefield full of corpses, giving people a very strange feeling. Chapter 1382 King's Tomb. Looking at the murals on the walls of the passage, all the Inhuman examiners' eyes were filled with excitement. They stared at the small bottle on the screen. The drop of golden liquid inside seemed to have lost its gravity. It was the legendary golden blood. Golden blood. It's really golden blood. All the examiners' eyes were filled with greed. Compared with golden blood, combat power assessment and golden side quests were not worth mentioning. As long as they could obtain golden blood, they could become the legendary Golden Clan, which was a treasure better than any reward. However, if Song Jian were here, he would definitely notice that the 12-winged god holding the trident in one hand and the blood of gold in the other. His wings behind him were also half black and half white, almost exactly the same as Song Jian's. The only difference was that he had 6 pairs of 12 wings, while Song Jian now only had 2 pairs of 4. The blood of gold must be in this mausoleum. "Let's go!" an examiner urged. The group looked at each other, and saw a strong greed and fear in each other's eyes. There were still 12 alien examiners left, and they all had their own thoughts, and began to walk quickly towards the depths of the mausoleum. After passing through several underground palaces, each of which was guarded by a large number of monsters, including some lord-level and even command-level bosses. However, in the eyes of these alien examiners, they had become obstacles to obtaining the golden blood. They swept through like chicken blood and killed all the monsters blocking their way. Along the way, they killed a large number of bosses, which also made their pass evaluations all rise by 1 level, which was also a pleasant surprise. However, Shilin and his team also found that everyone who entered this mausoleum had a bad status called Smorikan's Curse in the status bar, and this status had been superimposed to 3 layers without knowing it. Smorikan's Curse bad effect, March 15th layers. Effect, reduce the speed of blood recovery by 15%, increase the energy consumption of skills by 30%, and conduct a physical strength test every 30 seconds. If the test fails, it will trigger high fever, limb weakness and other disease effects, which last for 10 seconds. Saramo, can you solve this curse? Shilin asked seriously. At the beginning, everyone can still resist with their strong physical fitness. But as they go deeper into the mausoleum, they will definitely encounter stronger boss. And this curse will definitely be superimposed to the highest level. At that time, this curse may become the last straw that overwhelms them to obtain the golden blood. At this time, Su Lama was also a little flustered. He didn't expect that the curse would become more and more serious as he went deeper into the mausoleum. Although he had taken a potion to resist the curse, the potency of the potion had become weaker and weaker as time went by. He was now cursed twice. It wouldn't be long before he would be like everyone else. I still have a few bottles of advanced detoxification potion. I wonder if it will work. Su Lamo took out a few bottles of dark green potion from his arms and handed them to Shilin. Shilin took it and poured a bottle directly into his mouth. After waiting for a while, a look of disappointment appeared on his face. "No, it doesn't work," Shilin said. "Then I can't do anything," Suramar said with his hands spread out. "I have never come into contact with a curse. I don't understand its composition at all. And I can't make the corresponding potion for the time being. Shilin looked at Surama thoughtfully, nodded slightly, and said to the other examinees, if you want to get the treasure, you must take some risks. The power of this curse is not serious now. If you are not confident in your own strength, you can quit. As long as you leave the mausoleum, the curse will disappear. All the examinees' faces changed. If it was normal, I'm afraid someone would quit. But in the face of the treasure of golden blood, even if they are already in a dying state, I'm afraid no one will choose to give up. Golden blood is a treasure worth fighting for. What's more, this is an assessment world, and there is no real death. After waiting for a while, no one chose to leave. Shilin nodded, looked at Surama deeply, and continued to move forward. Soon, the group came to the real tomb. A bronze gate more than 10 meters tall appeared in front of them. On both sides of the gate, there were warrior statues of almost the same height. Everyone in front of the gate was like a dwarf who broke into the giant country and suddenly felt their own insignificance. This should be the resting place of King Smorkan, and also the place where the golden blood is stored. Shilin whispered to himself. Almost everyone showed excitement in their eyes, and everyone began to push the bronze gate together. Soon, with a low friction sound, the bronze gate was pushed open to a gap that could only accommodate one person. From the gap, brilliant golden light shone out, almost illuminating the area around the gate like daylight. Everyone was stunned to see through the gap that behind the bronze gate was a large area of gold and jewels. The light from these gold and jewels almost blinded everyone's eyes. So much gold. Oh my God! Are these all burial objects? Is this the gold of a country piled up here? We are rich. We are rich. Even if the number of people doubles, this much gold is enough for us to enjoy a paradise-like life for a lifetime. Almost everyone smiled, and their hearts beat wildly with excitement. Even those who didn't care about money would be shocked and moved when they saw so many gold and jewels covering the ground like gravel and stones. The king's tomb. We found the king's tomb. The treasure is inside. Shilin shouted excitedly. Everyone rushed in. Some people began to pick up the gold and jewels on the ground, while others looked around. Surama was the last one to enter the tomb. As soon as he entered the tomb, Surama's face became uglier. He found that his curse, which had only been stacked to 2 layers, jumped directly to 5 layers. Not long after, the number of cursed layers jumped again and became 6 layers. There are lighthouses on the walls around, and it looks like there's kerosene. Light them up, someone suddenly shouted. After a while, several lighthouses scattered throughout the tomb were lit up, and the flames burned fiercely. The situation in the entire tomb was in everyone's sight. Oh my God! This place is so... Everyone looked around in amazement. Some examinees who had already grabbed their hands full of gold also stood stiffly in place, staring blankly ahead, not caring about the gold in their hands falling to the ground. Chapter 1383 Tracking. Inside the tomb, several lighthouses were burning with blazing flames, illuminating the entire tomb as bright as day. Everyone's eyes were looking at the high platform in front of the tomb. This high platform was more than 10 meters high and was built entirely of precious materials such as gold, mithril, and various jewels. Under the illumination of the fire, it emitted a dazzling light. Oh my God! An alien examiner looked horrified, ignoring the gold that fell in his hand, and subconsciously took 2 steps towards the high platform. This is all built of gold bricks. How much gold does it cost? 10 tons. Or 100 tons. Humph. Gold is nothing. Have you seen those mithrils? They are treasures with good magic transmission effects. They are much more precious than gold. They are sold by gram and are worth several times the same weight of gold. Look at that fist-sized ruby. Even standing here, I can feel the abundant fire element energy inside. This ruby is enough to buy a small town. The eyes of these alien examiners were red, looking at these wealth that they could not earn in several lifetimes. Everyone's heart was burning with greed. They slowly gathered towards the platform. The gold and jewelry that they thought were extremely precious before were trampled under their feet like dust. Look! What's on this platform? An examiner suddenly pointed at the platform more than 10 meters high and shouted. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed, and saw a nearly 3-meter-long coffin made entirely of gold on the platform. The coffin was inlaid with various precious gems, and the surface of the coffin was made entirely of magic materials, outlining a complex magic array. The luxurious magic patterns and shining golden light made everyone feel as if a big stone was pressed on their hearts. And their breathing became a little heavier. The person buried in this coffin should be King Smorkin. And the golden blood should be in the coffin. Shilin shouted with shining eyes. Quick! Open the coffin. Golden blood. Several examiners were shocked and rushed to the platform quickly, as if they wanted to open the coffin as soon as possible to find the golden blood. Suram, who was at the back, woke up from the shock of huge wealth. Seeing everyone rushing to the coffin, he showed a cautious look on his face. Opening the status bar and taking a look, Suram suddenly found that the negative status Smorkin's curse had been stacked to 10 layers without knowing it. Smorkin's curse bad effect, October 15th layers. Effect: reduce the recovery speed of your own chi and blood value by 50%. Increase the energy consumption of skills by 100%. Weaken the recovery effect of healing items and skills by 50%. And conduct a physical strength judgment every 30 seconds. If the judgment is not passed, it will trigger high fever, limb weakness and other disease effects, which last for 25 seconds. This curse state, if there is no battle, will hardly cause any harm to the examinee. Even if the physical attribute judgment fails, it will only cause some high fever diseases, and there will be no life-threatening danger. This also leads to the fact that people who are cursed by this curse do not take it seriously. This curse is simply telling us that there will definitely be a battle here. Suramo sighed, and couldn't help but take a few steps back towards the tomb door. Because the curse was not superimposed on a high number of layers, and the boss encountered was not strong, the effect of the curse was not obvious. But now the curse has been superimposed on 10 layers, and it will continue to be superimposed once the boss is encountered here and a battle occurs. I am afraid that few people present will survive. Just as the alien examiner rushed towards the coffin, Song Jian and Duo Ya's people also came to the periphery of the ruins. As long as you enter this ruins, the golden side quest will be triggered. This is probably the easiest golden side quest I have ever experienced. Duo Ya couldn't help but say. Easy to trigger often means difficult to complete. Difficult to trigger. Maybe the difficulty of the task itself will not be too high. Song Jian said with a smile. Partha, you fly over and observe the surrounding environment from a high altitude. Song Jian said. This ruins looks like a town that has been abandoned for hundreds of years. There are broken high-rise buildings everywhere, and there are many zombie-like corpses on the road, which makes Song Jian alert immediately. Understood. Patshaw spread his wings and flew high. At this time, Patshaw, who had swallowed several beast inner pills, had more than doubled his size. Standing on the ground, his height was almost the same as that of an adult man. With his wings spread, he was 5 or 6 meters long. The aura he exuded became stronger and stronger. After swallowing these inner pills, the improved cultivation level could be brought out of the assessment world. Even if he failed this assessment, Patshaw would not return empty-handed. Just the few beast inner pills Song Jian gave him were enough to satisfy him. Flying hundreds of meters high, Patshaw hovered over the ruins for a long time before slowly landing. It's very quiet around here. There are no enemies or monsters, but there are a lot of monster corpses in the central square of the city. It seems that there has been a big battle. Should we go and take a look first? Patshaw said. A lot of monster corpses? How many? Song Jian raised his eyebrows and asked. There are so many. There are probably hundreds or even thousands, Patshaw said. Song Jian narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly. Okay. Let's go and take a look first. The more monsters there are, the easier it is for boss to appear. Among the hundreds of monsters, there will be at least one dominant level, dozens of lord level, and hundreds of elite level boss. Although these monsters are of lower level, killing so many monsters will definitely cause losses to the alien assessors, which is also good news for Song Jian. Almost all the monsters in the ruins were killed by the alien examiners. Song Jian and his companions were not attacked by monsters along the way and arrived at the ruins square smoothly. The strong smell of blood in the ruins square made Song Jian and his companions frown slightly. Looking at the monster corpses that almost covered the entire square, Song Jian suddenly became confused. These monster corpses all look like they are fighting to the death. What is the reason that makes them like this? Also, all the alien examiners disappeared. Where did they go? Did they find clues to the golden side quest? Song Jian thought to himself. At this moment, Doya suddenly shouted, "Come and see. There is a big hole here. Those aliens must have entered this building." Several people hurriedly ran to where Doya was, and looked in the direction Doya pointed. Sure enough, under the huge building in the center of the square, a deep hole was forcibly opened from the outside, and gusts of cold wind kept blowing out of the hole. Even from a distance, Song Jian felt a chill on his body. "Go and have a look," Song Jian whispered, and the group walked towards the open hole. Chapter 1384, Spear of the God. Patchall looked at the dark cave entrance, frowning and hesitant. He was now in the state of a strange beast thunder eagle, and his mind was unconsciously changing towards that of a strange beast thunder eagle. Thunder eagles instinctively hate narrow places like caves. "Hey, the content of the gold side quest has been updated," Dewey exclaimed, and then couldn't wait to check it out. After a long time, Dewey's face showed an incredible look, and her body trembled slightly. "Golden blood. It's actually golden blood. This? How is this possible?" Noah on the side also had a dazed look on his face, opened his eyes wide, and read the content of the quest again word by word. "It's really the blood of gold. The blood of gold," Noah shouted excitedly, turned his head and looked at Patchall, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. When he turned his head and looked at Song Jian again, he saw the half-smile on Song Jian's face, and suddenly felt like a basin of cold water was poured over his head. He showed Song Jian a flattering smile, a little embarrassed. "The blood of gold. The legendary Golden Saint clan is actually real. It's really hard to believe." Dewey was still immersed in shock. After Song Jian took a look at the content of the task, he didn't understand how precious the golden blood of this task item was, but he thought it should be about the same status as the golden dragon in the Dragon Clan. After taking a look at Noah, Song Jian patted Dewey on the shoulder and asked, "What is this golden blood and the Golden Saint clan?" Dewey looked at Song Jian in surprise. "You don't know?" After a moment, Dewey showed a look of sudden enlightenment and said, "Oh, I forgot. You are a god-favored person, and you are not familiar with the history of the Golden Clan. Then I will tell you." After saying that, Dewey simply told Song Jian the legend of the Golden Clan, shook her head and sighed. "The blood of the Golden Clan can be sought or not. Once obtained, it is equivalent to directly obtaining a Guangzhuang Avenue that leads directly to the legendary realm, and there will be no obstacles along the way. Therefore, people with the blood of the Golden Clan are also called the Golden Saint clan. It is said that a few hundred years ago, someone obtained a drop of golden blood from the assessment world, but many people did not believe it and thought it was a rumor. Now it seems that it may not be a rumor." Noah interrupted. Patchall looked at the updated task content and looked up at Song Jian again, with a look of regret on his face. In his opinion, if there is one person who can complete this task, it must be Song Jian. He does not think that he has the ability to kill Song Jian and get the golden blood. Therefore, although he was a little excited, he was not like Dewey and Noah, who almost forgot themselves. That guy seemed to have shown murderous intentions towards Song Jian before. It's really funny. He wanted to kill Song Jian without even seeing the thing. Do you think the god-loved ones are all idiots? Patchall secretly glanced at Noah and sentenced him to death in his heart. "Let's go in and take a look. Maybe the group of aliens have found the golden blood. They found this place earlier than us." Song Jian laughed and walked towards the cave entrance first. "Yes, that group of aliens arrived a few hours earlier than us. I'm afraid they have seen the golden blood now." Noah looked afraid of being left behind, and hurriedly followed Song Jian and went into the cave. Doya seemed to have noticed something. She looked at Noah's back with complicated eyes, sighed softly, shook her head and followed him in. Patchall walked at the back with a sneer on his face. Soon, the four people disappeared in the mausoleum. At this time, the alien examiners had worked together to open the heavy coffin. Everyone gathered around and looked into the coffin. Sure enough, in the eyes of everyone, an old man wearing a golden mask was lying quietly in the coffin. His hair was gray, and the skin around his neck was full of wrinkles. He looked old. The old man held a trident almost as tall as him in his hands, and placed it on his chest. This mausoleum has existed for tens of thousands of years. But the old man in front of him showed no signs of decay, and looked lifelike, as if he was asleep. Looking at him, everyone felt a trace of fear in their hearts, especially in this dark mausoleum, where the strange atmosphere around was corroding their hearts bit by bit. Sarama was horrified to find that the curse, which had been stacked to 10 layers, was instantly stacked to 15 layers in an instant after everyone opened the coffin. Smorikan's curse bad effect 15 layers. Effect: reduce the recovery speed of one's own chi and blood value by 100%. Increase the energy consumption of skills by 200%. Weaken the recovery effect of healing items and skills by 80%. And conduct a physical strength judgment every 30 seconds. If the judgment is not passed, it will trigger high fever, limb weakness and other disease effects, which last for 40 seconds. The full curse has reduced everyone's blood recovery speed to 0. And the healing potions and skills have only 20% effect. Most importantly, if the physical attributes are not up to standard, they will immediately be infected with a high fever and weakness in the limbs. And this state seems to be repeated. Although this curse will not kill people, Saramo saw that the disease state has been superimposed on him twice. And he suddenly felt a sense of trembling. After secretly drinking a bottle of contact disease and a bottle of potion to resist abnormal status, Saramo had an impulse to turn around and leave immediately. After all, he used the reconnaissance skill to carefully observe, and there was no sign of any golden blood in the coffin. The halberd of the gods. This should be the halberd of the gods that the gods bestowed on King Smorican in the mural, representing the royal power. Possessing it means that the royal power is granted by God and is sacred and inviolable. Unexpectedly, it was taken into the coffin by the king. Shilin's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but reach out to grab the halberd. This halberd should be the treasure second only to the blood of gold in the entire mausoleum. Looking at it, Shilin was greedy for a moment and wanted to take it for himself. Seeing Shilin's hand reaching out, Saramo felt a sense of fear for no reason, and hurriedly stopped him. Don't move. But at this time, Shilin could not listen to the advice of others at all, fearing that he would be too slow and be preempted by others. So he grabbed the halberd and pulled it back hard. After 2 consecutive attempts, the halberd did not move at all. Shilin could not help showing a surprised look. Hey, what's going on? The halberd was held in the hand of King Smorican, and it was as hard as iron. At this moment, King Smorican, who had closed his eyes under the mask, suddenly opened his eyes. His scarlet eyes exuded endless tyranny, and 2 white fangs slowly emerged from under King Smorican's lips. You will all die if you disturb the king's slumber. A gloomy voice sounded in the tomb, and at the same time, the bronze door that had opened a gap closed automatically with a boom. A gust of gloomy wind blew in the entire tomb, blowing the flame on the lighthouse to sway and rustle, as if it would be extinguished in the next moment. Under everyone's horrified gaze, King Smorican slowly sat up from the coffin, and his entire body suddenly disintegrated and turned into countless yellow fine sands, disappearing into the coffin. Chapter 1385. A joke. The body of King Smorican suddenly turned into yellow sand and disappeared. At the same time, the door of the tomb closed automatically. A gust of cold wind blew in the tomb, and the fire flickered. Even the experienced examiners were terrified and retreated back one after another. Shilin showed a reluctant look on his face. The halberd just now turned into yellow sand and disappeared with the king's body. This made him feel as if the treasure slipped away from his hand, which made him very sad. You bunch of tomb robbers, thieves, lowly thieves, dare to disturb the great King Smorican's sleep. The gloomy voice from before sounded again. Everyone looked towards the location of the voice. Under the high platform, a figure stood on the ground full of gold and jewelry. The scarlet eyes looked at them coldly through the golden mask. King Smorican. All the alien examiners suddenly felt their throats tighten, as if an invisible hand was tightly grasping their throats. You all will die, King Smorican roared, and the big red cloak behind him suddenly tilted back, like wings supporting King Smorican's body, floating up into the air. In the air, the close-fitting golden armor worn by King Smorican shone brightly, and the trident in his hand exuded endless power. This is the gatekeeper boss. Kill it, and we can get the golden blood. Shilin suddenly pointed at King Smorican and shouted loudly. The alien examiners, who were a little afraid, were stunned for a moment, and then they showed crazy smiles on their faces. When they thought that they might get the golden blood by killing the boss in front of them, they suddenly became full of courage. It turns out that they are another group of greedy people who covet the blood of the gods. King Smorican smiled coldly, and the cold wind in the tomb suddenly dropped by more than 10 degrees, and even white snow and frost appeared in the tomb. After a while, everyone in the tomb was in an unhealthy state of movement speed reduced by 15%. Warriors guarding the king. Wake up and continue to fight for your king. King Smorican floated in the air, and raised the trident in his hand towards his head. Suddenly, countless lightning burst out from the trident and shot towards every corner of the tomb. Crack, crack. The walls around the tomb suddenly cracked open, and mummies in gray armor squeezed out from the walls. At the same time, the gold and jewels on the ground bulged up, and mummies came out from them. At the same time, the wind in the air also made a sharp howl like ghosts and wolves, swirling and condensing together to form translucent ghost soldiers. In a short while, the tomb was filled with mummies and ghosts. These mummies and ghosts were all level 100, and all of them were elite boss strength, almost equal to the strength of the alien examiners present. Looking at hundreds of elite bosses of the same level, the faces of the 12 inhuman examiners became solemn. Shiling's mouth twitched, and he looked up at King Smorkin in the air, and couldn't help but say in his heart, "Trouble. Anyway, I won't really die. So I'll fight these monsters." An inhuman examiner holding a spear, unable to bear the weird atmosphere around him, roared loudly, and rushed towards these mummies and ghost soldiers first. Another examiner of the mage profession also began to chant. After a while, a fireball bigger than a human head appeared in his hand. He waved it lightly, and the fireball drew an arc in the air, knocking a mummified warrior to the ground. At the same time, the flames rose up and wrapped it up. A series of injuries floated up from the head of the mummified warrior. Seeing this, the other examinees also gritted their teeth and rushed towards the group of mummies and ghost warriors. Sir Amo sighed and silently chanted a spell. In an instant, a light blue light circle appeared under the feet of the 12 alien examinees at the same time, and these light circles were connected by magic patterns. If Song Jian was present, he would definitely recognize that the skill Sir Amo used was actually a battle formation, which could simultaneously improve the attributes and combat capabilities of the 12 people present. Defeat them, Shiling roared, and golden light burst out on his body. He actually also used a team skill. The attributes of all the alien examinees present were increased by 15%, and at the same time, they were covered by a layer of light golden light. They looked like heavenly soldiers and generals, forming a sharp contrast with the mummies and ghost warriors on the opposite side. 12 alien examiners and hundreds of elite boss monsters of the same level collided fiercely. The fierce battle reached its peak in an instant, while King Smorkin quietly floated in the air, with a mocking sneer on his face, watching the examiners and the mummies and ghost soldiers in the tomb fighting fiercely. An alien examiner, waving his weapon, split a bloody mummified soldier in half with a ferocious look on his face. At this moment, his body suddenly trembled slightly. An unnatural blush appeared on his face, and his eyes became blurred in an instant. The weapon in his hand seemed to be much heavier, and he felt like he couldn't lift it. At this time, another mummy warrior, like an emotionless war machine, stabbed the cold weapon in his hand into the chest of the inhuman examiner. If it were normal, the examiner could easily dodge this attack. But now, he watched the other party stabbing the weapon into his body without any reaction. It was not until the mummy warrior pulled out the weapon that he took 2 steps back in horror, as if he did not believe everything he had experienced before. "Curse! The curse of Smorkin!" he shouted, with a look of despair on his face. If before, the inhuman examiners still had a chance to defeat these mummies and ghost warriors, but now, they were cursed by Smorkin and no longer had a chance. Their final outcome could only be that they all died here. At this time, Shiling's health value was less than 1/3. He poured a bottle of potion into his mouth, but his health value only increased slightly. If you don't look carefully, you won't notice that the health value has been replenished. The potion that could increase the health value by more than 2,000 points has only increased less than 400 points. And most importantly, the consumption of skills is too great. Now his energy tank is already empty, and the potion that restores energy is also cooling down. Shiling can already feel the sickle of the god of death, which is already on his neck. Ah! Another scream. An alien examiner turned into a white light and disappeared. At this time, there are only 3 people left in the tomb, and the number of mummies and ghost soldiers is at least more than 70. If it weren't for this curse, Shiling showed a look of regret on his face, hating himself for not paying attention to this curse earlier. But on the other side, Suram smiled bitterly. The horror of this curse would only be reflected when a battle occurred. He had discovered this curse as soon as he entered the tomb, but there was no way to solve it. He originally thought that he would become a fisherman, but he didn't expect that in the end, he would have to die like everyone else. Suram looked up at King Smorkin, who had been floating in the air and motionless. And such a thought suddenly emerged in his mind. In the face of powerful strength, any strategy is just a joke. A white light flashed, and Suram suddenly felt a pain in his neck. His eyes went black, and the whole person suddenly fell into darkness. Chapter 1386. Pushing away. The tomb gradually became quiet. King Smorkin, who was floating in the air, saw that the examinees did not leave their bodies after death, but turned into a white light and fled. He could not help but frown. However, it did not say anything until all 12 inhuman examinees were killed. Then it slowly fell from the air, and gently waved the trident in its hand towards the ground. The remaining mummified soldiers and ghost soldiers all turned into white sand and seeped into the ground, leaving only a field of gold and jewelry, and dozens of mummified and ghost bodies that had been killed. King Smorkin's skill cannot summon these soldiers infinitely. There is a summoning limit, and these soldiers will not be reborn immediately after being killed. Every hour, one soldier will be automatically resurrected until all the killed soldiers are resurrected. King Smorkin walked towards the platform expressionlessly, looking like a king walking towards his throne. Arriving in front of the coffin, King Smorkin gently took off the golden mask on his face, revealing a face like a mummy, with wrinkled skin tightly attached to the bones, without a trace of flesh and blood, looking like a skull. Looking at the luxurious coffin in front of him, King Smorkin's face showed an inexplicable complex expression, and he couldn't help but sigh. The empire finally perished. After speaking, King Smorkin slowly walked into the coffin and lay down, holding the trident in his hand tightly in his arms. The coffin cover that was moved aside was also lifted up by a mysterious force and covered on the coffin. There was silence all around. If it weren't for the dozens of mummified soldiers in the tomb, no one would have been able to tell that there had been a great battle here. Song Jian and Duoya walked in the mausoleum together, knowing that the Inhumans had entered here one step ahead. They walked very carefully and slowly, fearing that they would be ambushed by the Inhuman assessors. Just as they passed through a tomb, they suddenly received a prompt message from the system. System, all the Inhuman assessors of the enemy camp were killed and left the assessment world. All assessors of the opposing camp/neutral camp will be upgraded by 1 level. Seeing this system prompt, Song Jian and others showed surprised expressions on their faces. What on earth did they encounter? They were completely wiped out. Duoya couldn't help shouting. You know, she has personally experienced the strength of the alien assessors and knows how strong they are. The golden side quest is really not that easy to complete. Noah also looked dazed, as if he thought of something, and whispered, "It's not just the golden blood quest. It also involves golden blood." Patchogue glanced at Duoya and Noah, sneered, "Eat as much as you can. These people overestimate their own abilities and covet treasures beyond their capabilities. So naturally there will be no good end." Noah raised his eyebrows, thinking that Patchogue was talking about him. He was about to taunt him, but after looking at Song Jian, he held back. "Everyone be careful. This place is more dangerous than we thought." Song Jian looked at them and reminded them. Perhaps it was because the alien examiners were annihilated, which made Duoya and the others feel like a big stone was pressing on their hearts, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little heavy. Soon, they came to the outside of the king's tomb and saw the huge bronze door. They were all shocked. It's really worthy of being the king's tomb. It's hard to imagine that such a huge bronze door can be built in the tomb. Duoya couldn't help but sigh. It's just that the alien examiners met the boss somewhere. Could it be that they didn't even get here and were annihilated? Why think so much? Let's go in and take a look first. The king's tomb. The golden blood might be inside. Noah licked his lips, looked around, and strode towards the bronze door. Noah pushed the bronze door hard, but it didn't move at all. Obviously, with his strength attribute, it was impossible to push it open. In fact, this should also be considered a hidden screening condition for the golden side quest. If you can't even open the bronze door, it's impossible to complete this quest. Let's go together. This door can't be opened by one person. Noah shouted loudly. Everyone stepped forward together and retreated towards the door with all their strength. The bronze door finally trembled slightly, revealing a gap. This gate weighs at least hundreds of tons. I wonder how it was placed here when the mausoleum was built. Noah wiped the sweat from his forehead and whispered. At this moment, a gust of cold wind suddenly blew out from the gap in the gate, which made Noah feel palpitations. At the same time, the dazzling light emitted by the gold and jewelry also leaked out from the gap in the gate. making everyone dizzy. Oh my god! There are so many gold and jewelry, Duoya said excitedly, and couldn't help but drilled in through the gap in the gate. Let's go in too, Noah said, and couldn't wait to drill in. Pacha stood beside Song Jian, waiting for his next order. Song Jian pondered for a moment, and then he pressed his hands on the bronze door again, using all his strength to push it hard. Creak! A sharp friction sound was heard, and the bronze door actually trembled slightly, and slowly moved back. Pacha looked at Song Jian in surprise. At this time, Song Jian's forehead was bulging with veins, and the blood vessels on his arms were also bulging. It was obvious that he had used up all his strength. You can push this door by yourself? Pacha couldn't help shouting. You know, this door requires at least 10 or more second-level peak warriors to work together to push it open, which is also the minimum number of people required to complete the gold side mission. Although Pacha didn't know the specific number of people required, he knew that this bronze door could not be pushed open by one person. Born with supernatural power? Pacha asked with a puzzled look. Hee. Not bad. Song Jian stopped, wiped the sweat off his face, and smiled. With his current strength attribute, it was still a bit too much to completely push open this door. Thinking of this, Song Jian opened the battle pet space and directly summoned the Stone Man Golem. As soon as the burly golem appeared, he gave Pacha a strong sense of oppression, making him unable to help but step back several steps. Gulu, push open this door, Song Jian ordered. Gulu looked up and down at the bronze door that had been pushed open a little, stretched out his hands, and pressed hard on it. Boom! The loud noise startled even Duoya and Noah in the tomb. They turned around and looked at the stone man Gulu in shock, slowly pushing the bronze door open, and opened their mouths. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. Chapter 1387 Devouring. Song Jian, this is yours, Duoya said in surprise. This is my battle pet. Song Jian laughed. It's just a stone element. It's just a stone element boss of the command level. Duoya was speechless. When the stone element golem pushed the bronze door open completely, Song Jian heard a clear click sound, as if something had fixed the bronze door. After pushing the door open, Song Jian did not take the stone element golem back to the battle pet space, but let it walk into the tomb. Song Jian, there are many mummies here. All of them are elite bosses of level 100. Duoya suddenly shouted loudly. Song Jian walked up quickly, and saw that there were dozens of mummies scattered in the tomb. These mummies were wearing gray armor, and were covered with scars. It seemed that they had just experienced a war. Do you think that those alien examiners were annihilated here? Noah suddenly said, and at the same time, his eyes turned to the high platform in the center of the tomb. Look! There is a coffin there. It should be where the final boss is. I think we should recover our status first, and then open the coffin, Noah said, with a bitter smile on his face. My curse has been stacked to 10 layers. Do you have any potions or skills that can contact the curse? Duoya showed a hint of hesitation on her face, shook her head and said no. And even if this curse is lifted, it will be reinfected in a short time, unless we leave this mausoleum. Noah turned his head to look at Song Jian. Song Jian shrugged his shoulders at him, and said easily, passive skills can't be shared. Hee. This curse won't kill anyone. Just be careful. Can't you avoid it if you can't beat it? Pacha said to Noah with a mocking smile. Duoya didn't say a word. In fact, she had a dark gold pill that could remove all negative states, and at the same time, she was immune to the same type of negative states within 30 minutes. However, there was only one pill, and she was reluctant to give it to Noah, so she had to use it at a critical moment. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly heard a rustling sound behind him. He turned his head, and saw the burly stone elemental Gulu standing in the center of the tomb. The gold jewels under his feet gathered towards him at a speed visible to the naked eye, and continued to merge into his body. Gulu's big feet had completely turned golden. At the same time, as the gold in the tomb merged, the dazzling gold was slowly spreading along his ankles, toward his calves and knees. These gold jewels can improve the pass rating, Noah exclaimed, and began to pick up the gold jewels at his feet. Song Jian picked up a piece of gold and took a closer look. Sure enough, these golds did have the property of improving the pass rating, but one piece could only improve it by 1 or 2 points. Even if all the gold jewels in the entire tomb were emptied, it would probably only improve by 1 or 2 levels at most. because all the assessors in the alien camp were killed. Song Jian's pass rating was improved by 1 level. Now, the pass rating he got from rewards and hunting alien beasts alone can offset the penalty for failing the main task. If he leaves the assessment world directly now, he can get a B level or even B+ rating at the lowest. Such an evaluation is good for Due and Noah. But it is still too low for Song Jian. We must complete the main gold quest, Song Jian said in his heart. Completing this gold side quest can at least improve 2 levels. Enough for Song Jian to get an S level or above pass evaluation. Due and Pacha also began to pick up the gold on the ground. In their opinion, the final boss and the blood of gold may not be their share. It is more convenient to pick up some gold jewels and improve some pass evaluations. These gold jewels have the property of dropping after death. You have to be careful. If you die, you will have nothing, Pacha said to Noah and Due with a mocking look while picking up the gold jewels. Humph. Take care of yourself first. Noah couldn't help but retort. The speed of the 3 people picking up was far slower than the speed of the Stone Man Golem swallowing. At this time, the gold on the Stone Man Golem's body had spread to the knees, and the gold and jewelry on the ground could not be seen to have decreased much. It is conceivable how much wealth there is in the entire tomb. When the gold on the Stone Man Golem's body had spread to the waist, the coffin on the high platform suddenly shook violently, and an invisible force lifted the coffin lid away. A mummy wearing a golden mask, holding a trident, and wearing a red cloak behind him sat up from the coffin. King Smorkin's eyes were full of angry flames. He waved his trident, pointed at Song Jian and shouted, "You shameless thieves! You dared to steal the wealth of the Smorkin Empire! You will all die! These treasures in the tomb have a mysterious connection with King Smorkin. Even the treasures placed in the parcel column can be sensed by King Smorkin, because these treasures have the property of falling after death. Unless King Smorkin is killed and leaves the mausoleum safely, this mysterious connection will disappear. Otherwise, no matter where the people who stole these treasures go, King Smorkin can rely on this connection to kill all the thieves and take back his own wealth." Originally, the theft of several people would not alarm King Smorkin, but the swallowing of the Stone Man Gula completely digested these gold and jewelry, and completely merged with himself. If the number was smaller, King Smorkin might not have noticed it. But at this time, the Stone Man Gula swallowed too much, almost swallowed up 1/3 of the wealth in the entire tomb, and immediately woke up the sleeping King Smorkin completely, realizing that 1/3 of his wealth had been lost. King Smorkin could no longer bear it, and jumped out of the coffin, waving his trident and venting his anger at several people. Originally, he didn't know how his wealth disappeared, but when he saw Golem still devouring the gold and jewels, King Smorkin suddenly understood. "Go to hell, monster!" King Smorkin threw the trident in his hand at Golem fiercely. A bright electric light appeared in the air, and the trident turned into a lightning and pierced Golem's chest. Golem, who had already exceeded 10,000 points of blood and chi, was pierced by the trident. The blood and chi value of the nearly 2-meter-long trident was only less than 1 foot, and the rest was inserted into the chest of the Stone Man Golem. Crash! The Stone Man Golem let out a low roar, and his whole body collapsed, turning into hundreds of fist-sized stones, rolling around. Chapter 1388 Golden Giant. Inside the tomb, hundreds of fist-sized stones rolled around, some of which actually rolled directly to the feet of King Smorkin and were crushed into powder by him. This is a passive skill of the Stone Man Golem. When the damage it receives exceeds a certain limit, it will directly split apart and turn into countless rubble to share the damage. This skill can not only reduce the damage received by 20%, but also as long as the rock with the core is not destroyed. Golem will not die even if all the rubble is destroyed. All the rubble is scattered throughout the tomb. The moment it touches the gold jewels in the tomb, all the stones actually start to devour and fuse the surrounding gold at the same time. King Smorkin could feel that the speed at which the gold and jewels disappeared seemed to have suddenly become much faster. Several times faster than the speed at which Golem swallowed them when he was complete. Even Doya and Noah were stunned. They had already leaned over to pick up a piece of gold, but the gold seemed to have grown legs and rolled towards the nearest rock, then slowly merged into it. Almost every rock swallowed up gold and jewels that were several times its own volume, but the volume of the rock did not increase at all, except that the color of the original granite gradually changed to gold. In a short while, hundreds of golden balls appeared in the tomb, and the gold and jewels in the tomb were already sparse, with only a few pieces remaining in the corners. Although the gold and jewels in the tomb were of no use to King Smorican, they had accompanied him for tens of thousands of years after all. And the accumulation of these gold and jewels was enough to make him rich enough to rival a country. For King Smorican, these gold and jewels were the only things that could remind him of the great empire of the past. Now, even this last bit of memory was taken away by this group of people. Gulyulu. Countless fist-sized golden spheres began to gather towards the center. After a while, a golden giant with a height of nearly 5 meters appeared in front of everyone. Hey, Gula's height has actually shortened a lot. Could it be that he ate too much and had indigestion? Song Jian looked at the golden giant in front of him with some surprise, thinking to himself. In fact, at this time, Golem's body material has completely changed. The strength alone is more than 10 times stronger than before when it was a stone element. Before, it was just stone. But now it is metal. But the proportion of gold is too large, and it is far from reaching the strength and toughness of the alloy. However, from the stone element to the metal element, Golem can be said to have ascended to heaven in one step. The strengthening is equivalent to the black dragon Kamata swallowing the controllable mutation serum. You all will die. I will place your bodies as trophies in my tomb. Your souls will be eroded by the evil spirit day and night, and you will wail in pain forever. King Smorican was about to go crazy. He roared, waved his right hand, and the trident that had fallen to the ground because of Golem's decomposition returned to his hand again. With a wave of the halberd, a mysterious force surged towards the door of the tomb. Boom! The door made a roar and shook violently. According to the normal rhythm, the bronze door in the tomb should be completely closed at this time, completely cutting off the intruder's retreat. But because Song Jian had already opened the bronze door completely and touched the mechanism, the door could no longer be closed. This was a lucky coincidence, leaving them a way out. Seeing that the door could not be closed, King Smorican immediately increased his strength. The veins on his hand holding the trident were exposed, and countless strong undead auras emerged, like tentacles, constantly extending and waving outward. However, even if King Smorican tried his best, he could not close the bronze door, and it just made the door tremble violently. Song Jian and his companions did not understand what King Smorican was going to do at first, but after a while, they all seemed to understand. Attack! It wants to close the door and cut off our retreat, Duya shouted with a look of fear on her face, holding a staff and releasing a series of arcane missiles at King Smorican. Noah also began to chant spells quickly, and soon he summoned a machine gun more than half a person's height and placed it in front of him. Because of some mysterious power, this machine gun does not need to load bullets at all. Every 3 seconds, it will fire 5 bullets at the target. It also has a built-in skill continuous shooting. After it is turned on, it can fire continuously for 10 seconds, but it needs to cool down for 30 seconds. During the cooling period, it can only fire 1 bullet per second. Song Jian looked at Noah and his machine gun in surprise, and thought to himself, this guy is actually a hidden profession. A war master. I have only heard of this profession, and have never seen it, because it was the first time he saw this profession. Song Jian couldn't help but look at Noah twice more. He saw that after he summoned a machine gun, he did not stop, but continued to chant the spell. After a while, Noah summoned 3 machine guns in a row and placed them in front of him in a triangular shape. The muzzles of the 3 machine guns kept spurting out flames. The damage caused to King Smorican each time was not high, but as long as the machine guns were not destroyed, the cumulative damage would be considerable. This skill is very suitable for positional warfare, but he is still a little conservative in using it. At least the machine gun should not be placed directly in front of him, Song Jian thought to himself. However, he also understood what Noah was thinking. After all, his defense attribute was low. With these 3 machine guns placed in front of him, at least they could play a defensive role. In dangerous times, he could even abandon them to save his life. King Smorican, who was under attack, roared and gave up closing the bronze gate. Instead, he thrust the trident in his hand into the ground. With a loud boom, a burst of energy emanated from the tail of the trident, forming a translucent protective shield that blocked all attacks. Wake up, my soldiers, and kill the enemies who broke in here, King Smorican roared, and the cloak behind him fluttered. The king jumped into the air, as if flying, and stayed in the air. Click, click, woo 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 woo. One after another, the mummy soldiers emerged from the surrounding walls and floors. The cold wind in the air also condensed into ghost soldiers and landed in the tomb hall. After a while, 60 or 70 warriors with the strength of level 100 elite boss appeared in front of everyone. Level 100? Elite boss? So many. My god. I finally know how those alien examiners failed. Duoya let out a surprised cry. A look of fear on her face. And took several steps back. Chapter 1389 easily killed. Seeing so many monsters appear in front of them. Except for Song Jian, who had no expression on his face. The other people all showed fear on their faces. Patcha even flapped his wings and flew into the air. However, Patcha did not dare to approach King Smarkin, but flew far away to the nearest position to the bronze gate. It seemed that if something bad happened, Patcha would turn around and run away. Boom! Boom! The metal element Gula took a big step and approached Song Jian. Every step it took would leave a deep footprint on the floor. It seemed that not only did its height become shorter, but its weight seemed to have increased by more than 10 times. Song Jian couldn't help but open the attribute interface of Guru to check it out. Sure enough, whether it was the strength attribute or the defense attribute, Guru had improved a lot. In addition, there was a prompt in the attribute interface that the creature is in the state of devouring evolution. Obviously, after devouring so many gold jewels, Guru's strength growth has not ended. As long as it is given a little time, its strength may be greatly improved. However, at this time, Guru has given people a very reliable feeling. The stone giant that was nearly 10 meters tall before, although burly, gave people a feeling that it would fall apart with one blow. Now, Guru exudes a dazzling golden light all over his body. The surface of his body no longer has the rough rock edges before, and it looks very smooth and round. Others can see at a glance that the improvement is not a little bit. This is only the first stage. Only when all these soldiers are killed, the boss will enter the second stage. Noah looked at Song Jian eagerly, with a pitiful expression on his face, and said, Song Jian, it all depends on you. I have come to this point with so much hardship. I really don't want to leave in failure. Noah was a little ashamed at this time, when he found out that the task involved the blood of gold. He even thought of taking advantage of it. But now it seems that the idea at that time was really ridiculous. Coveting treasures beyond the scope of strength will naturally have no good end. The words of Patcha before echoed in his ears again. This time, he finally understood that neither the gold side quest nor the blood of gold was something he could covet. Taking a deep breath, Noah, like Duoya, slowly retreated. Obviously, they had given up the idea of continuing to fight. At this moment, they only wanted to rely on Song Jian to complete the golden side mission and offset the penalty for failing the main mission. Song Jian held a sky-breaking sword and gently waved it forward. More than 1,000 spiritual swords appeared around him. In an instant, these spiritual swords entangled with each other, constantly flying and interweaving in the air within a range of 10 meters in front of Song Jian. After a while, a brilliant lotus with a diameter of more than 10 meters and burning with blazing red lotus fire was formed. Song Jian controlled the fire-red lotus sword formation and quickly flew towards the mummies and ghost warriors that had just gathered in front of him. The previous Karma fire-red lotus sword formation took some time to form. Although there was a strong suction force that had locked the soul, powerful creatures could still escape the sword formation before the formation was formed with their strong physical fitness. But now, Song Jian's own strength has improved, especially after taking the controllable mutation serum. Even the chaotic sword energy seems to be under control. Not to mention this Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation. Now, he feels much easier to control this sword formation than before. Before, he could not speed up the formation of the sword formation at all. He could only rely on the sword spirit of the sky-breaking sword to control the sword formation and let the sword formation form naturally. But now, he can forcibly control and speed up the formation of the sword formation. In this way, the only flaw in the sword formation also disappeared. It can be seen that strong breaths are constantly emanating from the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation. The powerful suction force makes some of the gold jewels left around fly quickly towards the sword formation. The moment they touch the sword formation, these gold jewels are directly turned into ashes. Those mummies and ghost warriors tried their best to retreat, but in front of the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation, they had no resistance, leaving traces on the ground, and were all pulled into the sword formation. Duoya and Noah watched 60 or 70 level 100 elite bosses, that they could not resist at all in their eyes being pulled into the Lotus Sword formation without resistance. Then, they saw Song Jian waiting expressionlessly, as if he didn't spend much effort at all. After a while, the Lotus Sword formation slowly dissipated, leaving only broken corpses on the ground. Some mummies and ghost warriors didn't even leave their bodies, and were directly purified by the Red Lotus Karma Fire. The elite boss, which was only at the peak of the second stage, had no power to resist the Red Lotus Sword formation. It was wiped out without even triggering the subsequent evolution of the sword formation. You know, for other examinees, it would be better to face a single domination boss than 70 elite bosses of level 100. Even for the previous inhuman examinees, if they cooperated well, they might be able to kill a domination boss of the same level directly. But when facing 70 elite bosses of the same level, the 12 inhuman examinees had no chance of winning at all. But for the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword formation, there is actually not much difference between one level 100 elite boss and 100 level 100 elite boss. Watching Song Jian kill so many elite boss easily, Duoya and Noah were shocked. In their opinion, Song Jian was very powerful and had a great chance of defeating dozens of elite boss. They never thought that Song Jian would win so easily. The halberd you hold in your hand is the one given to you by the gods. Song Jian raised his head and stared at King Smorkin floating in the air. Feeling Song Jian's gaze, King Smorkin actually felt like he was being targeted by his natural enemy. And he said unconsciously, "Yes. This is indeed a treasure given to me by the gods, representing the legitimacy of the Smorkin Empire. So, this is a divine weapon?" Song Jian raised his eyebrows, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Ha ha ha. Mortal." King Smorkin suddenly laughed, pointing at Song Jian and laughing loudly. "Mortal. Mortal. You dare to covet a divine weapon? Not to mention a divine weapon. Even a semi-divine weapon is not something that mortals can covet. If this is really a treasure containing divine power, then once a mortal touches it, he will die directly. This is the punishment for coveting divine weapons." "Really?" Song Jian smiled contemptuously at the corner of his mouth, and between his eyebrows, an eye emitting colorful divine light slowly opened and looked at King Smorkin. Chapter 1390 Contribution List. Song Jian's delusion-breaking eyes contained a trace of the power of the Dragon God. With his strength, he could not bear it at all. However, the power of the Dragon God in the delusion-breaking eyes was given by the Dragon God himself, so it would not cause any harm to Song Jian. But even so, Song Jian still endured great pressure before, and the delusion-breaking eyes could only barely open a crack at first. But now, Song Jian's strength has greatly increased, and the delusion-breaking eyes can be fully opened without being backlashed, which naturally puts great pressure on King Smorkin. Strange. Strange God. How can there be the breath of a strange god? King Smorkin seemed very surprised, and even the golden mask on his face had an obvious crack from his forehead. Impossible. Impossible. Although tens of thousands of years have passed, this world has always been ruled by the 12-winged god of light. How could there be believers of a foreign god here? King Smorkin seemed to be greatly stimulated, and his body floating in the air also trembled slightly. Screech. With a cracking sound, the red cloak behind King Smorkin actually broke directly, turning into palm-sized fragments, like butterflies, flying all over the sky. King Smorkin lost the buoyancy of the cloak and fell down. Dang. With a crisp collision sound, the golden mask that was originally worn on King Smorkin's face and had a slight crack also fell from his face and rolled to the floor. King Smorkin's mummy-like face showed a look of panic, and even the trident in his hand seemed to become heavy. With the blessing of the delusion-breaking divine eye, King Smorkin's attributes were revealed to Song Jian without any error. King Smorkin Eye. Level 120. King level boss. Attributes: Strength 185. Agility 150. Constitution 210. Spirit 220. Intelligence 150. Faith value 75/100. Song Jian suddenly discovered that among King Smorkin's attributes, there was a faith value. Originally, this faith value was a full value of 100 points. But now as time goes by, the faith value has begun to drop continuously. It was 75 points just now, and now it has dropped to 69 points. As King Smorkin's faith value continued to drop, his equipment began to be destroyed piece by piece. The cloak and golden mask before, and now even the golden armor on his body, began to dim. The delusion-breaking divine eye between Song Jian's eyebrows shone with a brilliant seven-color divine light. The roar of the dragon god seemed to sound in the tomb. A straight beam of light shot out from the delusion-breaking divine eye and hit King Smorkin fiercely. This blow directly knocked King Smorkin more than 10 meters away, and his body hit the high platform in the center of the tomb fiercely. The golden giant Gula next to him also roared and strode towards King Smorkin. Seeing that Song Jian had already started fighting with King Smorkin, Patshaw in midair also mustered up his courage. As his wings flapped, thunderous forces spread across his wings. After a while, thunderous forces, like plasma, surged on his wings. Thunderbolt! Patshaw roared, and his wings suddenly burst into dazzling lightning. 2 lightning bolts drew arcs in the air and shot towards King Smorkin. The lightning attack lasted for a full 5 seconds. During this time, King Smorkin's body was stiff and trembling constantly, as if he was suffering great damage. More than 5,000 points of damage were floating from King Smorkin's head. In 5 seconds, it lost nearly 50,000 points of damage. Although 50,000 points of damage was negligible for King Smorkin, whose HP value had exceeded 10 million points. The 5-second force stiffness allowed Song Jian and the Golden Giant to cause a lot of damage to King Smorkin. Should we attack together? Although Noah could not see the specific attributes of King Smorkin, he could see the king-level grade and HP value. Such a boss was not something that a person with the peak of the second-level combat power could resist. Such a boss had a skill so powerful that even if it only swept him from the edge, he could be seriously injured. Doya glanced at her status bar. Smorkin's curse had already accumulated to the 15th level. She looked at King Smorkin's health value again and shook her head. Our damage is too low. We may not even be able to break the boss's defense. Moreover, we are always threatened by the curse here. Once injured, I'm afraid we will really have to exit the assessment world. Smorkin's curse made Doya and Noah dare not get hurt at all. Once injured, their health value could not be restored. They could only watch Song Jian fight the boss alone. After Patshaw used the Thunder Flash skill, he also entered a cooling stage, without the ability to attack from a distance. He had the same worries as Doya and Noah. He did not dare to fight close to the boss, and could only wait for the cooling to recover from a distance. However, after attacking once, Patch's eyes involuntarily showed a hint of joy. He even secretly glanced at Doya and Noah, secretly delighted in his heart. System, you caused 52,548 points of damage to King Smorkin I, ranking second in total contribution value. After the battle, the top 3 assessors will have their pass ratings upgraded to the corresponding level. This system prompt made Patshaw secretly delighted in his heart, with Song Jian's strength. It is only a matter of time to kill this boss. By then, he can rank second in the contribution list, and his pass rating will also be improved a lot. There are only 4 people on the scene, which means that in the end there will definitely be one person who will not be able to get the pass rating upgrade. The boss has only so much health value. If he attacks more and causes more damage, the contribution list may change. Patshaw will naturally not remind Doya and Noah. After the cooldown period, Patshaw began to accumulate thunder power and cast the skill Thunder Flash. This time, it was more than 50,000 points of damage. Although Patshaw would fall into a weak state after casting the skill, Song Jian held the boss very steadily, so Patshaw naturally had nothing to worry about. Open the sky. With a soft hum, Song Jian waved the sky-breaking sword in his hand, mobilized the chaotic sword energy in his body, and chopped at the boss fiercely. In the air, a battle axe exuding a vast and desolate atmosphere shone with brilliant light, and chopped fiercely towards the front, as if it even shattered the space, directly splitting the armor of King Smorkin into pieces, revealing the dried body inside. Crack, crack. The sound of breaking continued, and black air gushed out from King Smorkin's mouth, nose and wounds. God, have you really fallen? King Smorkin let out a miserable cry. At this time, his faith value had fallen below 50 points. Except for the breastplate, the golden armor also began to crack and slowly lose its luster. Chapter 1391 Wings of the God of Light. The decrease in faith value caused King Smorkin's strength to decline rapidly. His equipment was damaged piece by piece, although Song Jian contributed a lot. More importantly, without the support of King Smorkin's faith, these equipment began to disappear quickly. If King Smorkin's faith is always high, then even if the equipment is damaged in the battle, it can be restored with faith value. It can be said that King Smorkin with full faith and King Smorkin without faith are completely two levels of boss. In fact, this is also a hidden skill to pass the level. The examiner can use various means such as temptation and persuasion to weaken King Smorkin's faith value, greatly reduce his strength, and make the battle easier. Song Jian also hit the jackpot by accident, allowing King Smorkin to feel the breath of another god. You know, there is only one god in the entire assessment world, and that is the 12-winged god of light that King Smorkin has always believed in. Suddenly feeling the breath of another alien god directly caused King Smorkin's faith to collapse. After being isolated from the world for tens of thousands of years, King Smorkin has already determined that the 12-winged god of light he believes in has fallen, and his faith value is decreasing at an unprecedented rate. However, just when King Smorkin's armor was shattered and his blood value had dropped to less than half, his faith value remained at 30% and did not move. The king's wrath, King Smorkin roared, waving the trident in his hand and hitting the ground fiercely. Suddenly, a violent breath blew in all directions like a typhoon, and everyone in the tomb was immediately hurt. This is a large-scale damage. Damn it. Get out of the way. Duoya's face changed drastically, and she hurriedly ran out of the tomb. If it was other teams that did not completely open the door of the tomb, they could only withstand the attack of the boss at this time. In the case of being unable to recover their own blood and chi, bearing the attack of the boss was enough to wipe out the entire team. But now, out of curiosity, Song Jian opened the door of the tomb completely, giving the others a glimmer of hope. Except for Song Jian, the other three people all ran out of the tomb. Patshal was covered in blood. After rolling on the ground twice, he was motionless. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of his chest, he would probably be mistaken for a corpse by others. On the other side, Noah and Duoya also looked palpitating after rushing out of the door of the tomb. Their blood value had fallen below half. During the escape, they had endured at least 5 or 6 air waves. At this time, Song Jian saw that the situation was not good and hid directly in the broken kingdom of God. Only the golden giant guru, who was hard-pressed against the boss's attack, waved his fists and hit King Smorkin again and again. King Smorkin's attack lasted for 15 seconds. The tomb seemed to have just experienced a typhoon. Almost all the items were destroyed. Even the floor was blown away, revealing the gray-black soil underneath. This attack directly made Duoya and the other two lose their ability to fight. They didn't even dare to approach the tomb. They could only hide behind the bronze door and stare at the dark tomb. A tall figure with golden light stood with King Smorkin. Fortunately, Song Jian survived, Duoya said with lingering fear. His attack is so strong and his defense is so high. It's beyond imagination. How did he do it? Noah asked in surprise. Everyone has his own secrets, and he certainly doesn't want others to know. Patshal looked at the tomb with complicated eyes and said softly, I hope I won't be his enemy in the future. Otherwise, it will be really despair. Noah sighed and completely gave up the extravagant hope of competing with Song Jian for the golden blood. I was only one step away from the golden blood. But, Noah shook his head, feeling sad in his heart. Such an opportunity may only come once in a lifetime. And now, he can only watch others take it away. Song Jian hid in the broken kingdom for 30 seconds before he came out. He was surprised to see the golden giant Golem clenching his fists and fighting with Smorkin. You know, before the Stone Man Golem evolved, he was a half-tank and half-earth mage. He could fight and resist, and he was also very good at using earth magic. But now, after the evolution, his attributes have greatly increased. But he has lost the ability to use earth magic and can only fight with his fists. Does it mean the Golem can only be used as a pure tank in the future? Song Jian touched his chin and thought to himself, if this is true, Golem's future opportunities will probably be even less than before. After all, there are not many opportunities for him to take damage. King Smorkin roared and jumped up suddenly. He chopped the trident in his hand fiercely on Golem's shoulder, but only left a white mark less than an inch deep on Golem. If it were before, this blow would probably have directly removed Golem's arm. Boom! Golem didn't make any defensive moves at all. When King Smorkin attacked him, he also took the opportunity to hit King Smorkin hard. This punch made a dull sound, and King Smorkin's face changed. He couldn't help but retreat 3 or 4 steps before he stabilized his body. Facing Golem, who was twice as tall as him, it was very difficult to fight. It's time to end. Song Jian looked at King Smorkin, whose HP was less than half. and smiled. You know, King Smorkin, whose faith had dropped to 30%, was now not as strong as a top-level boss. In addition, the previous open heaven attack had seriously injured it. If it wasn't an undead creature, the previous attack would have made it completely lose its combat capability. Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword. With a thought, countless spirit swords appeared out of thin air, flying and interweaving above Song Jian's head. After a while, a sharp sword about 10 feet long appeared above Song Jian's head, with the tip of the sword pointing at King Smorkin's forehead. Suddenly, King Smorkin felt as if his soul was locked, and it seemed that no matter how he dodged, he could not avoid the next attack. God of Light, have you really abandoned me? King Smorkin looked miserable, and he actually knelt down with his trident in both hands, crying loudly. At this moment, a gray shadow appeared behind it. It looked like the image of the 12-winged God of Light depicted in the previous two murals. But this shadow was too faint. If you don't look carefully, it's hard to recognize it as the shadow of the 12-winged God of Light. A surge of power surged out from behind King Smorkin. After a while, the shadow of the God of Light condensed into countless air currents and condensed behind King Smorkin. Soon, 6 pairs of huge wings of light appeared on King Smorkin's back. These wings of light were almost identical to the wings of the God of Light in the mural. God, you finally responded to me. King Smorkin felt the surging power in his body and stood up. His faith value actually recovered directly from 30% to 60%. And his combat power also began to gradually increase. However, the moment King Smorkin stood up, his face changed drastically. The 12 wings of the God of Light behind him suddenly made a shattering sound. A pair of wings of the God of Light inexplicably broke apart. This made King Smorkin, whose momentum had already risen, stagnate and look behind him in disbelief. Chapter 1392 Golden Holy Lion Demon Binding Seal. Bang! Another crisp sound. The second pair of wings began to break. King Smorkin's aura, which had begun to expand, had stopped when the first pair of wings broke. And now, after the second pair of wings broke, his aura began to slowly fall back. No, this is impossible. Impossible. King Smorkin showed a look of horror in his eyes. He thought that the wings of the God of Light broke because of his faith value. And he was terrified. Why do these wings look so much like my Hun Tian wings? Song Jian frowned slightly. The shadow of the wings on King Smorkin's back was almost exactly the same as his Hun Tian wings, both of which were black and white. But the so-called wings of the God of Light were 12, while Song Jian only had 4. If my Hun Tian wings are upgraded to the top level, will they become the 12-winged wings of the God of Light? Song Jian thought to himself. King Smorkin's second pair of wings has been completely shattered, and cracks have begun to appear on the surface of the third pair of wings. Fortunately, its faith value has been increased to 60%. In the end, the third pair of wings did not completely shatter, but it looked full of cracks, like a piece of porcelain that was about to break. Song Jian's mind moved, and the Hun Tian wings instantly appeared on his back, looking almost exactly the same as the wings behind King Smorkin. Smorkin, look at what's behind me! Song Jian shouted. King Smorkin, who had already stopped weakening his aura, opened his eyes wide when he saw Song Jian's wings. He looked unbelievable. How could it be? How could you have the wings of the God of Light? You clearly believe in a foreign god. How could it be? King Smorkin shouted in shock. Your god has already fallen. Smorkin, Song Jian shouted loudly. Although he didn't know the truth, it didn't stop Song Jian from continuing to attack King Smorkin's faith. By now, Song Jian has long been sure that the strength of the boss in front of him is proportional to his faith value. When the faith value is full, its strength is at its peak. When the faith value drops, its strength will be greatly reduced. Therefore, Song Jian tried every means to undermine the other party's confidence in believing in the gods, causing the other party's faith value to drop significantly. Sure enough, after seeing Song Jian's wings, coupled with Song Jian's verbal attack, Smorkin's faith value, which had already increased to 60%, dropped again. Crack. The third pair of wings, which had already cracked, made a crisp cracking sound, and the two wings shattered like glass, turning into crystal fragments that floated down in the sky. No! King Smorkin let out a shrill scream. The change in faith value was not controlled by his consciousness. When he began to doubt the existence of gods from the bottom of his heart, his faith value would fall involuntarily. A smile appeared on Song Jian's lips. At this time, King Smorkin's aura had fallen to the level of command. No longer as powerful as before. Karma Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords Art. Song Jian shouted softly. And hundreds of spirit swords appeared out of thin air, floating around his body. At this time, the sword energy value was not restored to full value, and he could not perform the Karma Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords Art. However, with the improvement of strength, the control of the 10,000 Swords Art has become more and more proficient. At this time, he began to try to use spirit swords as sword formation materials to construct the sword formation that has been included in the sword formation catalog. Golden Holy Lion Demon Binding Seal. Song Jian showed a cautious look on his face. He controlled the spirit sword and constructed the Holy Lion sword formation with difficulty. Constructing a sword formation is a very mentally exhausting task. It is even more difficult to construct it using the spirit sword surrounding materials. Originally, Song Jian did not have this ability at all. But after taking the controllable mutation serum, Song Jian's strength increased greatly. Especially the control over the skills he had mastered was significantly enhanced. Therefore, he began to prepare to try the previous idea and use the spirit sword as material to construct a sword formation. Using the spirit sword as the material for the sword formation is not only extremely convenient, but also can enhance the power of the sword formation. Once successful, this will become another killer of Song Jian. As the spirit sword danced in the air, it continued to merge into a ball of golden light. After a while, a lion covered with golden mane jumped out of the ball of golden light with its head held high and its chest puffed out, roaring at King Smorkin. At this time, King Smorkin was still in doubt about the existence of the 12-winged god of light, and did not notice that a huge golden lion over 3 meters tall and 5 meters long was rushing towards him, until the golden lion rushed in front of it. King Smorkin suddenly came to his senses, waved the trident in his hand, and fought with the golden lion. The Golden Holy Lion originally has the attribute of breaking demons, and Smorkin is an undead monster, so he is restrained by the other party. Although I have only successfully constructed the formation for the first time, and there are still many areas that can be improved in the Golden Holy Lion Demon Binding Seal. Such a Holy Lion is enough to give Smorkin a hard time, Song Jian thought to himself, waving the sky-breaking sword in his hand, splashing out sword energy, and attacking King Smorkin. As time went by, King Smorkin's blood value continued to decline, and the Golden Holy Lion began to show signs of erosion by the power of death. Song Jian could clearly feel that the formation core of the Golden Holy Lion Demon Binding Seal began to be damaged. It's still too fragile. The core is not solid, which also leads to a big flaw in the formation. Song Jian stopped attacking the boss. Now the boss's health value is dropped to 1/3. Less than 3 million. If you want to kill it, you only need one move of 10,000 swords to solve it. And Song Jian's sword energy value has been restored to full at this time. But now, he hopes to find out the shortcomings of his formation with sword energy in the battle. Once again condensed hundreds of spirit swords. Song Jian found that the more spirit swords were integrated, the more powerful the formation summoned was. Although it could not be compared with the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation for the time being, Song Jian believed that with the improvement of the proficiency of constructing the formation, the formation of the Golden Holy Lion Binding Demon Seal still had a lot of room for improvement. Crack. A crisp tearing sound rang in Song Jian's ears. The Golden Saint Lion, who was fighting with King Smorkin, froze and was knocked away by the opponent's halberd. The core of the formation was shattered, causing the Golden Saint Lion's Demon Binding Seal to be difficult to maintain its form. The Golden Saint Lion that was knocked away shook violently, and after a moment, it completely collapsed. The core of the formation was destroyed. The energy cycle was broken, and the formation could no longer be maintained. However, this was only Song Jian's first attempt to use the spirit sword as material to build a formation. At the moment, the formation was broken. Song Jian had already begun to summon the spirit sword again and reconstruct the Golden Saint Lion's Demon Binding Seal formation. Chapter 1393 Authentic and High Imitation. Just as King Smorkin destroyed the formation, Song Jian in the distance had begun to construct the Golden Saint Lion Demon Binding Seal again. As long as the sword energy value is endless, the spiritual sword will also be endless, and the materials for constructing the formation will also be endless. Soon, the second Golden Saint Lion Demon Binding Seal was constructed. This time, the size of the Golden Saint Lion was a circle smaller than the first time, but the core of the formation was more solid. With a roar, The newly constructed golden saint lion continued to pounce on King Smorikan. Just as it approached the king, a ball of golden flame spewed out of the golden saint lion's mouth and hit the king's chest fiercely, instantly causing more than 30,000 points of damage. Yes, this time I slightly optimized the core of the formation, and it actually made some gratifying changes to the formation. Song Jian showed a hint of joy on his face, and took out a pill from the parcel column and swallowed it. This is the pill that can speed up the recovery of sword energy value exchanged in the sword control sect. Song Jian usually doesn't want to eat it, but now he can't care about it. Looking at King Smorikan, who was fighting with the golden holy lion in the distance, Song Jian closed his eyes slightly, sat cross-legged, and began to quickly recover the sword energy value. After a while, Song Jian stood up, controlled the spirit sword, and continued to construct the golden holy lion demon binding seal. Soon, a golden holy lion appeared in front of Song Jian. Looking at the smaller golden holy lion in front of him, Song Jian shook his head slightly, not feeling very satisfied. With a wave of his hand, the golden holy lion roared and rushed towards King Smorikan. At this time, the king had to face two golden holy lions at the same time, and the pressure doubled for a while. It's not just the problem of core components. There are many details that have not been considered, such as the energy transmission efficiency, the energy conversion speed of the nodes, and the stability of the entire structure. Song Jian thought to himself, took out another pill, and threw it into his mouth, feeling the surging sword energy in his body condensing towards Dantian. A bottle of pills to restore sword energy has 12 pills in total, and requires 500 contribution points. For disciples like Song Jian, who are often away from the sect and unable to complete the sect's tasks, such pills can only be used as a trump card and cannot be used for daily consumption. However, Song Jian was in a state of perception at this time. There seemed to be a flash of inspiration in his mind, but he could never catch it. This made Song Jian feel a little anxious. The sword energy in his body kept surging, and countless spirit swords floated around Song Jian's body. At this moment, Song Jian unexpectedly controlled the trace of chaotic sword energy generated by practicing the Chaos Sword Cannon and condensed a spirit sword. This spiritual sword was not like the previous ones, with dark red lotus fire burning on its surface. This spiritual sword had no luster on its surface, and it looked like an ordinary iron sword. However, Song Jian stared at the gray sword, and his face gradually showed a hint of excitement. The stability of the formation constructed with the Chaos Sword as the core will definitely be greatly improved, and there may be unexpected surprises. Just like the second golden holy lion can spit out golden flames, every qualitative improvement of the formation will enhance the additional functions of the formation. With a thought, countless spiritual swords gathered together to form a dazzling golden light ball, and then hundreds of subsequent spiritual swords rushed towards this golden light like swallows returning to their nests. Finally, the seemingly inconspicuous gray sword also merged into the golden light ball. Boom! Song Jian suddenly heard a loud explosion in his mind, and his mental pressure doubled. Originally, controlling two golden saint lion demon binding seal formations was already stressful, but now, Song Jian actually felt as if his mind was about to explode, and his mental pressure was on the edge of a cliff, about to collapse. Why? How could this happen? Song Jian wiped the blood from his nose, and his face showed an ugly look. According to his estimation, his mental power should be enough to control 5 golden saint lion demon binding seal formations. So why did he feel like he couldn't bear it after only the third one? At this moment, a holy lion more than 2 meters long, about the same size as an ordinary adult lion, suddenly jumped out from the golden light ball. This holy lion exuded a dark golden light all over its body. Whether it was its hair, facial features, or limbs, it looked exactly like a real lion, compared with the 2 golden holy lions fighting the boss in front. This one seemed to be a real lion, while the other 2 were simply high imitations. Sure enough, there is no harm without comparison. Song Jian endured the pain in his head and controlled this new golden holy lion to rush towards the boss. Swish! Almost immediately after Song Jian gave the order, this Wangjing holy lion rushed to the boss at a speed of almost teleportation, jumped high, and grabbed King Smorikan's face with its 2 sharp claws, then bit its neck, tearing off a large piece of shriveled flesh. Such a speed! Not only King Smorikan did not react, Song Jian was also shocked. The previous speed was too fast. Even Song Jian might not be able to react to such a speed. Even a legendary strongman might not be so fast. Right? Song Jian showed a look of shock on his face. But soon, it was covered with excitement and joy. The attack of the Golden Holy Lion directly stunned King Smorkin. Although he did not feel pain, the previous attack by the Golden Holy Lion directly on his face still caused serious damage to his self-esteem. At this time, King Smorkin had 4 or 5 blood marks on his cheeks, almost destroying half of his face. He was originally like a mummy, but now it became even more terrifying. "You are looking for death," King Smorkin roared, and the wings behind him burst into a brilliant light. The energy that was almost visible to the naked eye quickly rushed from the wings into King Smorkin's body. This is going to be a big move. Song Jian's heart trembled, and he quickly retreated. Boom! A large amount of black gas suddenly gushed out of King Smorkin's body. The black breath was accompanied by a foul smell. Song Jian just sniffed a little and immediately felt dizzy. In the status bar, there was even an unhealthy status of highly toxic. You know, Song Jian's innate skill immortal body is immune to all toxins and unhealthy conditions. Even so, a highly toxic state appeared. It can be imagined how powerful the toxins in this black fog are. Seeing the poisonous state that lost 1000 HP points per second, Song Jian hurriedly drank a bottle of advanced healing potion and retreated towards the bronze gate at a faster speed. After a while, the whole tomb was shrouded in this black poisonous gas. After leaving the range of the poisonous gas, Song Jian's immortal body finally took effect. The poisonous state disappeared, and his HP began to recover slowly. The whole tomb was pitch dark, and only the roar and fighting sounds of King Smorkin could be heard. Song Jian could only wait patiently outside the tomb for the black poisonous gas to dissipate. Looking at Dua and the other two hiding aside, Song Jian thought to himself, if this move was used by others, I'm afraid they would be wiped out directly. Chapter 1394 Hatred and Chaos. This black fog. Dua looked at the black fog spreading in the tomb, and suddenly felt a sense of fear, as if the black fog in front of her was a terrifying beast that would pounce on her at any time. It's very powerful, and it's highly toxic. Ordinary people may be killed instantly, Song Jian whispered. Even he, who has the skill of being immune to toxin damage, suffered a loss of 1000 points of chi and health per second. If other people were covered by the poisonous fog, they would be dizzy and turned into a mummy in a few seconds. It's definitely not just highly toxic. It must also contain some damage that the immortal body cannot be immune to, Song Jian said in his heart. The black fog spread. But strangely, when the black fog spread to the bronze gate, it seemed that there was a mysterious force that blocked it, and the range of its spread was limited to the tomb. Seeing this scene, Dua and the other two looked at Song Jian. At this time, they were shocked. Why did Song Jian know to open the door completely before? If it was someone else, I'm afraid it would be enough to push open a gap to enter. Dua was puzzled, but she didn't know how to ask. After all, this was a personal secret. In fact, Song Jian was just curious for a while. After realizing that his strength was not enough to completely open the door, he subconsciously thought of the Stone Man Guru. Otherwise, Guru would not be summoned, and Guru would not swallow up all the gold and jewelry in the entire tomb. Song Jian actually knew that Golem could devour ores to improve his strength. Previously, Golem could devour amethyst ores to improve his strength in the amethyst mine. However, if Golem, who was already at the command level, wanted to improve again, the quality and quantity of ores required were astronomical. Although Song Jian was the lord of a city, he did not have such great financial resources. Even if he failed in this assessment mission, Song Jian made a lot of money. In addition to improving the strength of the two battle pets, he also took a mutant serum, which greatly increased his strength. All of this was no less than an S-level combat power assessment reward. What's more, there is still a mutant serum that has not been taken. Even if it cannot be taken out of the assessment world, even if it improves the pass rating, it can at least be improved by 1 level. Song Jian thought to himself. But the biggest gain this time is that I have mastered the method of using spirit swords as formation materials to construct formations. In addition to the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword formation, the Golden Saint Lion Demon Binding Seal can also be successfully constructed with the Spirit Sword. Unfortunately, the Demon Seal, I comprehended, is only an incomplete formation. It cannot be constructed even with formation materials, let alone with a Spirit Sword. If you want to use a Spirit Sword to construct a formation, You must know the entire structure of the formation, the flow of energy, and every detail of constructing the formation. Only in this way can you use the spirit sword to replace the formation materials to construct a large formation. If the formation you comprehend is incomplete, then don't even think about using the spirit sword to construct a formation. At this moment, King Smorkin suddenly screamed in the black fog, and at the same time, Song Jian instantly lost contact with the two golden Saint Lion Demon Binding Seal formations. With a muffled groan, 2 lines of blood flowed from Song Jian's nostrils, and his mind was buzzing as if a bomb was thrown into it. This time it was because the 2 formations were suddenly destroyed and the formations backfired. Strange. I didn't feel the core of the formation being destroyed before. Why was it destroyed in an instant? Song Jian wiped the blood that flowed to his lips and frowned. At this time, the black fog still did not dissipate at all. Song Jian immediately opened the delusion-breaking divine eye between his eyebrows, wanting to see the battle situation in the tomb clearly. However, there seemed to be a mysterious force in the black fog that blocked his sight. Song Jian could only barely see 2 figures fighting in the black fog. One of them looked like the Golden Holy Lion, and the other was the boss. The Golden Holy Lion's movement slowed down at this time, and it was no longer as fast as before. The boss, King Smorkin, as always, waved the trident, released skills one by one, and continuously bombarded the Golden Holy Lion. The 2 Golden Holy Lions were killed before. It should be the boss that released the ultimate move. Song Jian guessed. Fortunately, the Chaos Sword was used to build a perfect Golden Holy Lion. Otherwise the boss would probably rush out. Hey, the black fog seems to have become lighter. Duoya, who had been staring at the tomb, suddenly said. Song Jian closed his eyes and looked at the black fog. Sure enough, the black fog in the tomb was much lighter than before. Soon, the black fog dissipated, and a scarred golden lion appeared in front of Song Jian. At this time, this golden lion, which was emitting dark golden light, was covered with black scars. These scars continued to emit black aura. At the same time, one of the front paws of the golden lion was cut off, and it barely supported its body with 3 legs. Roar. Although the golden lion was covered with scars, it was full of fighting spirit. It roared angrily at King Smorkin and continued to pounce on it. On the other side, King Smorkin looked even more miserable than the Golden Saint Lion. There were sharp scratches all over his body, and he even lost one eye. His health was less than 3 million points. One of his wings was torn off, and the other was broken. In the black poisonous fog, he actually fought with the boss to such an extent. The power of the Golden Saint Lion's Demon Binding Seal has greatly exceeded my expectations. Song Jian showed a surprised smile on his face. But he also understood that all this was because he had a thorough understanding of the structural details of the Golden Saint Lion's Demon Binding Seal. And on the other hand, he used the Chaos Sword as the core of the formation, which almost raised the entire formation by 1 level out of thin air, creating the current regrettable situation. The array has been tested almost to the point where it's time to end your life, Song Jian whispered, holding the sky-breaking sword and slowly walking towards the tomb. At this time, Doya and Noah looked at each other, drew their weapons, followed Song Jian, and entered the tomb. You know, the pass evaluation is definitely different if you participate in killing the boss, and if you don't. Even if you only cause a little damage to the boss, you are still considered to have participated in the whole process. Seeing the actions of Doya and Noah, Pacha became a little anxious, spread his wings and flew towards the boss. With his wings spread, 2 more thunder powers bombarded the boss, seeing a nearly 80,000 damage floating up from the top of the boss. Pacha was suddenly delighted. It was a critical hit. However, before his joy faded, he saw the boss King Smorkin suddenly raised his head, his 2 scarlet eyes staring at Pacha, showing him 2 sharp fangs, and making an expression ready to attack. How is it possible? I just hit him. How did I take away the hatred from the boss? Pacha suddenly felt cold all over, with a look of wanting to cry but no tears. The hatred is chaotic. The boss's hatred is chaotic. Pacha screamed and turned around and ran away. Even though the boss was already at low health, Pacha could not withstand its attack now. Hearing Pacha shout hate is chaotic, Doya and Noah, who had already rushed towards the boss, suddenly braked and stopped 2 steps, with a look of doubt in their eyes. Chapter 1395. Hate Confusion is a passive skill only available to some special bosses. When the HP value drops to a certain level, the boss's hatred value will become chaotic, and it will randomly lock onto an enemy that has caused damage to it. When a team is hunting a boss, the most troublesome thing is this situation. Originally, the MT was able to pull the boss's hatred steadily. But once the hatred is confused, the boss will directly give up attacking the MT and choose to attack other professional players. If it is other melee players, it is okay. But if you choose a ranged or healing profession, it is simply a disaster for the team. To hunt down a boss with the skill chaos of hatred. Team strength is one thing, and great luck is another. Facing such a powerful boss like King Smorkin. Except for Song Jian, anyone else could be killed instantly by the other party. When Doya and Noah heard Pat Shaw shouting chaos of hatred, they rushed towards the boss and prepared to fight for the last blow. They stopped at the same time, looked at each other, and slowly retreated with lingering fear. Fortunately, that guy is faster than me. The two of them had the same thought at the same time. At this time, Pat Shaw was frantically dodging the attack of King Smorkin. Although King Smorkin, holding a trident, was a process or semi-ranged profession, his attack range was almost the entire tomb, and only a few places were blind spots for his attack. But Pat Shaw, who was locked by hatred, would be chased by King Smorkin wherever he fled. So for him, there was no blind spot for attack at all. Save me. Save me. Pat Shaw looked like he wanted to cry, but had no tears, and kept making various flying movements in the air to dodge the energy behind him. Song Jian narrowed his eyes, glanced at Doya and Noah, and chuckled. The two of them were just playing soy sauce throughout the whole process, and had almost no contribution. And judging from the action just now, they were ready to grab the last attack. If they were the two of them who were locked by the boss hatred, Song Jian would not save them at all. But Pat Shaw was different. He assisted from the beginning to the end. Although the help was not great, Song Jian was very grateful. 10,000 swords technique. Song Jian pointed with his right hand, and countless spirit swords flew towards the boss, immediately surrounding it and blocking its sight in an instant. I will kill you. King Smorkin became more and more crazy, as if he had foreseen his own destruction. He looked desperate and even used his body to hit the flying spirit swords. After a while, King Smorkin's body was full of sword marks. The black aura emanating from the wounds almost wrapped it up. It looked like a thick black fog running everywhere. Song Jian kept knocking down more than 1 million HP of the boss, and finally transferred its hatred to himself. At this time, Pat Shaw was trembling with fear. He was hit by the boss's chi several times. You know, the curse effect on him has been superimposed to the 15th layer. Even if he eats up all the recovery potions he brought, his HP has only increased to about 60%. If the boss attacks him 2 more times, I'm afraid he will directly exit the assessment world. Almost, Pat Shaw landed on the bronze gate, his eyes full of fear. Being driven out of the assessment world here can really be regarded as a failure in the end. Looking at Song Jian, Pat Shaw was full of gratitude. If Song Jian hadn't desperately used the 10,000 swords technique to block the boss, he would have been killed by the boss and left. At this time, Pat Shaw no longer dared to attack the boss, and could only hide aside. However, at this time, he had firmly stood in the second place in the boss damage contribution list. Unless Doya and Noah could grab the last blow of the boss, they would have a chance to surpass him. How could Song Jian let you grab the last blow? He wouldn't even let you touch the boss. If you are not afraid of death, you can go and try. Pat Shaw looked at Doya and Noah, and seeing the unwilling expressions on their faces, his eyes were full of ridicule. As long as they cause damage to the boss, even if it is only a little, they will have the right to pick up the loot. Although these two people may not dare to compete with the boss. After all, this is just an assessment world. Even if they are killed by Song Jian, as long as they grab a treasure, it is a big profit. After all, by then, maybe even the gold side quest will be completed. Infernal Fire Red Lotus Sword. Cut! With a light shout, the flying spirit sword suddenly gathered towards the top of the boss's head. After a while, a huge sword about 10 feet long fell fiercely towards the top of the boss's head. Don't even think about it. The boss showed a ferocious look on his face, and the wings behind him all burst at the same time, and the surging power all poured into the boss's body. It waved the divine halberd in its hand, and rushed towards the long sword above its head. Boom! With a loud bang, The Karma Fire Red Lotus sword collided with the halberd and instantly disintegrated. Song Jian frowned. King Smorkin laughed. But it was not easy for him either, as he directly lost nearly 300,000 HP. What a pity, Song Jian whispered. If this sword had been cut, the boss could have been killed instantly. But the halberd in the opponent's hand was indeed given by the gods. Just like the Eye of Delusion breaking, it contained a trace of the divine power of the 12-winged god of light, which was not something that an ordinary Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation could contend with. Since I can't kill you instantly, I'll grind you to death. Song Jian sneered, and rushed towards the boss with the Golden Saint Lion and the Golden Giant Gula beside him. The boss, which had less than 1 million HP left, quickly lost its last chance to struggle under Song Jian's attack. When its body fell softly, a drop of blood shining with golden light floated up from its corpse. At the same time, 5 or 6 items shining with golden and purple light exploded around his body. Although these items cannot be taken out of the assessment world, they can improve the pass rating system. The final boss of the gold side quest is killed, and the quest item Golden Blood is about to appear. The person who finally obtains the Golden Blood will greatly improve the pass rating. This system prompt was very insidious. If it was another team, after going through many difficulties to kill the boss, they might have turned against each other because of this system prompt, and started to fight for this drop of Golden Blood. But for Song Jian, this was not a danger at all. Song Jian walked directly to the corpse, held the drop of golden blood in his palm, and then said to Patshaw, who came over, "The rest is yours." "Thank you, big brother." Patshaw was very happy. After killing the boss, he ranked second in the contribution list and directly improved his clearance rating by 2 levels. This was already a pleasant surprise for him. At the same time, after killing the boss, the golden side quest was also completed, and the clearance rating was improved by a whole level. The mission is completed. You can leave, Song Jian said to the 3 people, and directly put the golden blood into the package column, without even showing the attributes to the other 3 people. Chapter 1396 Golden Blood. Noah saw the golden blood, and he looked like he was about to make a move. He glanced at Doya next to him, but found that Doya had a calm face, and even her eyes had not changed. Unfortunately, this is probably the closest I have ever been to the golden blood. Noah's eyes were full of regret. Song Jian, thank you very much this time. I hope we can have a chance to cooperate again in the future, Doya said to Song Jian with a smile. Waved to him, and then her figure slowly disappeared. After completing the golden side mission, Doya's pass evaluation can reach at least B level, in addition to the monsters killed and items obtained in the assessment world. Doya's combat power assessment this time is at least B+, or even A-. For Doya, this is already a pleasant surprise. Thank you, sir. Please contact me next time you come to the holy city of Elf Song. I will definitely treat you well. Patshaw flapped his wings twice, and looked at the plasma flowing on his wings, with a reluctant look on his face. Okay, I don't know what will happen next time I meet him, Song Jian said with a smile. He waved to Patshaw. Although the other party was an alien, Song Jian felt that he was much more reliable than the NPC of the same human race. Patshaw left the assessment world, and the power of the pet contract between him and Song Jian slowly dissipated. After all, Patshaw was not a real alien beast, and it was impossible for him to become Song Jian's pet in the game world. This time, all the aliens were wiped out, with Patshaw being the only exception. If he hadn't had a wild idea and switched to the alien camp, he wouldn't have become Song Jian's pet. In addition to completing the gold side quest and obtaining boss trophies in addition to the golden blood, Song Jian also contributed to the alien beasts he killed along the way, plus the inner elixir he swallowed along the way. After the assessment, there will be a comprehensive evaluation. This time, Patch's pass evaluation will definitely be much higher than Doya, and he may even reach A or even A+. If the main quest was not completed, he would have been downgraded 3 levels, and even had a chance to sprint to an S-level pass evaluation. Song Jian, are you willing to sell your drop of golden blood? Noah asked with expectation. Oh, do you want to buy it? Song Jian had a half smile on his face. Doya and Patshaw knew that a treasure like golden blood was not something they could covet, even if they exchanged it for a level 5 city. The owner would never exchange it. Golden blood is also known as the blood of gods. After using it, it can make one's blood contain a trace of divine power, which is called a demigod-like existence. Such an existence is a symbol of invincibility among ordinary humans. It has appeared more than once in human history. The epic record of the Son of Gold holding a semi-artifact or artifact and killing demons. I'm willing to pay 100 million Doomsday coins to buy it. Noah gritted his teeth. 100 million Doomsday coins? Song Jian was stunned, with a mocking look on his face. Now the god-favored players. That is, the players' levels are generally low, and most of them are hovering around level 80. Many people have not yet come into contact with currencies higher than Doomsday coins, such as purple crystals. Therefore, most transactions between god-favored players, or between god-favored players and NPCs, are still traded in Doomsday coins. Noah's offer of 100 million Doomsday coins is already a considerable fortune in the eyes of ordinary players. But in Song Jian's eyes, this is simply deceiving him like a child. I'll give you 1 billion. And you just need to give me a drop of golden blood. Song Jian snorted coldly. Noah's face flushed immediately, and he was about to say something. But Song Jian said coldly, even if you complete the golden side mission, if I kill you now, your pass rating will be reduced. By then, don't even get a sea-level rating. Noah suddenly felt like a basin of cold water was poured from head to toe. His originally anxious mood suddenly calmed down. After glancing at Song Jian, his figure began to fade and disappear slowly. Song Jian could feel the strong malice emanating from Noah. After leaving the assessment world, Noah would definitely announce the information that Song Jian had obtained the golden blood in the game world. And he might even try every means to snatch the golden blood from him. After everyone left, Song Jian took out the golden blood again, with a look of regret on his face. This drop of golden blood looks like liquid, but it is actually very hard. Even harder than a golden diamond. When holding it in the hand, there is a cold breath coming from the golden blood. Golden blood can be swallowed directly, and all attributes will be increased by 50 points after swallowing. This alone is enough to drive everyone in the game world crazy. However, increasing all attributes by 50 points is still the worst attribute of all the attributes of golden blood. The second attribute is that there is no bottleneck in breaking through the legendary realm. As long as the level is reached, you can break through directly. You know, there is no combat power assessment or pass evaluation for the third level combat power to break through to the legendary realm. Everyone needs to comprehend their own path of practice. There are many people who have been stuck at the peak of the third level combat power for more than 10 years, or even decades without breaking through. Even for the gods, it is not so easy to break through to the legendary realm. However, as long as you take the golden blood, there will be no such bottleneck. As long as the level reaches 120, you can directly upgrade to the legendary realm. For people in the game world, especially those who have been stuck at the peak of the third level combat power for decades, this is a treasure that they would rather go bankrupt than get. The third attribute is even more eye-catching. It can make the person who swallows it possess a trace of divine power and contain the foundation of becoming a god. This is actually equivalent to the existence of a demigod. If a person at the peak of the legendary realm swallows this golden blood, it will probably not take long for a demigod-level strongman to exist in the game world. As long as he can comprehend the power of the law, he can directly ignite the divine fire, step onto the altar, and become a new god. The temptation of becoming a god is something that no strongman in the world can resist. It's just a pity that there is one last attribute in the golden blood attribute for Song Jian, which is a red font explanation prompt. This item is only for creatures in the game world. That is to say, this treasure that everyone wants to obtain and will be eager to swallow once obtained cannot be used by all the gods. That is, players. Is it because they are afraid that the players will grow too fast and crush all the natives in the game world? Song Jian frowned and guessed in his heart. In fact, the power of players is getting bigger and bigger now. Just the fact that killing monsters can upgrade this item has left the NPCs in the game world far behind. 2 or 3 years of hard work can catch up with the efforts of NPCs for more than 10 years, or even decades. No matter how you look at it, this is absolutely unfair. It is no wonder that NPCs will now spontaneously start to resist players. For these people favored by the gods, NPCs are envious and jealous. And at the same time, they have a strong defensive mentality. What should I do with it now? Can I really only improve the pass rating in the pass assessment? Song Jian sighed, looking at the golden blood in his hand that exuded a strange light, and hesitant in his heart. Chapter 1397 Passing Evaluation. Golden blood is a precious treasure, but players cannot use it. which makes Song Jian feel a little surprised. After thinking for a while, Song Jian tried to use the golden blood on the black dragon Kamata and the golden giant Gulu, but found that his battle pet could not use the golden blood either. Does this mean that this golden blood can only be used by NPCs in the game world? Song Jian frowned. In his opinion, this is a complete waste, and it must be used in this assessment world. Once you leave the assessment world, you must use it as an item to improve the passing evaluation. Song Jian thought to himself, even if it is a full level, or 2 levels of passing evaluation, compared with the attributes of golden blood, 1 or 2 levels of passing evaluation is not worth it. The attributes of the 2-level passing evaluation are estimated to be about the same as the attributes of golden blood, or even less. It's really a pity to throw it away. Song Jian looked at the golden blood in his hand and shook his head. At this moment, the eye of delusion between his eyebrows suddenly opened by itself, and a golden beam of light shot towards the golden blood in Song Jian's hand. After a while, the originally hard golden blood turned into a ball of golden mist, which flowed towards the eye of delusion. System, you use the special item golden blood to start to improve the level of the eye of delusion. System, your exogenous equipment eye of delusion began to improve, and all your attributes increased by 10 points. System, your exogenous equipment eye of delusion obtained a ray of divinity from the special item golden blood, and your talent skill holy sword skill proficiency was slightly improved. The holy sword skill comes with a divine attack, which has a crushing attack effect on non-divine creatures. System, your exo-equipment delusion breaking divine eye devoured the golden blood and gained advancement, and the level was raised to level 2. Song Jian did not expect that the golden blood that he could not use was actually absorbed by the delusion breaking divine eye. You know, the delusion breaking divine eye contains a trace of the power of the dragon god, which is equivalent to a demigod level item. Seeing the golden blood disappear from his hand, and a tingling feeling came from his eyebrows, and at the same time, a large number of system prompts flowed like a waterfall in the system prompt bar. Song Jian suddenly felt his heart sink. Could it be that this delusion-breaking divine eye does not belong to me, so I can use the golden blood? Such a thought suddenly emerged in Song Jian's mind. This thought was like a weed, growing in his mind. Even the endless power flowing from his brows to his body made Song Jian feel no excitement. Finally, the prompt information in the system prompt bar gradually decreased. The eye of delusion breaking in his brows had been upgraded to level 4, with the active skill Eye of God. When this skill is used, a beam of light will be cast at the target. This beam of light has the power of a full-strength attack from the dragon god. It can be said that any creature below the god level will be seriously injured and enter a dying state even if it does not die in this attack. However, the cooling time of this skill is as long as 1 month, and after it is used, Song Jian will fall into a weak state for 1 hour. All attributes will be weakened by 80%. Movement speed will be reduced by 50%. And healing potions will not be available. It can be said that Song Jian has added another important trump card. But this trump card must be used with caution. Otherwise, if it fails to kill the enemy after being used, Song Jian himself will be in great danger. However, Song Jian has the broken kingdom of God. If he really encounters this situation, the worst that can happen is to give up the possible gains and hide in the kingdom of God to recover. In any case, with such a powerful trump card, Song Jian's strength has increased a lot. After swallowing the golden blood, Song Jian found that he could regain control of the broken delusion eye, and the pressure of the broken delusion eye on him seemed to be reduced a lot. Now, even if the broken delusion eye is open for 24 hours, there is no danger for Song Jian. Slowly opening the delusion-breaking eye between his brows, Song Jian discovered that the delusion-breaking eye, which had been upgraded to level 4, would emit colorful divine light once it was opened. But now it had disappeared. He took out a mirror and took a look. The eye between his brows was no different from the other two, and looked like an ordinary eye. Song Jian sighed softly. The delusion-breaking eye that had swallowed the golden blood gave Song Jian a 30-point increase in all attributes. At the same time, the level of the delusion-breaking eye was raised from level 1 to level 4, and it gained a powerful active attack skill. The trace of divinity contained in the golden blood may have also been swallowed by the delusion-breaking eye. Song Jian thought to himself, although he didn't know whether the upgrade of the delusion-breaking divine eye was good or bad for him. Song Jian had no other choice now. He could only wait until he was promoted to the god level to crack the secret of the delusion-breaking divine eye. After a while, Song Jian opened the taskbar and selected the Combat Power Assessment task. Soon a system prompt appeared in front of him. System, do you want to leave the Combat Power Assessment world and conduct a pass evaluation? Yes/no. After Song Jian chose yes, his figure began to slowly become ethereal and disappeared from the tomb. Just after Song Jian chose to leave, a group of fully armed masked men rushed into the tomb and began to search carefully. Familiar dizziness. Familiar starry sky. Song Jian stood in the void, feeling calm. Everything in front of him was no different from the previous combat power assessment. In front of Song Jian, scenes of what he experienced in the assessment world flashed by. This was a review and summary of the experience in the assessment world. Finally, the light screen stopped at the scene where Song Jian killed the final boss King Smorkan. A drop of golden blood emitting brilliant light almost occupied the entire screen. System, the assessor hunted a strange beast, and the pass evaluation was slightly improved. System, the main task failed. The examiner's pass rating was downgraded to C+. System, the examiner killed the final guardian boss King Smorkan, ranked first in combat contribution, and the pass rating was upgraded by 1 level. The examiner's pass rating was B+. System, the examiner completed the gold side task, and the pass rating was upgraded to A+. System, there were 27 assessment world items in the examiner's package column, which were automatically converted to pass ratings. The items disappeared, and the examiner's pass rating was upgraded to S-. In the end, Song Jian's pass rating was S-, and he gained another 67 free attribute points. It's a pity. If the Black Dragon hadn't swallowed the meteorite fragment, if the golden blood was counted, this time it might be possible to directly break through the SSS level. I really want to know what level the pass rating beyond the SSS level is. Song Jian's mouth curled up slightly, thinking in his heart. Chapter 1398 New Building. After the battle strength test, Song Jian was teleported back to the City Lord's mansion in the City of Hope. At the same time, all players received a system prompt with a flashing golden light. System, congratulations to player Song Jian for passing the 3rd level battle strength test and becoming the first player in the game to obtain the 3rd level battle strength. For a time, Song Jian's fame soared. Any player who saw this system prompt would remember the name Song Jian. Congratulations, leader. You are awesome. The leader is awesome. I have a question. Is the 3rd level battle strength test difficult? In the assessment world, it is impossible to communicate with allies and friends. When Song Jian returned to the City of Hope, especially the system full game announcement, his communicator exploded immediately. Many people sent him private messages to celebrate. In the Alliance channel, all topics revolved around Song Jian. Boss, this time the City of Hope Alliance has completely made a name for itself among the players. I didn't expect you to be the first to successfully pass the 3rd level combat power assessment. Wang Qi contacted Song Jian immediately and said in an excited tone, "It's a pity that there was no full game announcement for the first 2 combat power assessments. Otherwise the City of Hope would have been famous long ago." In addition to the full game announcement, Song Jian himself also received many system prompts. System, congratulations to player Song Jian for passing the 3rd level combat power assessment. The currency exchange system is now open to players. Players can use Doomsday coins to exchange for Amethyst coins, God coins, and other currencies in any system store. System, congratulations to player Song Jian for passing the 3rd level combat power assessment. The continental teleportation system is now open to players. Players can travel across continents through teleportation arrays, spaceships, and other means. System, congratulations to player Song Jian for passing the 3rd level combat power assessment. The new map Naga Island is now open. Players can recruit Naga followers on Naga Island. System, congratulations to player Song Jian for passing the 3rd level combat power assessment. The new map Magic Flame Fortress is now open. Players can gain control of the fortress by controlling the core of the fortress. Song Jian was a little surprised by a series of system prompts, and he began to check them one by one. Walking to a random system store, Song Jian found that in the system product interface, purple crystals, divine coins, and other items appeared, which could be freely exchanged with Doomsday coins. But the exchange rate made Song Jian stunned. 100,000 Doomsday coins could only be exchanged for 1 purple crystal coin, and 10,000 purple crystal coins could only be exchanged for 1 divine coin. Although Song Jian knew that the divine coin contained divine power, Such an exaggerated exchange rate still made him shake his head. He originally wanted to exchange some divine coins to repair the broken kingdom of God. But now it seems that even if the entire City of Hope is sold in a package, it may not be possible to exchange for a divine coin. Only players who have passed the 3rd level combat power assessment are eligible to exchange these currencies. Other players cannot see them. Song Jian tried to exchange a purple crystal coin and found that the energy contained in the purple crystal coin was much less than the purple crystal or he had encountered before. It was only about 1/3 of the energy of a purple crystal or of ordinary quality. In other words, 3 purple crystal coins are only equivalent to a purple crystal or of ordinary quality. Less energy means that the combat experience gained after use will be much less. But it finally gives players a chance to upgrade quickly, saving me from looking for purple crystal or everywhere, Song Jian thought to himself. Moreover, he is the only one in the entire game who has passed the 3rd level combat power assessment. Just by reselling purple crystal coins, he can make a small fortune. Unfortunately, these currencies have a daily exchange limit. Song Jian himself does not have enough. So how can he exchange for others? After using up today's exchange quota, a pile of purple crystal coins appeared in Song Jian's parcel column. Song Jian is now level 100, and his combat experience has reached 99%. He cannot continue to improve. Song Jian only needs to use 1 purple crystal coin to raise his level to level 101. But from now on, he will need a lot of purple crystal coins. In addition to currency exchange, the game also opens many new maps to 3rd level combat power players, including Naga Island and Magic Flame Fortress. There are a total of more than a dozen new maps. These new maps are spread all over the place. Some are only tens of kilometers away from the City of Hope, and some are hundreds of kilometers away. These new maps are not only accessible to Song Jian, but also to other players as long as they can find them. However, the monsters inside are all level 3 monsters, and ordinary players can easily lose their lives if they enter. However, for some players who like to explore new lands, the opening of new maps is good news for them. In addition to the opening of new maps, some new dungeons are also open to players. But similarly, these new dungeons also require players to have level 3 combat power. In other words, for a short period of time, only Song Jian can enter these dungeons. Most of these dungeons have a limit on the number of players. Song Jian cannot enter alone. He can only wait for a while until most players reach the required strength. It can be imagined that these dungeons have a large number of high-level equipment and precious treasures waiting for players to obtain. Competing in these dungeons can make players' strength leap forward. City Lord. A stone wall suddenly appeared in the center of the City of Hope Square. It appeared out of thin air. It's very strange. Do you want to come and take a look? Wang Qi's call request suddenly came from Song Jian's communicator. After agreeing, Wang Qi's voice suddenly rang in Song Jian's ears. A new building appeared out of thin air? Song Jian was delighted. This had never happened before, and it should be related to the fact that he was the first to pass the 3rd level combat power assessment. Thinking of this, Song Jian decided to go to the square to take a look at this new building. Maybe there would be a surprise. In a corner of the City of Hope Square, a stone wall about 10 meters long suddenly appeared out of thin air. On the stone wall was a pattern of 9 reliefs. After Song Jian arrived and took a look, he immediately found that the relief pattern on the stone wall was the scene in his assessment world when the 12-winged god of light gave King Smorkan the god's battle halberd and the blood of gold. There is also a picture of King Smorkan relying on the god's battle halberd to fight everywhere and build a huge empire. The last picture is the picture of Song Jian killing King Smorkan in the mausoleum and obtaining the golden blood. In the last mural, in addition to Song Jian, there are also the figures of Doya, Noah and Patshaw. But compared with Song Jian, the figures of these 3 people are very blurry. If you are not someone who has experienced it, it is difficult to distinguish the identities of these 3 people. Fuck. Isn't this going to announce the news that I have obtained the golden blood to all directions? Song Jian was stunned for a moment. And for a moment, he didn't know what to do. Chapter 1399 Reward. In the assessment world, not only Song Jian completed the gold side quest, but also Doya, Noah and Patshaw. Doya and Patshaw might cover up for Song Jian, but Noah would definitely spread the news that Song Jian had obtained the golden blood as soon as possible. After all, the golden blood is too famous among the natives in the game world. Looking at the stone wall in the square, Song Jian was sweating. Most of the players didn't know what was depicted on it. But the natives in the game world must understand that Song Jian had discovered that there were many natives around him. And they all looked at him with a strange look. Damn it. If I could, I really want to destroy it, Song Jian thought to himself. At this moment, a ball of milky white light suddenly appeared in front of this stone wall. And soon, a figure walked out of the light. This person held a trident, with 2 pairs of black and white wings fluttering behind him. He was wearing a close-fitting golden armor, and the big red cloak behind him was rustling in the wind. He was wearing a golden mask on his face. At first glance, he looked exactly like King Smorkin in the mural. Song Jian subconsciously summoned the sky-breaking sword and held it in his hand. Although Song Jian killed King Smorkin, the final boss who guarded the golden blood in the mausoleum, he still remembered several large-scale killing skills of King Smorkin. If he really wanted to kill here, I'm afraid few people present would survive. Confused people. Who can tell me what scene is depicted in this mural of glory and merit? Those who answer correctly will be rewarded. King Smorkin seemed to have lost his memory of the previous time in the mausoleum, and his eyes looking at Song Jian were no different from those of other people. He doesn't seem to be real, but an illusion. Song Jian noticed something strange about King Smorkin. Although he was standing under the stone wall, he didn't have any breathing or heartbeats, which were the movements of a living person. Even the breath emanating from his body was vague. Song Jian took a step forward, came to King Smorkin, and waved at his body. Sure enough, Song Jian's hand passed through King Smorkin's body without any hindrance. At this time, King Smorkin turned his head and looked at Song Jian, and asked in his hoarse voice, Song Jian, do you know what the content of the first mural is? This is the scene where the 12-winged god of light bestowed the first god's battle halberd and golden blood on King Smorkin, Song Jian said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, the first mural on the stone wall suddenly shone with dazzling light. After a long time, the light gradually dimmed and finally turned into a glimmering light. The content of the mural became more and more vivid. If you look closely, you can even see the dynamic scene at that time, which makes people feel like they are there. King Smorkin took out a purple-red gem from his bosom and handed it to Song Jian, saying, "This is your reward for answering questions." When the onlookers saw that they had received an epic quality gem just by answering a question, they all exclaimed, "You know, there is a certain chance that gems will drop when you kill monsters in the game world. But most bosses, even if they drop gems, will only drop gems below gold quality. You can often see some blue or even green quality gems on the market. But gems above silver quality are rarely seen on the market. And once they appear, they will be snapped up in an instant." Song Jian looked at the gem in his hand. It was called Brilliant Attack Gem. It had 5 attributes alone, including increasing all attributes, increasing attack damage, increasing armor penetration chance, increasing critical damage, and the last one was the aura skill, Wargod's Roar. Wargod's Roar aura, the aura range is 100 meters. All teammates within the aura range will gain a 30% increase in attack speed/movement speed and a 15% increase in damage. This effect has domain priority, and it is difficult for dispel-type skills to remove or shield this gain effect. This gem can only be inlaid on weapons. It can be said that even a weapon of ordinary quality will become a top-quality weapon after being inlaid with this gem. There is no need for any formalities to inlay gemstones. But if you want to replace gemstones, you must find a master-level blacksmith to remove the gemstones. At the same time, you need to consume a Linksy Jade of the same quality, and it can also ensure that the weapon and the gemstone will not be damaged during the removal process. Song Jian thought about it, and handed the gemstone in his hand to Wang Qi. The greatest effect of this gemstone is the aura skill of the Roar of the God of War. If it is in a team, the effect of this skill will be maximized. Boss, answer all the remaining questions. This is an epic level gemstone. Wang Qi put the gemstone directly into the parcel column as soon as he got it, and then said to Song Jian with excitement, "I'm afraid a person only has one chance." Song Jian shook his head and said, "This is a history of the Smorkin Empire, which should be tens of thousands of years old. I think it's better for you to go to the library to check the relevant odds before answering the questions." When Wang Qi heard this, he immediately ran towards the largest library in the city with the people of the City of Hope Alliance. However, Song Jian saw that after Wang Qi and his friends left, 2 NPCs actually started to answer questions. Obviously, The native NPCs in the game world are more concerned about this history that has been tens of thousands of years old. After all, it involves the blood of gold. Song Jian shook his head and turned away from this so-called glorious meritorious mural. This was just a small episode. Even without it, the news that Song Jian obtained the golden blood would probably spread throughout the game world soon. In fact, in a way, I did use the golden blood, but I just used it to upgrade one of my exogenous equipment. Song Jian touched his brow and thought to himself, Lord City Lord, did you really get the golden blood? At this time, an NPC stepped forward, bowed respectfully to Song Jian, and whispered, I am a member of the Sarah family. Can I ask if I can buy this golden blood from you? As far as I know, the golden blood cannot be used by the gods. If you are willing to sell it, our Sarah family will try to meet any of your conditions. We are very sincere. This is an NPC of level 60, who should be the owner of a store in this city. These NPCs who can do business in big cities are backed by powerful forces, and most of them belong to family businesses. Song Jian has heard of the Sarah family, which is a medium-sized family in the city of Sin. The patriarch is a powerful noble with the status of a hereditary earl. Sorry, the golden blood cannot be taken out of the assessment world. Although I finally got it, I can't use it for trading, Song Jian said with regret. Chapter 1400 Doomsday Cruise. Sir, any item in the assessment world can be taken out of the assessment world as long as it is hidden in the body. This, don't you know this? The NPC of the Sarah family showed a surprised look on his face, and couldn't help but speak. What? Hidden in the body? You mean? Song Jian was shocked and asked quickly, you mean? You only need to cut a wound on the arm, and hide the golden blood inside. And you can take it out of the assessment world? How is this possible? This method can only take out some high-value jewelry such as earrings and rings. And it is impossible to take out other large equipment. But the golden blood is obviously also among the items taken out. This is a small trick that is widely circulated among NPCs. But players have only been in the game for a short time and don't know about this trick. And no one will tell them. Seeing the surprised look on Song Jian's face, Stano immediately understood that if this trick is not revealed actively, the gods favored will never know it. Although he regretted that he accidentally leaked this trick, Stano was sure that Song Jian did not bring out the golden blood. What a pity. Using the golden blood to improve the pass rating is such a waste. Stano shook his head and sighed. Song Jian also sighed and shook his head. He was about to chat with the NPC in front of him for a while to see if he could get some more information. But at this moment, Song Jian suddenly received a system prompt. System, the Doomsday Cruise has appeared. All players can board the Doomsday Cruise for a 7-day luxury tour. During this period, they can participate in various activities of the Doomsday Cruise and get rich prizes. This information is a national announcement. All online players will receive it. At the same time, a small dot that keeps shining appears on the map. After Song Jian zooms in on the map, he finds that this small dot is more than 300 kilometers away from the City of Hope. At the same time, above the shining spot, there is a 30-minute countdown. Obviously, the Doomsday Cruise and the system information should only exist for 30 minutes, and will leave after that. Doomsday Cruise? I don't know what this has to do with the Doomsday store I encountered before. Song Jian thought to himself. He spent a lot of points to become a member of the Doomsday store. But the Doomsday store never appeared again after he entered the game. He still doesn't know what the membership of this Doomsday store is for. Go and have a look. Song Jian thought to himself, apologized to Stano, and flew directly on his sword towards the location of the Doomsday Cruise. It can be seen that after Song Jian set off, dozens of people flew out of the City of Hope. Most of these people were at level 80 or 90, had flying props, and were confident that they could reach the destination within 30 minutes. Many people rode land mounts and rushed to the location of the Doomsday Cruise. However, the movement speed of land mounts could not be compared with that of flying mounts. Whether they could arrive within the specified time depended on luck. The Doomsday Cruise, the Journey of Death, appeared again this time. How many people will die? An elderly NPC looked at the black shadow going away in the sky, shook his head and sighed. Humph. Although it is a life and death experience, there are also adventures that ordinary people may not be able to achieve in their lifetime. Even treasures like the blood of gold are not impossible to obtain. A younger NPC looked at the wall of honor and merit with a proud face and said loudly, the Doomsday Cruise? traveling through the gaps in time and space, is equivalent to sending yourself to death if you don't have the strength to board the cruise, even if you are confident in your own strength. Boarding the cruise is a life or death experience. It is only suitable for those who are alone and risk their lives for a better future. We don't want to take it. Another scholar who looked a little down and out, holding a wine gourd, took a big sip and sighed loudly. Humph. Maybe you will only encounter this once in your life. Look. The God-favored city lord was the first to rush there. If he is not afraid, what should we be afraid of? A soldier holding a rifle, who seemed to be a member of the Hope City Guard, shouted loudly, and turned to run towards the city gate. It seems that the appearance of the Doomsday cruise has not only been known to the players, but also to the NPC natives in the game world. However, from their appearance, they seem to know the Doomsday cruise very well. Most NPCs are unwilling to take risks. Only a few NPCs follow the players and run towards the location of the Doomsday cruise. As for whether they can reach the Doomsday cruise within 30 minutes, that is another matter. At this time, Song Jian has already flown to the seaside. But looking at the flashing place on the map, it is still deep in the sea. Song Jian stepped on the flying sword, pondered for a moment, gritted his teeth, and continued to fly towards the target location. The vast sea is endless. In the turbulent sea, a large ship that looks like a giant steel ship is floating quietly on the sea. Within a range of more than 100 meters around this giant steel ship, the sea surface is as calm as a mirror, without a single ripple, forming a strange circular range. While outside this range, the waves are higher than one wave, which looks very strange. Song Jian quickly entered the range of the giant ship. The moment he entered the calm sea, a line of blood-red system prompts immediately appeared in front of him. System, you have entered the docking range of the Doomsday cruise. Do you want to enter the cruise ship? Yes/no. System, warning. Please make your choice carefully. Once you make a choice, you cannot change it. You must travel for 7 days before you can leave the Doomsday cruise. Song Jian's heart trembled. The scarlet font prompt message like this represents great danger. It often encounters a life or death situation. Even Song Jian has only encountered it once or twice in the game. With my self-protection ability, if I can't completely survive these 7 days, then everyone else will die here. Song Jian thought to himself, smiled slightly, and chose yes without hesitation. Suddenly, Song Jian's eyes blurred and his whole body lost control. As if he was teleported. When he regained consciousness again, he found himself standing on the deck of the steel giant ship. At this time, there was no one on the empty deck, and it was silent all around. No sailors were seen, just like a ghost ship. Just then, a skeleton in a tattered captain's uniform came up from the cabin, 2 dark red flames burning in its eye sockets, looking like a cold undead monster. Hee. I didn't expect someone to rush up to die so soon. What a young body. So enviable. The skeleton captain had a scimitar and a matchlock gun that looked full of vicissitudes of life hanging on his waist. This outfit was incompatible with the steel giant ship where Song Jian was now. As if the Caribbean pirates of the 17th century had intruded into a warship in the 21st century. Who are you? Song Jian asked vigilantly, holding the sky-breaking sword tightly. Chapter 1401 Skeleton Captain. Who am I? Ha. Who am I? The skeleton pirate captain seemed to have heard a very ridiculous question and laughed out loud. During his laughter, his jawbone even fell off and rolled onto the deck. With the jawbone still throbbing, the skeleton pirate captain bent down and picked up the jawbone as if his dentures had fallen to the ground, then casually pressed it back on, and then sang loudly, I am a ghost, traveling through the gaps of time and space. I have experienced countless hardships, but I only received everyone's curse. I am immortal, but I live in pain forever. I have witnessed the destruction of countless histories, but others regard me as a madman. I travel through endless doomsdays. I wander in the ethereal star world. Blood and killing have long made me numb. Rare treasures cannot make my heart beat. A song full of absurd and weird styles was sung by the skeleton captain. As he sang, the equipment on the entire warship actually responded to the singing. The military flags rose and fell with the rhythm. The cables twisted like snakes with the song, and even the whistle made different lengths of sound with the beat. Song Jian felt that the whole ship seemed to be integrated with the skeleton captain in front of him, and it was controlled by him. I walked slowly on the corpses. I walked slowly against the blood. I walked amidst the wailing of countless dead. I walked amidst the cheers of countless ambitions and desires. I am me, the lonely captain of the Doomsday cruise. Swopak Kleiman. At the end of the song, the skeleton captain took off his hat, bowed gracefully to Song Jian, stood up, patted the matchlock on his waist and said, "Boy, you can call me Captain Swa. This ship is under my control. If you don't want to be thrown off the ship when you travel through time and space, you'd better be respectful to me." Song Jian could feel that there was an inexplicable strange aura on the undead, who looked no different from an ordinary skeleton soldier. This aura made Song Jian's perception a little confused. Sometimes Song Jian felt that the skeleton captain in front of him was just an ordinary skeleton soldier who was bluffing. But after a moment, Song Jian felt the aura of a legendary strongman from him. Song Jian did not speak. With a faint smile on his face, the delusion-breaking eye between his eyebrows slowly opened. The delusion-breaking eye, which had been upgraded to level 4, no longer had the colorful divine light when it opened. It was like an ordinary eye that was just in the wrong position. After the delusion-breaking eye opened, it looked at the skeleton captain in front of it. Suddenly, a black shadow with a height of 100 feet appeared in front of Song Jian. The black shadow was covered in a black cloak and exuded a strong power of death. A sickle that was shining with cold light and dripping with blood was tightly held in its hand. Death. Song Jian's face changed drastically, and he quickly closed the delusion-breaking eye, and cold sweat could not stop flowing down. Even if the other party is not the god of death, he is also a clone of the god of death. This kind of death power cannot be faked. Song Jian's heart trembled. The moment he opened his eyes, he felt the death power on the other party. Although there was only a trace, it was the real death power. Only the god of death, who controls the death priesthood, can have the death power. The god of death is also a powerful god who has existed for hundreds of millions of years. Even compared to the dragon god, his strength is not weak at all. In some places, he is even stronger than the dragon god. Even if Song Jian himself has a trace of the dragon god's power, it is still not enough in front of the god of death. Kid, as a human, you have been blessed by the dragon god. This is really strange. Could it be that you are a giant dragon in human skin? Skeleton Captain SWO laughed curiously. At this moment, several white lights flashed on the deck again, and several players followed closely behind and appeared on the deck. Seeing the arrival of others, Captain SWO returned to his previous cold undead appearance and stared at the others. Fuck. Why is there another undead monster here? Is it the boss? The boss on the Doomsday cruise? A player shouted in surprise. Idiot! Someone whispered. Don't talk. This skeleton looks unusual. It's probably a guide or something like that. If you anger it, it'll throw you off the boat. The few people should know each other. Looking at Saiwo, they all showed doubts in their eyes, and whispered. Saiwo looked cold. The scarlet flames in his eyes kept swaying, staring at these people without saying a word. Completely different from the state he had before with Song Jian. After waiting for a while, more and more people came to the deck, and Song Jian found that it was not only the players from the City of Hope who could reach here, but also many players from the 5 or 6 cities around. And Song Jian also saw players from the City of Sin and the City of Him 6 or 700 kilometers away. You know, these two cities are thousands of kilometers away from the City of Hope, and 6 or 700 kilometers away from the steel giant ship. Those who can get here in half an hour are all elites among elites. And of course, the number of people will be much less than that of other cities. In addition to the players, Song Jian also saw many NPCs in the game world appear on the deck. Unlike the players who looked relaxed and happy, these NPCs had serious expressions on their faces, said nothing, and were tense all over, as if they were always on guard against danger. Half an hour passed quickly, and Song Jian saw that many people had already flown to the sea, and were estimated to be only 100 or 200 meters away from the steel giant ship. At this time, the entire giant ship, together with the calm sea surface of hundreds of meters around it, began to become illusory. Some people accelerated their speed and rushed towards the giant ship, but it seemed like they were passing through a phantom. Song Jian clearly saw that someone had flown to his side, but could only float in the air. The two looked at each other, staring at each other, as if they were in different planes. Soon, the people who had not boarded the giant ship in front of Song Jian began to slowly disappear. Song Jian understood that the giant ship must have left its previous position and entered another plane. It seemed that there was no change around. But in fact, they had arrived in another strange plane. Tourists, welcome to the Doomsday cruise. Here, you will have a 7-day time travel. I wish you a pleasant trip here. At this time, the skeleton Captain SWO suddenly spoke. And as soon as he spoke, he attracted everyone's attention. Next, I will talk about the rules of the Doomsday cruise. You must pay attention. Because, skeleton Captain SWO suddenly showed a strange smile. And a black flame rose from his body. In the flame, it seemed that there were millions of people struggling and wailing. Captain SWO laughed and said, "If you can't master these rules, you will all die here." Chapter 1402 Ghost Ship. The long-awaited Doomsday cruise is about to begin. Passengers, do your best to survive. Skeleton Captain SWO laughed, pulled out the matchlock gun at his waist, and pulled the trigger towards the sky. Bang! A ball of flame shot out from the muzzle, and the originally calm sea surface suddenly boiled. Pale skeleton hands stretched out from the sea surface, tightly grasped the wall of the steel giant ship, and slowly climbed up to the deck. In a short while, the hull of the entire giant ship was densely covered with skeletons in tattered clothes, with dark red flames burning in their eye sockets, looking like the devils in hell resurrected and returned to the world. Song Jian narrowed his eyes, staring at the skeletons that had climbed onto the deck, looking at their clothes, and thought to himself, these should be the crew members of this giant ship. Ha ha ha. Welcome back, my children. You can follow your father SW again, travel through time and space, and complete a great journey of time and space. Skeleton Captain SWO laughed, inserted the musket into his waist, opened his arms, and welcomed the skeleton crew members who climbed onto the deck. In a short while, 300 or 400 skeleton crew members climbed up. They stood behind Captain SWO, patting each other on the shoulders, looking very excited. Father SWO, how did you make hard bones look like this? It's cold and hard, and it's really tasteless. A skeleton crew member holding a scimitar, whose bones are much thicker than other skeleton crew members, stood behind Captain SWO and said dissatisfiedly, "Ha! This is just a simple disguise. Otherwise, how could we attract so many passengers to board the ship?" Captain SWO laughed and shouted proudly, "Although hard bones are our favorite, I am afraid of scaring these lovely passengers. What if they don't dare to come up after seeing hard bones?" "Ha ha. Captain, you are really a clever little ghost. There will be many more passengers on board this time than last time. This time, many companions will join us." A skeleton crew member waved the scimitar in his hand and shouted loudly. Captain SWO's head suddenly turned 180 degrees, his eyes burning with scarlet flames, staring at the skeleton crew member who had just spoken, and he took out his matchlock gun and pulled the trigger at its head. Bang! A burst of sparks came out of the muzzle, and the head of the skeleton crew member who had spoken before suddenly exploded. Countless bone fragments flew everywhere, and the body also crashed and scattered all over the ground. However, soon, these scattered bones, including the broken skull bone fragments, were all controlled by a mysterious force to condense again, and restored to the appearance of the previous skeleton crew member. But this skeleton crew member who had just recovered looked a little listless, and even the dark red flames in his eye sockets were smaller than before. "Shut your stinky mouths. Don't scare our lovely passengers," the crew of the SWO shouted at it. Woo woo woo. At this moment, the whistle on the steel giant ship suddenly sounded. Captain SWO laughed, drew out his scimitar, and waved it forward, shouting, "Hard bones. Set sail. We are setting off." With Captain SWO's order, the entire steel giant ship began to slowly emit wisps of black smoke, which became larger and thicker, and finally enveloped the entire ship. Everyone was in the smoke, and they couldn't see their hands in front of them. Some people couldn't help but scream, but soon fell silent again. Song Jian could feel that the deck under his feet seemed to be moving slowly, as if he was standing on the back of a giant beast, and could feel the shaking of the beast's muscles and the flow of blood in its blood vessels. This feeling was too weird and made people feel creepy. However, soon, the black smoke around him dissipated, and the original steel giant ship had completely changed its appearance, becoming a ghost ship built entirely of large and small white bones. From the front, the whole ship looked like a lying skeleton, opening its mouth to reveal a hideous smile. The originally neat and flat deck had also become a piece of skeletons, which looked very rough. with finger-sized gaps in many places. Through these gaps, Song Jian could even see the sea water under the ship, which was constantly rippling. Hula la! 5 masts of different heights, tens of feet high, suddenly spread out black sails. These sails were like black flames, rustling in the sea breeze, and the black-tail flames were blown by the sea breeze to the stern, and then slowly disappeared. Set sail! Ha ha ha! Passengers, the Doomsday journey is about to begin. Here are the appetizers that Captain SWO specially prepared to welcome you. Endless hunting. I hope you like it. The skeleton Captain SWO laughed loudly. And behind him, hundreds of skeleton crew members also began to laugh loudly. A strange atmosphere spread on the deck of the ghost ship. Song Jian frowned slightly. He felt something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Looking at the skeleton captain and the crew behind him, the figures suddenly became illusory, as if they could be blown away by a gust of wind. Illusion? Song Jian's delusion-breaking divine eyes suddenly opened, but found that he was the only one on the huge deck. Whether it was the skeleton captain, the crew, or the players or NCPs who boarded the ghost ship with him, they were all gone. What's going on? When did they disappear? Or, when was I moved here? Song Jian was horrified. You know, he has already advanced to the 3rd level combat power. Even if he faces a legendary strongman, he can still compete with him. But he didn't notice anything unusual about the previous changes. He didn't feel it until something unusual happened. If it was in a battle, it would be like the enemy's weapon had already pierced into his body, and he didn't notice the opponent's attack. It was too unbelievable. Crack, crack. Just then, the cabin door that was originally open heard a sound of bones rubbing, and soon, skeleton soldiers holding scimitars came out of the cabin. These skeleton soldiers were like war machines. After coming to the deck, they immediately waved their scimitars and rushed towards Song Jian. Skeleton crew members? No. They have no mind at all. They are just puppets. If they are not the skeleton crew members before, then what are they? Song Jian's mind was racing. However, at this time, the skeleton soldier who rushed out first had already rushed in front of him, and the rusty scimitar in his hand swung down, and it actually burst into a dazzling white blade light. What is going on? Song Jian retreated quickly, avoiding this attack, and several other skeleton soldiers continued to rush up. And suddenly, Song Jian was besieged. Chapter 1403 Endless Hunting. Looking at the skeleton monster swarming out of the cabin, Song Jian showed a contemptuous smile on his face and whispered, "They are just some ordinary monsters of level 100. No matter how many of these monsters come, it will not be a problem for me." As he said, his mind moved, and thousands of spiritual swords suddenly appeared beside Song Jian, densely packed, almost forming a sword wall. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless spiritual swords stabbed forward fiercely. A spiritual sword could penetrate at least more than 10 skeleton warriors before it would explode directly due to exhaustion. The red lotus fire had a strong purifying effect on these undead creatures. Even if it was just a small spark, as long as it touched the bodies of these skeleton warriors, it would immediately burn like a maggot on the tarsal bone, growing larger and larger, and it was impossible to extinguish it, and finally burn the skeleton warriors into a pile of ashes. With just one move, the skeleton warriors on the entire deck were swept away. Countless gray ashes were flying everywhere, and then slowly seeped into the ghost ship. That's it? Song Jian sneered, and was about to put away his sword, but saw a large number of skeleton warriors pouring out of the cabin. This time, these skeleton warriors had changed. From holding only a rusty scimitar, they now hold an iron sword in their left hand, a wooden shield in their right hand, and wear simple leather armor. Their strength has also been improved to the elite boss of level 110. Song Jian's heart sank, and the word endless hunting that the skeleton captain SWO said before suddenly appeared in his mind. Endless hunting. Endless hunting. Are these skeleton soldiers really endless? Song Jian frowned slightly, and with a thought, countless spirit swords appeared around his body again. The power of the Karma Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords art will become stronger and stronger as the level increases, and more spirit swords will be summoned. But the consumption of each summon is not large, as long as the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation is not used. The recovery speed of the sword energy can completely catch up with the consumption of the skill. The 5-second cooling time allows Song Jian to use the 10,000 Swords art as a regular killing skill. This is why Song Jian has been somewhat disdainful of other sword techniques, since he mastered the 10,000 swords art. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Another burst of sword rain erupted on the deck. But this time, a spiritual sword could only penetrate 3 or 4 skeleton warriors at most before exploding, greatly reducing the efficiency of destroying the skeleton warriors. As a result, after all the spiritual swords disappeared, there were still more than a dozen skeleton warriors that were not killed. And skeleton warriors continued to rush out from the cabin. These skeleton warriors stepped on the thick layer of ashes on the deck and rushed towards Song Jian without fear. Song Jian slowly retreated. The entire ship was more than 200 meters long and more than 50 meters wide. Song Jian had enough depth to deal with these monsters. The speed of monsters coming out of the cabin seems to have become faster. Song Jian stared at the cabin and thought to himself. Originally, 3 or 4 skeleton warriors could come out in 2 or 3 seconds. But now, about 5 skeleton warriors can come out in the same time. Soon, the deck was full of skeleton warriors again. And it seemed that the previous killing had no effect at all. I really don't believe it. You are really endless. Song Jian's eyes flashed with a fierce look. He swung the sky-breaking sword in his hand fiercely. And countless spiritual swords burning with dark red flames emerged. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The spiritual swords were like bullets, shooting at the skeleton warriors in rows, before all the spiritual swords were consumed. As soon as the 5 seconds were over, Song Jian gritted his teeth and thousands of spiritual swords floated up again. In this way, Song Jian retreated while trying his best to perform the 10,000 swords technique to kill the skeleton monsters that swarmed in. In just half an hour, Song Jian killed nearly 10,000 skeleton warriors. However, the number of skeleton warriors pouring out of the cabin did not decrease, but the speed of pouring out was accelerated. In 3 or 4 seconds, 7 or 8 skeleton warriors poured out at the same time. Song Jian's killing speed was slowly suppressed by the speed of the skeleton warriors pouring out. How is this possible? These are all elite bosses. There are so many of them. Others would have died long ago in front of so many monsters. Song Jian opened his eyes wide, unable to believe that there would be so many endless monsters. Damn. Let's fight. Song Jian gritted his teeth, and all the sword energy in his body rushed towards the sky-breaking sword. Karma Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords Art. With a loud shout, countless spirit swords flew all over the sky, raging on the deck of the ghost ship like a tornado. The powerful suction swept all the skeleton monsters into the air, turning into flames flying everywhere, and then turned into ashes and scattered down. Then, a huge fire lotus slowly bloomed on the deck of the ghost ship. All the skeleton warriors pouring out of the cabin were swept into the fire lotus and turned into ashes after a while. The powerful power of the fire lotus even began to burn the deck of the ghost ship. Cracks began to spread in all directions with the fire lotus as the center. Hum! At this moment, a cold shout sounded in Song Jian's ears. Song Jian's mind suddenly exploded. His blood value instantly decreased by half. His face turned pale, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Inside the ghost ship, a mysterious death force began to spread, slowly repairing the cracked deck. Song Jian could clearly feel that this mysterious death force was pure and profound, and it was definitely not something that an ordinary legendary boss could exert. God. Divine power. Death divine power. Song Jian thought to himself that although the spreading death power was not much, it was extremely pure. This was the divine power that only the god of death could possess. After repairing the ghost ship, this death divine power began to cover the fire lotus. After a while, a trace of gray death divine power appeared at the bottom of the fire lotus. This is eroding my sword formation. Song Jian showed a helpless look on his face. The fire was originally the nemesis of the death power, but when the death power was transformed into the death divine power, it had already exceeded the evolutionary ability of the fire lotus. Just like water can put out fire, but when the forest fire in the sky encounters a cup or a bucket of water, it can evaporate it instantly. After a while, the power of death began to spread on the surface of the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword Formation. If it continued to spread, the power of death could even destroy the core of the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword Formation and transform it into a sword formation full of death power. Song Jian had no choice but to grit his teeth and remove the core of the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword Formation, not letting it continue to evolve. Otherwise, this sword formation might really be assimilated and destroyed by the power of death. Since the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword Formation cannot be used, Then I can only use the Golden Holy Lion Demon Binding Seal, Song Jian said in his heart. With a thought, hundreds of spirit swords emerged again, condensed and entangled with each other, turning into a ball of golden light. And a gray chaotic sword energy also drilled into the golden light. After a while, a majestic golden holy lion emitting dark golden light emerged from the golden light and roared at the skeleton warriors. Then, Song Jian's mind moved, and 100 soldiers wearing golden armor appeared in front of him. Holy Spirit warriors. In the Broken Kingdom, the warriors produced in the Holy Spirit Temple will be upgraded as Song Jian's strength and the level of the Holy Spirit Temple increase. At this time, the 100 Holy Spirit warriors are all at the peak of the 3rd level combat power. The Holy Spirit warriors holding shields and spears followed closely behind the Golden Holy Lion, with the Golden Holy Lion as the core and spearhead, and rushed directly into the group of skeleton warriors. The battle instantly entered the most intense fighting stage. Chapter 1404 Jade Skeleton Commander. The appearance of the Holy Spirit Warrior consumes Song Jian's spiritual power, and the Holy Spirit Warrior cannot be summoned immediately after death. It must wait for a day before it can be resurrected in the Holy Spirit Hall. 100 Holy Spirit Warriors, and a Golden Holy Lion. Like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, countless skeleton warriors were turned into powder under their attack. And finally they approached within 10 meters of the cabin door, just like a river bank, blocking the skeleton warriors like a tide. The number of skeleton warriors killed continued to rise. After another hour, the number of skeleton warriors killed by Song Jian had risen to more than 20,000. But the number of skeleton warriors swarming out of the cabin did not decrease, but increased instead. On the other hand, the battle line of the Golden Holy Lion and the Holy Spirit warriors began to slowly retreat, and the number of Holy Spirit warriors was only 79. And the Golden Holy Lion was also covered with scars. However, the Golden Holy Lion was constructed by the formation. As long as the core of the formation was not damaged, it would not matter if it was seriously injured. On the contrary, it could repair itself over time. The formation core of the Golden Holy Lion's Demon Binding Seal was solidified by a trace of chaotic sword energy. It was at least tough. Even if it was exposed, it would not be shaken by the group of skeleton warriors. Song Jian shouted, jumped up, and joined the killing. The sky-breaking sword was extremely sharp, facing the 110 level elite boss. He killed it with a few swords, and it was very refreshing. As time went by, more and more skeleton warriors were killed. The battle line formed by the Holy Lion and the Holy Spirit warriors retreated more than 10 meters. At this time, a low roar came from the cabin. Song Jian was shocked and looked towards the cabin door. Soon, a huge skeleton, nearly 3 meters tall, walked out of the cabin. The skeleton was as white as jade. Silver lines kept flowing in the bones, like spider webs all over the body. Moreover, these silver lines faintly formed a magic circle. However, with Song Jian's current attainments in formation, he could only see a clue and could not determine the specific effect of this magic circle. After all, there are still many differences between formations and magic circles. Level 120. Peak of the command class? Song Jian frowned, staring at the huge monster in front of him. If everyone had to face such a monster in the end, then the number of people who could stay on the deck would definitely be less than a handful. This white jade skeleton boss was wearing heavy metal armor, holding a 2-meter-long bone spear in his left hand and a bone shield in his right hand. After coming out of the cabin, it rushed towards the Holy Spirit Warrior and the Golden Holy Lion like a heavy tank. Jade Skeleton Commander. Level 120. Peak of the command class. Chi and health value 9.8 million at this time. The attributes of the boss were no longer a secret in Song Jian's eyes. The limitation of the 10th level being unable to see the other party's attributes also disappeared because of the existence of the delusion, breaking divine eye. Boom. With a loud bang, the bone spear in the hand of the white jade skeleton boss made a sound explosion and directly stabbed a Holy Spirit Warrior. Before the Holy Spirit Warrior had time to react, he was pierced through the chest by the bone spear. The whole person suddenly exploded and disappeared into a golden light. Song Jian frowned slightly. The attack power of this Jade Skeleton Commander was unexpectedly strong. The strength of the Holy Spirit Warrior should not be underestimated. After Song Jian was promoted to the 3rd level combat power, the strength of these Holy Spirit Warriors was also greatly improved. Each of them has the strength of the command level. But in front of the Jade Skeleton Commander, they are not a match. Boom! 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 The Jade Skeleton Commander shot out like a dragon. He could shoot 3 times in one breath. Each shot could kill a Holy Spirit warrior in seconds. The Holy Spirit warrior had no power to fight back in front of him. In a short while, more than a dozen Holy Spirit warriors were killed. When the Golden Holy Lion saw this scene, he was furious. He had fought with these Holy Spirit warriors before, and seemed to have developed some feelings for them. Seeing the Jade Skeleton Commander killing the Holy Spirit warriors like this, the Golden Holy Lion roared, and a golden light ball the size of a human head gushed out of his mouth, bombarding the Jade Skeleton Commander. As if aware of the horror of this attack, the Skeleton Commander, who had already shot out, instantly retracted the shot and raised the bone shield in the direction of the Golden Holy Lion. Boom! With a loud bang, the golden light ball hit the Skeleton Commander's bone shield fiercely and exploded instantly. The powerful energy made the Skeleton Commander retreat 3 steps before he could stand firm. But because of the protection of the bone shield, the Skeleton Commander did not suffer much damage. After the Golden Holy Lion launched an attack, it continued to pounce on the Skeleton Commander at a very fast speed, leaving only a residual image in Song Jian's eyes. With Song Jian's strength, he was unable to completely capture the movement trajectory of the Golden Holy Lion. It can be imagined how fast the Golden Holy Lion is. Song Jian glanced at the Holy Spirit warriors, who were standing beside him, and were a little overwhelmed, sighed slightly, and waved his hand to take them back to the Kingdom of God. Such a battle is no longer suitable for them to participate in. Standing aside will only hinder them, and play no role. If they are killed, they will consume soul power to revive. It is better to send them all back. Karma Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords Art. The Golden Holy Lion is fighting, and Song Jian cannot be idle on the side. Although he is restricted on this ghost ship, and can no longer use the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword formation, he can still use the 10,000 Swords Art, and condense the Spirit Sword. In an instant, thousands of Spirit Swords floated in front of Song Jian. As he thought, countless Spirit Swords flew towards the White Jade Skeleton, like a violent storm, surrounding it, and attacking continuously. A series of thousands of damage points floated up from the top of the boss. In a short while, millions of blood points were consumed by the Spirit Swords. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly found that there was a vibration in the battle pet space. He opened it, and saw that it was the Golden Giant Guru, who sent a battle request to Song Jian. Song Jian smiled slightly. When he was a stone man, Guru liked to sleep. He slept in the battle pet space every day, and swallowed a lot of gold and jewelry. After he advanced to a golden giant, he was not so sleepy. With a thought, the 3-meter-tall golden giant Guru appeared in front of Song Jian with a roar. As soon as it appeared, it strode towards the Jade Bone Skeleton Commander, waving 2 casserole-sized fists and smashing the Skeleton Commander. Ding ding ding. The Skeleton Commander seemed to sense the threat of the golden giant and gave up attacking the Golden Saint Lion. He turned around, waved his spear, and stabbed at the Golden Giant Gulu. In the blink of an eye, the Skeleton Commander stabbed more than a dozen times, but each attack could not break through Gulu's defense. It only left a series of white spots on its body surface, and the damage caused was only a few hundred points. For Gulu, whose chi and health value has exceeded 100,000, this damage is no different from a mosquito bite. The Golden Giant resisted the attack, and the Golden Saint Lion restrained the attack. Song Jian's 10,000 swords technique could summon hundreds of spiritual swords every 5 seconds to cause a large number of attacks. The chi and health value of the Skeleton Commander was rapidly decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 10 minutes, the chi and health value of nearly 10 million points was reduced to less than 3 million points. Even if I ban my Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword formation, it is only a matter of time to kill a top-level boss. Song Jian had a contemptuous smile on his face. At this time, the skeleton leader's body was already covered with cracks, and death was only a matter of time. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly found that the phantoms of ghost ships appeared in front of him, behind him, and even farther away. On each ship, there were a large number of skeleton warriors, and a passenger fighting hard in the sea of skeletons. Song Jian's attention was immediately attracted by these phantoms, and he couldn't help but look at these ghost ship phantoms. Chapter 1405 Opportunity to Leave. These people are all tourists who boarded the ship before. How could they hold on for so long? Song Jian looked around in surprise. If everyone had been attacked by the monsters he had endured, Most of them would have died long ago. It was impossible for so many people to hold on. However, after watching for a while, Song Jian found that the strength of the monsters these people faced was different. Some of the skeleton monsters on the deck were only level 80 or 90, and some were around level 100. Moreover, the speed of the skeleton warriors rushing out of the cabins was also different. Some cabins only had 1 or 2 skeleton warriors at a time, while the ghost ship where Song Jian was at this time could rush out more than a dozen skeleton monsters in one breath. It was simply incomparable. Song Jian suddenly showed a strange look on his face, thinking to himself, could it be that the faster you kill, the greater the pressure you will face? At this time, he suddenly remembered that the previous change of the skeleton warriors happened after he killed all the skeletons on the deck with one blow. Song Jian couldn't help but slap his head, since he was promoted to the 3rd level combat power. It seems that he only wants to use force to solve any problem. In fact, he only needs to observe this simple mechanism for a few minutes to discover the mystery. But Song Jian doesn't care. He only wants to kill all the skeleton warriors, which makes the strength of the skeleton warriors that come out later become higher and higher. And the speed is getting faster and faster. Crack. Just then, a crisp cracking sound suddenly came from the deck. Song Jian turned his head and saw that under the siege of the Golden Saint Lion and the Golden Giant Golu, the skeleton commander boss finally couldn't withstand the attack, and his blood value was reduced to 0, and he died. The white jade-like bone fragments were scattered everywhere. After killing the enemy, the Golden Saint Lion was like a lion king patrolling the territory. After patrolling around the deck and the hatch, it turned into countless sword chi again and dissipated. However, the chaotic sword chi did not disappear. Instead, it drilled into Song Jian's body like a small snake, and swam along the meridians to the Dantian. Like other sword chi, it actually sank in the Dantian and did not disappear. Song Jian didn't care. There were also cases where the chaos sword chi did not dissipate after being used and entered the Dantian. However, each time the chaos sword chi could not stay in the Dantian for long and would dissipate on its own. After all, Song Jian's strength was too weak and his physical fitness could not withstand the chaos sword chi for too long. Once it realized that it was a burden on Song Jian's body, the chaos sword chi would dissipate on its own without any signs of devouring the master. After killing the skeleton commander boss, no more skeletons appeared in the cabin. The cabin door was wide open, dark, and revealed a cold breath. Song Jian was very satisfied with this battle. The Golden Giant's defense was unparalleled, which was several steps higher than when he was a stone man. The skeleton commander's bone spears killed the Holy Spirit warriors one by one, but they could not even break the defense of the Golden Giant Guru. The Golden Holy Lion Demon Binding Seal is surprisingly easy to use. Even when facing a boss at the peak of the command level, it can crush it with speed. Even a boss of legendary quality can be dealt with by the Golden Holy Lion Demon Binding Seal formation, which can be considered a great help. The only thing that made Song Jian dissatisfied was these skeleton warriors. Even after the skeleton commander was killed, not only did he not have any combat experience, but even the spoils did not drop, which made Song Jian feel a little depressed. At the moment when the skeleton commander was killed, all the skeleton monsters on the deck of the Phantom Ghost ship seemed to have pressed the pause button and stopped all actions. Then, with a crash, the sound of shattering was heard, and all the skeletons collapsed and disintegrated, turning into countless bone powders and merging into the ghost ship. Then, countless ghost ships began to attract each other, and Song Jian also felt that the surrounding time and space began to vibrate slightly. His perception was compressed into his body. When he tried to probe with his perception, he could not leave his body anyway. After a slight dizziness, Song Jian felt stable again. He opened his eyes and found that everyone had returned to the ghost ship. However, the number of people on the deck had decreased by 1/3. There were a lot of bloodstains and corpses everywhere on the deck. These corpses were all living passengers before. They exhausted all their physical strength in the endless siege of skeleton warriors, and finally died of exhaustion. In addition to these corpses, many people were seriously injured, with scars and blood all over their bodies. Some even had serious injuries, such as broken hands and legs. If it was a quarter of an hour later, these people would have become corpses. Now they are considered to have saved their lives. There are so many people left. I thought at least half of them would die this time. Skeleton Captain SWO appeared in front of everyone at some point. Almost everyone stared at it with anger on their faces. Only Song Jian was horrified. He hadn't seen Captain SWO on the deck before. Before it spoke, Song Jian didn't have its presence within its perception range. The moment it spoke, it suddenly appeared on the deck. This weird feeling made Song Jian feel very strange and awkward. His mind was like a mess. And he felt very uncomfortable. You are lucky this time. A powerful passenger killed the Jade Bone Skeleton Commander in advance, which ended the endless hunting in advance. Otherwise, I don't know how many more people would die among you. Captain SWO stared at the seriously injured people with dark red flames in his eyes, and laughed sarcastically again. At this time, Song Jian found that the ghost ship had sailed to the sea. Surrounded by endless sea water, it was probably impossible to leave. Woo! It's too scary here. I want to go back. I don't want to stay here. A young NPC threw away the long sword in his hand, and sat on the deck and cried loudly. The faces of others also darkened, regretting their impulse to come to this ship. However, there were no restrictions on boarding the ship, but it was probably not an easy thing to leave. The endless hunting before was just an appetizer. The big meal is still waiting for you later. Captain SWO seemed very happy to see the frightened expressions on everyone's faces, and laughed loudly. However, the merciful Captain SWO can give you a chance to get off the ship. In half an hour, we will pass an island. Anyone who does not want to continue to participate in the Doomsday cruise will have a chance to leave when approaching that island. This is the only chance to regret. After leaving that island, unless you spend 7 days of travel safely, there will be no chance to leave the Doomsday cruise. When they heard that there was a chance to leave, most people became excited, and some people couldn't help but cheer. Those who were seriously injured also showed a look of relief on their faces. Is it really that simple? Song Jian showed a puzzled look on his face, staring at Captain SWO and observing him carefully. But the other party was just a skeleton, and he couldn't see anything from his face. Next, I will give you the reward for completing the endless hunt. I hope you like it, Captain SWO suddenly said, and everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that there would be a reward. For a moment, everyone's interest was aroused, and they all looked at Captain SWO. Chapter 1406 Halo. The people who had heard that they could get off the ship and leave the ghost ship were also attracted by the reward mentioned by Captain Swore, and all looked towards it. Captain Swore didn't waste any words, and waved his hand. Suddenly, a palm-sized treasure chest appeared in front of everyone, floating at the chest position. One for each person. The longer you persist, and the more monsters you kill, the better the quality of the treasure chest will be. Do you regret not showing your full strength and killing more monsters now? Captain Swore laughed, staring at everyone's face as if he was watching a play. Sure enough, Song Jian saw that several people looked a little ugly. They seemed to be the people who had hidden strength, as Captain SWO mentioned. However, in this endless hunting, everyone would only think about delaying time and holding on until the last moment. Those who are no longer on the ship are mostly the ones who tried their best to hunt skeletons from the beginning. Song Jian thought to himself, the faster you kill, the faster the skeletons will advance and the faster they will appear. Unless you have extremely strong strength like Song Jian. Otherwise, delaying time steadily is the right way to get through this trial. Song Jian shook his head and didn't think much about it. He looked at the treasure chests in front of other people. Most of them were blue or silver. Only a few people's treasure chests emitted golden light, while the treasure chest in front of Song Jian emitted purple and gold. Legendary treasure chest? Song Jian smiled slightly. He originally thought it would be an epic treasure chest, but he didn't expect to get a legendary treasure chest. Kill the Jade Skeleton Commander, and the treasure chest will be upgraded by 1 level. Captain SWO seemed to see Song Jian's thoughts, glanced at him, and said calmly. Song Jian opened the treasure chest directly, and suddenly a purple dull beam of light shot up into the sky, which was very dazzling. System, you open the reward treasure chest and gain 6.3894576 billion combat experience points. And the level was upgraded by 2 levels. System, you got the items Endless Hunting Gloves, Endless Hunting Boots, and Endless Hunting Wristbands. System, you get the upgradable Halo Endless Hunting, which can only be obtained in the Ghost Ship Endless Hunting Trial. And the current Halo level is 1. The reward is so generous. Song Jian's eyes lit up. You know, he is now at level 101. And each level up requires a huge amount of combat experience. If he hunts monsters, he must kill monsters of the same level for at least half a year to upgrade one level. But now, he has only killed monsters on the ghost ship for less than half a day, and he has upgraded one level. For Song Jian, it is like opening 100 times the experience. Of course, this kind of benefit is not only for Song Jian. Song Jian saw that many people upgraded on the spot after opening the treasure chest, and they upgraded several levels in a row. Everyone showed an excited smile on their face. In addition to a huge amount of combat experience, Song Jian also obtained 3 legendary equipment, and these equipment were actually level 100 suits. After looking at the attributes, Song Jian found that these equipment were second only to the Sword Immortal suit, but they were also top equipment among the level 100. Each piece of equipment added a large number of attribute points to Song Jian. Now almost all of Song Jian's attributes have exceeded 200 points, and his spiritual attribute and strength attribute have even exceeded 350 points. It can be said that if in the real world, with Song Jian's current strength, as long as he is not hit directly by a nuclear bomb and suffers damage in the center of the explosion, it is impossible for him to die. The ordinary firearms or even heavy weapons on the opposite side, Song Jian can't break his defense even if he stands still. However, these are not the most precious. In Song Jian's opinion, the biggest gain this time is the upgradable halo. A dazzling white pearl appeared in Song Jian's hand. The surface of the pearl was slightly rippling with a milky white halo, which continued to spread outward in circles and slowly disappeared. Endless Hunting Halo. Level 1/Infinity. Halo attributes: damage increased by 10%. HP recovery increased by 5%. Energy recovery increased by 5%. When the user chases prey, the movement speed increased by 8%. The number of monsters to be hunted for the next promotion: 0 out of 5,000. The monster level cannot be lower than level 100. The level 1 Endless Hunting Halo has average attributes, which is only equivalent to a piece of blue quality equipment at most. But what shocked Song Jian the most was that the level cap of this halo was actually infinity. That is, there is no upper limit, and its level can be upgraded endlessly. When Song Jian saw it for the first time, his first thought was that there was a bug in the game. How could such an amazing item appear? As long as he hunted monsters, he could infinitely increase the level of this aura. Then when Song Jian increased the level of this aura to 100, 200, 1,000, or even 10,000, who would be his opponent? Who cares? Let's use it first. Song Jian immediately crushed the pearl, and a stream of heat suddenly emerged from his body. But soon, the heat disappeared. He opened the skill bar, and sure enough, under the talent skill, an aura skill appeared. At the same time, a faint white halo appeared under Song Jian's feet. If you don't look carefully, it's hard to find that he is stepping on the aura. Just as everyone was checking their rewards, the ghost ship slowed down and came to a small island, stopping in front of a white beach. Pointing to the white beach less than 100 meters away, Captain SWO laughed and said, "Passengers, now is your chance to disembark. The real time and space journey has not yet begun. This is your only chance to disembark before the Doomsday cruise. If you are not confident in your own strength, I advise you to disembark immediately. Everyone, you only have 5 minutes to consider." As soon as Captain SWO finished speaking, several people jumped directly from the deck into the sea. After jumping into the sea, they did not swim towards the island, but took off directly into the air, apparently wanting to fly back the same way. Seeing this scene, Captain Swir's body suddenly burned with black flames. "I asked you to get off the boat and go to the island. Who told you to leave without permission?" Captain Swir's words revealed a cold taste. Pulling out the scimitar from his waist, Captain Swir slashed at the people who had flown dozens of meters away. Suddenly, behind those people, a phantom of the god of death appeared. This phantom was 100 feet tall, and those people were like ants in front of it. The phantom of the god of death waved the sickle in his hand at these people, and a flash of knife light flashed. These people were cut in half without a sound, and their bodies fell into the sea. The phantom of the god of death slowly disappeared. Chapter 1407 Naga Island. This scene frightened everyone on the ship. Those who originally wanted to leave the ghost ship froze immediately. They didn't want to repeat the mistakes of these people. To leave the ghost ship, you can only go to that island. You can only regain your freedom after we leave. Do you understand? Captain SWO turned around and said coldly to everyone, "Are you really letting us go?" You won't summon that person again to kill us? Someone asked tremblingly. SWO said coldly, as long as you are obedient and follow my rules, you will be fine. All those who were about to leave looked towards the island not far away. The island looked very large. Standing on the boat, you couldn't even see the beaches on both sides. It was as wide as a continent. The island was very quiet at this time, and there was no trace of living creatures on the white beach. However, no matter who it was, they would not believe that this island was really a paradise without any danger. Okay, I'll believe you once. An NPC with only one arm left gritted his teeth, jumped into the sea, and swam towards the island. Captain Sword just stared at his figure motionlessly, watching him enter the island. Captain SWO did not move until the NPC landed on the island. Seeing this, the others who were about to leave looked at each other and jumped into the sea. Song Jian saw that the NPC who landed on the island immediately took out another golden scroll from his arms and tore it apart fiercely the moment he stepped on the beach. Teleportation scroll. And it is a golden scroll of gold quality. Song Jian showed a hint of surprise on his face. You know, the golden teleportation scroll is a very precious treasure. As the player's level increases, there are more and more strange events that can be encountered. And the monsters encountered are also getting stronger and stronger. Having a fixed point teleportation scroll, like a return scroll, can often save a life. The higher the quality of the teleportation shaft, the greater the range of the teleportation. The golden teleportation scroll can be used within a range of 3,000 kilometers, which is enough for people to return to a safe place at any location. But when Song Jian saw the man who took out the teleportation scroll and tried to tear it apart, he couldn't tear it apart. His heart sank. Sure enough, landing on the island did not mean safety. The teleportation scroll had been disabled. Looking at the man standing on the beach, he threw the teleportation scroll to the ground in a rage. After a moment, he carefully picked it up and put it back in the parcel column. Song Jian sighed, retracted his gaze, and prepared to face the 7-day Doomsday Cruise challenge. There must be very scary monsters on that island. I'm afraid only 1 or 2 of these people can survive. The greater possibility is that the whole army will be wiped out. Song Jian shook his head and said softly, Hee. Don't be so pessimistic. That's the legendary Naga Island. If you're lucky, you might be able to subdue a few Nagas as followers. You know, the figure of female Nagas is the best among all races. Their soft waists can make you feel like you're in heaven. Captain SWO laughed. Naga Island? Why does this name sound so familiar? Song Jian was stunned. And then he recalled that it was because he was the first player to pass the 3rd level combat power assessment. And the game opened a new map. How could he encounter it so soon? You should know that on this island, you can recruit Nagas as followers. And for players, the number of followers is unlimited. If you have the ability, you can even recruit 1,000 or 10,000 game NPCs as your followers. And you don't need to pay any price. Before the opening of Naga Island, players can also recruit followers. But it is too difficult. Just like ordinary players getting a legendary quality equipment, which is almost impossible. But on Naga Island, recruiting followers will become very easy. You only need to complete some small tests to recruit the Naga followers you like. After hearing what Saiwo said, Song Jian immediately felt relieved for those who landed on the island. Since they could recruit Naga followers, the monsters on this island should not be too powerful. Just after everyone landed on the island, Captain Saiwo laughed loudly, seeming very happy. He glanced at the remaining passengers on the deck and shouted loudly, "The Doomsday Cruise officially begins. Let's set sail. Boys, let's take our respected passengers to enjoy the beauty of the space-time gap." A chaotic cheer sounded, and all the skeleton crew members began to get busy. But Song Jian turned his head and looked towards the Naga Island. At this time, the entire surface of the island was covered with a transparent white light curtain, which shone brightly under the sun. Once you enter the island, it becomes very difficult to leave. Moreover, Song Jian also saw many monsters with human upper bodies and snake lower bodies slowly swimming out of the jungle of the island and gathering towards the beach. Naga, Song Jian whispered. Such a long distance has long exceeded the field of vision of ordinary players. But Song Jian can still clearly see the appearance of these Nagas. But when he wants to check their attributes, he is prompted that it is beyond the detection range. The speed of the ghost ship was getting faster and faster, and the island had become very blurry. Song Jian saw at last that the Nagas actually began to charge at the people on the island. A large number of Nagas looked like a black and blue tide, rushing towards the beach. Song Jian showed a bitter smile on his face. As expected, he couldn't have too much hope for the skeleton crew on the ghost ship. There were really monsters on the island, and there were a lot of them. With the strength of the remnants of the ghost ship, it would be difficult to hold on to the end. What a pity. Song Jian shook his head and retracted his gaze. You know, if Song Jian landed on the island, he would most likely be able to save everyone. But his goal was not a few Naga followers, but a 7-day Doomsday cruise. Besides, with the Holy Spirit Temple, he didn't care about having more Naga followers. The ghost ship sailed very fast, riding the wind and waves all the way, speeding in the sea. The waves in the sea were very big, but on the ghost ship, it was unusually stable. Even though the entire ghost ship was thrown more than 10 meters high by the waves, the people standing on the deck did not feel any bumps or weightlessness, which was extremely weird. You guys look. What is that? A player suddenly exclaimed, pointing to one side of the deck and shouting loudly, with horror in his tone. Song Jian turned his head and saw a huge black shadow swimming quickly in the sea, rushing towards the ghost ship. The black shadow looked almost as big as the entire ghost ship, hidden in the waves, and almost no sound. Chapter 1408 Space-Time Gap. Looking closely, a giant octopus is rushing towards the ghost ship. Each of the tentacles of this octopus is as thick as a building and about 100 feet long. If an ordinary ship encounters it and gets entangled, it will definitely end up with the ship destroyed and people killed. Seeing such a terrifying underwater octopus, everyone's face changed drastically. Such a terrifying existence is not comparable to those skeleton soldiers before. Get lost, Captain SWO roared. And the ripples in the air that could be seen by the naked eye rushed towards the giant octopus and hit its body like a hill. With a boom, the octopus paused and suddenly jumped out of the water, with several tentacles bearing their teeth and claws, rushing towards the ghost ship. For a moment, dark clouds pressed down, and a large black shadow covered the entire ghost ship. Song Jian couldn't help but take 2 steps back, summon the sky-breaking sword, and prepare to fight. At this moment, SWO took a step forward, and a phantom of the Grim Reaper appeared behind it. SWO held a scimitar and chopped it fiercely in the direction of the octopus. The phantom of the Grim Reaper behind it, which jumped 100 feet high, also raised the Grim Reaper's sickle as it moved, and swung it fiercely from top to bottom at the octopus. A dazzling white light flashed, and the octopus let out a sharp hiss. Its entire body was cut in half by the knife light, and it fell into the sea with a boom. Its tentacles were chopped into countless pieces, and fell into the sea with a crackling sound. Some of them even hit the deck of the ghost ship, and the whole ship shook slightly twice. Dead? Dead? Someone asked in a low voice in shock. The size of the octopus was too huge, just like an ant standing in front of a mountain, which made people feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. The previous knife of the death scythe, perhaps because of the huge difference in realm. No one thought it was so powerful. Only Song Jian felt that this knife seemed to touch the realm above the legend. Although the octopus was chopped into pieces with one knife, no one dared to be sure that the huge monster was really dead. Humph! Ocelos, the pet of the Thetis family, is so easy to kill. And we are in the sea. As long as there is an ocean, this guy will be immortal. Captain SWO snorted coldly, put away the scimitar, and continued, It's just that I accidentally drove away its prey last time. And this guy will never give up. It will appear every time you go on a Doomsday cruise. But you guys are lucky. You can feast on it before the real Doomsday cruise. Ocelo's body contains a trace of divinity. Eating it will be very good for you. Then, Captain SWO whispered again, just treat it as the last meal before death. Sure enough, a group of skeleton crew members rushed up happily, and carried these 5 or 6 meter long thick tentacles back to the cabin. After a while, a refreshing fragrance came out from the cabin. Just smelling the fragrance for a few times, Song Jian felt that his sword energy and spirit value became active. Not long after, Song Jian actually received several system prompts, and his sword energy value limit and spirit value limit were actually increased by 2 to 3 points. You know, this opportunity to increase the limit is very rare, and it will only increase after the corresponding attributes are improved. Now it can be increased just by smelling it a few times, which makes Song Jian more looking forward to the delicious food later. Soon, a group of skeleton soldiers carried out several roasted octopus tentacles. Song Jian looked at them and found that they were almost the same as before, except that there was a trace of white steam on the surface, which seemed to be cooked. Ha ha ha. Let's share these with them. It's not a wasted trip to our ghost ship. Captain SWO laughed. These octopus tentacles weighed more than 1,000 kilograms. Even if everyone ate to their heart's content, they might not be able to finish them. Song Jian got about 50 kilograms. Looking at so much meat, Song Jian couldn't help but show a look of surprise on his face. Charcoal grilled divine squid. Could it be that the big guy before was not an octopus, but a squid? Song Jian thought to himself. He smelled the fragrance and couldn't help but take a bite. His eyes lit up immediately. The charcoal grilled divine squid was chewy and crispy in his mouth. It had a slight toughness when chewing, and it had a hint of salty fragrance. The skeleton crew just grilled it without using any seasoning, but the taste was extremely delicious. Song Jian ate it without hesitation. In a short while, 50 kilograms of charcoal grilled divine squid went into his stomach, until he was full. Song Jian suddenly came to his senses, slapped his head, and regretted secretly. Greedy? This charcoal grilled divine squid only needs to be eaten 300 grams to increase the upper limit of the spirit value by 200 points, and the upper limit of the sword energy value by 500 points. And it can also increase the recovery speed by 10%. Eating more will have no effect. Such a divine object is priceless. Why did I eat it all? Song Jian looked up at the others and found that both players and NPCs were swallowing the charcoal grilled squid with big mouthfuls, their faces full of intoxication, as if they were immersed in the food and had no intention of staying. Song Jian's heart sank. It seems that it is not my problem, but the problem of the charcoal grilled squid. It is impossible to stay. Until now, the inspection still has a lingering taste, and it looks like it is not enough. Hey, where are we? Song Jian suddenly found that the ghost ship was no longer sailing on the sea. It was surrounded by white fog and thick clouds. They actually flew into the air. At the moment when Song Jian showed a surprised look on his face, the whole ghost ship suddenly tilted upwards, like an arrow from a bow, rushing towards the sky, as fast as lightning, and in a blink of an eye, it broke through the layers of white clouds and entered the sky. We are, Song Jian shouted in surprise. However, Captain SWO and the skeleton crew members did not pay attention to these passengers, but carefully controlled the ship. Song Jian could feel a little nervous from them. Soon, when everyone finished eating the charcoal grilled squid, their attention was focused on the outside of the ship. At this time, the surface of the ghost ship was covered with a faint milky white light curtain, blocking all the strong winds in the sky. Get ready to enter the gap in time and space. The real Doomsday cruise is about to begin, Captain SWO yelled. And as soon as he finished speaking, the entire ghost ship began to tremble violently, and the hull made a creaking sound under the heavy load. Just when Song Jian was worried that the ghost ship would disintegrate in the next moment, he suddenly found himself in a state of weightlessness, losing all his 5 senses, and his mind was stagnant, like a bug frozen in amber. Maybe after a moment, maybe after a long time, the concept of time seemed to have disappeared, and Song Jian suddenly regained his self-awareness. But the previous feeling remained in his heart like a knife. We are. Song Jian looked around in horror, only to find that the ghost ship seemed to have arrived in a strange space. It was pitch black all around, with colorful rainbow lights flashing by, and countless star-like light points shining in the distance. Welcome everyone. We have come to the crack of time and space. I hope you can have a pleasant Doomsday cruise. Captain SWO's dark red flames in his eyes burned fiercely, almost overflowing from his eyes, and he seemed very excited. The crack of time and space. This is the crack of time and space. Song Jian suddenly became a little worried. Chapter 1409 Time and Space Node. After entering the time and space gap, Song Jian suddenly found that the address book and transmission scroll could not be used again. Just like entering the combat power assessment world, they were sealed. However, the broken kingdom of God could still be entered, which made Song Jian feel a little relieved. This is the intersection of time and space, integrated into time and space, but not belonging to the field of time and space. This is the gap of time and space, the intersection of all world entrances. Captain SWO shouted loudly. Here is a dance with death, but it is always accompanied by rebirth. Passengers on the Doomsday cruise, you can choose any node to enter any history of any world. Experience this history. And then survive. You will get unexpected gains. SWO laughed. His mandible kept hitting his upper jaw, making a creepy click sound. The speed of time flow is different at each node. The Doomsday cruise takes 7 days. But after entering the node, you may only need 7 hours to finish the trip. But you may also stay for 7 years, 70 years, or even 700 years, 7,000 years. Okay. We have entered the spacetime sea of space gaps. You can choose a shining star at will. They are all spacetime nodes in a certain world. In these nodes, there are countless opportunities. Some rules and domain fragments can also be easily obtained in these nodes. This is a blessed place, but also a dangerous place. Whether you die in these spacetime nodes and your soul is scattered, or get opportunities and treasures and leave, it all depends on your own luck. SWO shouted loudly, pointing at the countless shining points of light outside the ghost ship, and shouted, choose a node to enter. It is best not to enter more than 3 people at the same node. Otherwise, the node may not be able to withstand the collapse. When the time is up, the node will automatically send you back to the ghost ship. But you must also be careful not to be kicked out at the critical moment and miss the treasure. Finally, I will give you a personal suggestion. The sooner you choose a spacetime node, the better. Generally, the spacetime nodes close to the outer edge will be much less difficult. Skeleton Captain SWO said in a low voice with a big mouth. As soon as it finished speaking, it saw 2 people jumping off the ghost ship. Their bodies were like feathers, floating towards 2 spacetime nodes not far away. When they approached these spacetime nodes, they seemed to be inexplicably attracted, and they immediately accelerated towards the spacetime nodes. After a while, they entered the nodes and disappeared. Captain SWO seemed to have not seen it. Still standing aside motionless, the ghost ship continued to fly forward slowly. But every time it flew a certain distance, several people would jump off the ship and fly towards those shining time and space nodes. Song Jianshu stopped and looked into the distance. Those light spots were like stars in the sky, so dense that they could not be seen clearly. They looked very far away. But in fact, as long as you leave the ghost ship, there will be a mysterious force that will pull you towards those nodes. But on the ghost ship, you really can't see anything clearly. You can only rely on your luck to enter which node. Song Jian's eye between his eyebrows slowly opened, and one eyeball kept turning left and right, up and down, looking at the time and space nodes like a sea of stars. The power of the gods. This is. Captain SWO took a step back in surprise, staring at Song Jian and looking him up and down. This is the power of the dragon god. How can a human like you win the favor of the dragon god? Are you a dragon in human skin? Song Jian did not speak, but tried his best to control the delusion-breaking divine eye and looked at the dense sea of stars. Although his strength improved rapidly, and he was able to fully control the use of the delusion-breaking divine eye, every time he used it, the consumption was still very great. Not only did he need to consume mental power, but he also consumed sword energy. Once the mental power was exhausted, the delusion-breaking divine eye could no longer be maintained. In the eyes of the god of breaking delusion, these spacetime nodes, which were originally as small as sesame seeds, also became clear in an instant. Each spacetime node has its own attributes. Some spacetime nodes are filled with gray death power on the surface, which is the kingdom of the undead. Some spacetime nodes are filled with black abyss magic on the surface, which are nodes that have been occupied by the abyss demons. Some nodes are shining with golden light, and some are milky white holy light. This is the attribute of all spacetime nodes. Song Jian had a glimmer of enlightenment in his mind, and his mind was racing, trying to find a spacetime node that would help him the most. Just as Song Jian was carefully selecting, he was the only passenger left on the ghost ship, and Captain SWO looked at him strangely. But Song Jian didn't notice all this. Instead, he was concentrating on checking the properties of these star-like spacetime nodes. This spacetime node is filled with the breath of nothingness. Could it be that the whole world has been completely destroyed? This is definitely a dangerous place, and I can't go there. This spacetime node is filled with a strong breath of the Holy Spirit. It looks like the kingdom of a certain god. Entering here will not help me much, and I might even provoke this god and make an enemy for myself. I can't go there, Song Jian muttered to himself. But soon, he also selected several spacetime nodes suitable for him as reference. One of the spacetime nodes was full of sword energy, and it was obviously a world of swordsmen. Entering here might improve his swordsmanship skills. The other one is filled with the aura of formations. It seems that this world is dominated by formations, and is a world where formations are prosperous. Entering here can make up for the lack of his sword formation atlas. The last one is a world filled with the power of chaos. This world conveys a very dangerous feeling to him. But the attributes are extremely suitable for his Chaos Sword Classic. In such an environment, he may be able to understand the Chaos Sword Classic. You know, the Chaos Sword Classic is the most powerful skill that Song Jian has come into contact with. And the Chaos Sword Chi is also the most powerful Sword Chi attribute that he has come into contact with. Once he fully masters the practice method of the Chaos Sword Classic, Song Jian believes that his strength will definitely change dramatically. Just as Song Jian was standing at the side of the ship, hesitating, he suddenly felt a great force kicking him out of the ghost ship. He flew towards countless time and space nodes like a stone. Song Jian was furious and turned his head to see Captain SWO standing where he had stood before. And the shadow of the god of death behind him was slowly dissipating. Having the power of the dragon god already gives you too much advantage over others. You still want to choose a time and space node that suits you best. That's not a good thing, Captain SWO whispered to himself. Besides, the old guy dragon god almost turned against me for a holy spirit crystal last time. The guy he values can't take too much advantage. Chapter 1410 Elf Los. Originally, Song Jian had enough time to choose a spacetime node that suited him and improve his strength to a higher level. But he didn't know that Captain SWO kicked him out of the ghost ship after discovering that he had the power of the dragon god, and then fell towards those spacetime nodes. After leaving the ghost ship, Song Jian's body was no longer under his control. If he had chosen a spacetime node, as long as he stared at that spacetime node, he would have connected with the spacetime node and been pulled in. But now, he did not make a choice. So he could only fall into one of these hundreds of millions of spacetime nodes. Song Jian's body was floating in the void, without any force. But it was falling towards the time and space nodes, like stars at a very fast speed. In front of him, there was a sea of light, endless and vast. Each light spot was like a continent. When you get close, you can see the mountains, rivers, cities and villages on it. Just as Song Jian carefully observed these time and space nodes, his body suddenly trembled and his flying speed increased. One of the time and space nodes began to expand continuously and turned into a piece of land in a blink of an eye. The strong gravity made Song Jian unable to resist and fell directly on this land. Song Jian was like a meteorite, falling from the sky to the ground, dragging a long tail flame behind him. The creatures on the ground saw the meteorite falling, and they all looked terrified and fled in a hurry. At this time, Song Jian's body seemed to be covered by a layer of light curtain. Apart from the dark red light, he could not see anything, but he could feel that he was falling, and the speed of falling was getting faster and faster. Boom! Song Jian felt a shock all over his body, and the light curtain on the surface of his body shattered. His eyes blurred, and the surrounding scenery came into view. At this time, he found that he was actually in a huge deep pit. The temperature of this deep pit was extremely high, and there was charred soil everywhere, emitting hundreds of degrees of high temperature heat. At the edge of the pit, there were even signs that the soil had melted into crystals. Is this really falling from a high altitude to the ground? Song Jian couldn't help but be amazed. Even with his strength, if he fell from such a high place to the ground, even if he was not killed instantly, he would definitely enter a state of serious injury near death. But now, he was not hurt at all. Apparently, the light curtain that covered his body before played a similar protective role of invincibility. Song Jian tried it. After entering here, he was able to fully control his body again. His strength recovered. With a light jump, the wings of the sky appeared behind him, holding him up and floating in the air. At this time, Song Jian found that he had fallen into a forest. All the trees within a radius of tens of meters were broken in half due to the impact of the fall. The trees near the meteorite crater had even been burned to charcoal. This power is a bit small. Song Jian looked around and muttered softly. If in the real world, such a meteorite fell to the ground, the area within a radius of tens of kilometers would be affected. But now, at this time and space node, it only caused damage within a radius of tens of meters. As if there was a mysterious power that minimized the harm of his falling to the ground. Forget about that for now. Let's see where we are. Song Jian sighed and looked around. This was still the game world. Song Jian was sure that there was an endless forest around him. Even if he looked to the limit of his field of vision, he could still see the end of the forest. All the trees in this forest were ancient trees, at least 500 years old. This scared Song Jian. Any tree of such a sturdy and vibrant ancient tree was worth a fortune. He had destroyed at least dozens of trees when he fell this time. In the real world, this was simply a crime. The soil in the forest was very fertile. It was the kind of fertile soil that could squeeze out oil if you grabbed it. However, the sky here was a little different from other places. In the blue sky, there was a green sun hanging high up. This surprised Song Jian. He had never seen a green sun before. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly felt a needle-like pain in his left temple. He was startled and subconsciously tilted his head back. Whoosh! A flash of white light flashed in front of his eyes, leaving a residual image in the air. His cheek hurt from the energy hanging on his face. Looking carefully, Song Jian found that it was a wooden arrow flying away into the distance. This speed and distance might not be matched by even the top sniper rifles. Who? Song Jian shouted softly, and turned his head to see a man wearing emerald green wooden armor and a pair of long ears standing on the treetop, holding a longbow and aiming at him. This person is exactly like the legendary elf, with long golden hair draped over his shoulders and a handsome face that is hard to tell whether it is a man or a woman. Song Jian subconsciously looked at its chest. Unexpectedly, Song Jian's action immediately angered the other party, and the wooden arrow in his hand, which was more than 3 feet long, actually shone with magical light. Legendary strength. Song Jian frowned slightly, staring at the elf and sizing him up. This is the first creature he encountered when he just entered this time and space node. Unexpectedly, it is a powerful person in the legendary realm. Even if it is a coincidence, it is too exaggerated. If the creatures in this time and space node are all of this strength, then, Song Jian frowned. If this is true, with his current strength, he can't be as rampant as before. Sitters who destroy the forest, leave the forest of life immediately. Otherwise, your corpse will become the food of this forest. The elf in front of him stared at Song Jian and said angrily. Song Jian was not familiar with what the elf said, but he immediately understood what the other party meant when he heard it. System, you are exposed to the ancient elf language, and the general skill ancient elf language is activated. The current skill level is 0. Song Jian now has many languages, but the most important ones are only 2. One is the human common language, and the other is the abyss magic language. Some other languages are some small types of languages. If divided by quality color, the human common language is gold, and the abyss magic language is the legendary purple gold. The other small types of languages are simple white or green. Now, below the human common language and the abyss magic language, there appeared another purple gold language, the ancient elven language. Elven language and dragon language are only silver quality languages. How come this ancient elven language is a legendary quality? Purple gold language? Song Jian thought in a strange way. Seeing Song Jian motionless, as if in a trance, the elf Lo showed a trace of anger on his face, snorted coldly, and loosened his fingers holding the wooden arrow. The wooden arrow shining with magic light whoosh and shot towards Song Jian. During the flight of the wooden arrow, the emerald green magic light attached to the surface of the wooden arrow spread out like tentacles, and it looked like a living branch flying towards Song Jian. Chapter 1411 Suppression. Song Jian smiled slightly. Although the strength of this elf has reached the legendary level, and the magic arrows he shot are also very fast, it is still difficult to hurt him when he is ready. The Hun Tian feather wings behind him flapped lightly, and Song Jian's figure suddenly retreated more than 10 meters away. However, what was unexpected was that the wooden arrow seemed to have locked him, turned in midair, and continued to fly towards him. Song Jian frowned slightly. The strong men in the legendary level can already lock the target of attack with their spirit or perception, and they rarely miss under normal circumstances. Song Jian has encountered many times before. Such attacks are indeed difficult to dodge. In most cases, they can only resist with their bodies. With a cold snort, Song Jian's figure swayed slightly, and in an instant, 2 identical Song Jians appeared in the air. Sword Shadow Clones. This is a skill of Song Jian to break the mental lock, which can be released in an instant. One of the 2 Song Jian spread his wings and rushed towards the elves on the treetops quickly, while the other Song Jian held the sky-breaking sword tightly and chopped at the flying wooden arrow. Boom! With a loud bang, the sky-breaking sword and the wooden arrow collided fiercely. but it did not split the wooden arrow in two as expected. Instead, it was like chopping on fine steel, and Song Jian felt a sharp pain in his wrist. This wooden arrow is so tough. Song Jian was surprised. He was stunned for a moment, and the wooden arrow suddenly exploded. Countless green auras instantly enveloped the area of several meters in radius, and Song Jian was naturally enveloped. After a while, the green mist gradually dissipated. Song Jian, who was originally standing in the air, had plants of various shapes growing on his body surface, and some of them were even full of flowers and a few breaths. Puff. Silently, Song Jian, who was covered with green plants, suddenly exploded and turned into a ball of green mist. This was Song Jian's sword shadow clone. The other real body had already rushed in front of the elf, and the sky-breaking sword shone with sword light, slashing towards him. Elf Lo snorted coldly. Although he was an archer, it didn't mean that he would not fight in close combat. The right hand holding the longbow shook violently, and with a crash, the whole longbow immediately changed its shape. On both sides of the longbow, more than a foot-long sharp blades protruded. At the same time, the whole longbow turned into a sharp weapon like a half-moon scimitar, and it didn't prevent him from continuing to shoot arrows. This is a unique weapon of the elves, called the Full Moon Night Dance, and there is also a set of melee martial arts that match it, called the Elf War Dance. The movements in the battle are graceful, like dancing, but the power cannot be underestimated, and it is a little cruel. The bodies of the enemies killed by the Elf War Dance are all torn into pieces, and it is often difficult to leave a complete body. Ding! With a slight sound, the longbow's blade held a sky-breaking sword, and the elf Lo's twisted his body, and the other end of the blade stabbed at Song Jian's ribs from a strange angle. Song Jian saw that the blade of this battle merit was shining with a trace of light green, and there was also a faint sweet smell around. He immediately knew that the longbow should be coated with poison. This is somewhat inconsistent with the legendary elves. Song Jian was surprised, and turned his body. The blade almost passed by his armor, and the two of them immediately fought together among the treetops. In the game, Song Jian also came into contact with many elves. They have long-range attack capabilities similar to the elf in front of him. But no elf is willing to apply poison on their weapons, whether it is a close-fitting dagger, or bow and arrow. The elves believed that they were the most elegant race in the world and disdained to use items such as poison. Moreover, Song Jian had never seen them use war bows in close combat. In close combat, the elves in the game world often use daggers or short swords. Swish! A dazzling spark emerged from Song Jian's chest. After only a dozen rounds, Song Jian was suppressed by the opponent's elf in close combat. You know, the opponent was an archer, and he was a swordsman. Even if he had changed his job to a swordsman similar to a long-range job, he was suppressed by an archer in close combat. If it was spread out, he would probably be despised. Song Jian was surprised. The opponent's fighting skills were extremely exquisite, just like dancing on a tightrope on a cliff. Every bit of strength and every movement exerted the greatest power. Even though his personal attributes were similar to Song Jian's, and some of his attributes were slightly lower than Song Jian's. In the battle, he beat Song Jian without any chance to fight back with just this set of fighting skills. Bang! Song Jian was hit hard in the chest by another elbow. His chest felt stuffy, and his throat itched. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. What skills do you have? Song Jian asked in surprise. Humph. Lowly human race. You don't deserve to know. Elf Lo snorted coldly, twisted his body, and a wooden arrow appeared on his bow. He was less than 2 meters away from Song Jian, but he actually aimed at Song Jian's head and shot an arrow with a bang. Fuck. Song Jian was caught off guard and immediately entered the soul-walking state. The wooden arrow went straight through his body. Song Jian didn't expect that the opponent's close combat skills even included archery moves. Song Jian retreated quickly. A swordsman class was suppressed by an archer class and dared not fight in close combat. I'm afraid no one would believe it if he told others. In an instant, the distance between Song Jian and the elf was tens of meters away. Just when Song Jian was about to perform the 10,000 swords technique, he saw a black cloud pressing towards him in front. Is this a rain of arrows? Song Jian showed a look of horror on his face. From the time he pulled away to the time he was ready to perform the 10,000 swords technique, it took less than 3 seconds for the opponent to shoot hundreds of arrows to form a rain of arrows. Song Jian could feel that the densely packed long arrows in front of him were definitely not illusions, and each one could cause a lot of damage to him. Damn it. Are the ancient elves so difficult to deal with? Song Jian cursed in a low voice, and immediately hid in the broken kingdom of God, and then came back again after a few breaths. At this time, the rain of arrows had all fallen behind him. Song Jian looked back with lingering fear. He was originally preparing to use the 10,000 swords technique, but he immediately changed his mind. With a thought, hundreds of spiritual swords floated in the air and entangled with each other. A ball of golden light began to grow larger and larger. At the same time, Song Jian used the chaotic sword energy in his body to merge into the golden light ball. After a while, a lion's roar was heard, and the golden light ball turned into a lion, shook the mane on its neck, and pounced on the elf opposite like lightning. Chapter 1412 Starlight Falls. Seeing the golden holy lion rushing towards him, the elf Los showed a look of surprise on his face. He could feel that the vivid golden lion in front of him had no breath of life, and was not a living creature at all. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the blink of an eye, Los shot 5 wooden arrows at the golden holy lion. The speed of the golden holy lion surprised even Song Jian. But Los was able to shoot 5 wooden arrows in a row when the golden holy lion rushed over. It can be imagined how fast Los's archery speed is. Facing these 5 wooden arrows, the golden holy lion did not dodge or evade, but rushed towards the wooden arrows. Poof! The first wooden arrow hit the golden holy lion's head, and the emerald green light flashed and then went out, and the whole wooden arrow turned into powder. Then, the second and third wooden arrows hit the golden holy lion one after another, but still had no effect. All 5 wooden arrows hit the golden holy lion, but they couldn't even stop it for a second. For the first time, the elf Los showed a look of fear on his face. He stepped on his feet, bounced back, did a backflip in the air, and shot wooden arrows like a heavy rain with the bow in his hand again. Ding 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 ding. The wooden arrows kept hitting the golden holy lion, and ripples appeared on its body surface. Although the golden holy lion was not a living being, and was completely composed of the power of the formation, it could still cause damage to it if the formation nodes were destroyed. In a series of attacks, at least hundreds of wooden arrows hit the golden holy lion. Finally, with a bang, a ball of sparks exploded on the left shoulder of the golden holy lion. Song Jian frowned. The attack of the golden holy lion demon binding seal was powerful, but the defense was still slightly insufficient. Although it was said that as long as the core of the formation was not damaged, the golden holy lion demon binding seal could automatically repair itself. But with the attack power of the ancient elf in front of him, it was afraid that it would not wait until the moment when the golden holy lion demon binding seal repaired itself, and it would be completely destroyed by him. Seeing that his attack was effective, the elf Los showed a smile on his face, and the speed of archery rose to a higher level. At this time, the golden holy lion also pounced on the treetop where Los had stood before. However, in this forest, Los' movement speed was also extremely fast, as if he had received the bonus of the entire forest, while the speed of the yellow holy lion was getting slower and slower. On the one hand, it was because of the injury, and on the other hand, there was a mysterious power in the forest that was slowly invading its structure. Even Song Jian, who had been floating in the air, could feel that a trace of mysterious power was constantly eroding his body. Once this mysterious power eroded into his body, he was afraid that he would really die in this strange space-time node space. Thinking of this, Song Jian couldn't help but have a hint of killing intent in his eyes. He wanted to kill the elf in front of him as soon as possible. Otherwise, the longer the time dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. He looked at his attribute interface and found that the sword energy value had been fully restored. Song Jian's mind moved and the Karma Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords technique was immediately displayed. Spirit swords burning with dark red flames floated around his body. At this moment, Song Jian felt that the mysterious power that had been eroding him seemed to disappear all of a sudden, as if they were also afraid of the Karma Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords technique. No, it's not afraid of this skill, but afraid of the Red Lotus Karma Fire. Song Jian suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind, seeing the dark red flames appearing on the surface of the surrounding spirit swords. He thought to himself, could it be that this mysterious power is the consciousness generated by the endless forest in front of us? Song Jian looked at the endless green forest under his feet and couldn't help guessing in his heart. The golden holy lion kept rushing towards the elf Los. But every impact would only leave Los more scars on it. And it could never get within 5 meters of Los. For some reason, Los dared to fight with Song Jian in close combat before. But when facing the golden holy lion, he always kept a distance from it, and didn't let the other party get close. He seemed to be very afraid of the golden holy lion. In fact, once the golden holy lion gets within 3 meters of Los, it can use the power of the formation to besiege Los. Even if it can't kill him, it can give Song Jian an opportunity to cause fatal damage to Los. Starlight falls. Los, who was far away, noticed that Song Jian seemed to be performing a big move, and his face changed immediately. He waved the bow in his hand and pointed at the golden holy lion. Suddenly, with Los as the center, the light within a radius of several thousand meters suddenly dimmed, as if it had gone directly from day to night. Stars also emerged in the dark sky, shining brightly. For a moment, Song Jian actually lost the position of Los. Although he could clearly see that the other party was standing 100 meters away, it seemed that there was no such person, whether in spirit or perception. The previous mental lock also disappeared inexplicably. Song Jian's face changed. Although the 10,000 swords technique can be released without locking, it can only be released in a designated area without locking. At that time, Los can easily leave the skill range. Just when Song Jian was in doubt, the stars in the sky suddenly shone brightly, and one by one, the stars began to fall towards the ground. Their goal was to lock Song Jian and the Golden Saint Lion. Song Jian couldn't help but laugh. The elf opposite was too greedy. He could feel that his skill was extremely powerful. If he simply locked the Golden Saint Lion, he might be able to completely destroy this formation with Chaos Sword Chi as the core of the sword. But he actually wanted to kill himself at the same time. It was a bit too self-important. With a thought, the 10,000 swords that were originally attacking Los changed their direction and flew towards the falling stars in the sky. In the sky, stars like small suns fell one by one. And on the other side, spiritual swords with long tail flames flew from bottom to top, like missiles blocking the falling meteorites. Los saw this scene. His face suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but look up, with a nervous look on his face. At this time, the golden holy lion suddenly accelerated, leaving a residual image on the spot, and the main body rushed towards Los. At this time, Los's heart was in his throat. Such a large-scale skill collision could easily cause a devastating blow to the life forest under his feet. At that time, he might be expelled from the forest and go to the underground magic cave or the wilderness to survive. When he thought of this, Los couldn't help but shudder. At this moment, the golden holy lion had already pounced in front of him. With its claws raised high, a metallic luster flashed in Los' eyes, and he immediately felt a sharp pain in his chest. At the same time, a strong force came, directly knocking him down from the treetop and hitting an ancient tree hard. Puff! Los couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Looking up, a golden light came into his eyes. The golden holy lion continued to attack him without any pause. Los was immediately furious. At this moment, a mass of milky white objects suddenly shot out from the lush branches and hit the lightning-fast golden saint lion. This mass of viscous liquid, like thick phlegm, turned into a giant net, trapping the golden saint lion. No matter how it struggled, it could not escape the shackles of this giant net. Los, why are you so embarrassed? Do you want me, Caslolo, to help you? A charming voice sounded, and Los's face changed, turning his head to look into the depths of the forest. Chapter 1413 Detro's Spider. The elf Los was half crouching under a big tree, his face pale. Obviously, the attack of the golden saint lion on him caused serious damage, and his chest was covered with blood. Hearing Caslolo's charming voice, Los's face became uglier, and he turned his head to look deep into the forest. Caslolo, this human is a bit difficult, but it's nothing. It's just a matter of time to kill him. As long as Los stood up and said loudly. At this moment, a thunderous explosion suddenly sounded in the sky, and groups of flames from the explosions shone in the sky. It was the explosion caused by the collision of starlight falling performed by Los and Song Jian's 10,000 swords technique. If I didn't know that you were from the Forest of Life, I would have thought that human was the most pious guardian of the Forest of Life. Castleru laughed, which made Lo's face so gloomy that water almost came out of it. Castleru, Stop talking nonsense. You know, my skills won't cause any damage to the forest of life. But the human opposite. He controls a special kind of fire. This kind of fire will even make the forest of life feel afraid. He is the one that the forest of life hates. The fire that the forest of life will also feel afraid of? Castleru's eyes lit up, and a hint of spirit suddenly appeared on her face. Elf, this trick of yours won't work on me. If you have any other tricks, just use them. Song Jian sneered and turned to look at the elf Los. At this time, the golden holy lion seemed to feel the breath of Castleru, roared towards the depths of the forest, and slowly retreated towards where Song Jian was. Human, this is the forest of life. Outsiders are not welcome. You'd better leave here as soon as possible. Otherwise, no matter how powerful you are, you will die again. The charming voice sounded again, and Song Jian saw a woman with almost naked upper body and long black hair slowly walking out from the depths of the forest. The woman had a great figure, with only a few leaves stuck on key parts. Her skin was as white as delicate porcelain, and she had a charming face with a faint smile, looking like a goddess. If it weren't for the huge spider body below her waist that destroyed the beauty. Song Jian even had the urge to rush up and take a photo with her, looking at the hideous and bloated spider body and 8 spider legs like sharp spears, and the upper body like a goddess. There was a strange sense of contradiction. Detro Spider-Man. There is a legendary strongman. Song Jian's heart sank. The other party was also a 125 level legendary strongman, which made Song Jian feel tricky. If it was just Elf Los, a legendary realm expert, Song Jian still had the confidence to fight him, and he might even seriously injure or even kill him. But now there were 2 legendary realm experts, and it was obvious that the 2 knew each other. If they attacked at the same time, Song Jian was not sure that he could escape unscathed from the joint efforts of the 2 legendary realm experts. Castleru, join me in killing him. He destroyed the forest of life and burned at least a dozen ancient trees of life. Elf Lo shouted with hatred in his eyes. Castleru's face changed, and her smiling face became ugly. She said to Song Jian, although I don't want to fight with you, you actually destroyed more than a dozen ancient trees of life. This crime is unforgivable. As she spoke, Castleru let out a sharp hiss, and Song Jian's face suddenly showed a painful look. It was as if there was a red-hot iron rod in his ears and mind, stirring vigorously, making him feel unbearable pain. Hiss. As Castleru screamed, countless fist-sized spiders crawled out from the depths of the forest. These spiders were not high level, only level 60. But there were a lot of them, densely packed, and they looked like a black tide, rushing towards Song Jian. Soon, several spiders, who were half a head shorter than Castleru, appeared in the tide of small spiders. They had fierce looks on their faces, holding scimitars and daggers in their hands, and looked very fierce. Song Jian snorted coldly. With the 10,000 swords technique, he was not afraid of being besieged. With a thought, thousands of spiritual swords burning with dark red flames appeared around his body. Now, unless he hides in the broken kingdom of God and never comes out, it is impossible to avoid a battle. The 7-day trip of the Doomsday cruise. At this time and space node, he has to stay here for at least 7 weeks. And it is impossible to hide in the kingdom of God all the time. Feeling the power of the flames on the spiritual swords, Castleru also showed a complicated look on her face. She stared at one of the spiritual swords and muttered to herself. But even Los, who was closest to her, didn't know what she was saying, perhaps sensing the power of the spirit sword. The spiders summoned by Castleru also began to hesitate, making sharp hisses, but not daring to move forward. You? Song Jian was about to speak, but was immediately locked by a cold murderous intent. Looking up, he saw that a giant python about 10 feet long and as thick as a bucket appeared on the treetops of countless ancient trees. With such a huge body, even if these ancient trees were hundreds of years old, it would be impossible for them to support its huge body. But the strange thing was that this giant python weighing thousands of tons seemed to have no weight. It just wandered on the treetops of countless ancient trees without putting any pressure on the ancient trees below. The giant python was emerald green, and a faint green poisonous mist was diffused around its body, even though he was dozens of feet away from it. Song Jian could smell a sweet and fishy smell. On the top of the giant python's head, there was a bulge more than 3 inches long, which looked like a horn, but it had not yet broken through the skin and had not formed a real horn. The scales on its body shone with a faint golden light. And its body contained a powerful force. Just looking at it from a distance would make people feel frightened. Legendary peak. Song Jian's heart sank, and his mind began to spin rapidly. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered this time and space node, he encountered such a terrifying threat. 2 early legendary bosses and 1 legendary peak boss made Song Jian dare not move at all. All his mind was on these 3 bosses. Once the other party made any unusual movements, Song Jian would immediately hide in the broken kingdom of God. This was his last means of saving his life. Even if I hide in the broken kingdom, the 3 of them can trap me here as long as they stay where they are. Song Jian showed a bitter smile. At this moment, the emerald green giant snake suddenly spoke, "Human, put away your skills. This kind of fire is very harmful to the forest of life. If you can promise not to release this kind of fire in the forest of life, I can guarantee your safety." Chapter 1414 Scorched with Tear. Human, please leave this forest as soon as possible. You are not welcome here. The words of the emerald giant snake made Song Jian's mind flash. He suddenly remembered that the elf seemed to have said the same thing before. The reason why he attacked him was because he destroyed more than a dozen ancient trees in the forest of life when he fell. It seems that this forest has a special status and meaning in the hearts of these creatures. Song Jian thought to himself. Of course. In fact, I am a pacifist, and I don't like to destroy the environment. Song Jian spread his hands and said loudly. But the spirit sword burning with dark red flames beside him did not disappear. You destroyed the 13th tree of life, and you still dare to say that you are a pacifist? Elf Los asked with a mocking look. It was just an accident. Song Jian turned his head and stared at the elf and said, I am just a traveler. I got lost, so I broke into this forest. I didn't mean to destroy the ancient tree. Elf Los sneered and was about to continue to refute, but was stopped by the giant snake. Human, you are not welcome here. Please leave the forest of life as soon as possible. The giant snake swam slowly and said in a low voice. The 2 eyes of this giant snake are like lanterns, emitting endless purple light. The big mouth opened at a full 180 degrees, and the fangs in the mouth flashed cold light like a dagger. Ordinary people would probably be scared to death at the first sight of it. Hearing its words, Song Jian did not refuse, but slowly retreated, pretending to be ready to leave. Seeing his action, the elf Los breathed a sigh of relief and took the initiative to put away his bow. Slytherin, are you going to let him go so easily? He is a human. If he leaves, he might bring more people here next time. The Spider-Man Kasloru said with some dissatisfaction. Song Jian was shocked when he heard this, and he held the sky-breaking sword in his hand tighter. Kasloru, you have seen his strength. Are you sure you can kill him without causing greater damage to the forest of life? The giant snake suddenly turned his head and stared at Kasloru and asked in a low voice. A smile appeared on Song Jian's lips. If he used the 10,000 swords technique with all his strength to form the red lotus sword formation, he was confident that he could at least destroy the forest within a radius of several kilometers. However, this move was a desperate move. If he really did this, he would definitely be hunted down by the other party to death. Kasolo looked at the flames emanating from the spirit swords around Song Jian's body with fear, snorted coldly, and stopped talking. In fact, Kasolo also wanted to obtain Song Jian's red lotus fire. You know, for the forest of life, ordinary flames are difficult to cause serious damage to ancient trees. Only this special flame similar to the red lotus fire can harm the forest of life. Song Jian smiled slightly and slowly retreated. The spirit swords around him seemed to be surrounding a person, and flew slowly backwards as Song Jian retreated. The 3 legendary creatures stared at Song Jian until he disappeared from their sight. Slytherin, I know you are afraid of his ability, but if you let him go, you will regret it in the future. Elf Los turned his head and stared at the emerald green python, whispering. Without waiting for the python to reply, Elf Los lightly stepped on the treetops, bounced a few times, and disappeared in the distance. That is a very interesting human. I look forward to meeting him next time. Haha. Kaslolo covered her mouth and laughed softly, slowly retreating, and the dense spiders around him also withdrew like a tide. Human, I hope you won't let me down. Everyone left, leaving only the emerald green python, staring at the place where Song Jian disappeared, muttering to himself. When the 3 legendary creatures were no longer within the perception range, Song Jian finally breathed a sigh of relief and remove the surrounding spirit swords. After all, maintaining the existence of these spirit swords also requires a lot of mental energy. This place is really terrible. If it weren't for the Red Lotus Karma fire, I'm afraid I would really die here. Song Jian wiped the cold sweat and whispered. Song Jian needs to survive here for 7 weeks, and then wait for the recall of the Doomsday cruise. If he can survive, he should be able to get a good reward, even in this time and space node. A careful search can also get a lot of benefits. However, Song Jian encountered 3 legendary creatures as soon as he came in and almost died. Now Song Jian just wants to find a place to have a good rest. The forest of life is vast and boundless, and there seems to be a ban in the sky. Song Jian can only fly up to a distance of more than 200 meters, and can no longer fly up. However, such a high altitude does not affect Song Jian's journey. After flying for 2 days and 2 nights, Song Jian finally arrived at the edge of the forest of life. At the edge of the forest of life, there is a scorched earth, as if it has experienced a forest fire. There are charred tree trunks everywhere, and the air is filled with a choking smell. There is a dead silence all around, and there is no sign of life. Seeing this scene in front of him, Song Jian seemed to understand why the 3 legendary creatures hated the destruction of ancient trees so much, especially him who controlled the Red Lotus Karma fire, and was both afraid and disgusted. It seems that this place was part of the forest of life before, but it was destroyed by a fire. Song Jian thought to himself. At this moment, a section of the tree trunk that had been burned and only 5 or 6 meters high was left suddenly shook, and the ground around it was constantly turning. Thick tree roots rose from the ground and gathered together. After a while, a charred tree man appeared in front of Song Jian. Scorched wood tier carbonized wood element. Level 110. Lord level boss. Health value 3.2 million. Song Jian raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, there is no sign of life here. Could it be that all creatures have been burned to death, and even those ancient trees have turned into this kind of carbonized wood element? It can be seen that the powerful monster in front of him has lost his self-awareness, and has become a monster with only killing consciousness. It roared and stretched out a right hand made entirely of branches towards Song Jian. Originally, the monster was 5 or 6 meters away from Song Jian, but in an instant, countless branches as thick as fingers shot towards Song Jian's face like tentacles. Song Jian was startled and retreated quickly to avoid the attack. Do-do-do. A sound like a heavy rain sounded, and the place where Song Jian stood before, within a radius of 3 meters, was already covered by branch tentacles. These branch tentacles were like spears made of metal, sinking into the black soil. Boom! The explosion sounded, and some debris of soil was ejected in all directions, and some debris left bloody marks on Song Jian's face. The tentacles of these branches shook violently, and were retracted by the charred wood tier, leaving a huge deep pit in the original place. The attack range reaches about 6 meters. The damage is also good, and it also has the effect of range attack. Song Jian wiped the blood on his cheek and judged the specific strength of the monster in front of him in his mind. Chapter 1415 Guidance of Fate. The Scorched Wood Tier, a Lord-level boss of more than 100 levels, has extremely high defense and resistance, and its attack is also good. If it encounters an ordinary player, at least a team of 10 people of the same level is needed to deal with it. Song Jian snorted coldly and prepared to draw his sword to fight, but suddenly felt that the surrounding ground was shaking one after another. The ancient trees that had been burned to charcoal seemed to be revived all at once. Looking around, whether it was burned to only 1 or 2 meters high, or still 7 or 8 meters high, the surrounding ground was shaking, and countless tree roots were pulled out of the soil, condensed into thick thighs, and turned into a monster like the Scorched Wood Tier. So many. Song Jian opened his eyes wide and looked around. Thousands of dead trees began to shake and turned into charred wood tiers. Some of the 7 or 8 meters tall ones even turned into a 120 level commanding boss, the irritable charred wood commander. The densely packed monsters slowly surrounded Song Jian. There was no way that Song Jian could kill all of them alone. Damn it! Song Jian's face suddenly became ugly. Even if he wanted to escape, he couldn't just escape like this. With a thought, countless spiritual swords burning with flames floated in the air, and those charred wood monsters flew over like a rainstorm. Boom! Countless explosions sounded, and the ground seemed to be washed by missiles, with large pits blasted out one after another, and the ground dropped 3 feet. Originally, I thought that was such a powerful 10,000 swords technique. Even if these charred wood monsters were boss, they would kill hundreds of them. But unexpectedly, after a bombing, Song Jian did not receive a single kill message. The defense and fire properties of these monsters are beyond imagination. Song Jian looked forward in surprise, and found that the one with the most blood value only lost half of the blood value. And most monsters only lost about 1/3 of the blood value. It seems that the power of the 10,000 swords technique was suppressed to the lowest in front of him. Roar. The golden holy lion beside him roared at the surrounding scorched wood monsters. Looking eager to try, Song Jian slowly retreated, and behind him was a large area of vibrant life forest. Song Jian had already discovered that these scorched wood monsters seemed to be very afraid of the life forest, and did not dare to set foot in it. There was a very obvious dividing line between the life forest and the scorched earth. Seeing that Song Jian was about to escape, several tall scorched wood leaders roared and inserted their strong arms into the scorched earth. The mud on the ground rolled, as if there was a giant python rolling and swimming under the ground, and rushed towards Song Jian's position at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Song Jian stepped on the ground and retreated 5 or 6 meters in an instant. At this moment, countless branches as thick as arms suddenly pierced out from the scorched earth where he had stood before. These branches were like spears, and the surface was shining with a metallic luster. This move was just like a replica of the earth magic spikes. However, with the speed of Song Jian and the Golden Saint Lion, this move had no effect on them. However, as more and more Jiamu commanders used this move, the space for Song Jian and the Yellow Spirit Saint Lion to dodge was getting smaller and smaller. In the end, Song Jian was finally forced to hide in the broken kingdom of God. When he came out a moment later, the Yellow Spirit Saint Lion had disappeared, as if it had never appeared. On this scorched earth, the dense spears protruding from the soil were like a forest, covering an area of hundreds of meters in radius. No matter how fast the Golden Saint Lion is, it is impossible to completely dodge such a large-scale attack. Song Jian thought to himself. At this time, he had lost contact with the Golden Saint Lion's demon-binding seal, and the chaotic sword energy also dissipated in the air. However, taking this opportunity, Song Jian also retreated into the forest of life. Across a row of ancient trees, Song Jian saw that these hideous scorched wood monsters seemed to have lost their target. The speed of surrounding them was getting slower and slower, and finally they all stopped and turned into scorched ancient trees again. What on earth happened here? How could there be so many scorched old trees? Song Jian thought to himself. At this time, he couldn't retreat, because there were 3 legendary monsters in the forest of life, and he couldn't go in, with so many scorched wood monsters in front of him. With his strength, he couldn't fight his way out. For a moment, Song Jian was trapped in the same place, not knowing what to do. Standing in the same place, after resting for a while, Song Jian began to explore slowly along the dividing line between the forest of life and the scorched earth. This was the only thing he could do now. In a place where Song Jian couldn't see, a pair of eyes emitting purple light were watching his every move. Slytherin, you seem to be very interested in this human. A fist-sized spider always followed the emerald green python Slytherin, and the voice it spoke was the voice of the Spider-Man Kasloru. You don't understand. There is something incompatible with us about him. He is not from our world. Slytherin whispered. Not from our world. A traveler from another dimension? Kasloru was surprised. Yes, maybe from him. We can find a way to restore the forest of life. I have a hunch that he will definitely bring us surprises, Slytherin said, spitting out a long snake core. Slytherin, you are too naive. These travelers from other dimensions are extremely indifferent. In addition, after the previous battle with us, even if he is away, he can't help us. More importantly, how can he, a human who has not even reached the legendary realm, help us? Kasloru said disdainfully. It is better to drive it to the magic cave and let it bring us some useful supplies from the magic cave to delay the decline of the forest, and let us live 2 more days. We don't need to do anything. The guidance of fate will naturally make him do what he should do, the emerald green python said mysteriously. But judging from the direction he was walking, he should be heading to the silent stone forest. I heard that the fruit trees there are about to bear fruit. The giant lizard dragons are very nervous now. If they meet him? Hee hee. Kasloru laughed strangely. If he is killed by the giant lizard dragons, it means that he is not a person guided by fate. and we don't need to pay attention to him anymore. The emerald green python whispered, but if he can survive, it means that the glory of fate has begun to shine on him. And the hope of the forest of life is also placed on him. God's stick. Caslolo muttered a little dissatisfied, and began to control the spider to retreat. The emerald green python slowly swam its body, and followed Song Jian slowly. In the forest of life, if it doesn't want to be discovered, no one will notice it even if it walks away from the side. At this time, Song Jian didn't realize that a giant python was following him closely less than 10 meters behind him. Chapter 1416 Silent Stone Forest. Song Jian walked for a day, and finally came to the edge of the forest and scorched earth. It was a desolate Gobi desert with white soil, and a wisp of death. In such soil, let alone planting trees, even microorganisms in the soil could not exist. Looking at the vast white land full of death, Song Jian hesitated. He didn't know whether he should step on this land. This was obviously a land with strong malice towards living things. Why don't you keep going forward? A low voice suddenly came from behind. Song Jian was startled and turned his head to see a giant green python hovering on the crown of a big tree, staring at him with its dark purple eyes, less than 10 meters away from him. How is it possible? Why didn't I notice anything at such a close distance? Song Jian was horrified. You know, with his current perception, he can clearly sense the falling flowers and leaves within 100 meters. Not to mention that such a huge python can get close to him within 10 meters. You followed me all the way? Song Jian said in surprise. Yes, human. You are not a creature of this world. You are an outsider, a traveler from another dimension. The emerald giant python Slytherin said, creatures like you come here to find treasures. Don't you? Keep going forward. You will find a stone forest on this dead land, which is called the Silent Stone Forest. In the stone forest, there is a swaying fruit tree, and the fruit it bears is a treasure. Pajot fruit tree? Song Jian raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion, why tell me this? Why help me? How do you know I'm helping you? The emerald green python cracked its mouth, revealing a ferocious smile, and said, Pajot fruit tree is guarded by a group of giant lizard dragons. These guys are violent, and not so easy to deal with. Maybe. But thank you anyway. Song Jian waved to the emerald green python, and stepped onto the dead land in front of him. Suddenly, a burning sensation rose from the soles of his feet. This feeling seemed not to act on his body, but directly on Song Jian's soul. This is... Song Jian frowned slightly, but after a moment of distraction, his innate skill, the immortal body, was triggered and took effect. Soon, a cool feeling came from his mind, driving away the burning feeling. This land refuses all living creatures to enter, Song Jian said in his heart, and continued to move forward. Seeing Song Jian walking carelessly on the dead land, the emerald green python showed a weird smile at the corner of his mouth, and whispered to himself, the creatures that can walk on the dead land. It seems that the group of giant lizard dragon people are in trouble. In this small world, there are many different forces, big and small. They are all trying to expand their own territory and fight each other. The forest of life can be said to be the fat meat among many forces, and they all want to bite off a bite from it. If it weren't for the powerful guardians in the forest of life, I'm afraid there would be no ancient tree in this world. This is why Song Jian attracted so many strong men to attack him after he entered this world, and destroyed more than a dozen ancient trees. However, Song Jian is also a living being, and he is very powerful. After the emerald python learned that Song Jian did not intentionally destroy the ancient trees, he naturally let him off. After all, as a living being, after coming to this world, he will naturally become hostile to other forces. For the forest of life, this is a good thing. Song Jian walked on the desolate land, and he could not see any living creatures. As for the giant lizard dragon man mentioned by the emerald python, there was no trace of him. It was not until the emerald green sun above slowly set and darkness enveloped the earth that Song Jian saw stone pillars rising from the ground in front of him, forming a large stone forest. Is this the Silent Stone Forest? Song Jian thought to himself, with a dark vision. He didn't care that there was no light around him, and walked straight towards the stone forest. When he came to a stone pillar, Song Jian observed carefully. The surface of these stone pillars was as smooth as a mirror, and there were countless black lines as thin as hair inside. These lines were combined into patterns, with figures, giant beasts, and many battle scenes. Are these formed naturally? Or, Song Jian walked in front of the stone pillars and reached out to touch them. These stone pillars did not give him a sense of coldness, but a sense of warmth. He could even feel a trace of energy, which was transmitted from these stone pillars and entered his body. This energy is extremely weak. If Song Jian did not have a strong perception ability, it would be difficult to detect it. After touching more than a dozen stone pillars, the trace of chaotic sword energy in the Dantian suddenly jumped slightly, and it spontaneously wandered in the Dantian, which made him feel a burning pain in the Dantian. Although his strength has increased a lot, and he can already nurture a trace of chaotic sword energy in his body, the Chaos Sword Classic is still too profound for Song Jian. He can only practice it formally after entering the legendary realm. It is okay to nurture the chaotic sword energy in the Dantian at ordinary times. Once it is stimulated, it must be used. Otherwise it will still cause damage to the body. Now this strand of chaotic sword energy was actually moving automatically without being stimulated, which naturally made Song Jian's body unable to bear it and suffered a little. Chaos sword energy. Out! Song Jian put 2 fingers of his right hand together and pointed at the air, trying to shoot out the chaotic sword energy in his body that was no longer controlled. This was a skill that Song Jian had mastered before. Although the sword finger had been swallowed as nutrients, Song Jian was still very familiar with the running route of the sword finger. Now that it was used, it only consumed a lot of skills, and there was no other effect. Whoosh! A sharp hissing sound rang out in the silent stone forest, and a sword energy with a gray glow shot out from Song Jian's fingertips, and flew dozens of meters away in an instant. From a distance, it looked like a long sword shot out of the stone forest. At the moment when the Chaos Sword Chi was shot out, the whole stone forest suddenly shook, as if an earthquake had occurred. Every stone pillar began to tremble, and the frequency was exactly the same. After a while, a wisp of gray mist emanated from the stone pillars, and immediately enveloped the whole stone forest. Song Jian was surprised to find that these gray mists were all Chaos Chi. He was overjoyed and sat cross-legged on the ground, posing a posture with 5 hearts facing the sky, and began to practice according to the description in the Chaos Sword Canon. Chapter 1417 Giant Lizard Dragon Man. The most important thing in the practice of Chaos Sword Classic is to condense Chaos Sword Chi. Only the strong in the legendary realm can transform all the Sword Chi they practice into Chaos Sword Chi. This transformation of Sword Chi attributes is a slow process and requires long-term practice. This is why Song Jian could not practice Chaos Sword Classic before reaching the legendary realm. The trace of Chaos Sword Chi that he practiced before was also accidentally nurtured by the open heaven in the Chaos Sword Classic. So far, Song Jian has only nurtured this trace of Chaos Sword Chi. But now, in this stone forest, there are so many Chaos Auras. For Song Jian to practice Chaos Sword Classic, it is simply a cheat. These Chaos Auras and Chaos Sword Chi are of the same origin and belonging. It is easy to condense these Chaos Auras into Chaos Sword Chi. For practicing Chaos Sword Classic, this place is simply a holy place. The previous trace of Chaos Sword Chi could not support Song Jian to practice Chaos Sword Classic. But now, countless Chaos Chi rushed into Song Jian's body, running through his meridians according to the practice method of Chaos Sword Classic. After a while, strands of Chaos Sword Chi appeared in Dantian. These Chaos Sword Chi began to grow stronger under the influx of Chaos Chi. With the practice of Chaos Sword Classic, they were tempered again. In just half an hour, Chaos Sword Classic, a skill shining with purple and gold light, appeared in Song Jian's skill column. And unknowingly, the first level of Chaos Sword Classic has been successfully practiced. Song Jian was shocked and felt a tearing pain all over his body. He had not reached the legendary realm, and his physical strength was still insufficient. If Song Jian had not been rated above S level in every combat assessment and obtained a large number of attribute points, Song Jian would probably have exploded and died directly from this practice. Chaos Sword Classic. Just practicing the first level, all attributes have increased by 30 points. If I practice to the state of great perfection, this skill alone will increase my attribute points by 200 to 300 points. Song Jian felt the surging power in his body and said in surprise. Originally, a trace of Chaos Sword Chi could torture him to death. Now, 9 strands of Chaos Sword Chi have accumulated in his Dantian. If it were before, these 9 strands of Chaos Sword Chi would have broken Song Jian's meridians and killed him. But now Song Jian did not feel any pain at all. And these 9 strands of Chaos Sword Chi also gave him a feeling of control. It seems that he can fully control these 9 strands of Chaos Sword Chi. At this time, the chaotic aura in the stone forest has slowly dissipated. It can be said that Song Jian absorbed less than 1% or 1,000th of it, and the rest was wasted. However, for Song Jian, only what he has mastered is truly his own. This time was originally a pie in the sky. He can't force too much. Opening the personal attribute interface, Song Jian found that the original invisible sword energy slot has also become a chaotic sword energy slot. And the upper limit of the chaotic sword energy value is only 10 points. I don't know what kind of power it will be to use the chaotic sword energy to perform the 10,000 swords art, Song Jian said in his heart, with an eager expression on his face. At this moment, a low roar suddenly came from a distance, followed by countless roars. Song Jian's heart sank. It seemed that this should be the monster in the stone forest, the giant lizard dragon man. Sure enough, after a while, a huge monster appeared in front of Song Jian. Under the night, every step of the monster made a loud boom sound, leaving a deep footprint on the ground. Giant lizard dragon man? Song Jian frowned slightly and looked around. The emerald green python told him that there were many giant lizard dragon men in the stone forest, and they were very powerful. Once they were discovered by them, they would be attacked to death. The monster in front of him was nearly 3 meters tall, with thick scales covering his body. Under the scales, muscles bulged, full of explosive power. It had 2 dragon horns on its head like tree branches, a heavy lizard tail behind it, a bulging spine like a bow, and strong limbs. It looked like a human tank. Every step it took, there would be a faint vibration wave burst out. Wherever it passed, even the hardest stone would be broken into powder, forming a circle of faint waves that spread around. Behind it, wherever it passed, there would be a black line with a faint smoke, as if it had been burned by fire poison. But soon, this black line would completely merge into the ground. And soon, the breath of death would spread from the ground. It seemed that the reason why this land became a dead place was all because of the work of these giant lizard dragon people. Legendary early stage. Song Jian carefully observed the attributes of this giant lizard dragon monster and found that it was actually a legendary boss. Let me try the power of the Chaos Sword Codex that I just comprehended, Song Jian said in his heart, and the sky-breaking sword in his hand suddenly emitted a dazzling sword light. At this moment, the giant lizard dragon seemed to have noticed Song Jian's presence. He turned around, staring at Song Jian with a pair of dark golden vertical pupils, and let out a low roar. Living creatures that broke into the silent stone forest. Food, delicious food. The giant lizard dragon roared and rushed towards Song Jian. Destruction. The giant lizard dragon roared and stomped in the direction of Song Jian. Suddenly, a shock burst out from under its feet and quickly spread to Song Jian. Boom! Song Jian felt as if he was hit by a train and flew out directly. He felt a sharp pain all over his body, as if all his bones and muscles turned into powder. System, you are attacked by the target's law of destruction, triggering the instant death effect. The strength attribute and physical attribute are being judged. After judgment, you are immune to the instant death effect and receive 3,800 points of damage. Law attack. It turned out to be a law attack. Song Jian showed a look of horror on his face. The law attack is an attack that is more terrifying than a real attack. This kind of attack will be affected by the power of the law. If the target is someone who has not comprehended the power of the law, then every attack will cause an instant death effect. Once it fails to pass the judgment, no matter how strong the defense is or how thick the blood volume is, it will be killed instantly. He can comprehend the law at the beginning of the legendary realm. This giant lizard dragon man is simply amazing. You know, even if you are at the peak of the legendary realm, most of them cannot comprehend the power of the law. Just like the emerald green giant python we met before, which is at the peak of the legendary realm, but it has not comprehended the power of the law. If the peak of the legendary realm wants to make a breakthrough, it must comprehend the power of its own law. In other words, if the giant lizard dragon man in front of him can cultivate to the peak of the legendary realm, then it will enter the next realm without any bottleneck. Such an existence is terrifying just thinking about it. Thinking of this, Song Jian's face suddenly became cautious, and the excitement of learning the Chaos Sword Codex before slowly disappeared. He waved the sky-breaking sword in his hand forward, and immediately performed the first move of the Chaos Sword Codex that he had just comprehended. Open heaven style. Annihilation. With a loud shout, the chaotic sword energy in Song Jian's body immediately rushed along the meridians towards the sky-breaking sword. And a terrifying aura spread from Song Jian's body. Feeling the familiar chaotic aura, the giant lizard dragon man showed a dazed look in his eyes. But soon, it felt the threat, roared, waved its front paws, and rushed towards Song Jian. Chapter 14:18 Fragments of the Law. In the void, a naked man, with a piece of animal skin around his waist and angry hair and beard, wielding a stone axe, fiercely chopped at the giant lizard dragon man in front of Song Jian. The giant lizard dragon man let out a low roar, waving his fist towards the stone axe. And in an instant, the stone axe chopped down on his body. Whoosh! As if a gust of wind blew, the shadow of the strong man disappeared after the chop. And the giant lizard dragon man seemed to be petrified, holding his fist, standing there motionless. After a moment, the giant lizard dragon man's body seemed to be made of sand, scattered all over the ground, and merged into the earth, as if it had never appeared. Song Jian felt empty inside. Just like when he was in school, he stayed in the internet cafe for 2 consecutive nights, and felt that his body was hollowed out. This is the real power of Chaos Sword Code. Song Jian collapsed on the ground, supported his body with his hands, looked forward, and showed a silly smile on his face. A legendary boss who has comprehended the power of the law is even stronger than a legendary boss at the peak of strength. But in front of Song Jian, he was killed instantly with a single blow. Millions of health points and strong defense seemed fake. If other players knew about this horrible damage, they would probably shout that it was cheating. In the personal attribute interface, the blood and spirit values are full, and the Chaos Sword Chi is slowly recovering. It has recovered 2 points. With such attributes, Song Jian should not be in the current state. But he is like a tired patient now. The sky-breaking sword is also thrown aside. He relies entirely on his hands to prevent himself from completely collapsing on the ground. After resting for a long time, Song Jian stood up shakily. He was exhausted all over, as if there were thousands of ants biting him all over. He had to rely on strong willpower to move a little, stumbling to the place where the giant lizard dragon man died. At this time, there was only a dark brown stain on the ground, and a crystal shining with dark golden light. This crystal seemed to be knocked off from an object, and there were obvious signs of damage on the edge. After killing a boss who was in the early stage of the legendary realm and had comprehended the power of the law, there was nothing left except the dark gold fragment on the ground. And there was not even any combat experience. This made Song Jian feel a little dissatisfied. But he had no choice. Now, the most important thing is to survive. If you can survive these 7 weeks, you can get a rich reward, Song Jian said in his heart, picking up the dark gold fragment on the ground. After a casual glance, Song Jian was stunned. After a moment, Song Jian showed an ecstatic smile on his face and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it to explode. It's so lucky. Song Jian excitedly held the fragment in his hand tightly, and couldn't help but confirm its properties again. Law fragments. Quality, dark gold. Attributes. Collect 30 law fragments to synthesize a law heart. Law heart can be used to comprehend the power of law. Use a law heart to comprehend a law power at random. Law fragments. Comprehend the power of law. Haha. This is the key to breaking through the legendary realm. Only by comprehending the power of law can you break through the peak of the legendary realm and become a demigod. Otherwise, you can only be a legendary strongman for your whole life, and waste your life until death. Song Jian laughed. Thinking of this, Song Jian couldn't help but think of collecting law fragments. Since giant lizard dragons can explode law fragments, Song Jian decided to hunt this kind of monster, collect law fragments, and synthesize law hearts. Ideals are beautiful, but reality is too cruel. Song Jian found many giant lizard dragons along the way, but none of them were alone. At least there were 3 or 4 of them. You know, these giant lizard dragons are all bosses who have mastered the power of law. They are more powerful than the general peak existence of the legendary realm. Song Jian's Chaos Sword Classic and the annihilation of the creation of the heaven must rest for at least 10 minutes once they are released. The 10,000 Swords art and the Fire Red Lotus Sword formation are too loud. Once besieged, Song Jian is likely to trigger the instant death effect after several attacks containing the power of law. Even if you have an immortal body, You can't completely resist the damage of this instant death effect. You must find a lone boss before you can take action, Song Jian said in his heart. Along the way, Song Jian saw at least dozens of giant lizard dragons. These monsters were burly. Each of them was nearly 3 meters tall. Song Jian looked like a thin child in front of him. The cloaking technique of the cloaking necklace could no longer be used. The level was too low. Even if they were 5 or 6 meters away, they could still find Song Jian. Fortunately, it was night. If it was daytime, Song Jian would be more likely to be discovered. After walking for an unknown period of time, Song Jian suddenly found a dark shadow in front of him. It seemed that there was only one person. He was immediately delighted and quietly approached. Is this a giant lizard dragon boy? Song Jian saw the other person's appearance clearly and was stunned. The giant lizard dragon man in front of him was only 1 meter tall, and his figure was much thinner than the giant lizard dragon men he had seen. He looked about the same size as an ordinary adult. This giant lizard dragon man looked a little sneaky, as if he was afraid of being discovered. Dodging and evading, constantly passing through the stone pillars, Song Jian was curious. Such a young giant lizard dragon man, whose strength was not yet at the command level, was probably impossible to comprehend the power of the law. Even if he killed it, there would be no gain. It would be better to see what it was going to do. Song Jian followed it all the way and found that this giant lizard dragon man was twisting and turning in the stone pillars, avoiding many giant lizard dragon men, and sneaked into a wasteland. There seemed to be something buried in the wasteland, and hot air was constantly evaporating upwards. Even though he was more than 10 meters away, Song Jian felt that the temperature around him had increased by at least 10 degrees. Looking at the faint red light in the middle of the soil, Song Jian couldn't help but be amazed. It seemed that there was a crater under the soil in this area, ready to erupt. This giant lizard dragon man came here and seemed very excited. He ran forward on all fours, leaving dark red footprints on the hot soil. What is it going to do? Song Jian frowned slightly, came to the edge of this hot area, tried to step on it, and suddenly a piercing pain spread from the soles of his feet to his whole body. System, you are affected by the power of law heat, and lose 500 points of chi and blood. Song Jian was shocked. This area was also covered by the power of the law. How did the little dragon lizard run on it without being affected? Looking up, the little dragon lizard could no longer be seen in the darkness. Song Jian gritted his teeth and thought. The wings of the sky appeared behind him. He slowly flew up and chased in the direction where the little dragon lizard ran before. Chapter 1419, The Whirling Fruit Tree. Song Jian could clearly feel that this area was suppressed by the power of the law. He could not fly too high at all. He could only fly at a height of more than 10 meters above the ground. Moreover, the area under his feet was constantly rising with heat waves. Even if he flew more than 10 meters high, he still felt the heat was unbearable. It's probably more than 500 degrees. Ordinary people can't step into this area at all. Song Jian smiled bitterly. The power of the law affected Song Jian's defense and resistance. At this time, Song Jian felt like he was in a big steamer, constantly suffering from the heat. Boom! A light sound came from a distance, and a flame more than 10 meters high suddenly erupted from the black mud, instantly cutting through the darkness. At this moment, Song Jian's mind was alarmed, and the flashing fire column made Song Jian feel a great threat. If I am hit by the fire column, even if I am not killed instantly, I am afraid I will be seriously injured and enter a dying state. Right? Song Jian's heart trembled, and he couldn't help but stop. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly saw a running figure in front of him, constantly jumping, as if avoiding something. Where is this little thing going, and what is it going to do? Song Jian looked back at the stone forest in the distance, and then at the little giant lizard dragon man, who was constantly jumping and running in front of him. He gritted his teeth and continued to follow. Boom! Another fire column, even bigger than the previous one, erupted from less than 5 meters away from Song Jian. The hot breath dried and curled the ends of Song Jian's hair, and a burning pain came from his cheek. Damn it! How did that little guy predict the time of the fire column eruption? Song Jian looked at the little giant lizard dragon man in front of him, who kept jumping left and right, and even jumping back. His movements were agile and accurate, and he dodged the fire column ejection again and again, while he himself was almost burned into meat by the fire column. He couldn't help but curse in a low voice. In fact, The reason why the little giant lizard dragon man could predict so accurately was that it had been here more than once. Dozens and hundreds of attempts had already made it remember every place where the fire column erupted. At the same time, every time the fire column erupted, the ground would tremble slightly, which was why it ran on all fours. It was because of these that the little giant lizard dragon man now seemed to be assisted by God. Dodging the fire pillars again and again, Song Jian staggered forward, almost focusing all his attention on the fire pillars on the ground. Fortunately, he was some distance away from the ground, and the height of each fire pillar was not always more than 10 meters. So he was safe all the way. At the cost of losing more than 5,000 points of chi and blood, he finally barely kept up with the pace of the little giant lizard dragon man. Soon, Song Jian saw that the little giant lizard dragon man actually ran to a small red tree, knelt in front of the tree, and recited in a low voice. The little guy was seen kneeling on the red land, with his hands clasped together, and he kept bowing his head to the small tree in front of him, which was only more than 5 meters high. He was still muttering something, and at the same time, he seemed to be constantly burying something at the root of the tree. Is this the ancient elven language? Song Jian suddenly discovered that what the little giant lizard dragon was chanting was exactly the same as what the elf in the Forest of Life said, both of which were ancient elven language. As the little giant lizard dragon head continued to chant, Song Jian's ancient elven language in his ears also gradually began to understand the meaning of 1 or 2 syllables, and at the same time, his proficiency in the ancient elven language skill was slowly improving. Just as Song Jian was immersed in the joy of improving his proficiency in the ancient elven language, he suddenly smelled a faint fragrance. This fragrance was so faint and elegant that it seemed to reach the bottom of one's heart, mind and even soul. Opening his eyes and looking forward, Song Jian saw that the dark red tree suddenly bloomed 3 emerald green flowers. Each of these 3 flowers was the size of a wash basin, and the petals were crystal clear, like jade, shining with light. The fragrance that Song Jian smelled was emitted by these 3 emerald green flowers. The flowers bloomed, and the little giant lizard dragon man seemed very excited, with a look of joy on his face, and he kept chanting something in his mouth. This time, it was not the ancient elven language, but another language that Song Jian could not understand, because Song Jian had already learned the elven language and had a certain connection with it. He could open it by listening to other people speaking it. However, the language that the dragon man was chanting now had no connection with any of the languages that Song Jian had mastered, so he could not start the learning process. However, after the dragon man muttered quietly for a while, it began to switch to the ancient elven language and prayed continuously. The great law gives power. Song Jian could only barely recognize some of the words it said, and did not know what it was praying for. But it could be seen that the dragon man had become a little nervous since the strange little tree blossomed. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, a series of roars similar to dragon roars came from a distance. Song Jian saw that after the roars, the little giant lizard dragon man seemed to tremble all over, became anxious, and the prayers he recited in his mouth also sped up a bit. After a while, Song Jian saw that the little giant lizard dragon head directly cut its wrist with its sharp nails, letting the blood flow under the roots of the small tree. After a while, the little giant lizard dragon man's body shook slightly, and the blood on its wrist flowed like a faucet. It is watering this tree with its own blood, as if it is using it to ripen the tree and bear fruit. Song Jian suddenly thought of what the emerald green python had said to him. This tree is the Pajuo fruit tree. The fruit it bears is a supreme treasure to me. Song Jian suddenly became excited and slowly approached the Pajuo fruit tree. The little giant lizard dragon man had already knelt weakly under the Pajuo fruit tree, looking at the 3 emerald green flowers with anticipation. It can be seen that under the watering of blood, the flowers quickly dried up and curled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a dark red fruit slowly grew out. This fruit was originally only the size of a truffle, and finally slowly grew into the size of a fist. At the same time, a faint flame appeared on the surface of the 3 fruits. At this moment, Song Jian saw countless black shadows appearing in the distance. These black shadows ran recklessly on the scorching land. Some were hit by the fire pillars underground and flew out, seriously injured, but they looked fearless and ran desperately towards the Pajuo fruit tree. Monitor Dragon People. These are the Monitor Dragon People bosses. They also noticed that the Pajuo fruit tree was blooming and bearing fruit, and now they come to fight for it. Song Jian said in his heart. took a look at the fruits of the Pajua fruit tree, gritted his teeth, and flew straight towards it. Chapter 1420 Pajua Fruit. At this time, the fruit was not as good as Wakwan City. Even though the little giant lizard dragon was anxious, he did not intend to pick it immediately. However, Song Jian could not wait for long and flew down directly towards the three fruits, seeing a black shadow flying down and rushing towards the Pajua fruit tree. The little giant lizard dragon was stunned. It did not expect that someone would snatch the Pajua fruit at this time. Just after Song Jian picked a Pajua fruit, the little giant lizard dragon suddenly reacted and was immediately angry. It avoided the adult giant lizard dragons and used special methods to ripen the Pajua fruit tree. It even used a lot of its own blood, not to let others take advantage. Thief! Thief! Roar! The giant lizard dragon roared in ancient elven language, stood up, pulled out a long whip from somewhere, and whipped Song Jian fiercely. At this time, Song Jian had already put a Pajua fruit into the parcel column, holding the second Pajua fruit in his hand. When he was about to pick the third Pajua fruit, he suddenly felt a wind behind his head. He originally planned to fight this blow and pick the third Pajua fruit, but suddenly a strange picture appeared in his mind. He appeared in the picture, holding a Pajua fruit in one hand and picking another one with the other hand. At this moment, a long whip hit him, and his whole body, like glass, broke into pieces with a bang. As he was broken into pieces, the picture in his mind suddenly disappeared. It appeared before and after in less than a second. But Song Jian was already sweating all over and his clothes were soaked. This is my future in a few seconds? Thinking of this, Song Jian retreated quickly and no longer thought of picking the third Pajua fruit. It was as if a gust of wind blew, and the long whip swept. But there was no sound at all, just like a shadow gently caressing the Pajua fruit tree. But Song Jian knew that if this whip hit him, it would immediately burst out with the maximum power and kill him instantly. What happened to me? How come I suddenly have the ability to foresee my future? Song Jian floated in the air, his eyes full of horror. He didn't think that what he saw before was an illusion. With his current strength, it was impossible for an illusion to deceive him. Suddenly, Song Jian had a flash of inspiration in his mind, and he looked down at the Pajua fruit in his hand. Sure enough, the red fruit that was so beautiful before now seemed to have been left in the air for a long time, losing moisture and becoming shriveled. This Pajua fruit actually has such a miraculous effect? Song Jian was stunned, looking at the shriveled Pajua fruit. After hesitating for a moment, he still couldn't bear to throw it away and put it back in the parcel column. Shriveled Pajua fruit. Quality, miscellaneous. Attribute, Pajua fruit that has consumed all the power of the law. Can be used to make alchemical potions above level 6. Although it is a used Pajua fruit, its value is greatly decreased, but it is still somewhat useful. However, Song Jian still feels a little regretful and sorry. You know, he has the passive skill enemy of death. So even if he dies once, he will not suffer any damage. Now, not only did he not pick the third Pajua fruit, but he also used up the one he had already got. It is simply a huge waste. At this time, the third Pajua fruit had been picked by the little giant lizard dragon man and swallowed directly into his stomach. The little giant lizard dragon man who ate the Pajua fruit stared at Song Jian with hatred, then got on all fours and began to flee quickly. The direction it fled was exactly the opposite direction of the group of giant lizard dragon men. It seemed that this little giant lizard dragon man would not be able to return to his tribe in the future and would go out to wander. And because of Song Jian, the Pajua fruit that the little giant lizard dragon man swallowed was not fully ripe. And there was only one, which was probably difficult to achieve what it wanted. Song Jian didn't care about the hatred of a little giant lizard dragon man at all. He looked back at the Pajua fruit tree, waved his wings, and flew quickly into the distance. In the area covered by the scorching law, pillars of fire kept gushing out, exuding endless terrifying power. Song Jian was like a light bird, quickly turning and dodging between the pillars of fire, as if he had predicted the eruption time of each pillar of fire in advance. Song Jian's attributes did not change, nor did he gain any skills like foreknowledge. However, whenever a nearby pillar of fire was about to erupt, Song Jian could always tell, just like the instinct of a wild animal. He could sense it without any reason. Is this the power of law contained in that Pajua fruit? Song Jian guessed in his heart, and could not help but take out the first Pajua fruit picked from the parcel column. Pajou fruit that has not yet matured. Quality, divine product. Attribute, there is a certain chance of comprehending the law of time after taking it. Description, the power of law contained in Pajou fruit is immediate. And the power of law is formed only in the moment when the flower decays and the fruit is formed, because the fruit tree was prematurely stimulated. This Pajou fruit did not have enough time to grow, so it has not yet fully matured. And the effect is 1/10 of the mature Pajou fruit. God quality treasure. Song Jian's cheeks couldn't help but twitch slightly. This was the first time he had encountered a divine treasure, even if this posha fruit was not yet ripe. Its effect was only 1/10 of that of a mature posha fruit. If other people in the game world knew about it, even a legendary realm powerhouse would probably be jealous and even kill people to get the treasure. The law of time. This is the posha fruit that gave birth to the law of time. Song Jian couldn't help but get excited. The power of the law is the key to breaking through the legendary realm. For ordinary people, possessing the power of the law is simply a godlike existence in front of someone who controls the power of the law. Even a legendary realm powerhouse is like a child with bare hands and has no ability to resist at all. Just like those giant lizard dragons, Song Jian didn't care about the general top-level existences, no matter how many there were. The fire-red lotus sword formation was enough to kill hundreds of the top-level bosses. However, in front of a group of top-level bosses who mastered the power of laws, Song Jian could only retreat and rely on sneak attacks to kill them one by one. He didn't even dare to fight. He could only use his trump card to kill the opponent before the opponent could react. The power of law is so powerful. But there are also differences in strength among so many laws. And the law of time and the law of space are the top existences in the power of law. It would be nice if I could master the power of the law of time. Song Jian thought excitedly. It's a pity that it's just an immature Pajou fruit. It would be nice if I could get a mature Pajou fruit. Just when Song Jian was about to swallow the fruit, he suddenly thought of something and took out a diamond-like fragment from the parcel column. The law fragment was the spoils of killing a giant lizard dragon man who mastered the power of the law. They were also law items. Song Jian didn't know whether this fragment could have some effect on the Pajou fruit. Give it a try. There's no loss anyway, Song Jian said in his heart, and moved the only law fragment towards the Pajou fruit. Chapter 1421 The Law of Time. Song Jian carefully brought the law fragment close to the immature Pajou fruit. The Pajou fruit was a treasure, and the law fragment was also valuable. If the two items were not as he imagined, but were damaged due to the conflict of the law force, then Song Jian would suffer a great loss. Fortunately, when Song Jian brought the law fragment close to the Pajou fruit, the law fragment trembled slightly, as if it was a little afraid, but the Pajou fruit did not react at all. At the moment when the law fragment touched the skin of the Pajou fruit, a strong suction force was transmitted from the Pajou fruit. Song Jian's hand holding the law fragment was loosened uncontrollably. The law fragment, like an iron block close to a magnet, stuck to the Pajou fruit. After a while, the crystal-like law fragments began to melt slowly and seep into the Pajou fruit bit by bit, as if they had never appeared. Looking at the properties of the Pajou fruit again, there was almost no change from before. It was still Pajou fruit that has not yet matured. But there was an inexplicable 69% after the name. Does this mean that there is still 31% away from full maturity? Song Jian guessed, with a look of surprise on his face. Thinking of this, Song Jian looked up at the stone forest in the distance. In Song Jian's eyes, the giant lizard dragons living in the stone forest have now all become nutrients for cultivating Pajou fruits. I have the broken kingdom of God. I have enemies of the god of death. I am not afraid of death like others. They are just a group of monsters who have mastered the power of the law. What is there to be afraid of? Song Jian thought to himself, and flew back to the stone forest with a thought. The law of time. The opportunity to comprehend the law of time is very rare. And now it is worth Song Jian's life. In the gap of time and space, a ghost ship wrapped in the breath of black skeletons slowly sailed in various large and small light groups. These light groups seemed to be extremely far away from the ghost ship, just like looking at other stars on the earth. But even if they were on the ghost ship, as long as they left the protection of the ghost ship, they would be swept into one of the light groups by the turbulence of time and space in an instant. These light clusters are all fragmented universes born in the gaps of time and space. In 1 second, tens of thousands of fragmented universes collapse, and hundreds of thousands of fragmented universes are born. These fragmented universes are full of various dangers, and will also give birth to various treasures. But no one knows whether these fragmented universes will still exist in the next moment. The Doomsday cruise is to throw a group of passengers into these fragmented universes every once in a while to obtain the treasures inside. Although the mortality rate is extremely high, as long as one person can bring in treasures on a Doomsday cruise, then this trip will be profitable. Captain, another person died. This group of people is too fragile. More than a dozen people died just after entering. Now, more than 30 people have died in just one day. A skeleton crew member carefully checked in front of a mirror-like device and kept reporting the results. In this mirror, there are portraits of all passengers. At the same time, there are several flames burning on the top of each passenger's head. 1/3 of the passengers' heads have turned gray. Just before the skeleton crew member spoke, another passenger's head suddenly turned gray. Hey, look, there is another flame on this guy's head. Hee hee. It seems that he has found some treasure again. Great. Great. He must be able to survive. I'm optimistic about you. The skeleton crew member laughed a terrible jejia and stared at the mirror, looking very excited. At this moment, the excited skeleton crew member was suddenly stunned, staring at the mirror with his mouth wide open, and even rubbed his eyes. Captain, Captain, come and see. Someone's flame has turned golden. Golden flame has appeared. The voice of the skeleton crew member resounded throughout the cabin in an instant, attracting all the skeleton crew members around. What? Golden flame. There is actually a lucky guy who has ignited a golden flame. Let me see. Don't grab it. Don't grab it. It's just a golden flame. What's the big deal? Don't worry. Let me see it first. Hey, it's really a golden flame. After so many Doomsday cruises, I finally see a golden flame again. The flames on all passengers' avatars are red, with only a few differences. Ordinary people usually only have one red flame. As passengers explore deeper and obtain more and more treasures, the number of flames on their avatars will increase. Generally, if they can reach 6 or even 7, it is already amazing. Few people can reach the maximum of 9 flames. However, once a passenger obtains an extremely precious treasure, the flame on his head will turn golden. A passenger with a golden flame will definitely attract the attention of the entire ghost ship. At this time, Captain SWO also received a notification that a passenger had obtained the golden flame. Inexplicably, Song Jian's appearance appeared in Captain SWO's mind. Hee. I wonder if it is this guy. Among so many people, I am afraid that only he has the ability to ignite the golden flame. What a lucky boy. Captain SWO thought as he walked into the cabin and came to the inspection mirror. It is indeed him. Ha! I knew that only this guy is lucky enough. But what a pity. What a pity. Captain SWO laughed happily at first, then shook his head with regret and sighed. Captain, we made it this time. Why are you shaking your head and sighing? A skeleton crew member next to him asked in confusion. It's a pity. He is a person valued by the Dragon God. Otherwise, I really hope to win him over to become a believer of the God of Death. With his potential, he has the opportunity to grow into the son of the God of Death. SWO sighed and said, Captain, do you want us to do something secretly to make him fall directly? The skeleton crew member next to him whispered. He is a person favored by God. Captain SWO said coldly, turned his head and stared at the skeleton crew member, and said in a gloomy tone, the gods have signed a contract to protect these people. Do you want to provoke a war between the God of Death and other gods by doing this? With Captain SWO's gloomy tone, white frost began to fill the cabin, and the white frost spread quickly, soon covering the entire cabin. No, boss, I don't mean that. I just... The skeleton crew member became panicked, and waved his hands randomly while retreating, as if he wanted to explain something. But soon, the white frost spread to its feet, and soon, the skeleton crew member was covered by white frost, and the fire in the eye sockets began to slowly extinguish. And finally, it turned into an ice sculpture with a frightened face. Do what you should do. Otherwise, it will be the end. Captain SWO shouted. And seeing that everyone was silent, Captain SWO nodded slightly with satisfaction, pointing to Song Jian's head in the detection mirror and shouted, pay close attention to this person. I want to know his situation at any time. After saying that, Captain SWO glanced at everyone, turned around and walked towards the deck. Sailing in the gap between time and space is not an easy task. If you are not careful, you will be forever trapped in the mirror image of time and space. What a group of troublesome things. Captain SWO snorted coldly and left the cabin. It was not until a long time that the other skeleton crew members in the cabin began to resume their actions. In the center of the cabin, a frozen skeleton stood there like a sculpture, warning everyone. Chapter 1422 Opportunity. The ghost ship floated quietly in the fragmented universe. From time to time, the force of time and space would bombard the surface of the cabin, but it was blocked by the black fog on the surface of the ghost ship like a skeleton, and had no effect on it. At this time, in these star-like dense time and space nodes, in the fragmented universe, many passengers have been buried here. Their bodies are annihilated, and even their souls cannot escape from this space-time gap. The Doomsday cruise trip lasts for a total of 7 days. Now only 1 day has passed, and 1/3 of the people in the detection mirror have died. For them, these time and space nodes and the fragmented universe are like a single-player copy. But the difficulty is random. People with good luck will survive temporarily after entering it, and people with bad luck may have fallen into a desperate situation that endangers their lives as soon as they land. What is surprising is that among the 1/3 of passengers who died, most of them were favored by God, while only 2 of the natives of the game world, the NPCs, died. This is really surprising. However, if you think about it carefully, although this situation is unexpected, it is also reasonable. You know, for the NPCs in the game world, they learned about the sudden event of the Doomsday cruise a long time ago. Those who dared to board the deck were all confident in themselves and well prepared in advance. On the other hand, from the moment the players received the system prompt information, as long as they had the opportunity to board the deck, most of them would rush over excitedly without caring about the death rate of this Doomsday cruise. In fact, when players first enter the game world, they are very cautious, because players in this game have only one life. If they die in the game, they will also die in the real world. Therefore, in the early stage of entering the game, almost no players dare to hunt monsters beyond their ability. Even most players can upgrade by pulling trees and stones for more than a month. You can imagine how much they cherish their lives. However, as they get deeper into the game, especially when they find that the improvement of strength in the game world can actually affect the real world, players start to go crazy. They start to try every possible way to improve their strength. For an ordinary person in the real world, the opportunity to change one's life is almost impossible to encounter once in a lifetime. But in the game world, such opportunities will be encountered every once in a while. The difference is that some players seize the opportunity and change their fate in life, while some players hesitate and give up when faced with opportunities. In the end, just like in the real world, they gradually become passers-by and become indistinguishable from the crowd. Fortunately, there are many such opportunities in the game world. Those who did not dare to seize opportunities before, when they see their friends who were similar to them before, become stronger after an opportunity, completely change their fate and become more and more different from themselves. This sense of loss is like a small insect gnawing at their hearts day and night, causing them to seize the opportunity and change their fate even if they fight desperately when the next opportunity comes. People die and their eggs turn upside down, and they will live forever. People will only stare at those who successfully seize opportunities and change their fate. As for those who die because of this, people will always selectively forget. Guajichi is such a player. When he first entered the game, he had already discovered the cruelty of this game. So he chose to become a professional player and chose the chef profession. The reason for choosing it is that Guajichi is also a chef in the real world. In this way, before reaching level 30, Guajichi lived in a 3rd level city. He made special dishes every day and lived a good life in the game. He even saved a large amount of Doomsday coins and exchanged them for currency in the real world to improve his life in the real world. Although he also envied those players who killed all around in the monster group. For the sake of his own life, he did not choose the main profession, but took the chef profession as his main profession. This lasted for more than 2 years, and his chef level was also raised to an unprecedented height. Grandmaster, only half a step away from the god level. As the chef's level increased, he lived a carefree life in the game world. His level was not much behind the mainstream players. He was now level 89. And he barely got a few silver and gold quality equipment. He even got an epic kitchen knife because of a hidden task. Originally, Guajichi thought he would live like this forever. But after the Abyss invasion plot began, the third-level city where Guajichi lived was directly submerged by a large number of Abyss monsters, and a large number of humans died in front of him. Guajichi's concept slowly changed. The game is not a paradise. There is a threat of death at any time. Your own safety must be in your own hands. Ever since the city where he lived for more than 2 years was massacred by Abyss monsters, Guajichi escaped by chance, and he changed. In the past, even if he encountered similar opportunities, Guajichi would choose to give up. But now, Guajichi has to seize every opportunity to improve his strength. Even so, he wasted a lot of time before. In addition to the Grandmaster level chef level, Guajichi's actual combat ability is much worse than that of people of the same level. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to complete the initial endless hunting trial. But he actually relied on the food that had been prepared in the parcel column, which had endless effects, to defeat many players who were much stronger than him and survived. If people who knew him knew, they would definitely be surprised. However, Guajichi, who had never given up, felt despair for the first time when he entered one of the fragment universes and saw that he was surrounded by skeleton monsters of the undead system. There was not much food left in the parcel column, and there were undead all around. This was a world full of death power. What was even more despairing was that the speed of time here was 1:15 compared to the game world. In other words, the 7 days of the Doomsday cruise were 105 days here. Not to mention exploring this time and space node and looking for treasures. Whether he could survive more than 100 days without starving to death became a problem. A chef. The final way of death was starvation. Haha. This is really ironic. Guajichi looked at the last piece of bread in the parcel column that increased the strength attribute, with a bitter smile on his face. Guajichi, who had been hiding in a narrow cave for 30 days, wolfed down the last piece of bread and walked out of the cave for the first time. He waved his epic kitchen knife and rushed towards a wolf-shaped skeleton monster. In his heart, he was ready to die with the opponent, or even be killed by this level 80 undead monster. Fearless, he waved the kitchen knife desperately, slashing at the wolf-shaped skeleton monster. He did not resist the opponent's attack at all, and was in a desperate posture. In the end, the skeleton monster was chopped into pieces by him, turned into a ball of black mist and disappeared, leaving only a black bone on the spot. My kitchen knife seems to have an attack bonus against undead monsters? Guajichi looked at his remaining half of the health value, a little dazed, hesitant for a moment, picked up his own trophy, and rushed towards the next skeleton monster again. Chapter 1423 Ripe Pajua Fruit. Guajichi knew that with his current strength, he had no advantage against these ordinary monsters of level 80 to 85. All he had learned were some common skills. He could hunt them down only because of the epic kitchen knife he obtained through the hidden mission. Originally, I thought this kitchen knife only had a bonus attribute for cooking, but I didn't expect that it actually had a hidden attribute that increased the attack power when attacking undead creatures. With this kitchen knife, Guajichi successfully killed 3 wolf-shaped skeleton monsters when his health value was less than 10%. After a bloody quad kill, Guajichi's depressed mood was vented. He originally wanted to commit suicide, but his mind gradually faded. Looking at the blood on his body, Guajichi once again became cowardly and returned to the previous cave. Haha. I can't die even if I want to. Guajichi threw the spoils dropped by the skeleton monster aside with a bitter smile on his face. Another half-day passed, and Guajichi's blood value recovered to 80%. But soon, his hunger level reached the warning line. At this time, he had no food. Are you really going to starve to death? Guajichi said with tears and laughter. If it were an ordinary world, a world with living creatures, Guajichi could still survive by gathering and hunting animals and making food. But in this world of the dead, the power of death was everywhere, and he couldn't get any food at all. At this moment, Guajichi's eyes suddenly fell on the several pieces of trophies he had obtained before. A black wolf bone, a fist-sized eyeball as hard as stone, and a wolf heart filled with black death power. These 3 items were the items that those skeleton monsters exploded. Wolf bones are alchemical materials for undead potions. Eyeballs are rare items that can be exchanged for money. And wolf hearts are quest items for the advancement of undead mage professions. If these things are taken to the game world, they are worth a lot. But for me now, they are not as valuable as a piece of bread. Guajichi smiled bitterly, threw the 3 items aside, lay flat on the ground, and sighed. As time went by, Guajichi's hunger and thirst became lower and lower, and his body gradually became weaker. The speed of blood and spirit value recovery was affected. If this continued, it would not take long for his blood and chi to be automatically reduced. I am a chef. A grandmaster chef. How could I starve to death like this? Guajichi turned over and sat up, staring at the 3 items, with a bloodthirsty and crazy look in his eyes. Having been in this world full of death for more than 30 days, Guajichi was actually affected invisibly. Facing the threat of death, Guajichi finally broke out. He stood up and took out a bunch of cooking utensils, pots and pans, each of which was shining like new. Boom! A burst of flames bloomed from Guajichi's fingertips, and then the firewood under the big pot was ignited. Guajichi began to use the wolf bones, wolf eyes, and wolf hearts condensed by the power of death to make a special food. There was no corresponding recipe, so Guajichi started the self-creation mode. Ignoring the system's waterfall-like prompt message, this item is not a cooking ingredient. There is a high probability that the cooking will fail after using it, and the item will be destroyed. Please use it with caution. If such a system prompt appeared during cooking before, Guajichi would give up immediately. But now, Guajichi, who has become a little crazy, directly blocked the system prompt, just like the old witch on the phone brewing witch medicine. In the dim firelight, Guajichi's shadow swayed, and a strange smell slowly emanated from the pot. I don't know how long it took. Guajichi suddenly trembled all over, and suddenly a trace of ecstasy appeared in his confused eyes, looking into the pot. At this time, a strange fragrance emanated from the iron pot. This fragrance was only a trace, but after smelling it, people felt a sense of eternal sinking, just like the fragrance of poppy flowers. But the effect was 10 times, 100 times that of poppy flowers. Guajichi couldn't help but scoop a spoonful and drink it. Suddenly, his hunger and thirst value, which was about to fall to the bottom, soared again. Good. Delicious. Guajichi cracked his mouth and gave a silent smile. He didn't realize that a trace of death power was spreading from the pot, and he was constantly devouring the food in the pot. Death power also appeared on his body. At the same time, the cooking proficiency that had not been improved for a long time began to improve again, and the ordinary cooking skills also turned into the epic color undead cooking skills. The main profession that had been empty all the time also appeared undead devourer and several flashing purple and gold fonts, without mentioning the gains of other travelers in the fragmented universe. Song Jian was holding the sky-breaking sword and carefully following several giant lizard dragons. After discovering that the Pajua fruit tree was ripened prematurely, the giant lizard dragons were furious. Almost half of the giant lizard dragons chased in the direction where the little giant lizard dragon fled, while the rest all guarded the area covered by the hot law power where the Pajua fruit tree was located. After an unknown period of time, the large force that chased the little giant lizard dragon came back, but it seemed that they did not catch the little giant lizard dragon. In the following days, the lives of the giant lizard dragons fell into great panic, as if there was an invisible god of death who was harvesting their lives every day. In a month, Song Jian hunted more than 100 giant lizard dragons. Almost every time he hunted 2 or 3, a law fragment would drop. The law fragments dropped in so many days were enough for Song Jian to synthesize a law heart. But Song Jian used all these law fragments to restore the Pajua fruit. At this time, the maturity of the Pajua fruit has reached 99%. It only needs to fuse a law fragment to become a complete Pajua fruit. Song Jian pulled out the sky-breaking sword from the body of a giant lizard dragon. These giant lizard dragons are powerful, and there are even 3 giant lizard dragon leaders at the peak of the legendary realm who have already stepped into the semi-god realm. If they fight head-on, Song Jian is no match for these giant lizard dragons, but he is like a killer hiding in the dark. As long as he finds a giant lizard dragon alone, he will use the sky-sweeping style to kill it instantly, then quickly pick up the spoils and disappear in the stone forest. The whole process takes less than 10 seconds. Seeing the law fragments flashing under the giant lizard dragon man's body, Song Jian, who looked a little haggard, smiled. After a month, I can finally get a complete Pajua fruit. Ha ha ha. The law of time. I can finally comprehend the law of time. Thinking of this, Song Jian did not hesitate to bring the law fragment close to the Pajua fruit. The Pajua fruit, which had reached 99% maturity, swallowed the law fragment again. After a while, when the maturity reached 100%, the dark red flame on the surface of the whole Pajou fruit suddenly became vigorous. The flame that was originally just a phantom became particularly real. At the same time, a breath of the law of time spread from the Pajou fruit, making Song Jian unable to help but want to immerse himself in this special understanding. No, it's not safe here. You must go to a safe place and comprehend it quietly. Song Jian showed a trace of struggle in his eyes, put the Pajou fruit into the parcel column, and ran quickly towards the distance. Chapter 1424 Threat. Song Jian left the stone forest, but did not enter the forest of life. Instead, he chose a remote mountain on the edge, dug a cave halfway up the mountain, went in, and then sealed the entrance. In the closed cave, Song Jian took out the Pajou fruit with a smile on his face. Before, because he absorbed an immature Pajou fruit, Song Jian had the ability to predict his future for 3 or 4 seconds. But this ability eventually disappeared over time, and did not form an ability, which made Song Jian a little regretful. It's a bit too early to use this Pajou fruit now. If I can use this Pajou fruit at the peak of the legendary realm, I will have a better chance, Song Jian said in his heart, looking at the Pajou fruit in his hand, whose aura kept changing. Song Jian gritted his teeth and prepared to swallow it, although the effect might be better if he used it after reaching the peak of the legendary realm. That time was too long and Song Jian couldn't wait. Moreover, if he could comprehend the power of the law at the third order combat power stage, then Song Jian's strength would be greatly increased. And even if he met a peak legendary realm existence, he would have the strength to fight. Just as Song Jian was about to use the Pajou fruit, a translucent screen suddenly appeared in front of him, just like a system window. The screen was full of messy white dots and curves, and there was a lot of noise. Just like a flower screen with poor signal reception. Song Jian's heart suddenly sank. The system window usually appeared when he needed it. Now, the system window that suddenly appeared without his will gave Song Jian a bad feeling. Sizzle. Sizzle. After a long time, the picture in the window gradually became clear, and the skeleton Captain SWO appeared in the window screen. Song Jian, I am Captain SWO. Captain SWO on the screen, as if he was beside Song Jian, stared at him and said in cold words, Song Jian, you seem to have gained unexpected treasures in the time and space node. Congratulations. Is this what you were talking about? Song Jian showed the Pajou fruit in his hand and asked with a smile. Is this the manifestation of the law? Captain Siwo's eyes suddenly burst into flames, as if he saw something extraordinary. Song Jian, there is one thing I hope you know. Captain Siwo stared at the Pajou fruit for a long time, and suddenly said to Song Jian, the Doomsday cruise is actually not without cost. If you want to leave the fragmented universe you are in, you must go through the ghost ship. And leaving the fragmented universe on the ghost ship is not without cost. Hearing this, Song Jian finally understood why these believers of the god of death would drive ghost ships to pick up a large number of tourists to enter the gaps in time and space. To enter these time and space nodes, they are not the guiding NPCs in the game, but have their own plans. We tourists are just your pawns. Whoever gets treasures in these fragmented universes must hand them over to you. Right? Otherwise, even if the time comes, we can't board the ghost ship and return to our world. Song Jian's face turned gloomy, and he said in a low voice, yes, in fact, this is just a business. Captain SWO said calmly, everyone will know this. At the end of their trip, if they want to return, they must pay. But for you travelers, the more you pay, the more you gain, and we must follow the rules of the game. If you can save this treasure that manifests the law until the end and use it as the fare for boarding the ship, then you will also receive a generous reward, Captain SWO said. As he spoke, he raised his hand, and a large number of treasures appeared on the screen, including experience treasures that can quickly increase levels, epic and legendary equipment that can quickly increase strength, and a large number of precious skills and techniques. Every one of them will be scrambled for by everyone. And Song Jian was dazzled. Song Jian, if you can use this treasure in your hand as the fare for boarding, then I can let you choose 3 of these treasures. And your Doomsday cruise can also end immediately. We will spend a certain price to take you back to the ghost ship, Captain SWO said. On the screen, Captain SWO seemed calm, but on the ghost ship, Captain SWO clenched his fists. Captain SWO had only seen a treasure that could manifest the law twice in his life. One time was at the universe auction, and the other time was in the Inshu market. A demigod-level strawman valued a treasure and took it out for exchange. Captain SWO has been at the peak of the legendary state for 500 years. With this treasure, Captain SWO is confident that he can break through the legendary state in a very short time and reach the coveted demigod level. At that time, it will gain more favor from the god of death and may become a true god of the god of death. Sorry. These rewards are not very attractive. Song Jian's mouth curled up slightly. Although the treasures on the screen were very precious, they were nothing to Song Jian. The fire in Captain SWO's eyes suddenly rose, and he said coldly, Song Jian, are you ready to stay in the gap of time and space for the rest of your life and never go back to your original world? I'm afraid you can't decide this kind of thing alone. Right? Song Jian sneered. The game world follows the rules of fairness. Whether you can board the ghost ship must have certain rules. It is absolutely impossible for Captain SWO to decide alone. Otherwise, the Doomsday cruise will never attract so many people. If all the good things have to be handed over, and the passengers risk their lives to work for these skeletons in vain, who would be willing to board the ghost ship and take the Doomsday cruise? Leaving the fragment universe and returning to the game world on the ghost ship must cost a price. But it is not as serious as Captain SWO said. Song Jian guessed that as long as he paid items of a certain value and met the ship fee requirements, he would be able to take the ghost ship and return to the game world. Want to cheat me of the Pajuo fruit? Humph. Dream on. Song Jian sneered and swallowed the Pajuo fruit directly. Sizzle. The system screen suddenly shattered. To maintain the call, SWO also paid a great price. Seeing Song Jian eat the Pajuo fruit, SWO's whole body suddenly burned with black flames, and he punched the side of the ship fiercely. Song Jian. SWO gritted his teeth, and his anger towards Song Jian instantly turned into endless murderous intent. The black flames behind him suddenly rose up and turned into the phantom of the god of death, holding the scythe of death in his hand, staring at the fragment universe where Song Jian was. Chapter 1425 Time Law Mark. Song Jian sat cross-legged in the dark cave, sneering in his heart. Do you really think I'm a country boy who knows nothing? You're just dreaming to exchange those rags for the Pajuo fruit. The power of the law. Even the legendary strongman would dream of it. How could Song Jian hand it over so easily? Unless the other party took out equipment like the Sword Immortal set, or skills like the Chaos Sword Classic. Otherwise, Song Jian would not even take a look. Song Jian sat cross-legged, and he could no longer feel the existence of his body. It seemed that he had turned into a ball of consciousness, in a hazy state. In an instant, Song Jian felt countless of himself, and countless pictures appeared in the long river of time, and each picture was looking at everything around from his own perspective. The concept of time seemed to have disappeared, but it was everywhere. Song Jian felt as if he had transformed into thousands of incarnations. For a moment, even his self-consciousness began to blur. At this moment, a chill suddenly emerged in Song Jian's mind. He was shocked and immediately sobered up. Song Jian understood that if his self-consciousness really became chaotic, not only would he not be able to comprehend the law of time, he would probably become an idiot or a vegetable, and his self-consciousness would split into millions of pieces and spread in the long river of history. By then, even if he had skills like the enemy of death, he would be completely annihilated in the game world. The cool feeling in his mind should be the innate skill immortal body being triggered when it sensed that he was in danger. This innate skill appeared when Song Jian entered the game, and it has saved Song Jian's life countless times. It's too hard to comprehend the law of time with only a third-level combat power. Song Jian thought to himself. The law of time is almost the most difficult to master and comprehend among all the laws of power. It is even 100 times more difficult than the law of space. It is not something that a third-level combat power person like him can comprehend. If it were ordinary laws such as fire and ice, Song Jian would probably have comprehended it by now. But now even if Song Jian wanted to retreat, it was impossible. Once he started to comprehend the law by swallowing the Pajuo fruit, he could not stop. He had to either successfully comprehend the power of the law of time or wait until the law power contained in the Pajuo fruit was exhausted. You know, the energy contained in an immature Pajuo fruit can last for more than 10 days. Now Song Jian swallowed a mature Pajuo fruit, and the energy contained in it was definitely 10 or 100 times that of the immature Pajuo fruit. Song Jian sighed slightly in his heart. If he didn't succeed, he would die. He had to comprehend the power of the law of time. Otherwise this Doomsday cruise trip would probably end early. Thinking of this, Song Jian closed his eyes again and tried to feel the power of the law of time that kept emerging around him. Song Jian's figure sometimes became blurred. Sometimes appeared one phantom after another. And sometimes turned into one person again, as if his body was always in a state of division. The expression on his face became more and more painful. The pain that almost tore every inch of his skin and crushed every inch of his bones was always invading him. At the same time, a trace of the power of the law of time appeared on his body. But it disappeared as soon as it appeared, just like an illusion. As time passed, Song Jian seemed to be in a state of eternal stillness. All his attributes were locked. His hunger and thirst would not increase, nor would it decrease at any time with the passage of time. As if there was no consumption. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days, 20 days. In the blink of an eye, the end of the Doomsday cruise is coming, and Song Jian is still immersed in the perception of the power of the law of time. Suddenly one day, Song Jian's figure suddenly shook violently, as if he had completely lost control of his body. Finally, a loud noise came from the closed cave. Boom! Half of the mountain was blown down, and the walls of the closed cave were covered with blood and meat paste. After a while, Song Jian's figure slowly emerged a few hundred meters away from the closed cave. From nothing to something. His face still had a look of surviving a disaster. Sure enough, it's still too difficult for me to control the laws of the world. Song Jian shook his head. He failed to comprehend the law of time. At the last moment, the power of the law that lost control turned Song Jian into a bomb and exploded directly. If it weren't for the passive skill Death's enemy being triggered, Song Jian would probably have died directly in the fragmented universe this time. Looking at the skill bar, the Death's enemy skill has entered the cooling state. At this time, Song Jian is in the state of resurrection from the dead. After opening the armor, the hexagram array on Song Jian's chest has disappeared, including several talismans, as if they had never appeared. Instead, a horizontal 8 symbol appeared on his chest, which represented the infinite infinity symbol. But at the same time, it also represented the endless time and infinite cycle. Song Jian looked at the mark on his chest, sighed, and said to himself, "It's a pity that I didn't comprehend the laws of the world. But at least it's not a waste of time. With this mark of the law of time, it's worth the trip." At the last moment, the comprehension failed, and the power of the law of time lost control. Originally, Song Jian would not have gained anything after self-destruction. But at the last moment, Song Jian gave up the Night Slayer hexagram array and the various talismans and laid on it in exchange for this mark of the law of time. This mark is like a seed of the power of the law of time. As long as it exists, Song Jian can enter the state of understanding the law of time at any time. However, there is a time limit and a limit on the number of times he can comprehend the law of time every day. As long as Song Jian can continue to comprehend the law of time, when he reaches the peak of the legendary realm, one day he will be able to fully master the power of the law of time. Moreover, even now, he is not unable to use the law of time. Every day, he has 3 skills similar to predicting the future to see his own picture 2 seconds later. Song Jian has experienced the effect of this skill before, which is equivalent to him having 3 opportunities to avoid fatal injuries every day. Critical moment magic power. Instant. Skill effect, active skill. After release, you can foresee the scene within 3 seconds. This magical power involves the law of time. Once triggered, the future will change. Passive effect. When the user encounters a life-threatening situation, it will also be passively triggered, foreseeing the scene within 3 seconds. This skill can only be used 3 times a day, and the cooldown refreshes at 12 o'clock at night. This is a magical skill involving the law of time. It is Song Jian's first magical skill. The most important thing is not this skill, but the law mark containing the power of the law of time. This magical skill also appears because of the existence of the law mark. As long as you can control this law mark and comprehend the law of time, it is only a matter of time. Song Jian stroked the mark on his chest and thought to himself. Chapter 1426 Master Ape. For this mark of the law of time, Song Jian suffered a great loss. Although the hexagram array diagram is not a skill with obvious effects like the 10,000 swords technique, its properties have been silently playing a role, especially those talismans, each of which has a very powerful effect. It turns into black mist and combines defense, avoidance, and attack into one. It can also absorb the essence of the moon in the dark night. This is also one of the most important means for Song Jian to continuously improve his physical quality. The Dragon Blood Talisman increases Song Jian's blood and spirit values, and at the same time increases attack damage, making the damage have a dragon's might effect. The Lion Eagle Blood Talisman can improve its own attributes, and can also summon Iron Wings. The Iron Wings not only allow Song Jian to have the ability to fly, but can also be used as a shield to defend the entire body. The Undead Bone Talisman can summon 3 bone shields, which are also an integrated offense and defense. In battle, especially in group battles, it plays a big role and has considerable power. The Alien Beast Eye Talisman is a talisman that Song Jian has just obtained. It was not used a few times before it was directly swallowed up as nutrients because of the mark of the Law of Time. Now when Song Jian thinks back, he still feels a little regretful. But if he could do it again, and let Song Jian exchange the 6-pointed star array for the mark of the Law of Time, he would still choose to exchange it without hesitation. After all, the Law of Time has unlimited potential, and it can even be said to be the foundation of Song Jian's godhood. As long as he can fully control the Law of Time, Song Jian has the confidence to take the most critical and important step, touching the mark on his chest that seemed to be branded. Song Jian's face was neither sad nor happy. Now he just took a small step towards controlling the Law of Time. If there is no opportunity later, this step may be the last step Song Jian takes in his life. Song Jian broke out of the hole and looked at the stone forest in the distance. A look of regret appeared on his face. That was the Pajou fruit tree. The fruit that could produce the Pajou fruit, which was the fruit of the power of the law, was priceless. If it could belong to him, Song Jian would no longer be afraid of not having the opportunity to continue to comprehend the Law of Time in the future. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly had an idea in his mind. This was a gap in time and space. Like the Earth, there was no tree of life here. If he could plant a tree of life of his own, he would be connected to this fragmented universe. When the tree of life grows up, he can use it to come to this fragmented universe again. Thinking of this, Song Jian showed excitement on his face and took out a seed of life from the parcel column. Song Jian had harvested 2 seeds of life before. One had been planted on the earth and was gradually growing. The other one was originally intended to be refined into a potion to improve talent skills. But Song Jian was a little worried about the tree elf and had been dragging it until now. The seed of life planted on earth was a broken seed that had been eaten. But this one now was a complete seed of life. If it weren't for the auxiliary bonus of the game world, Song Jian couldn't even imprint his own breath. Song Jian laughed loudly, jumped up, stepped on a flying sword, and quickly flew towards the forest of life. That forest was the most suitable place to plant the tree of life. Returning to the forest of life, Song Jian immediately felt several huge breaths approaching him quickly. Looking up, the Emerald Python, the Elf Los, the Spider-Man Caslolo, and several other strong men that Song Jian had never seen gathered together. Human, the forest of life does not welcome you. The Elf Los had a cold face and raised his bow, an arrow to Song Jian to stop him from approaching. Human, I haven't felt your breath for so many days. I thought you had died in the Silent Stone Forest. I didn't expect that you were still alive. How come? Did you see the Pajou fruit tree? The Emerald Green Python showed a human smile and asked Song Jian. Seeing a group of legendary realm powerhouses staring at him, Song Jian felt a lot of pressure. The monsters in front of him were at the beginning of the legendary realm at the worst, and there were a few who, like the Emerald Green Python, had reached the peak of the legendary realm. Facing them, even if Song Jian mastered the magical power of critical moment involving the Law of Time, he was not their opponent. Everyone, I'm here to make up for the mistakes I made before, Song Jian said, bowing to the monsters of the legendary realm. Make up for the mistakes? Uh-huh. How funny. Can you revive the 13 ancient trees you destroyed? The Spider-Man Casloro chuckled, with a hint of sharp coldness flashing between his eyebrows. For these creatures living in the forest of life, whether it is the scorched earth or the silent stone forest, they are their mortal enemies, and they are always thinking about eroding the area of the forest of life. Once the scope of the forest of life is reduced, the activity area of these creatures living in the forest of life will naturally be reduced, and the area of prey will also be reduced. Therefore, every ancient tree in the forest of life is extremely precious to them. And sometimes they even need to defend it with their lives. Song Jian's arrival directly destroyed 13 ancient trees. If Song Jian had not mastered the special flame that could burn the forest of life, these legendary masters would definitely make Song Jian pay with his life. Looking at the aggressive appearance of these legendary monsters, Song Jian smiled slightly, took out the seed of life from his arms, and showed it to them. Everyone, this is the seed of the tree of life. I can plant it here as compensation. Song Jian said softly. What? The seed of the tree of life? How is this possible? An ape-man covered with white hair stared at the seed in Song Jian's palm in amazement, his face full of shock. Song Jian turned his head and looked at the white-haired ape-man. He saw that the ape-man had a hunched back and a face full of wrinkles. He looked very old. But if you look closely, you can see that the white-haired ape-man is extremely strong. The muscles under the fur are bulging, hard as stones, full of explosive power. And its eyes are also extremely sharp, like a sword, piercing into people's hearts. Legendary peak. No, it has a familiar smell on its body. This is the breath of the power of law. This is a legendary peak strongman who has mastered the power of law. Song Jian was surprised. It was only a matter of time for such a white ape to break through the legendary realm. Maybe the next time he comes here, the other party will already be a demigod-level strongman. Master Ape, what is the tree of life? The Spider-Man Casillo asked curiously, and the other masters also looked like curious babies, staring at the white-haired ape-man. Song Jian was stunned. These legendary masters in front of him didn't even know what the tree of life was. For the legendary masters, this was common sense. Chapter 1427, Planting the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life is a divine object that sustains the existence of heaven and earth. The white-haired ape stared at the seed of life in Song Jian's palm and explained in a low voice, only a world with a tree of life can exist forever. Song Jian stood quietly, waiting for the white-haired ape to explain to other legendary masters what the tree of life is and what its function is. Master Ape, are you saying that if our world has a tree of life, it can continue to evolve and become a complete world? The emerald green python said with surprise on his face. It can only be said that there is a chance. After all, it is too difficult to grow into a great world. However, as long as the world we are in can grow into a small world, it can exist forever. And we will not die because the world suddenly collapses one day. The white-haired ape laughed. That's great. All the legendary masters cheered. Song Jian, who is in the game world, will not understand how desperate the creatures in the fragmented universe will be. No matter how powerful you are, you cannot control your life and death. At any time and any place, you may die because of the sudden collapse of the world you're in. After all, they are in just an extremely small fragmented universe. Are you really willing to plant the tree of life here? The white-haired ape asked excitedly. Of course, as long as you are willing. Song Jian smiled. Seeing the expressions of these legendary masters, he knew that this matter was already a sure thing. Surrounded by a group of legendary masters, Song Jian came to the place where he landed before. Although 3 months had passed, he could still see the broken ancient trees, the charred tree stumps, and the ground around which was almost barren. In the green forest, this place was like a scar, which looked very ugly. Song Jian walked to the center of the scorched earth, dug a hole at random, and buried the seed of life in it. After waiting for a while, Song Jian could feel that the seed of life had cracked a gap, and tiny roots were trying to drill into the soil. In a short while, the area of dozens of meters in radius was covered by the roots of the tree of life, and a thick main root was constantly exploring downwards, as if it was determined to drill through the entire planet. For a long time, the creatures in the forest of life did not see the seeds of life sprout and emerge from the ground. They were suddenly a little panicked and whispered. They did not imprint their own breath on the seeds of life, and could not detect that the seeds of life had begun to take root and sprout. Master Ape, this is, a creature asked in a low voice. The white-haired ape waved his hand. It could feel that this piece of scorched earth had undergone some subtle changes. But for the seeds of life, the white-haired ape could not sense its growth. In the perception of the white-haired ape, the location of the seeds of life was like a black hole, constantly swallowing everything around it. And even its perception consciousness was swallowed up a small part when it approached. Be patient, the white-haired ape whispered. After waiting for more than an hour, Song Jian finally felt that the roots of the seed of life seemed to extend to a void space, and a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. If the roots of the seed of life touch the void, it means that it can absorb nutrients from the void by itself. At this point, the tree of life has been successfully planted. Huh? It's successful. Song Jian laughed. The emerald green python took a look at the charred soil with nothing on it, and several question marks suddenly appeared on his forehead. Spider-Man? Elven Los? White-haired ape man? Other creatures? Just when everyone was puzzled, the ground suddenly shook, as if there was an earthquake. And then a giant python suddenly broke out of the ground and grew towards the sky at an astonishing speed. Seeing the tree of life soaring into the sky like a giant dragon, everyone's face showed surprise, staring blankly at the growing tree of life. While growing upwards, the tree of life became thicker and stronger, and soon it became a giant tree with a diameter of more than 100 meters. Rustle. The ancient trees around also made a cheerful sound, as if celebrating the arrival of a king. At the same time, there was a fragrance in the air. Song Jian knew that this was the spiritual energy released by the tree of life when it grew. As the tree of life grew, this world would gradually be nourished by the spiritual energy and promoted. The growth of the tree of life lasted for 15 minutes before it slowly stopped. Then the whole tree of life became nothingness, like a phantom, appearing and disappearing from time to time. From then on, although the tree of life was rooted in this fragmented universe, it had actually escaped into the void, obtaining nutrients from the void to grow on its own. No one could harm it. Aura. This is Aura. We succeeded. This world is saved. We are saved. The white-haired ape roared excitedly, beating his chest with both hands. Some other creatures also cheered and jumped for joy, their faces full of excitement, and they looked at Song Jian with more and more friendly eyes. Thank you, human. From now on, you are the friend of our forest of life. If you have any requests, please feel free to ask. We will do our best to meet them. The white-haired ape seemed to have become younger, and bowed to Song Jian and said. Song Jian waved his hand and smiled. I just want to make up for my previous mistakes. I am also very happy that the tree of life can take root here and save this world. The tree of life that has been imprinted with his aura is equivalent to his clone. When the tree of life grows for a while and reaches maturity, Song Jian can use it to locate this fragmented universe and enter here at any time. Just like the real world. When the tree of life in the real world grows up, he can return to the real world from the game world at any time. Posha fruit tree. Posha fruit. Power of law. You are all mine. Song Jian looked up at the silent stone forest. If he can locate this fragmented universe and return here at any time, then the Posha fruit tree in the silent stone forest will be his sooner or later. You know, owning a Pajua fruit tree is equivalent to owning endless power of laws. The power of laws contained in each Pajua fruit is random, which means that in the near future, Song Jian will even be able to sell Pajua fruits containing various power of laws. When Song Jian thought of this, his heart suddenly became hot. Even a legendary strongman could not have such wealth as him. Just when Song Jian was in high spirits, a system prompt suddenly appeared in front of him. System, the Doomsday cruise is about to end. Please contribute enough treasures as ship fare. If the value of the contributed treasures is not enough for the ship fare, you will stay in this time and space node forever. Chapter 1428. Only 6 people came back. Sure enough, there is no free lunch in the world. Song Jian had a sneer on his face. These passengers who boarded the ghost ship, although they were called passengers, were actually all working for the ghost ship. Their skeletons did not need to risk entering the fragment universe to get benefits. It was simply a profitable business. Song Jian looked at a phantom similar to a scale pan in front of him, and threw a gold-quality equipment from the parcel column onto it. This was the spoils of Song Jian's hunting of monsters before he started his Doomsday journey. It was a level 80 gold-quality equipment, which was worth some money. After this equipment was thrown up, a progress bar appeared above the virtual shadow of the scale pan, with a total of 10 grids. And at this time, the progress bar was only 1/10 of the first grid. In other words, if you want to fill the progress bar, you must contribute 100 similar equipment. Song Jian's face suddenly changed. You know, level 80 gold quality equipment is worth tens of millions of Doomsday coins. And 100 pieces are more than 1 billion Doomsday coins. Such a huge number would be difficult even for Song Jian, let alone others. Song Jian didn't believe that everyone who boarded the ghost ship this time could take out treasures worth more than 1 billion. The fare for this Doomsday cruise is a bit too high, Song Jian said in a low voice with an ugly face. At this time, a line of explanation appeared in the system window in front of him. It turned out that the fare was not fixed, but was determined by how much each passenger gained. The higher the gain in the fragment universe, the higher the fare. And the lower the gain, the lower the fare. Sometimes, as long as you don't die in the fragment universe and spend 7 days safely, you can board the ghost ship for free. However, free travel is rare. After all, every passenger who boards the ghost ship is full of confidence in his own strength. Those who want to find opportunities cannot hide in a safe place for 7 days after entering the fragment universe. Song Jian glanced at the parcel column. There were many things in it, but not many were worth more than 1 billion Doomsday coins. And Song Jian was reluctant to take out every one of them. After a while, Song Jian gritted his teeth, took out the shriveled Pajou fruit, and placed it on the virtual shadow of the scale pan. In an instant, the progress bar reached the maximum value. The virtual shadow of the scale pan slowly disappeared, and the shriveled Pajou fruit inside also disappeared. Although the power of the law contained in it has been consumed, the Pajou fruit itself is a top-grade alchemical material and is very valuable. If it is taken back to the game world, more than 1 billion Doomsday coins are considered a small amount. After the virtual shadow of the scale pan disappeared, Song Jian faintly felt a suction force emerging from the void. And this suction force was getting stronger and stronger. Song Jian did not resist, but followed this suction force and slowly floated up. Soon, it turned into a white light and soared into the sky. The feeling of weightlessness flashed before his eyes, but it was only a moment before Song Jian felt like he was standing on solid ground. He opened his eyes and saw that he was back on the deck of the ghost ship. Song Jian, do you feel a bit cheated? Captain Suo's eyes were burning with fire. Although he laughed, Song Jian could feel that the other party was burning with endless anger, and there was a hint of murderous intent specifically targeting him. The power of the law is not so easy to comprehend. You are only at the 3rd level of combat power. The probability of comprehending the power of the law is no more than 1 in 10,000. Even if you are a rare genius, it is impossible for you to comprehend the power of the law by evaluating only one law fruit. It's simply a waste. Captain SWO felt heartbroken. Although it can borrow the power of the god of death now, its own strength is only at the peak of the legendary realm. If it gets the Pajou fruit, it will definitely have the confidence to comprehend the power of law contained in it. But Captain Suo didn't know that the Pajou fruit contained the law of time. Otherwise, he wouldn't be as confident as he is now. You know, the laws of time and space are the most difficult laws to comprehend in the entire universe. It's really a pity. If there were a few more, maybe I could succeed. Song Jian shook his head and sighed, with a look of regret on his face. People who possess the power of law will have a special fluctuation on their bodies, which can be felt by the powerful people in the legendary realm. Captain Suo stared at Song Jian as soon as he appeared on the deck, and did not feel the fluctuation of the power of law in him. So he was sure that the Pajou fruit he swallowed was wasted. Damn it. If you give it to me, Captain SWO gritted his teeth and said, the items you gave me are really unattractive. Otherwise, I would have exchanged them with you. Song Jian shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently. Captain SWO was stunned. The highest grade of the items he gave at that time was only legendary. For other people, a legendary equipment would be enough to make them excited for several days. You? Captain SWO let out a low roar, thinking that Song Jian was deceiving and humiliating him. At this moment, Song Jian directly revealed the quality of his equipment. Suddenly, a purple gold light shone, and almost all of his equipment was legendary quality, with only 2 or 3 epic equipment occasionally. This set of equipment immediately made Captain Suo speechless, and he stood there in a daze. The quality of Song Jian's equipment flashed and disappeared. In fact, many of his equipment could not keep up with his level. They were all about level 50 or 60. The only endless hunting set he could show was obtained on the ghost ship. If it had been exposed for a longer time, Captain Suo would naturally be able to see the clues. But it was just a flash of quality, and Captain Suo had no time to check the specific attributes. Is it really because the quality of the items I gave him was too poor that he didn't exchange it with me? It turns out that all this is my fault. Captain Suo's mind was racing. It's my own fault. I missed this opportunity because I was too poor. Just when Captain SWO was doubting himself, white lights rose on the deck one after another, And those passengers who had successfully spent 7 days in the fragment universe returned to the ghost ship one after another. 1, 2, 3, 4. Song Jian squinted his eyes while counting and looking at the other passengers. More than 100 people boarded the ghost ship, and nearly half of them died in the first round. A dozen people got off the ship, and at least more than 30 people successfully entered the fragment universe. But now, only 6 people came back. One of them had 2-inch-long horns on his head, and there were also small purple-black scales on the exposed part of his neck. Obviously, in the fragment universe, he merged with the blood of the alien beast and mutated himself. Except for him, the auras of the other people all surged. Although their levels did not increase, their strengths increased a lot, at least several times that of those who had not entered the fragment universe. The power of death. Song Jian narrowed his eyes and turned his head to the last person who boarded the deck. Although he was a living person, Song Jian felt a strong power of death from him. And this power of death did not erode his body at all, and coexisted perfectly with his body. This was simply impossible. But it really appeared in front of Song Jian. If Song Jian had not obtained the Pajua fruit, then the biggest gain of this Doomsday cruise trip should be the young man in front of him, who was filled with the power of death. No wonder so many people want to board the ghost ship. It turns out that such a miracle can really happen. Song Jian was shocked and said in his heart. Chapter 1429, The Last Reward. The power of death has a strong corrosive power, not only corroding the body, but also corroding the mind and soul. Therefore, the players who work in professions such as necromancers will eventually transform themselves into undead creatures. And no one is spared. But now, Song Jian found that the power of death and the living creatures are perfectly integrated in one person, indistinguishable from each other, and there is no sign of corrosion. Perhaps he noticed Song Jian's gaze. Guojiqi turned his head, showed Song Jian a simple smile, took out a black pill from the parcel column, and swallowed it into his stomach. Song Jian was stunned. The meatball with a strange color was full of the power of death. If an ordinary person dared to put it in his mouth, no, even if he touched it, he would be infected with the power of death and become an undead creature. But the man in front of him actually threw it directly into his mouth, and there was a look of enjoyment on his face, which completely overturned Song Jian's previous common sense. After waiting for a while, no more passengers returned to the ghost ship, and Captain SWO seemed to wake up at this time. He stared at the 6 returning passengers and said, "Lucky guys. I think you have all got what you want. Congratulations. Now it's time for you to receive your rewards." After that, the entire ghost ship began to vibrate, and streams of light appeared above the deck, flying around the 6 passengers. Ha! The final reward is these. These streams of light are condensed from amethyst essence. Different colors contain different amethyst essences. The darker the color, the more amethyst essence it contains. How much you can gain depends on your ability. Captain SWO laughed. The amethyst essence in these streams of light is actually obtained by each passenger hunting monsters in the time and space nodes. The ghost ship has actually intercepted a part of it, and only about 70% has been released. This is equivalent to a team hunting monsters. And finally it is divided among several people. These people naturally take advantage, but how much they can gain depends on their own ability. Song Jian's eyes lit up. After the level was raised to more than 100. Each level up required hunting a large number of monsters, or obtaining a large number of purple crystals. Sometimes, Song Jian even wanted to go back to the purple crystal mine and plunder it again. But most of the purple crystals in the purple crystal mine had been swallowed by the abyss magic vine. Even if there were any leftovers, they were just leftovers. In addition, there were abyss humans guarding nearby. The gain was not worth the loss. In the end, Song Jian gave up the idea. Now that he had the opportunity to quickly upgrade his level, Song Jian naturally would not turn over. He aimed at a stream of light closest to him and reached out to grab it. However, these streams of light were like slippery fish. When Song Jian's fingers just touched them, these streams of light seemed to be frightened, twisted their bodies, and slipped away quickly from Song Jian's fingertips. The other 5 people were not to be outdone, and they all grabbed these streams of light. But after a few minutes, no one could catch one. These people's seemingly clumsy movements made the skeleton crew laugh, as if this was a reserved program of the ghost ship. Although several passengers were angry, they had no choice but to try harder to grab those streams of light. At this moment, Guajichi suddenly took out a string of emerald green candied haws from his arms, and waved it towards one of the streams of light. The stream of light that had originally escaped from his palms suddenly froze for a moment, and even had a tendency to be attracted by the candied haws, and want to fly towards it. Guajichi's face flashed with joy, and he quickly reached out and grabbed the stream of light in his hand, laughing. After being caught by Guajichi, the pale yellow stream of light quickly merged with him, and in a short while, it was completely integrated into his body. Swish, swish, swish. Guajichi's body flashed with white light, and he actually upgraded 3 levels in a row. This scene made the other passengers envious. Upgrading 3 levels in a row was enough to save him several months of effort. After Guajichi attracted a stream of light, the emerald green candied haws in his hand suddenly turned light red, and the top one even turned red. Guajichi looked at the string of candied haws in his hand, with a look of regret on his face. He opened his mouth and bit off the top red candied haws and chewed it, and then carefully put the candied haws with only 3 fruits left into his arms. These streams of light have their own will. After seeing the whole process of Guajichi catching the stream of light, Song Jian suddenly had an idea in his mind. That string of candied haws should be a prop for performing a certain seduction skill. Since it can perform seduction skills on streams of light, it means that those streams of light have self-awareness. Finding this, in fact, is of no use to Song Jian. He does not have similar skills. But Song Jian has skills that are more powerful than seduction skills. Staring at a stream of light, Song Jian reached out to grab it. Captain SWO stared at Song Jian with interest, as if Song Jian's embarrassment would make him happier than others. At this moment, Song Jian reached out again. But this time, he did not reach out to the stream of light closest to him, but to a position more than 1 meter away from that stream of light, where there was no stream of light. At this moment, a player next to him was trying hard to catch one of the orange-red streams of light. And just when he was about to catch this stream of light, the orange-red stream of light suddenly accelerated and escaped from his fingertips. The player stared at the stream of light with a look of regret on his face, but was surprised to find that Song Jian actually reached out and grabbed it tightly. It seemed as if Song Jian just casually stretched out his hand, and the stream of light automatically entered his palm. Critical moment. You can foresee what will happen in the next 3 seconds, and see what will happen in 3 seconds. Looking at the orange-red stream of light struggling in his hand, Song Jian felt a little emotional. This magical skill is too powerful. This is just a magical law. Just a consolation prize for not understanding the law of time. If he can really control the law of time, how strong he will be at that time. Song Jian is full of expectations. Swish. Swish. The orange-red streamer struggled for a while, before giving up completely and merging into Song Jian's body. In an instant, a large amount of combat experience poured in, directly raising Song Jian's level by 2 levels, reaching level 105. This orange-red streamer contained much more capital essence than the pale yellow streamer that Guajichi had captured before. But after all, Song Jian's level was too high, so it only increased by 2 levels. Unfortunately, this skill can only be used 3 times a day, so there are only 2 chances. In these 2 chances, I must capture the 2 streamers with the most purple crystal essence. Song Jian's eyes were full of excitement, staring at the streamers flying all over the sky, thinking in his heart. Chapter 1430 Predicting the Trajectory. Captain Saiwo stared at Song Jian and was surprised to see that he had caught a stream of orange-red light. Huh? How is it possible? Song Jian stretched out his hand casually, and the stream of light automatically entered his palm. It looked like he had walked into a trap. Compared with other people, it was much easier. Why is this happening? How did he do it? The fire in Captain Saiwo's eyes suddenly blazed, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. Song Jian narrowed his eyes, and stared at the stream of light that kept flying in the air. Captain Saiwo said that the darker the color of the stream of light, the more purple crystal essence it contained, and the more combat experience it could provide. Now there were only 2 opportunities left to use magical skills, which could not be wasted. Song Jian stared at a dark purple stream and a dark gold stream. Among all the streams, only these 2 streams were the darkest. No, there was also a pure black stream, but that stream looked lazy, as if it was fixed in the void and moved for a long time. Moreover, this pure black stream gave Song Jian a sense of danger, which made Song Jian give up trying to capture it immediately. Song Jian stared at the dark purple stream and began to use his magical skills. Critical moment. Swish. Song Jian's thoughts flashed at the speed of light. The scene in the next 3 seconds appeared in front of Song Jian almost instantly. The use of magical skills requires almost no consumption. But not everyone can bear it. The next 3 seconds are compressed into an instant. Even if ordinary people obtain such skills, their heads will explode directly at the moment of use. Even if Song Jian entered the legendary realm, if he dared to use such a magical skill without the mark of the law of time, his body would collapse directly. When Song Jian used this skill again, the mark of the law of time on his chest suddenly turned red, like a branding iron, instantly emitting a temperature of thousands of degrees. There was a sudden pain in his chest, and Song Jian couldn't help but screamed, with a look of pain on his face. But he endured the pain and directly used the soul-walking skill, and his figure flew into the air like lightning. Whoosh! The previous scene was repeated again, and the deep purple stream of light seemed to deliberately rush towards Song Jian's palm, and he grabbed it effortlessly. This time, the struggle of the dark purple streamer was much stronger than the previous orange-red one. There were even waves of biting pain in the palm. The surface of the streamer seemed to be full of fangs, constantly gnawing at Song Jian's palm. Song Jian endured the pain. At this time, he had a splitting headache. A barbecue smell came from his chest, and the pain in his palm was like tearing. Song Jian's forehead was full of sweat, and his body stood there motionless like iron, although his blood value did not lose a bit. The mental pain was 100 times that of the physical pain. After a long time, Song Jian's knees softened, and he knelt directly on the deck. But his right hand still held the dark purple streamer tightly until it was motionless. And then with a bang, it turned into a crystal light point and merged into his body. Swish, swish, swish. This time, Song Jian's level was directly upgraded by 5 levels, and 5 white lights appeared on his body in succession. This scene made the other's eyes red with envy. Level 5. He actually upgraded 5 levels in a row. Now I see that his level has become a skeleton level. Oh my god! Has his level already upgraded to level 110? Why is it so easy for him to capture these streamers? Why can't I catch any? It's too difficult. Except for Guijiqi, who was only slightly surprised. The other 4 people all stared at Song Jian's every move with envy. Some even gave up catching the streamers and stared at Song Jian's movements. At this time, Song Jian's whole body was weak, and he knelt on the deck, gasping for breath. Generally speaking, after upgrading, the player's state will return to the best state, whether it is the blood value, the spirit value, or even the sword value. No matter how much is consumed, it will be instantly replenished. But now Song Jian felt weak all over, as if he had entered a weak state. But there was no adverse effect in his status bar. Could it be that he has mastered the power of the law? No. It's impossible. He has no power of the law at all. Not even a trace. And it's impossible for him to master the power of the law. But why? Why can he see through the movement trajectory of the streamer? Although Captain SWO looked very calm, his heart seemed to have set off a 12-level typhoon. Staring at Song Jian motionlessly, Song Jian was sore all over and could not exert any strength. But this also made him understand that this magical skill cannot be used continuously in critical moments. Otherwise, although it can be successful, the sequelae are too great. If he uses it twice in a row and fails to kill the opponent, then he will completely lose the ability to resist. It doesn't matter. I still have the broken kingdom of God. Unless I meet a strong man who can comprehend the laws of space, and can use skills like the space-time anchor to block the entire space, I will never be killed. Song Jian laughed, and a trace of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Captain SWO looked at the others, who were all staring at Song Jian, and no longer capturing those streamers. He couldn't help but snorted and said, "You only have half an hour. When the time is up, these streamers will escape into the void. At that time, you will return empty-handed. But you can say that we didn't give you a mission reward. All those who enter the space-time node and the fragment universe must divide their treasures into a part and hand them over to the ghost ship in the form of ship fees. After the ghost ship obtains these treasures, it is impossible for it to be stingy. Instead, it multiplies the combat experience gained by all people in the fragment universe by 10 times, and feeds it back to those who can come back alive in the form of streams. This is a win-win situation. And it is also to reduce the resentment of these passengers who come back alive. Otherwise, who would be willing to come to the Doomsday cruise after they go back to promote it? However, Captain SWO is obviously unwilling to give them the streams just like this. but to distribute them to them in this way of capture. They can obtain them by their ability. If they have the ability, they can level up several levels like Song Jian. If they don't have the ability, they can only watch others upgrade. He seems to be able to see the trajectory of the streamer, and even predict its trajectory in the future. Captain SWO was shocked. Such ability has exceeded ordinary skills. The law of time. Only by mastering the law of time can one have such magical powers. Impossible. How is this possible? He only has the 3rd level combat power. If it is other ordinary laws, it is possible to comprehend. But how can he comprehend the law of time? One of the 3 top laws. Captain SWO roared in his heart. And the phantom of the god of death behind him appeared again. In the black phantom, a pair of scarlet eyes stared at Song Jian, wanting to see every detail of his movements. Chapter 1431 Changing the Future. After resting for 15 minutes, Song Jian recovered, stood up, and looked up at the streamers. At this time, the number of streamers was much less. Although the reaction speed and movement speed of the streamers were very fast, their resistance to negative states was very poor. As long as they had restriction skills such as temptation or deceleration, they could easily capture them. The darker the streamer, the stronger its resistance to negative states, and the lighter the streamer, the lower its resistance. After discovering this feature, the other people simply ignored the dark streamers and focused on capturing the light streamers. Although they gained less combat experience, capturing more streamers could always be compared to one dark streamer. Anyway, there was only a time limit for capturing, not a limit on quantity. When Song Jian recovered, only the darkest ones were left floating in the sky. Dark gold, pure black, dark blue, milky white, emerald green, red. Song Jian stared at the streamers in the sky and looked carefully. At this time, there were only 9 darker streamers in the sky above the ghost ship. Several passengers sighed as they looked at the streamers, but some still tried hard to capture them. There was only the last candied hawes in Guizhiqi's hand. At this time, the candied hawes had returned to its previous emerald green color. At the same time, Guizhiqi began to chant and use special skills. His goal was the milky white streamer. This milky white stream of light is the weakest among the several streams of light, both in length and color depth. Guizhiqi is confident that he can capture this one. But obviously, he is not the only one who is eyeing this milky white stream of light. There are 3 people who are eyeing this milky white stream of light. The candied hawes in Guizhiqi's hand exudes an attractive fragrance. This milky white stream of light seems to have sensed something and began to slowly swim towards the direction where Guizhiqi is, while the other streams of light, however, are unaware of it, as if the fragrance is only for this milky white stream of light. Come here! Come here! Come here! Guizhiqi muttered to himself. Not in the common language, but in the language of the dead. To cast death spells, one must use the language of the dead, and the skill level must be raised to the level of expertise. As the milky white light slowly approached, Guizhiqi showed a smug smile on his face. This string of corruption temptation candied hawes took him dozens of precious materials, and failed 3 times before he succeeded in refining it. All these precious materials had to be dropped from those powerful undead creatures, just to successfully refine this string of candied hawes. He hunted at least 100 elite-level bosses before he could gather all the materials. According to the grade, this string of candied hawes will have 7, 5 and 3 pieces, corresponding to the top, middle and bottom grades respectively. It is said that there are 9 top-grade pieces above the top grade, but this quality is too difficult for Guizhiqi. After 3 consecutive failures, Guizhiqi finally refined a string of medium-quality candied hawes. Each candied hawes can have a tempting effect on a powerful boss. If the duration is long enough, it can even make the boss temporarily become his combat pet and assist him in the battle. Guizhiqi used one before. After returning to the deck, he also wanted to give it a try and cast it on a stream of light. Unexpectedly, it succeeded at once, which made Guizhiqi very excited. 3 candied hawes were used in a row, and they succeeded twice. The only time he failed was when Guizhiqi wanted to tempt the pure black stream of light. As a result, the candied hawes that was used as a skill release prop exploded directly when the skill was just halfway cast, which scared Guizhiqi so much that he never dared to target those streams with 2 dark colors again. Just when Guizhiqi was feeling very proud and thought that he would definitely be able to capture the milky white light this time, a person next to him suddenly rushed towards the milky white light, and while rushing, He cast a deceleration skill on the light, reducing the moving speed of the light by 30%. You want to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Don't you see how much you weigh? Guajichi snorted coldly, and was about to cast a skill to attack the man, but saw that a player next to him had raised the sniper rifle in his hand and aimed at the man who rushed towards the light. Bang! A fire more than a foot long sprayed out from the muzzle, and a palm-length sniper bullet directly hit the temple of the man who rushed towards the light. The blood value of more than 8,000 was directly beaten into a near-death state, and the blood value was reduced to less than 3%. At this time, the ghost ship had left the gap in time and space. A blue planet appeared in the distance. In the blink of an eye, the ghost ship entered the atmosphere. At this time, the fight on the deck was still going on. The player holding the sniper rifle had a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. Since he had already attacked the other party, he might as well take this opportunity to kill him directly. Otherwise, he would bring himself a big enemy. No one who can safely survive the 7-day Doomsday cruise is easy to deal with. Just when the sniper aimed his gun at the man lying on the deck and entering a dying state, he saw that the other party was suddenly shrouded in a golden light, and his figure slowly disappeared. However, before leaving, the other party's eyes full of vicious expressions made him feel cold. Everyone, you only have the last 3 minutes. Once the time is up, these streams will disappear and disappear into the void. Captain Saiwo suddenly said, now we have entered the main plane. If you want to leave, you can leave at any time. But those who stay can enjoy the benefits of a one-day tour of Naga Island. And it is completely free. As soon as Saiwo finished speaking, Song Jian pounced on the dark golden stream of light wandering in the air like a cheetah that found its prey. Among all the streams of light, except for the pure black stream of light, only the dark golden stream of light has the darkest color and looks heavier. It must contain a lot of purple crystal essence. How dare he? Guajichi was surprised. There were only 5 people left on the deck, except for Guajichi, who was trying hard to seduce the milky white light. The others looked at Song Jian stupidly, not understanding why he was so arrogant and wanted to capture the light that was second only to pure black. Seeing Song Jian move, Captain SWO suddenly snorted coldly, and a flash of light flashed between his fingers. A closer look revealed that it was a silver white coin. Dang! A crisp collision sound suddenly rang in Song Jian's ears, just like a bronze bell being struck by someone. Song Jian's mind was suddenly blank, and even his movements showed a slight stagnation. The right hand that was supposed to appear on the dark golden light's trajectory suddenly shook, and the dark golden light brushed against Song Jian's fingertips and quietly slid past. The future can actually be changed. Song Jian's face changed drastically, and he looked at Captain Swa fiercely. Chapter 1432 Inventory of Harvest. The future I saw is not like this. Song Jian looked at Captain SWO with an unpleasant expression. The silver coin on Captain Swo's fingertips was rapidly collapsing and disintegrating at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into a pile of tiny silver flakes that slowly disappeared. It turns out that it's not the law of time, but just touching some of the fur of the time field. Captain SWO stared at Song Jian with a hideous smile on his face. If Captain SWO hadn't made a move, Song Jian would have captured another dark gold stream of light, and his level could have been raised by at least 5 levels, which would have saved Song Jian at least 3 to 5 years of leveling time. However, Captain Swir used an extremely precious silver coin of doom to touch the thread of Song Jian's fate, causing a chain reaction, causing the 3-second scene that Song Jian had seen before to change. Doing so would not benefit Captain Swir at all, and would harm others and not benefit himself. But he would rather waste an extremely precious prop than see Song Jian gain more benefits, which shows how vicious his heart is. However, Captain Swir can now be sure that the fruit that Song Jian obtained before contained the power of the law of time. When he thought that he might comprehend the law of time, Captain Swir's heart was like being bitten by millions of beetles. I was only 1 step away from the strongest law. Once I can comprehend the law of time, I might be able to become a subordinate of the god of death. Damn Song Jian. Captain SWO gritted his teeth. Although he interfered with Song Jian's capture of the streamer, Captain SWO was still not satisfied at all. He even wanted to cut Song Jian into pieces. Just then, the time was up, and all the remaining streamers disappeared and escaped into the void. In fact, the essence of funds contained in these streamers was all swallowed by the ghost ship to upgrade the ghost ship. Leave. Song Jian glanced at Captain SWO and said silently in his heart. Soon, Song Jian was enveloped by a white light and disappeared on the deck. At this time, there were only 4 people left on the deck. Seeing Song Jian leave, 2 more players immediately chose to leave. They felt that they had gained a lot and did not value the one-day tour of Naga Island. Damn it. You run fast. Captain Saiwo had already started to think about how to trick Song Jian again on Naga Island. Or even kill Song Jian directly with the help of the monsters on Naga Island. Unexpectedly, Song Jian chose to leave early, which made Saiwo think of a lot of vicious ideas. But all of them failed. Captain Saiwo, can we recruit some followers on Naga Island? I wonder if Naga is powerful. One of the 2 remaining players asked curiously. Yes, Naga Island is a newly opened map in the game. I didn't know how to get there before. Now I'm lucky enough to go there and see it. I can brag to my friends when I go back. Hee hee. Another person laughed. Hee hee hee. You will definitely have a worthwhile trip. Captain SWO looked at the 2 people and showed a strange smile on his face. Followers. If you want to capture Naga as followers. Hee hee. You will at most become Naga's food. Not the master. At this time, Song Jian has appeared on the beach. At this time, many players are hunting monsters on the beach. This is a level 30 monster area, which refreshes quickly. Moreover, the monsters here have a certain chance to drop pearls, corals, and other valuable treasures. Selling them to the system store can also make a small fortune. Therefore, many players like to fight monsters and level up on the beach. Seeing Song Jian suddenly appear, many players showed a curious look. But seeing that Song Jian's level was the skeleton level, many players' faces changed drastically. And some players even hid far away, as if Song Jian was a beast that suddenly appeared. Song Jian returned to the City of Hope and began to count the harvest this time. Although the last stream of light was not captured due to the obstruction of Captain SWO, Song Jian's level was raised to level 110 in 7 days. And the gap from the threshold of the legendary realm was only 10 levels. In the game, if NPC wants to reach level 120 and reach the threshold of the legendary realm, it takes decades of hard training. But for players, this time will be greatly shortened. Moreover, even if the NPC reaches level 120, if they want to break through to the legendary realm, they still need to travel around and look for opportunities. However, players only need to follow the steps and complete the breakthrough tasks issued by the game system to directly enter the legendary realm. Therefore, it is not without reason that players are called gods favored by the natives in the game. The level has been raised to level 110, and the mark of the Law of Time has been obtained. Song Jian sat in the City Lord's mansion and thought to himself, the most important thing is that in the fragment universe, where the Posha fruit can be obtained, a life tree of his own has been planted. Now the life tree is still in the growth period. Once it reaches maturity, Song Jian can enter the fragment universe at any time through the life tree. It can be said that it will become Song Jian's back garden in the future, and it can continuously provide him with the law fruit. Comprehension of the power of law is the key to breaking through the demigod realm from the legendary realm. How many legendary realm masters were stuck in the power of law, wasting decades or even hundreds of years until their chi and blood were exhausted and they could no longer break through, and finally turned into a handful of yellow earth. Song Jian said to himself, and I can continuously obtain the fruits of law, which means I can continuously create demigod-level masters. By then, the Hope City Alliance will definitely become the most powerful alliance. For several days, Song Jian was in Hope City, and did not go anywhere. Hope City developed too fast, and is now moving towards a level 5 city. Although it still has a long way to go to become a level 5 city. All the high-level officials of Hope City are full of confidence, and believe that Hope City will definitely become the first player-built city to become a level 5 city. The way of cultivation is to relax and work hard. During the days in the City of Hope, Song Jian did not go out to fight monsters and level up. In addition to dealing with some city affairs, almost all of his time was spent on understanding the law of time. Although there was no help from the law fruit, with the mark of the law of time, Song Jian could still touch some of the breath of the law of time. However, after a full month, it can be said that there was almost no harvest. But he was more sensitive to the breath of the law of time. Song Jian, the sect is preparing to open the Starry Sky 10,000 Races secret realm. As long as the disciples below the legendary realm can participate. This is a rare opportunity, so don't miss it. Just then, A sect message suddenly appeared in front of Song Jian, which made Song Jian's eyes light up, and he couldn't help but stand up. Chapter 1433 Recalling the Sect. The Yujian sect inherited from the ancient sword sect. Among the inherited sects, it is one of the sects with the most inheritance. Among them, the Chaos Sword Classic is the most important inheritance. Song Jian is now mainly practicing the Chaos Sword Classic. But the Chaos Sword Classic requires the legendary realm to officially start practicing. Now Song Jian has only learned a move and a half by randomly thinking about it. But just this move and a half can allow Song Jian to kill a legendary realm strongman in seconds. It is conceivable how terrifying the real Chaos Sword Classic is. Starry Sky Myriad Race's secret realm. What is this? It sounds very powerful. Song Jian thought to himself. Since joining the Yujian sect, Song Jian rarely stepped into the sect. After all, the Yujian sect is now a hidden sect, not suitable for walking openly in the world. Song Jian can't stay in the sect like other disciples, so he rarely contacts the sect. But in fact, the Yujian sect's attention to Song Jian has never weakened. After all, he is the best among the disciples of the God's favor, and he is also the inheritor of the Chaos Sword Canon. If it weren't for the protection of the game system, many of the Yujian sect's senior officials would like to keep Song Jian in the sect and not let him go out. Now that the sect is going to open the Starry Sky Myriad Race's secret realm, it is natural to notify Song Jian as soon as possible. After calling Wang Qi over and giving him a few instructions, Song Jian tore open a sect transmission scroll and disappeared in a white light, leaving only Wang Qi, who was full of resentment, standing in the city lord's mansion and sighing heavily. Song Jian has always been a mysterious person. Even in the War Alliance, most players have never seen Song Jian, which makes Wang Qi, the deputy leader, feel resentful. If I really usurp your power and sideline you one day, you will know how powerful I am, Wang Qi muttered in a low voice. In fact, in the game, unless Wang Qi really dares to pull a group of people away from the City of Hope and re-establish a war alliance, it is impossible to usurp power. After all, without the City Lord seal, any order issued by Wang Qi in the City of Hope must be authorized by Song Jian. Otherwise, it will not have any effect at all. In other words, the entire City of Hope can be said to be Song Jian's personal property. Song Jian's eyes blurred, and the feeling of weightlessness followed. This time was more serious than any other time. But Song Jian's strength improved very quickly. He was already level 110. If you only look at the attribute points, the weaker legendary realms did not have as many attribute points as him. After stumbling 2 steps, Song Jian stood firm and found that he had returned to the square in front of the sect's main hall. After all, the Yujian sect occupies a half-plane planet attached to the main plane. If Song Jian relied on several specific teleportation arrays in the main plane every time, it would take more than a week for Song Jian to go back and forth. It was a waste of time, and it was not as convenient as the sect's teleportation scroll. However, not every sect disciple would be willing to use the sect teleportation scroll. After all, it costs 100 contribution points per scroll. If Song Jian had not planted snake vine grass and could exchange a large number of contribution points every quarter, he would probably not be willing to buy the sect teleportation scroll. Hey, senior brother, why are you here just now? In the square, many sect disciples were talking. Xi and Ling saw Song Jian and her eyes lit up. She ran over and saluted and asked, "Well, I just received a message from the sect." Song Jian shook his head and smiled. Seeing that so many second and third level disciples of the sect had gathered, it seemed that he should be the last one to know that the secret realm was opened. Humph. If I hadn't sent a message to inform him, I'm afraid he would have missed this opportunity. Duan Qingliu walked over with a cold face, glanced at Song Jian, and snorted. So it was the message from the master to the disciple. Song Jian saw Duan Qingliu and hurriedly bowed respectfully. What are you busy with? Except for coming back every season to exchange contribution points with snake vine grass. I can't see your shadow. Duan Qingliu complained. Have you learned all the sect skills? How many sword formations have you mastered? And your level is now. At this time, Duan Qingliu seemed to have discovered something extraordinary. He was stunned and even rubbed his eyes, staring at Song Jian in disbelief. You are already level 110? Duan Qingliu said in a trembling voice, with an unbelievable look on his face. Brother, are you already level 110? No wonder I saw that your level was skeleton. Brother. You are so amazing. Xian Ling looked at Song Jian with admiration. Level 110 can be said to have entered the high-end level of the 3rd level. People at this level have already begun to prepare for the sprint to the legendary realm. Duan Xingliu is only level 120 now. He has just touched the threshold of the legendary realm and has not taken a key step. It can be said that Duan Xingliu is only 10 levels higher than Song Jian. Moreover, Song Jian is a person favored by God, and there is no threshold for him to enter the legendary realm. While Duan Xingliu may be stuck at the peak of the 3rd level combat power for several years. By then, Song Jian has become a powerful person in the legendary realm. While Duan Xingliu is still at the peak of the 3rd level combat power, there is a high probability that this situation will occur. I encountered an adventure a few days ago, boarded a ghost ship, and traveled in a gap of time and space for 7 days. I gained some benefits, so my level increased faster. Song Jian touched his head and showed an honest smile. Doomsday cruise trip? I also received a system notification, but the distance was too far, so I didn't go. If I had known that there were such great benefits, I would have rushed there even if I risked my life. Xian Ling said with regret. It's very dangerous. There were more than 100 people, but only 6 survived. Song Jian shook his head and said, they randomly threw us into some fragmented universes. The speed of time in them is different. I stayed in there for more than 3 months before I came out. Moreover, the monsters in there are almost all legendary. If you don't pay attention, you will die. Is it so dangerous? Fortunately, I didn't go. Xian Ling stuck out her tongue and said with a face full of fear. Song Jian and Xian Ling chatted, while Duan Xingliu was silent on the side, with a gloomy face. He was a little regretful in his heart. If I had known that this kid would upgrade so quickly, I would not have notified him when the Starry Sky Myriad Race's secret realm was opened. You know, this secret realm is the fastest to upgrade the level. When he comes out, what if he is already a legendary strongman? What should I do then? Thinking of this, Duan Xingliu couldn't help but shudder, looking at Song Jian with a weird look. His cheeks moved slightly, and he squeezed out an ugly smile, saying to Song Jian, ahem. Song Jian, I think with your current strength, entering the Starry Sky Myriad Race's secret realm is a bit of bullying to other fellow disciples. Otherwise, you don't have to go in this time when the secret realm is opened. How about letting you stay in the Sutra Pavilion for 3 days to comprehend some formations and integrate them into the Sword Formation Atlas? Song Jian looked at Duan Xingliu and was speechless. He thought to himself, you are so anxious to recall me to the sect, and now you say that I am not suitable to enter the secret realm. Master, can you please find a decent excuse? Chapter 1434 Starry Sky Myriad Race's Secret Realm. Hearing Duan Xingliu refuse Song Jian to enter the Starry Sky Myriad Race's secret realm, Xing Ling showed a strange expression on her face. You know, the Starry Sky Myriad Race's secret realm is very large. Any small area can catch up with the big secret realms of other sections. It can be said that it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a secret universe. How could such a secret realm be opened at will? At least, Xian Ling knew that the last time the Starry Sky Myriad Race's secret realm was opened was more than 500 years ago. At that time, Duan Xingliu might not have been born yet. Master, you don't want to use my quota to enter yourself, do you? Song Jian stared at Duan Xingliu with a bad look and asked in a low voice. How dare you? Master, I haven't even entered the legendary realm yet, so why should I occupy your place? Duan Xingliu squinted his eyes at Song Jian and said with disdain, after I enter the secret realm this time, I will definitely become a legend. In that case, I congratulate Master in advance. Song Jian said with a smile on his face, then I will need Master to take care of me this time when I enter the secret realm. I will just follow Master and take advantage of him. Let's talk about it when we meet. You are not honest at all. Duan Xingliu snorted coldly, looking at Song Jian, who had already reached level 110. He always felt a little aggrieved. Song Jian naturally knew that Duan Xingliu was a little upset now, and he didn't dare to stay by his side. Instead, he went to Xian Ling's side and asked her about the relevant matters of the opening of the secret realm. Since Xing Ling completed the task with Song Jian last time, she has also received a lot of contributions from the sect. Because of the Shaman grass, Xing Ling has also been valued by the sect. After Song Jian left once, Xing Ling has been staying in the sect. By completing the sect's tasks, Xingling's level has not fallen at all, and her strength has also been steadily improving. Now she has also been promoted to level 89. Although she is not as good as Song Jian, she is also one of the top players. Brother, we really got a great deal this time. Xingling was excited, and at the same time, he looked around cautiously and said in a low voice, the Sword Control sect has only 2 of us as player disciples. This time, it is a great opportunity for us to distance ourselves from other players. Junior sister, you have been in the sect, and you are well informed. Tell me, what is this Starry Sky Myriad Race's secret realm? And what opportunities and benefits are there? Song Jian asked. Brother, you only asked me. There is no news about this secret realm even on the game forum. Most players, and even NPCs in the game don't know about this secret realm. However, some sects that inherited the Ancient Sword sect should also have records about this secret realm. But they only got a few words, and couldn't get the details at all. Only the Sword Control sect has all the information about this secret realm, and also knows how to open it. Xingling said excitedly. Brother, do you know how long this game has been open? Or how long has this game existed? Xingling asked mysteriously. I don't know. It should be thousands or tens of thousands of years. Song Jian guessed. He has traveled to many places in the game, and has some understanding of the background of the plot. Apart from anything else, most of the gods, who are high above, have existed for tens of thousands of years. Tens of thousands of years. More than. Xingling whispered, at least millions of years. Song Jian was stunned. But he didn't feel much shock. It's just a game. Many times, millions of years in the game may only be a short period of time in the real world. In the real world, many online games will let the game run for a period of time before they are opened. During this period, the game company will not interfere with the game process. Only when the game civilization develops to a certain level will the game be open to players. It's just that the game civilization has been running for a little longer in the early stage. It's nothing great. Song Jian shook his head and said in a low voice. Xingling looked at Song Jian with a strange look on her face. After pondering for a while, she whispered, do you still think that this is really just a game? What kind of game can affect the real world? What skills, personal attributes, and even items in the game can be taken to the real world? Click. Song Jian's mind seemed to flash with thunder. Song Jian had similar guesses before. As he got deeper into the game, more and more features that did not conform to online games slowly emerged. However, once Song Jian had doubts before, he would ignore them automatically, as if there was a mysterious will interfering with him. Now, Xingling's sudden reminder made him realize that this game could no longer be treated as a game. You mean, we are in a real world? Is it a different world? Song Jian said in surprise. I don't know. Xingling shook her head and said, but at least we can't treat it as a game. At least we have to treat it as another complete real world. We are actually a group of travelers. Song Jian took a deep breath, nodded slowly, and agreed with Xingling's statement from the bottom of his heart. Brother, do you know what this world was like millions of years ago? Xingling asked. Who knows? Anyway, on Earth, millions of years ago, humans had not yet appeared. Hee. Song Jian laughed. Xingling shook her head and said, I don't know about Earth. But here, millions of years ago, it was an era of bright stars and competition among all races. At that time, humans were just one of the powerful races among all races. In the starry sky, there were even races that were more powerful than the human race. But 1,000,000 years later, all races have long been annihilated, and many races have been completely extinct. Even if there are, only some survivors are left, while the human race has completely developed and grown, becoming the most powerful race. Humans have become the most powerful race? Song Jian showed a look of doubt on his face. Since entering the game, Song Jian has come into contact with many clans, including the Dragon Clan, the Undead Clan, the Shadow Clan, the Demon Clan, the Beast Clan, etc. But he has never felt that humans are the most powerful race among these races. Instead, they are a bit like the remnants, lingering in cities of different sizes. The sphere of influence only radiates to the area of hundreds or even dozens of miles around the city, and there is a danger of being destroyed at any time. Seemingly seeing Song Jian's doubt, Xingling said helplessly, when humans became the most powerful race. Without external enemies, humans began to fight among themselves. The ancient sword sect tens of thousands of years ago overwhelmed other sects and even slaughtered gods. It was brilliant for a while, but compared with millions of years ago, it was not as good as a small sect at that time. It's just that the time interval was too long. No one knows what happened to the human race at that time. Although there are some records in the sect, they are also vague. Then is the Starry Sky Myriad Race's secret realm related to the competition among myriad races millions of years ago? Song Jian suddenly asked with an idea. The Starry Sky Myriad Race's secret realm is a scene from the long river of time and space, when the human race and the Starry Sky Myriad races fought. It was preserved as a secret realm. Once it is opened, we will enter that fragment of time and space and experience the scene of the human race fighting the Starry Sky Myriad races in person. Xingling said excitedly. Chapter 1435 Give Up. A fragment from the long river of time and space? Song Jian's heart moved. Why does this sound so much like a fragmented universe? Junior sister Xianling. Tell me about this secret realm in detail. I don't know anything about it now. If I go in rashly, I may encounter danger, Song Jian said with a smile on his face. Humph. Even if I know it clearly, what can I do? A disciple of the Yujian sect suddenly interrupted. This secret realm is an endless battlefield. A terrifying meat grinder. Once you enter, you will fight with all races. Although you will not really die in the secret realm, it will severely damage your sea of consciousness. Unless you have a pregnancy pill after coming out, it will take several years just to recuperate your sea of consciousness. Brother, what's your name? Song Jian glanced at the man, bowed and smiled. Song Jian and Xianling were the last to join the sect. After they joined, the Yujian sect never recruited any more disciples. The next class of recruits would be 3 years later. Therefore, Song Jian and Xianling are now the youngest in the sect. I don't deserve it. I'm Tang Song, a disciple of Guyu Peak, and I'm at the peak of the 3rd level combat power. Tang Song glanced at Song Jian and said lazily, this secret realm is very important to the Yujian sect. There are countless treasures in it. And most importantly, the corpses of legendary and semi-god realm masters can be seen almost everywhere. Even the bodies of god-level masters are not impossible to come across. If you are lucky enough to get the corpse of a god-level master, you will be rich. The other party's godhood, god fire, god domain, and the artifacts on his body will all be yours. Even if you get the corpse of a semi-god master, although there is no god fire, godhood, god domain, etc., you can also absorb and comprehend the power of the law that the other party has comprehended. Song Jian glanced at Tang Song and smiled. Brother, do you want to go in and get the body of a demigod, and then comprehend the power of the other party's law? Generally speaking, the power of law can only be mastered by the legendary realm, and it is the key to advancing to the demigod realm. But there is no mandatory rule that you must enter the legendary realm to comprehend it. The 3rd level combat power can also comprehend it, but the strength is too weak. Under the same circumstances, the comprehended effect is 1/10 of the legendary realm, or even lower. But it is not that no one has the power of law at the 3rd level combat power. Even if any disciple of the Yujian sect is arrogant, those who dare to enter the secret realm of the Starry Sky 10,000 races are all people who are full of confidence in their own strength. It is not uncommon to want to obtain the power of law at the 3rd level combat power. The power of law is too far away for me. I have already reached the peak of the 3rd order combat power. This time, I just want to feel the power of comprehension. Tang Song smiled, but his face was arrogant. Obviously, what he thought in his heart was different from what he said. At the peak of the 3rd order combat power, if you want to break through and enter the legendary realm, you must master the power of the domain. The power of the domain is actually a weakened version of the power of law. When you control a domain, your strength will be increased, while the enemy's strength will be weakened. When 2 legendary masters fight, they first compete with each other in the power of the domain, and then compete in their own strength. If the power of the domain is not as good as the opponent, then you will completely lose the initiative and lose most of the battle. The power of the domain and the power of the law are of the same origin. If I want to break through the legendary realm, I must first master the power of the domain of time. Song Jian frowned slightly. He was not worried about mastering the power of the law. After all, he had a Pajua fruit tree, and every once in a while, he would produce a few Pajua fruits. As long as he waited patiently, there was always a chance that he would encounter Pajou fruits containing the law of time. Therefore, for Song Jian, mastering the power of the law was much simpler than mastering the power of the domain. Tang Song only talked about the possible benefits after entering the secret realm, and did not specify the dangers. But Song Jian also understood what he meant. The corpses of the legendary and demigod realm masters could be picked up, and the corpses of the god-level masters could be obtained with good luck. What did this mean? It means that in this secret realm, legends are worse than dogs, and demigods are everywhere. But the disciples who entered the secret realm are all below the legendary realm. For the legendary and demigod realm masters, these disciples with third-level combat power are not even cannon fodder, but just ant-like existences, and they can be killed easily when they meet. This is even more dangerous than the Doomsday cruise, and even more terrifying than the fragmented universe. Song Jian thought to himself, "Brother, this secret realm was intercepted from the long river of time by a powerful person, and then sealed with a secret method, trapped in an endless cycle, and it will reappear every once in a while. So every time you enter, you will encounter the same scene." Xi Ling secretly handed a booklet to Song Jian and whispered, "This is the information I collected about the secret realm. I don't have time to read it now. After you enter the secret realm, study it carefully. It may be of some help to you." Song Jian was overjoyed. This was a timely rain for him. Finally, he would not enter the secret realm in the dark. At this moment, Duan Qingliu appeared at the front of the square with a solemn expression. He looked at the thousands of disciples on the square and couldn't help sighing in his heart. These disciples are the elite disciples of the various peaks of the Yujin sect, and they are considered the backbone of the Yujin sect. This time when they enter the secret realm, some of them will definitely advance to the legendary level, but most people will probably die in the secret realm, and even their bodies will not be left. For the Yujin sect, this loss is almost unbearable. If it weren't for the fact that it would take hundreds of years for the next secret realm to open, Duan Qingliu would even give up this secret realm. The powerful people in the legendary realm are the future of a sect. If they don't enter the legendary level, no matter how many disciples there are, it's useless, Duan Qingliu said in his heart. After a while, Duan Qingliu suddenly shouted, "Quiet!" Instantly, the thousands of people in the square fell silent, all staring at Duan Qingliu. Duan Qingliu was quite satisfied with the reaction of the sect disciples. If it was in normal times, he would inevitably praise them. But now, Duan Qingliu was not in that mood. "Dear disciples, the Starry Sky Myriad Race's secret realm is about to open. I believe everyone already knows that even if a legendary realm expert enters, there is a high probability that he will perish. You are only at the peak of the third-level combat power at most, and you are just like ants in it. Although there are many opportunities in it, there are more dangerous places. If there are disciples who are unwilling to enter, you can withdraw now, and the sect will never blame you." After a pause, seeing that no one came out, Duan Qingliu sighed and said, "It is not that difficult to enter the legendary realm at the peak of the third-level combat power. There is a domain pool in the sect. You can enter with contribution points. Although the effect is average, if you enter a few more times, you will always comprehend the power of the domain. It just takes a little time, but it is safe." After listening to Duan Qingliu's words, some disciples began to hesitate. Xi Ling curled her lips and whispered, "The effect of the domain pool is average. You have to enter at least 10 times before you can comprehend the power of the domain. Moreover, most of the comprehended domains are a very average effect. Even if you break through the legendary realm, you are still the bottom character among the legendary realm masters. I quit." At this time, a disciple with a slightly pale face suddenly raised his right hand and walked out of the crowd. Seeing this disciple, the face of a peak master suddenly became ugly. This disciple was a disciple of their lineage. Okay. It takes courage to enter the secret realm, and it also takes courage to give up. You stand aside first. Are there other disciples who want to quit? Duan Qingliu glanced at the disciple, nodded slightly, and continued. Chapter 1436 Entering. I also quit. Quit. I'm not ready yet. I won't enter yet. I just entered the third level of combat power. My strength is too weak. Soon, more than a dozen disciples came out of the crowd. Judging from their strength, they were almost all disciples who had just entered the third level of combat power. It was understandable that they lacked confidence in themselves. Although the sect masters and peak masters looked at these disciples with extremely ugly faces, no one stood up to blame these disciples. After all, entering the secret realm was originally voluntary. If you don't have enough strength, you will just die if you force yourself to enter. Although you don't really die, your sea of consciousness will be destroyed, which will consume a lot of natural treasures, and take several years, or even more than 10 years to recuperate. It is almost like ruining a person's future. It is understandable that ordinary disciples are unwilling to do so. In the end, only 23 disciples withdrew, which was only a small part compared to thousands of disciples. Song Jian looked around at the disciples present. There were still many disciples, with the strength of the initial stage of the third-level combat power. These disciples dared to risk their lives. As long as they did not die in the secret realm, they would at least be at the peak of the third-level combat power, or even legendary. They were not favored by gods. If they wanted to reach the peak of the third-level combat power from the initial stage of the third-level combat power, although it was only a short 20 levels, according to their cultivation speed, it would take at least 30 to 50 years. If they wanted to break through to the legendary realm, they might not be able to complete it in this lifetime. Seeing that no one was willing to withdraw, Duan Xingliu nodded and waved his hand. In an instant, the sky above the Yujian sect was turbulent, and the clear sky turned into dark clouds in an instant. Inexplicable streams of light flashed in the clouds, and with the sound of thunder, a huge vortex appeared in the sky. There seemed to be a transparent door in the vortex. All the disciples raised their heads and looked at the door above their heads in shock. From the door, they could see scenes of wars among various races. Not only the human race, but also other races in the starry sky were not all allies. They would also fight each other. But in that era, the human race was too strong. They once suppressed all races by themselves and forced all races to join forces to fight. The battle scene in the door was not in one place. Often, one place would flash for a few seconds, and then jump to another battle scene. The scene kept changing. Most of them were fights between humans and other races, but occasionally there were fights between non-human races. The only thing these fights had in common was that they were extremely violent and bloody. Many of them used moves that would kill both themselves and the enemy. The scenes of the legendary and semi-god realms rushing into the enemy group and self-destructing made all the disciples of the Yujian sect who were watching shaken. Some of them could not even bear such scenes, and their bodies were shaky, and they fainted directly in the square. The fainted disciples were quickly raised by people, and they naturally lost the qualification to enter the secret realm. Although the scenes transmitted from the portal in the center of the vortex were all battle scenes of powerful people above the legendary realm, there was no pressure at all. Just watching could make people faint, which showed how fragile their minds and wills were. Such people would definitely fall even if they entered the secret realm. This is a move from the Chaos Sword Cannon. Song Jian stared at the center of the vortex with a diameter of more than several kilometers, and looked at the battle scene that appeared in it, with a look of surprise on his face. A human in it, stepping on a flying sword and holding a long sword that constantly flashed with thunder, actually performed the first move of the Chaos Sword Cannon, Annihilation. Although the moves were slightly different from his own, Song Jian recognized at a glance that he was performing the first move in the Chaos Sword Cannon. In the picture, the human was only in the middle stage of the legendary realm, while his opponent was a demigod-level strongman, whose aura almost permeated the entire world. Compared with it, the human was like a weak ant standing in front of an elephant. However, the outcome of the battle surprised and shocked everyone. The human warrior in the middle stage of the legendary realm killed the opponent, who was one major realm higher than him with just one sword. He killed the opponent with the first move of the Chaos Sword Cannon, the heaven-shaking Annihilation. This move is so powerful. Song Jian was very excited. Although he could kill a warrior in the early stage of the legendary realm with one strike, that was based on his physical fitness comparable to that of a warrior in the legendary realm. The human in the picture was able to kill the demigod-level warrior, obviously relying entirely on the powerful moves in the Chaos Sword Cannon. My understanding of the Chaos Sword Cannon is still too weak. Song Jian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. At this time, more than a dozen peak masters came out. Each of them took out an item from their arms, and threw it into the huge vortex above their heads. Demon-killing pestle. Go! A peak master shouted and threw out a weapon as long as an arm. The weapon was round on the top and square on the bottom, and looked like a cane, with a purple gold light on the surface. With great wealth and power, He threw out a legendary weapon at once. Amazing! Song Jian stared at the demon-killing pestle with shining eyes and whispered. High-quality treasures are needed to open the secret realm. The more treasures there are, the higher the quality, and the longer the secret realm will last. Xianling glanced at Song Jian and whispered, the Peak Masters will not be willing to use their own treasures to open the secret realm. These are most likely obtained from hunting wild beasts. Song Jian nodded. Even so, a legendary weapon was worth a lot. The secret realm was open to all disciples for free, and the private items of each Peak Master were consumed. The Yujian sect was very kind. Demon Seal. Go! Another Peak Master threw a legendary treasure into the air. A jade seal filled with black mist suddenly turned into a stream of light and rushed into the vortex of clouds. Demon Axe. Go! Demon Sword. Go! Demon Blade. Go! More than 10 treasures turned into purple gold streams and flew into the vortex. Not to mention the excitement of ordinary disciples. Even Song Jian was surprised. So many treasures were worth at least millions of purple crystals. If all these purple crystals were given to Song Jian, no, even if half of them were given to him, he could reach the peak of the 3rd level combat power. Level 120. Within a day, if he really reaches level 120, Song Jian can wear the Sword Immortal set, which is much better than the Endless Hunting set. When all the treasures flew into the vortex, Duan Qingyou took out a small tower from his arms and threw it into the air. Go to the Demon Suppression Tower, Duan Qingyou shouted. And the stone tower, which was only the size of a palm, suddenly expanded and turned into a stone tower with a height of 100 feet. The top of the stone tower was directly inserted into the portal in the center of the vortex, and almost 1/3 of the tower body was submerged, while the rest of the tower body was suspended in the air. After a while, the first floor of the stone tower suddenly opened, and the light burst out. Duan Qingliu shouted, all disciples, if you don't enter the secret realm now, when will you? Brother, hurry up. We only have a quarter of an hour to enter the secret realm. If you delay, you won't be able to enter. Xianling pulled Song Jian's sleeve and said hurriedly. The two of them jumped up and turned into a stream of light, flying towards the gate of the first floor of the stone tower. In the square, all the disciples summoned flying swords and flew into the sky. For a moment, it was like countless fireworks rising from the ground and rushing into the void. After a while, everyone entered the Demon Suppression Tower and flew up along the Demon Suppression Tower. In a quarter of an hour, everyone entered the secret realm. Chapter 1437 Dragon Palace Treasure. Song Jian felt as if he had entered a time tunnel, surrounded by colorful lights, and a mysterious force wrapped him up and flew forward. When he tried to control his body, the force began to slowly increase, always controlling his body. After trying it, Song Jian gave up resistance and let the force take him forward. In this time tunnel, there is no concept of time, and Song Jian doesn't know how long he can fly. But the time-long mark on his chest will send a burning feeling from time to time, as if something has been absorbed. But when he opens the personal attribute interface, Song Jian can't see any changes, so he can only give up temporarily. After an unknown amount of time, a ball of light similar to an exit appeared in front of him. Song Jian was wrapped in this mysterious power and flew towards the ball of light. Getting closer and closer, the ball of light also became larger than the moon. It was originally only the size of a fist, but when Song Jian approached, it had become a huge portal with a diameter of more than several kilometers. In front of it, Song Jian was as small as a speck of dust. Without a moment of stagnation, Song Jian rushed into the ball of light. In an instant, a large amount of information flow poured into Song Jian's mind like a tide. This huge flow of information was like a river bursting its banks, pouring into Song Jian's mind, just like a red-hot iron rod, fiercely inserted into his head. With a muffled and fierce sound, Song Jian showed a trace of pain on his face. But his mental attributes at this time were no weaker than those of a legendary strongman, so he could still accept this level of information infusion. If it were an ordinary person, his head would probably have exploded like a watermelon. Even other fellow disciples would faint from the pain after being infused with such a huge flow of information. Song Jian had such a thought inexplicably in his mind. This kind of pain was not something that a person with a 3rd level combat power could bear. Soon, pictures appeared in Song Jian's mind. The pictures he saw at this time were almost exactly the same as the pictures that flashed in the Luck Vortex portal in the Yuchian Sec Square before. But they were much more vivid. As if the resolution had been increased from high definition to ultra clear. After these battle scenes flashed by like comic strips, a blue planet appeared in front of Song Jian. And he flew towards the planet like a meteor. On the vast land, countless strong men were fighting hard. Blood was flowing on the land. Various powerful martial arts and magic were blooming. And the might of moving mountains and filling the sea made the land's appearance change rapidly. At this moment, meteors with long tails suddenly appeared in the sky. Hundreds of them, like a meteor shower, distributed on the vast land. At this time, Song Jian was one of the inconspicuous meteors. As he got closer and closer to the ground, Song Jian found that he had begun to be able to control his body. The mysterious power began to slowly fade away as they landed on this land. When Song Jian completely regained control, he found that he was actually falling towards a vast sea. Is this also a battlefield? Such a strong smell of blood. Song Jian frowned slightly. At this time, he was still a few hundred meters away from the sea. But he had already smelled a strong smell of blood. But there was silence all around. He seemed to have come to a battlefield where the battle had ended. With a thought, the flying sword soared into the air and flew to Song Jian's feet. Song Jian, who was originally falling towards the sea, drew an arc in the air, close to the sea, and flew towards the place with the strongest smell of blood. At this time, the sea was full of corpses. These corpses had fish-like heads, ugly and hideous, but had human-like bodies. But they were very short, and looked like human children of 13 or 14 years old. Sea tribe, Song Jian thought to himself. Sea tribes also exist in the game world. And they are a large tribe with hundreds of classifications. The sea tribes in front of him are about 70% similar to the mermaids in the game world. However, the mermaids in the game world only live near freshwater rivers and never appear in the sea. But in front of him, within 1,000 meters, there are bodies of mermaids floating around. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly felt as if someone was spying on him. There was also a sense of danger in the sea under his feet. He could sense the danger in advance, and his strength must have reached the legendary level. Song Jian's mind moved, and his flying speed suddenly increased, rushing straight into the air. The next second, a huge black shadow jumped up from the sea, and its ferocious mouth, which was almost 180 degrees, bit towards Song Jian's previous position. A large amount of sea water rushed to the mouth of the sea beast, and dozens of mermaid corpses were swallowed into its stomach. Legendary sea beast? Song Jian looked at the huge sea beast with a length of more than 30 meters under his feet, and couldn't help but clench the sky-breaking sword in his hand. This was the first monster he encountered after entering the secret realm. He was lucky that it was only in the legendary realm. In other places, the legendary realm, also known as the king-level boss, is an extremely terrifying existence. But here, its strength can only be regarded as below average. Just as Song Jian was about to kill the boss in front of him, a roar suddenly sounded in the distance, and a brilliant white light shot up from the sea, like a pillar of light connecting heaven and earth. Standing there, that is, Song Jian turned his head and looked at the pillar of light, as if he remembered something, and took out the booklet about the secret realm that Xingling gave him before entering from the parcel column. Before entering, Song Jian just flipped through it casually, and he also had an impression of the pillar of light in front of him. The booklet seemed to have records about it. Dragon Palace Treasure. Song Jian flipped through the booklet twice. His eyes lit up, and he looked up at the pillar of light, his eyes full of excitement. In fact, the Starry Sky Myriad Race's secret realm is just a period of time and history cut from the long river of time. This history will repeat infinitely. From the outside, it is like a mirage. It is different from other secret realms. Other secret realms are real. No matter what kind of treasures are obtained in the secret realm, they can be brought back to the game world from the secret realm. However, the Starry Sky Myriad Race's secret realm is different. All the items here cannot be brought back to the game world. But it does not mean that the Starry Sky Myriad Race's secret realm is worthless. On the contrary, it is of great value. The Starry Sky Myriad Race's secret realm is full of fighting. Those who enter can participate in it and increase their practical experience. Legends are everywhere in the Starry Sky Myriad Race's secret realm, and demigods are worse than dogs. Naturally, there will be various kinds of skills and secrets. Although the skills of the legendary realm and the half-body realm are not easy to get. The difficulty is much lower than that of the game world. Although the items in the secret realm cannot be taken out. They are real in the secret realm. Although they cannot be taken out. They can be studied and even disassembled. Even the bodies of the strong men of the starry sky 10,000 races can be dissected at will. For some people, these are much more valuable than equipment and treasures. In fact, at the moment, the secret realm is opened. The treasures in the secret realm will also be opened. The Dragon Palace treasure is the most inconspicuous one among the many treasures. Because the most of the Dragon Palace treasures are various weapons and equipment. And these cannot be taken out of the secret realm. Only those who have a forging side job will be interested in this treasure. But Song Jian is more interested in the Dragon Palace treasure than anyone else. Because he is a dragon family battle pet. The Dragon Palace treasure contains not only many weapons and equipment, but also a large number of dragon family battle skills. Song Jian smiled. And with a thought, his figure turned into a flash of lightning and flew towards the beam of light in the distance. Chapter 1438, The Power of Domain. Song Jian flew towards the beam of light on the sea. Many people in other places also discovered the beam of light and flew towards it. For a moment, the originally quiet sea surface slowly began to have wind and waves after waves were stirred up on the sea surface. Song Jian also saw that other people had discovered the beam of light. But he didn't care. When he got closer, Song Jian found that the figures flying towards the beam of light felt a little unreal. Just like a 3D projection. Although it looked exactly like the real thing, there were still some details with flaws, which made people see through it at a glance. And it was not real. These people are also part of the secret realm. In other words, they are all part of the past history. Millions of years ago, when the Dragon Palace treasure was opened, they all came here to look for treasures. When the long river of time and space was intercepted, their images were also intercepted. Song Jian thought to himself, "Hey, another human race? How come I can see you everywhere? Just like starry sky locusts." In the distance, a legendary monster looked at Song Jian with a look of disdain on his face. And a trace of murderous intent surged in the depths of his eyes. Song Jian turned his head and looked. This monster seemed to be a pig monster, with a fat head and big ears. On his strong neck, there was a pig head, and on his long pig nose, there were several bronze nose rings. Unlike other pig monsters that were full of fat, this monster in front of him looked strong. But he didn't have a single piece of fat on his body. He was like a fitness coach, with muscles all over his body, bulging one by one. When he moved a little, it was like a little mouse was running under his skin. Before he got close, there was a pressure coming towards him. 179 levels. Only one level away from reaching the peak of the legendary realm. Song Jian narrowed his eyes and stared at the monster in front of him to examine it carefully. Because of the existence of the delusion-breaking divine eye, Song Jian could clearly see the opponent's level even if it was over 50 or 60 levels. Unlike other people, who only saw the skeleton level as long as they were over 10 levels. Ha! Pighead. You dared to speak rudely in the human realm. Aren't you afraid that the human race will kill you? A monster covered in black shells, which looked like an alien, stared at the pig demon, let out a sharp hiss, and laughed. What's the matter with the human realm? I come and go as I please. The pig demon looked around with a guilty conscience and snorted coldly. All right, Zisha. The pig tribe is famous for bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Although this is the human realm, it is only in name. Human race strongmen rarely appear here. Don't scare Tuku. After all, he is a teammate. A slender creature who looks like a human but has only one horizontal eye. Laughed. At this time, the light column could not be entered. Once approached, there would be a strong repulsive force. Song Jian, like everyone else, floated in the air around the light column. After a while, 20 to 30 people appeared around the light column. Looking around, they were all strange-looking aliens. Not a single human. Moreover, all those who appeared here were legendary realm powerhouses. The lowest was the 120th level of the early legendary realm, and the highest was the 180th level, the peak legendary realm powerhouse. Among them, a burly ape with golden hair and a height of more than 2 meters exuded the strongest aura of a powerhouse. There was a faint strange wave on his body that spread in all directions. The golden-haired monkey tried its best to control the strange fluctuations on its body, but it could not cover it up perfectly. From time to time, A slight fluctuation would emerge, allowing others to sense it. The power of the law. Song Jian's heart sank. Although the opponent was only level 180, at the peak of the legendary realm, the strange fluctuations on his body contained the power of the law, indicating that he had already stepped into the realm of the law. It was only a matter of time before he was promoted to a demigod. There was a large area around it. Obviously, others also felt that this golden-haired monkey was not easy to mess with, and did not dare to approach it. And this golden-haired monkey also had an arrogant look, looking at the others around him with contempt. When he saw Song Jian, he snorted coldly, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. I have now merged into the secret realm. These aliens can see me and kill me. Song Jian thought to himself. They don't hide their killing intent towards me at all. But no alien dares to really do it. It seems that humans in this period are really strong and shock all races. The surrounding aliens are all above the legendary realm. And Song Jian's strength at this time is only the 3rd level. Generally speaking, his strength is just like an ant in the eyes of the legendary realm, and he can be crushed to death at will. However, when so many aliens saw Song Jian, they only dared to show their killing intent, but did not dare to do it. Obviously, they were afraid that the news would leak out and be retaliated by the human race. The dragon treasure belongs to the deep-sea dragons, the alien races, and humans are not qualified to enter it. A bull with curved horns stared at Song Jian and suddenly said in a muffled voice. When the other alien races saw someone coming forward, they all looked like they were watching a show, staring at the bull-headed man and Song Jian with an inexplicable smile on their faces. Yes, human, you are too weak. You'd better step back. This is the treasure of the alien race, and the human race is not qualified to enter. A python spit out the snake core, made a hissing sound, and echoed. Ha ha ha. Little guy. You only have the 3rd level combat power, but you dare to come here. You are really brave. Didn't your parents tell you that if you encounter a strong alien in the wild, you should leave quickly? The other alien races laughed. They were afraid of the reputation of the human race, not the human in front of them, who only had the 3rd level combat power. Song Jian stared at the first bull who spoke, and his aura burst out suddenly, as if he wanted to fight with him. At this time, there was no need to argue. Just show your strength. The strong will not associate with the weak. The reason why this group of aliens made things difficult for Song Jian was, on the one hand, because Song Jian was a human, and on the other hand, because the strength Song Jian showed was the weakest. Ha ha ha. Moto, this kid is provoking you. The other aliens laughed and looked at the bull with a playful look. Humans, you must be in awe of the strong. The bull Moto snorted coldly, and a strong aura was revealed, and the power of the field was unfolded, reaching an area of 30 meters in radius. The foreigners around retreated one after another, leaving a large area. The Ox tribe member Moto roared, stepped into the air, and rushed towards Song Jian. Soon, the Ox tribe member Moto rushed to within 30 meters of Song Jian. In an instant, Song Jian felt a binding force on the surface of his body, as if countless ropes were tied to him, making him motionless. The power of the domain, the prototype of the power of the law, an ability that only the legendary strong can comprehend. Song Jian thought to himself, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Too weak. This little force can't bind me at all. And the range is only 30 meters. Ridiculous. I'm afraid this is the weakest domain power I've ever seen. With a thought, Song Jian shouted, open. Suddenly, a sharp aura emerged from Song Jian's body, like a sharp blade, cutting through all the restraining forces around him. At the same time, the sky-breaking sword in Song Jian's hand suddenly burst out with a dazzling sword energy and slashed towards the cattle tribe. Chapter 1439 Mermaids. A 3rd level battle legend. Haha. Another human prodigy. I said that anyone who dared to come to the East China Sea alone must not be an ordinary cultivator. An alien saw that Song Jian was instantly broken through under the suppression of the domain power, and his face suddenly showed a look of sudden enlightenment. Everyone guessed it. Only this stupid cow didn't know. It's even stupider than the pigs. A big monster with a leopard head and a human body snorted coldly, and said with contempt, no one has instigated it. But he rushed out to be a gun. No wonder the Broken Mountain Cow clan has been defeated in the battlefield of all races. It won't be long before the human race kills and exterminates the clan. Damn it. You can scold the cattle tribe if you want. What does it have to do with us? The pig tribe? The big demon with a pig head and a human body was a little dissatisfied, snorted twice and said, the third-level combat force dared to come to the East China Sea. Except for the human race genius. Otherwise, he would have been killed long ago. I just don't know which sect this human race genius is from. And what is the strength of the Protector? Why? You are still thinking about the Protector. Ha. I really didn't expect that the bloodthirsty pig tribe has such ambitions. Ha ha ha. The golden-haired ape, who had already stepped into the realm of demigods, suddenly laughed. And his perception spread all around in an instant. After a moment, the golden-haired ape frowned and looked gloomy. Several powerful aliens, who were closest to it, looked at it. And the golden-haired monkey shook his head slightly, but was shocked in his heart. When the human race's genius went out for training, there would be a guardian to accompany him to protect his safety. The greater the potential of the human race genius, the stronger the guardian. The golden-haired monkey wanted to investigate the guardian of the human in front of him. But he tried his best, but could not sense the slightest breath of the guardian. I can't even sense the breath. The strength of this guardian is far above mine. At least he is a demigod-level strongman. Or even a god-level strongman. The golden-haired monkey thought to himself. When the other aliens saw the golden-haired monkey shaking his head, they also showed a look of shock on their faces, and looked at Song Jian with a trace of fear in their eyes. Song Jian is strong, and his third-level combat power can fight against the early-stage legendary realm masters. But now there are more than 100 alien masters, and they can easily kill him even if they are surrounded and killed. But these aliens dare not take action, because they mistakenly believe that Song Jian is a human prodigy with a protector. Otherwise, they would have attacked him in groups long ago. Humans are strong and compete with all races. Although the Starry Sky 10,000 races are not monolithic, and there are many mutual hostility and hatred, they are surprisingly united in their opinions on the issue of human race, which shows how much pressure the human race has put on the Starry Sky 10,000 races. Song Jian has fought with many legendary realm masters, but in the game world, the domain power of those legendary realm masters is not very strong, and at most it can cover more than 10 meters. Some of them were killed by Song Jian in one move before they got close, and they didn't use the domain power at all. The domains of those bosses at the peak of the legendary realm are even wider. For example, the Flame King has been in the legendary realm for thousands of years, and his domain power can almost cover a range of 500 meters. During the battle, the advantage in numbers is not obvious. With one move, the area within a radius of 500 meters is directly damaged. No team can withstand it. Song Jian broke through Moto's domain power, and the sky-breaking sword in his hand burst out with dazzling sword energy, and slashed at Moto fiercely. Moto was shocked, and the threat of death surged in his heart. He originally looked down on Song Jian, but now he instantly raised Song Jian's threat level to above the legendary realm. Tianjiu, you are a human, Tianjiao. Moto let out a horrified cry, as if he had thought of something. A surge of breath suddenly surged, and his body suddenly swelled up, a full circle larger. The height of less than 2 meters originally was also close to 3 meters in an instant, standing like a giant in the void. The innate skill of the mountain-breaking cattle clan, the powerful bull magic. He was forced to reveal the trump card so quickly. This stupid bull is really useless, an alien said disdainfully, and his eyes looking at Song Jian also became cautious. You know, even if it is a human, Tianjiao, the protector will not appear unless it is a life and death moment. As long as he is not killed, even if it is an alien, his life will not be in danger. However, if the Tianjiu himself is strong and can kill them, it will become another ending. This is the sadness of being an alien in front of the human genius. He can kill you, but you can only hurt him. Once you have the intention to kill, the protector behind you will instantly attack and kill you. The skin of the cattleman Moto also turned gray-green, looking like a rock. Facing the sword energy, he punched out, and a loud bang exploded in the air. The energy generated by the sonic boom swept across, and a wave of void visible to the naked eye spread in all directions. Swoosh! A sound of metal collision exploded in the ears of everyone, and some of the weaker legendary aliens changed their faces and retreated one after another. The ear is also an extremely vulnerable part for aliens. This sound is almost equivalent to a full-strength attack from the early stage of the legendary realm. Boom! The sea surface was stirred up by dozens of feet of sea water, and countless sea beasts frantically drilled towards the bottom of the sea. The overflowing energy was like countless sharp blades piercing the sea water. After a while, dozens of sea beasts with a body size of more than 10 meters slowly floated to the surface of the water. The smell of blood became stronger at this moment. More than 100 kilometers away from the light column that opened the Dragon Palace treasure, several mermaid generals in armor looked towards the location of the light column. Behind them were thousands of mermaid warriors. Although these warriors were short, each of them exuded a strong smell of blood, as if they had just experienced a war. Leader, the treasure of the Dragon Palace has been opened. This is an opportunity for our sea clan. How can we let it go to others? A mermaid in the early stage of the legendary realm shouted anxiously. The Dragon Clan has been exterminated by the human race for many years. The remaining fish that have escaped the net have not dared to show up until now. Their treasure should be inherited by the Sea Clan. Another mermaid warrior said in a deep voice, his eyes full of eagerness. The Mermaid Clan was originally just a lower middle-level race among the Sea Clan, while the Dragon Clan was the royal family of the entire Sea Clan, ruling the 4 seas. The treasures left by it are more attractive to other sea clans than ordinary treasures. Then, the mermaid leader showed hesitation on his face. He had just experienced a great battle with countless casualties. Now was the time to lick his wounds and restore his morale. It was not a wise choice to fight with the aliens for treasures now. Maybe they would be wiped out. However, being able to encounter the dragon treasure is a great opportunity for sea creatures like them. It is worth it even if they risk their lives. Okay. Then, the mermaid leader gritted his teeth and was about to order to go to the position of the light column. At this moment, a huge consciousness enveloped them all. Humph! Lowly blood. Dare to covet the dragon treasure. You should bear the pain of burning souls in the earth fire. A voice sounded in the ears of all the mermaid warriors. Who is it? Come out! The mermaid leader's face changed drastically, and the power of the domain was instantly deployed, covering an area of 100 meters in radius. A light blue aura filled the domain. After a while, a handsome young man wearing silver close-fitting armor and with white hair appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 1440 Starry Sky Myriad Clans. This young man had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and a heroic look on his face. What frightened all the mermaid warriors was the 2 twig-like horns on his forehead. These horns were only 3 inches long, bronze in color, and flashed with strange divine light. Dragon Clan. The mermaid leader felt his throat dry, and a look of fear appeared on his face. The power of his domain also trembled in an instant and slowly shrank back. The power of his domain reached 100 meters, which was already the best among the legendary strongmen, at least much stronger than the previous Bull Clan member. But before this young man, the mermaid leader did not even dare to use the power of his domain, which shows how deeply the remaining power of the Dragon Clan intimidated the Sea Clan. My lord! The mermaid leader knelt down directly, kneeling in the void, not even daring to raise his head. Behind him, a large group of mermaid warriors also knelt down, able to float in the void as if it were flat ground. These mermaid warriors were at least 3rd-level combat power. My name is Aotion. This time, I came specifically for the Dragon Palace treasure. You lowly bloods dare to covet the Dragon Palace treasures. You should be killed. Aotion stared at the group of mermaids with a stern face and shouted, My lord, spare my life. The mermaid leader trembled all over. The other party exuded a faint dragon power. This was a natural blood suppression. Although the mermaid leader had reached the peak strength of the legendary realm, and the opposite Aotion was at most in the middle stage of the legendary realm, 2 small realms apart. But the mermaid leader knew in his heart that once a dispute occurred, it would be easy for the other party to kill them. The Sea Tribe. All the Sea Tribes are under the command of the Dragon Tribe. They must not disobey any order of the Dragon Tribe, even if the other party is just a child with 1st-level combat power, because in the blood genes of all the Sea Tribes, they carry the gene of fear of the Dragon Tribe. In the face of the dragon's might, the Sea Tribe can't even exert 1% of its strength. This is why the Dragon Tribe has been able to lead the Sea Tribe for thousands of years. If it weren't for the fight with the human race, the Dragon Tribe was almost exterminated, and the Sea Tribe, like the Mermaid Tribe, would never appear on the sea surface. They are still in the depths of the sea, doing the lowest work such as mining and planting. Humph! The Dragon Tribe has suffered a great disaster, and now is the time to use people. I will spare you for now. Aotion snorted coldly, pointed at the mermaid leader, and said to the 2 deputy generals beside him, The 3 of you follow me. Enter the Dragon Palace, and take out the treasure. At that time, not only will you be exempted from the crime of disrespect, But you will also get a reward. Thank you, sir. The mermaid leader responded immediately. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, Sir, are there only 3 of us? Although the soldiers behind me are weak, they are also experienced soldiers. Even if they face an enemy 10 times their number, they can still win. Bringing them will definitely help you. Humph. If they haven't reached the legendary level, they will die if they go in. Let them wait outside and pick us up at any time. Aotion looked at the soldiers behind the mermaid leader with disdain, turned around and flew towards the light column. Follow us. The Dragon Palace treasure is about to be opened. In the starry sky, there is a planet that has been occupied by the Void Zerg. On one of the highest peaks, there is a palace. In the square in front of the palace, countless Zergs wearing black shells are screaming and fighting each other. They are all newly born Zergs and are undergoing combat training. However, during the training, the light green blood keeps splashing, and it looks like they are fighting for life and death. At this moment, a black shadow passed through the air, and a Zerg with a body length of more than 3 meters and 3 sharp tails, like spears fluttering behind it, landed in front of the square. Boom! A strong breath suddenly erupted in the palace in front of the square, and a Zerg commander flew out of the palace and knelt in front of the Void Zerg that landed. Mother Commander. Kaza knelt on one knee in front of the Void Zerg with 3 bone tails, with a look of admiration on his face, and lowered his head and said, Mother Commander has come. I wonder what you want. Kaza, are you familiar with the Savage Planet? The black breath, like a long dragon, surrounded the Mother Commander. It stared at the Zerg general in front of it and asked directly, Mother Commander, the Savage Planet was previously ruled by the Dragon Clan. But now the Dragon Clan has been defeated by the Human Clan and is now in the human realm. However, after defeating the Dragon Clan, the Human Clan only left the Dragon Slayer Corps to garrison. The Dragon Slayer Corps' leader possessed god-level strength and defeated the Dragon King of the West Sea within 3 moves and took off its head. Kaza said respectfully, I was watching the battle from the side, but I did not fight with the Human Clan. Haha. You are quite courageous. The Zerg Mother Commander smiled slightly, revealing a hint of girlish charm on her hard face. She threw the thing she had been holding in her hand in front of Kaza and said with a smile, This is the head of the Dragon King of the East Sea. I killed it with just 1 move. What? The Dragon King of the East Sea? A god-level strongman. Kaza looked at the ferocious head that rolled in front of him, with a hint of surprise on his face, and quickly complimented, Mother Commander is mighty. The leader of the Dragon Slayer Legion is no match for you. Okay. No need to compliment. Mother Commander waved his hand and said, I got a message from the Dragon King of the East Sea. The treasure of the Dragon Palace will be opened soon. You take a few people to grab the treasure of the Dragon Palace for me. Remember, there is a Dragon Ball of the Dragon King in it. You must bring it back to me. Remember, I will definitely complete the order of Mother Commander. Kaza said quickly. Well, very good. The mother nodded with satisfaction and said, At least you have to be a legendary to be eligible to enter. You can do it. Once you are done, I will purify your blood. Kaza was shocked, and then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. He kowtowed repeatedly and said, Please rest assured, Mother, I will complete the task. Deep in the starry sky, a huge star beast with a body of more than 10 kilometers was wandering leisurely in the void. The star beast clan is rare and has an extremely long lifespan. Adult star beasts live by devouring planets. In the starry sky, it often happens that an adult star beast devours a star, causing the destruction of the entire galaxy. Therefore, once a star beast appears, it will be surrounded and killed by various races. When a star beast is born, it has the power of a legend. Once it reaches adulthood, it will reach the level of a demigod. As time goes by, star beasts over 100,000 years old will have the power of a god. The star beast in front of him is only more than 1,000 years old. Among star beasts, it is still a minor child. The star beast, which was originally wandering with its eyes closed, seemed to have sensed something. Its nostrils fluttered slightly twice, and it opened its eyes and looked in one direction. The scent of treasures, many treasures, with a flash of white light. The star beast's original huge body disappeared, and in its place, there was a human child with a somewhat strange appearance. This child had no eyebrows, bulging eyes and a big mouth, and looked a little ugly. Treasures? Lots of treasures. If I can devour them, Maybe I can enter the sleeping period early, the child muttered to himself, staring at the void in the distance, with a smile on his face. Whoosh! The child turned into a white light and disappeared in an instant. The opening of the Dragon Palace treasure attracted a lot of attention. Song Jian saw that people kept flying towards the light column. Those who were not as strong as the legendary realm did not even dare to approach, but only dared to watch from afar, while the legendary realm masters approached the light column without hesitation to observe. Almost all of them are legendary realm masters. So far, no demigods or god-level masters have appeared, Song Jian said in his heart. At this moment, a surprised voice came from a distance. Brother, you are here too. Great.